Chapter 1. The son-in-law is no better than a dog. Jun Wushuang had been a son-in-law for 3 years, not only trampled beneath his wife's feet, but also robbed of his most cherished possession. Jun Wushuang, I have never harbored any feelings for you. Bringing you into my family was solely for your Battle Dragon King physique. Now that I possess the Dragon Sparrow Emperor body, I am not only the greatest genius of Jiangning City, but also set to replace your position and enroll in the Royal Martial Arts Academy. I fear not in revealing to you that your father's poisoning was orchestrated by me. With your father incapacitated and you rendered a waste, the Jun family has become a delectable morsel for my Ji family. From beginning to end, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a dog. Jun Wushuang abruptly awoke from his slumber, his eyes wide with rage, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from a nightmare. No, that was no mere nightmare. My Battle Dragon King physique has been taken from me. Ji Qingshun, I held you dear, yet you plotted my demise with such cunning. How laughable, how utterly absurd. Jun Wushuang trembled, tears of blood threatening to spill from his eyes, an overwhelming fury and murderous intent surging from the depths of his heart. He then erupted in a maniacal, self-deprecating laughter. He was originally the heir of the Jun family, endowed with the Battle Dragon King physique, the foremost genius of Jiangning City. Yet, blinded by infatuation, he had fallen for Ji Qingshun, the daughter of the Ji family, and had foolishly entered into their household, becoming the laughingstock of the entire city. Little did Jun Wushuang realize, all of this was a grand conspiracy. 3 days prior, he had been framed, grievously wounded under the accusation of defiling his mother-in-law, stripped of his kingly physique, and cast back to the Jun family. Meanwhile, Ji Qingshun, having seized his Battle Dragon King physique, underwent a transformation into an even stronger Dragon Sparrow Emperor body. Moreover, she had usurped his position and journeyed to the imperial capital to enroll in the prestigious Royal Martial Arts Academy that everyone coveted. You wretched woman, I shall personally bring about your demise, returning this anguish and hatred to you 1,000-fold. Jun Wushuang clenched his fists, trembling with rage, his eyes bloodshot. A tidal wave of hatred and intense murderous intent filled his mind, searing into his very soul. Swoosh! The bloodstained bronze magic ring on his hand suddenly emitted a beam of azure light, which surged into Jun Wushuang's brow. In the next moment, an overwhelming torrent of memories flooded his mind, coalescing into 4 ominous, dark characters. Devour heaven, devour earth, devour all realms. Devour gods, devour demons, devour all eternal beings. It turns out, I am the unparalleled sovereign of the demon realm, the devouring demon emperor. As Jun Wushuang assimilated this monumental memory, he came to understand his past life. In his previous incarnation, he had practiced the devouring demon technique, achieving the pinnacle of power within merely 1,000 years, revered as the devouring demon emperor. However, during the final chaotic celestial tribulation, he was ambushed by 7 divine emperors from the god realm, teetering on the brink of demise. At the critical moment, his beloved, the Azure Lotus Divine Emperor, sacrificed herself to save him, enabling him to successfully weather the tribulation. In his quest to locate the reincarnation of the Azure Lotus Divine Emperor, the devouring demon emperor consumed the cycle of reincarnation, reversing the flow of yin and yang, and through the rebirth of his soul, he became the person he was today. I am the devouring demon emperor, and I am also Jun Wushuang. In this life, I shall seek out the Azure Lotus Divine Emperor and rekindle our fated connection. In this life, I shall defy the heavens and carve a path of invincibility. In this life, I shall seek vengeance and eliminate all foes that cross my path. Ji Qingshun, what does it matter that you have obtained the Dragon Sparrow Emperor body? I will personally slay you and devour your Dragon Sparrow Emperor physique, leaving you without a grave. Boom! Without hesitation, Jun Wushuang activated the devouring demon technique. Instantly, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged towards him, forcibly absorbed into his being. First level of body forging. Second level of body forging. Third level of body forging. The 10 realms of martial arts encompass body forging, manifestation, divine sea, celestial being, marquis, king, martial emperor, supreme, sage, and emperor. In the blink of an eye, Jun Wushuang regained his strength at the third level of body forging. Young master, you are awake. A graceful figure entered the room, her face alight with joy. Lin Mingyao, Jun Wushuang's devoted maid. Jun Wushuang's pupils constricted, as if struck by lightning. He had reincarnated to find his beloved Azure Lotus Divine Emperor, and the Lin Mingyao before him was, astonishingly, the reincarnation of the Azure Lotus Divine Emperor. Wait, this is merely a fragment of her soul. Suddenly, a realization struck Jun Wushuang, sensing something awry. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yet in her previous life, the Azure Lotus Divine Emperor had sacrificed everything to save him, leading to her soul's disintegration. Now, as her 3 souls and 7 spirits reincarnated, the Lin Mingyao before him was merely one of her 3 souls. Azure Lotus, in your past life, you perished to save me in this life. Even if your 3 souls and 7 spirits are scattered, I shall retrieve them all and grant you rebirth. Jun Wushuang silently vowed. Mingyao, take me to see my father. Jun Wushuang rose, intent on discussing matters with his father. Young master, the Grand Elder has brought people and is currently pressuring the family head in the hall, demanding that your title as heir be revoked. Lin Mingyao did not dare to conceal the situation, revealing the current state of affairs. What? Jun Wushuang's anger surged to a boiling point. In the hall of the Jun family, family head, Jun Wushuang entered the family uninvited, brazenly overstepping his bounds, and has been grievously injured and rendered unfit to remain his heir. It is only right that my grandson, Jun Yinming, succeeds him. The Grand Elder of the Jun family, accompanied by Jun Yinming and other elders, cornered family head Jun Zhantian. Family head, even if Jun Wushuang is your biological son, he has been rendered useless and is no longer fit to serve as heir. This is not only my stance, but the consensus of all in the Jun family. Though the Grand Elder was merely at the 6th level of manifestation, he stood defiantly against the family head. This was due to the fact that Jun Zhantian had been poisoned. A month prior, Ji Qingshun had deceived Jun Wushuang, delivering a spirit-nurturing pill that was laced with a lethal scorpion heart poison. Now, Jun Zhantian was weak and vulnerable, no longer a formidable presence. The Grand Elder had the backing of Ji Yuntian, the head of the Ji family, and sought to usurp the position of family head. The dispute over the heir was merely a pretext. I support the Grand Elder's proposal. I concur. The other elders voiced their agreement. As long as I do not consent, I wish to see who dares to strip my son of his title. Jun Zhantian roared, but the depth of his poisoning rendered him powerless. Jun Yinming possesses the fire python spirit body and is at the 9th level of body forging, making him the foremost genius of the Jun family. Only he is worthy of the title of heir. As for Jun Wushuang, he is nothing but a waste. The position of heir is crucial to the future of the Jun family and must not fall into the hands of a useless individual. Whether you agree or not, you will comply. The Grand Elder relentlessly pressed on. You. Jun Zhantian's face flushed with fury, ready to strike back. A mouthful of black blood spewed forth, his strength instantly waning. The potency of the scorpion heart poison was too severe, it had seeped into his very marrow, leaving him with little time left. Family head, you are unwell, do refrain from anger. You have only a few days left to live, it would be wise to enjoy your final moments. Your son has been rendered useless, and now I am the heir. Once you pass, my grandfather shall become the family head. If you do not comply, you and your son shall reunite in the underworld. A nearby Jun Yinming sneered, his demeanor arrogant and reckless. In his eyes, Jun Wushuang was a waste, and Jun Zhantian was a dying man. With his grandfather's support and the backing of the Ji family, he had nothing to fear. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure charged in, filled with rage. Slap! With a single strike, Jun Yinming was sent flying. Jun Wushuang's face contorted with fury. Who gave you the audacity to bully my father? Jun Wushuang? The crowd was taken aback, never expecting the severely injured Jun Wushuang to lash out. Jun Yinming was momentarily caught off guard, struck by the blow. Yet before he could regain his composure, Jun Wushuang lunged forward once more. Slap! Who gave you the gall to speak to my father in such a manner? With another mighty slap, Jun Yaming's teeth flew from his mouth. Slap! What are you even worth to threaten my father? Jun Wushuang unleashed a flurry of strikes, echoing resoundingly. Jun Yiming was left dazed, staggering, and collapsing. Ultimately, blood streamed from his orifices, his face swollen and grotesque. Bold! The Grand Elder's eyes bulged with fury, suddenly surging forward to strike Jun Wushuang. With his 6th level of manifestation strength, this punch carried a terrifying force of 6,000 pounds, capable of obliterating even an elephant in an instant. Old fool, how dare you insult my father? Jun Wushuang's lips curled into a sinister smile, his right hand clenched into a fist. Ox Demon Great Strength Fist. This was one of the 5 supreme fist techniques mastered by Jun Wushuang, featuring 9 transformations and renowned for its sheer power, akin to the descent of a celestial ox demon. When perfected, it could shatter the void, exploding stars in the heavens with a single strike. Boom! Jun Wushuang unleashed his punch, as if a towering ox demon had possessed him, shaking the very earth with unparalleled might. Bang! The 2 fists collided, a resounding explosion echoing through the air, a shockwave rippling outward. Suddenly, Jun Wushuang staggered back 7 or 8 meters, while the Grand Elder retreated 3 or 4 steps. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were astonished. The Grand Elder was a formidable figure of the 6th layer of the Myriad Forms realm, and Jun Wushuang's War Dragon King body had been rendered useless, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. This punch not only failed to obliterate him, but merely placed him at a slight disadvantage. How could this be possible? Were you not rendered incapable? The Grand Elder's expression was one of disbelief. Previously, he had personally inspected Jun Wushuang and confirmed his complete incapacitation. Yet now, he had managed to deflect the Grand Elder's strike, which was nothing short of incredible. Mind your own business. Jun Wushuang activated the Swallowing Heaven Demon Art, replenishing his spiritual energy, ready to continue the battle. Grandfather, kill him. He dare to slap me, I will have him torn to shreds. Jun Yiming, snapping back to reality, roared with intense fury. You little wretch, I will end your life. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with cold light as he struck again, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, intent on publicly executing Jun Wushuang to avenge his grandson's humiliation. Boom! At that moment, a far more potent wave of spiritual energy surged forth, crashing forcefully into the Grand Elder. Uffed. The Grand Elder coughed up blood and was sent flying, gravely injured and defeated. Jun Zhantian, his face a mask of rage, stepped protectively in front of Jun Wushuang. Old fool, dare you lay a hand on my son? Even if it costs me my life today, I shall slay you. To Jun Zhantian, his son was an inviolable taboo. Anyone who dared to harm Jun Wushuang would face his wrath. The Grand Elder, now regaining his footing while coughing blood, regarded him with trepidation. Though Jun Zhantian was deeply poisoned, he remained a formidable force. If it came down to a fight, the Grand Elder was uncertain of his own survival. Thus, he chose to threaten rather than engage directly. Father, I'm unfilial, I have caused you worry. Jun Wushuang felt a pang of guilt. If not for his own circumstances, his father would not have faced such a dire situation. Now, he was determined to ensure that his father would not perish because of him. His gaze shifted to the Grand Elder. Old fool, do you not covet the position of heir? If so, I shall grant you an opportunity. In 10 days, we shall have a duel of life and death, with no distinction of victor, only the conclusion of life. Will you accept the challenge? A duel of life and death. Jun Wushuang's proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. Yet the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with sudden realization, quickly responding. Jun Wushuang, do you speak in earnest? Although Jun Wushuang had not been entirely rendered powerless, he was merely at the 3rd layer of the body forging realm. The earlier punch had been a result of his own carelessness. The Grand Elder believed that with his grandson's 9th layer of body forging realm prowess, coupled with the Fire Python spirit body, he would undoubtedly triumph over Jun Wushuang. With Jun Zhantian still possessing combat capability, Today's intimidation would likely yield minimal results. In 10 days, he would likely succumb to the poison. When Jun Wushuang was defeated and killed, Jun Jiantian would surely be consumed by grief and rage. At that time, with the poison in full effect, the Grand Elder would have the strength to slay him. The position of family head and heir would be his. The Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with ambition. Naturally, I speak the truth, Jun Wushuang declared with unwavering resolve. Having awakened memories of his past life and cultivated the swallowing heaven demon art, he was confident that in 10 days he could achieve another breakthrough. Dealing with a mere Jun Yinming was hardly a challenge. Of course, Jun Wushuang harbored another intention: to acquire Jun Yinming's fire python spirit body. His swallowing heaven demon art allowed him to absorb the essence of exceptional physiques. He needed to devour unique bodies to enhance his own strength, and Jun Yinming was currently the best candidate. Jun Wushuang, you are exceedingly arrogant. Jun Yinming glared at him, his eyes aflame with fury. Your War Dragon King body has been obliterated, your strength reduced to the third layer of body forging realm. What can you possibly contest against me? Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. I accept your challenge of life and death. In 10 days, I will personally annihilate you, leaving no trace behind. The humiliation of today must be washed away with Jun Wushuang's blood. Very well, then let it be so. In 10 days, the victor shall be the heir of the Jun family. The Grand Elder hammered down the decision to prevent any potential retreat from Jun Wushuang. Today's confrontation concluded here, although the position of heir remained undecided. The outcome was acceptable to both parties. Soon, the Grand Elder departed with Jun Yinming and others, leaving everything to unfold in 10 days. A crisis within the family had been momentarily averted. Yet all were acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. The impending duel would irrevocably ignite the crisis, irrespective of who emerged victorious, Jun Wushuang or Jun Yinming. Wushuang, what transpired this time? Who rendered your War Dragon King body powerless? As the others departed, only Jun Wushuang and 2 others remained in the conference hall. Father, I am unfilial. I allowed myself to be deceived. Jun Wushuang, without reservation, recounted the events to his father. How could Miss Ji be so heartless? Lin Mingyao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. What a magnificent Ji Qingshun, what a splendid Ji Tian, what an illustrious Ji family. It seems they are intent on bringing ruin upon both our father-son duo and the Jun clan. Jun Jiantian's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, his heart brimming with fury. Father, do not be concerned. Although my royal physique has been abolished, I have encountered fortuitous circumstances that will allow me to reclaim all that I have lost. Jun Wushuang spoke with unwavering determination. For he was not only the swallowing heaven demon emperor, but also a peerless alchemist standing at the pinnacle of the alchemical realm. I need to concoct 2 elixirs. 1 3-yang spirit pill to detoxify you, and 1 jade dew spirit pill to mend the injuries inflicted upon my royal physique. Jun Wushuang swiftly recalled the methods from his past life. Father, I require these spiritual herbs. You have any means of acquiring them? Jun Wushuang quickly articulated the list of herbs he needed. Why Jun family possesses most of these herbs, but we are lacking a single yang spirit grass. In Jiangning City, it is likely that only the Wanbao Pavilion has it. The Wanbao Pavilion, the largest trading house within the Qian dynasty, is reputed to be a hub of commerce, with a branch located in Jiangning City. I shall head to the Wanbao Pavilion at once. Rest assured, Father, that not only will I procure the antidote for you, but in 10 days, I will personally eliminate Jun Yinming. All those who have wronged the woman, her face suffused with gratitude, carefully accepted the elixir vial. Gently extracting the Tianxiang Yulu Dan, the pill appeared round and lustrous, exuding a rich fragrance, indicative of its exceptional quality. Seeing this, the woman's confidence surged, and she prepared to administer the Tianxiang Yulu Dan to her grandfather. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. If you wish for his demise, then by all means, give him this poison. Poison? Who would dare to label the elixir crafted by Master Wu as poison? Are they seeking death? The crowd erupted in anger, turning to identify the foolhardy individual daring to question Master Wu's concoction. In an instant, all eyes converged on Jun Wushuang, the one who had uttered those words. Jun Wushuang, who do you think you are to challenge Master Wu's elixir? Do you still fancy yourself the greatest talent of Jiangning City? You are nothing more than a now. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself before daring to criticize Master Wu. Clearly, you are twisted in mind, unable to tolerate the success of others, merely seeking to attract attention with your clownish antics, which only tarnish the Jun family's reputation. The derision was relentless. Once, Jun Wushuang was the pride of Jiangning City, a star admired by countless people. Now, however, he was akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, reviled by all. Moreover, his challenge was directed at Master Wu, which only heightened the outrage. The disparity between Master Wu and Jun Wushuang was stark. Everyone knew which side to take. Jun Wushuang, I shall overlook your insolence for the sake of your youth. As long as you apologize, I will not pursue this matter further. Master Wu, of course, recognized Jun Wushuang. However, even without Jun Wushuang's current state of disgrace, his status and power would have rendered him unperturbed. Yet, Jun Wushuang's challenge had caused him to lose face, and his expression grew slightly colder. Jun Wushuang, do you not hear? Master Wu is magnanimous. He does not wish to hold this against you. Why do you not hurry and prostrate yourself in apology? Otherwise, if you offend Master Wu, even the Jun family will be unable to protect you. The crowd mindlessly idolized Master Wu, each voice raised in condemnation of Jun Wushuang. Yet, Jun Wushuang remained unfazed. Master Wu, since you possess such confidence, why not engage in a wager? If this Qianxiang Yulu Dan can cure the elder, I will not only bow in apology, but also submit to your will. However, if it fails, I ask for nothing more than 3 Yangling herbs. Jun Wushuang boldly articulated his intent. His purpose for visiting the Wanbao Pavilion was indeed to procure Yangling herbs. Yet now, with an opportunity to obtain them without expenditure, he would not let it slip away. Perhaps he could even profit a fortune. How despicable! Jun Wushuang was clearly scheming for the Yangling herbs. He had lost his mind, wagering his life for 3 herbs. Even if the Yangling herbs were costly, was it worth risking his life? As Jun Wushuang revealed his intentions, the crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated such madness, wagering one's life for 3 Yangling herbs. Was this not insanity? Jun Wushuang, I've already granted you 1 chance. Yet, you remain oblivious to the gravity of your situation. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. The wager was accepted by Master Wu, fury simmering in his eyes. He had intended to let Jun Wushuang off the hook, but was taken aback by his audacity. As such, there was no longer any reason for mercy. Wishing to die, offending me, and you will find it difficult to escape your fate. The terms of the wager were set, with the crowd as witnesses. Young lady, if you trust me, then administer this Qianxiang Yulu Dan to your grandfather. If you do not, then consider it my overreach. Master Wu placed the decision in the hands of the girl. You are a 3rd-grade alchemist. I certainly trust you. Please, save my grandfather. He must not come to harm. Without a second thought, the girl chose to follow Master Wu. Though she was not an alchemist herself, she had encountered numerous elixirs and could discern the extraordinary nature of the Tianxiang Yulu Dan. This elixir was indeed a supreme remedy for healing and nourishment. The notion of it being poison was utterly ludicrous. Moreover, considering the disparity between Jun Wushuang, a mere youth at the body refinement stage, and Master Wu, a 3rd-grade alchemist at the Divine Sea stage, it was only natural that the latter commanded greater trust. With this in mind, the girl hesitated no longer and cautiously administered the Tianxiang Yulu Dan to her grandfather. The crowd watched intently. This moment, the elder's recovery was not merely a matter of saving a life. It also entangled the wager between Jun Wushuang and Master Wu. Naturally, the audience, enamored with Master Wu, wished for his victory, eager to see Jun Wushuang humiliated. The elixir entered the elder's body. Master Wu remained composed. Brimming with confidence, as a 3rd-grade alchemist, he was renowned for his skills in Jiangning City. Although the elder's ailment was severe, it was nothing insurmountable. His intervention would surely yield miraculous results. At this point, he was already contemplating how to punish Jun Wushuang. Though Jun Wushuang was the heir of the Jun family, even Jun Zhantian would show him a modicum of respect. Not to mention that Jun Wushuang's once proud Dragon King body had been rendered utterly useless, transforming him into a mere, if today he did not administer a fitting lesson to Jun Wushuang, would he not become a target for anyone who wished to belittle him? Thus, it was imperative to set an example. Just as Master Wu was resolute, convinced of his triumph, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The elder's blackened spots did not fade. Instead, they erupted violently, engulfing his body like a tempest. In an instant, the elder was shrouded in darkness. A foul, toxic miasma emanating from him, reminiscent of a plague, inducing nausea. How could this be? The crowd gasped in shock, hastily retreating in fear of contamination. How could a high-grade spiritual pill, personally refined by Master Wu, show no efficacy? Confusion rippled through the onlookers. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the elder was tainted by the potent poison, turning black and decaying, evoking dread. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Wu's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief washing over him, he felt the elder's affliction not only remained but had intensified. Judging by his condition, it seemed imminent that he would succumb to the poison. How could this be? The Tianxiang Yulu Dan was crafted with utmost care, having consumed immense effort and precious spiritual herbs. Logically, this elixir could neutralize myriad toxins. Additionally, he had previously examined the elder and found his poison not to be particularly grave. What was happening? What in the world was going on? Master Wu's heart plummeted into despair. Unable to accept the outcome that moment, Jun Wushuang's voice echoed in his ear. The poison afflicting the elder is exceedingly rare, not easily countered by ordinary detoxifying elixirs. Your Tianxiang Yulu Dan may be commendable for standard toxins. Yet for this elder, it is even more lethal than poison. The potent toxins within him have been ignited by your Tianxiang Yulu Dan. Even divine beings would struggle to save him. Therefore, you have lost. The words "you have lost" struck like the sharpest daggers, piercing Master Wu's heart, leaving him cold with disbelief. How could a dignified third-grade alchemist like me possibly lose? Impossible. This cannot be. My diagnosis was flawless. And the Tianxiang Yulu Dan was impeccable. Why could it not detoxify? I refuse to believe it. This must be false. Master Wu's eyes widened, his face a mask of incredulity. He had unwavering confidence in his alchemical skills and had thoroughly investigated the elder's condition. In his view, administering the Tianxiang Yulu Dan would assuredly result in a cure. However, the elder's ailment not only failed to improve, but instead worsened dramatically. How could this be? Master Wu refused to accept this. Rushing to the elder's side, attempting to intervene again, employing various techniques, even extracting silver needles to perform acupuncture, desperate to save him. Suddenly, the elder expelled a mouthful of foul, black blood, staining Master Wu's pristine alchemical robe. Yet at that moment, Master Wu paid no heed to the soiled robe, for he sensed the elder's breath had ceased. Yes, he did. Master Wu stood rooted to the spot, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he gazed at the elderly man before him. The old man's breath had ceased, his heart had stopped, and he was devoid of life, a veritable corpse. Had he not only failed to revive him, but had inadvertently caused his demise? A thunderclap resounded in Master Wu's mind, as if he had been struck. You incompetent quack, you have killed my grandfather. The woman, consumed by emotion, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, roared, I swear, if my grandfather dies, the entire Jiangning city will pay the price. That it was unfathomable that a woman of such gentle demeanor would utter such words, revealing the depths of her rage. Her declaration sent shivers down the spines of all present. This old man appeared to be of considerable wealth or status. If he truly perished here, it would not only spell trouble for Master Wu, but likely for everyone involved. And Master Wu faltered? The elderly man's condition had deteriorated, leading to his untimely death. What on earth was happening? The crowd was astounded, equally unable to fathom this sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, Master Wu had been resolute, and everyone had believed he could easily effect a cure. Yet in the next instant, the man's condition had worsened, vitality extinguished, and he lay lifeless. One moment in paradise, the next in hell. The spectators shared Master Wu's sentiments. Filled with horror and confusion, they could hardly comprehend how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Master Wu, your lack of skill has led to this calamity. Accept your defeat. Where is my Yangling grass? Jun Wushuang fixed her gaze firmly on Master Wu, demanding the wager. With the Yangling grass, he could concoct the Sanyang spirit pill to detoxify his father. Thus, the Yangling grass was something he was determined to obtain. Jun Wushuang's voice snapped Master Wu from his stupor. He stared blankly at her, still unable to accept the reality of his failure. How did you know? Master Wu glared intently at Jun Wushuang, desperate to uncover the truth. But he did not believe his diagnosis and methods were flawed. Yet the outcome had resulted in a death. He was unwilling to accept this result and sought answers from Jun Wushuang. I guessed, Jun Wushuang replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. I could see this moment. Master Wu's expression shifted rapidly between shades of green and white. He scrutinized Jun Wushuang for a long time before making a resolute decision. I can give you the Yangling grass, but I want to wager once more that if you can heal him, not only will I give you the Yangling grass, but I shall also take you as my apprentice. However, if you fail, you shall pay with your life. Master Wu was loath to concede defeat so easily. 3 mere Yangling grass plants were insignificant. Yet if news of today's event spread, his reputation would plummet. Moreover, given that this woman and the elderly man were evidently of high status, if he were to be held accountable for the old man's death, he would surely find himself in dire straits. Thus, he sought to make Jun Wushuang the scapegoat. You are not worthy to be my master. Jun Wushuang scoffed disdainfully, looking down on Master Wu. What? Not worthy? The crowd, previously stunned, now erupted in outrage upon hearing Jun Wushuang's words. Jun Wushuang, who do you think you are to stand against Master Wu? Indeed, you merely stumbled upon a dying rat and dare to act superior before Master Wu. You foolish wretch, do you truly consider yourself someone of importance? You are nothing but a waste of the Jun family. The crowd jeered mercilessly. Although Master Wu had faltered this time, his status and prowess were undeniable, garnering him countless admirers, ignoring the cacophony of insults. Jun Wushuang fixed his gaze on Master Wu with a cold smile that if I cure him, you shall acknowledge me as your master. Will you agree? To others, Master Wu was a third-grade alchemist and the head of the Wanbao Pavilion branch, a man of esteemed status and high standing. Yet to Jun Wushuang, he was unworthy even to be his shoelace holder. For Master Wu to become his servant would be an act of grace. Impudent, outrageous, arrogant, as Jun Wushuang's words echoed. The crowd's expressions altered dramatically, and they rebuked him vehemently. Master Wu's face darkened. Jun Wushuang's proposition was deeply humiliating. Yet he needed someone to take the blame, or he would find himself in considerable trouble. With this in mind, Master Wu gritted his teeth. Very well, I accept your challenge. If you can heal him, I shall acknowledge you as my master. But if you fail, do not blame me for being ruthless. Master Wu resolved that should Jun Wushuang fail, he would cast him as the scapegoat. The wager was once again established. Jun Wushuang strode forth, hands clasped behind his back, approaching the elderly man. Watch closely. Learn well. Jun Wushuang's arrogance ignited the crowd's fury, but they held their tongues, choosing to wait until after Jun Wushuang's inevitable failure to unleash their wrath. After all, Master Wu had already faltered. They found it inconceivable that Jun Wushuang could succeed. Furthermore, the elderly man was now devoid of life, already departed. Could Jun Wushuang truly bring him back from the brink? If you can say my grandfather, I shall grant you anything you desire. The woman, having overheard the wager between Jun Wushuang and Master Wu, felt a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. And no matter what, her grandfather could not perish. Otherwise, the entire Deqian dynasty would undergo a cataclysm. Your grandfather's poison is beyond even divine intervention, but I am not the same. Jun Wushuang's eyes sparkled with absolute confidence. This poison was insurmountable for Master Wu, yet for him, it posed no challenge. Even with the elderly man teetering on the edge of death, he was certain he could revive him. Jun Wushuang approached the old man, whose body was shrouded in darkness, the potent venom emanating a foul stench akin to that of a decaying corpse. Yet Jun Wushuang remained unfazed. He extended his right hand, placing it upon the old man's body, swallowing the heavens. As Jun Wushuang activated the swallowing the heavens technique, a unique force of absorption erupted. devouring the malevolent toxins within the old man's body. This technique could consume all things in heaven and earth in an instant. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the blackened spots receded, and the elderly man not only regained his former self, but was also rejuvenated. Vitality surging anew, a formidable aura radiated from the old man, imposing a weighty pressure that caused the onlookers' hearts to sink. It is done. Jun Wushuang withdrew his hand and stood tall. Where am I? The elderly man's complexion gradually regained color, and as he opened his eyes amidst the crowd's astonishment, he slowly regained awareness. Grandfather, I thought I would never see you again. The woman rushed forward, overwhelmed with joy and tears at the sight of her grandfather awakening. Witnessing this scene, the crowd stood in shock. Could it be that he had truly healed him? How was this possible? On the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, Master Wu meticulously examined the elderly man's condition. Jun Wushuang and the woman stood nearby, patiently awaiting the outcome. He is truly well. Master Wu's eyes widened in disbelief at the transformation. The poison within the old man had not only dissipated, but his vitality was also robust, as if the previous lethal affliction had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. This was utterly remarkable. Master Wu had spent a lifetime refining pills and encountering various ailments. Yet he had never witnessed such effortless healing as Jun Wushuang had accomplished. His heart brimmed with astonishment and suspicion. How had he achieved this? Grandfather, how do you feel now? After completing the examination, the woman asked with palpable anxiety, Lanner, I am perfectly fine. The elderly man, having regained his senses and now aware of the circumstances, smiled reassuringly. He then rose and respectfully bowed to Jun Wushuang. I am Jiang Hongru, and I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, which I shall never forget. Jiang Hongru, the surname Jiang. In the entire Deqian dynasty, only members of the royal family bore the surname Jiang. Could this elderly man be of royal descent? Before Jun Wushuang could finish pondering, Master Wu beside him shuddered violently and collapsed to the ground. Subordinate Wu Shanhe pays his respects to the prince. Master Wu prostrated himself, trembling uncontrollably, his heart gripped by an overwhelming fear. Jun Wushuang was unaware of who Jiang Hongru was, yet as a member of Wanbao Pavilion, he was acutely aware of his significance. Jiang Hongru, titled the Prince of Jinnan, was the most powerful prince in the Great Qian dynasty, without exception. Not only was he the current emperor's uncle, but he was also the Grand Master of Wanbao Pavilion, governing the economic lifeblood of the entire dynasty. Master Wu never anticipated that such a formidable figure would arrive in the remote Jiangning city. The thought of nearly causing Jiang Hongru's death in his previous medical treatment filled him with dread. This was a grave crime punishable by extermination of one's entire clan. However, Jiang Hongru paid no heed to Master Wu. Instead, his piercing gaze was fixed upon Jun Wushuang. In his eyes, 100 Master Wus could not compare to even a single finger of Jun Wushuang. Such trivial matters were hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, all he desired was to earn a few spirit stones. Jun Wushuang recognized Jiang Hongru's princely identity, but remained unfazed as the reincarnation of the devouring heaven demon emperor. He considered not just a mere prince, but the entire Great Qian dynasty as insignificant as dust. Sir, here are 2 million spirit stones. 1 million is promised by Lanner, and the other 1 million is a token of my humble appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept it. Jiang Hongru did not adopt the airs of a prince, but rather lowered himself, taking out a storage ring and respectfully presenting it. I shall only take 1 million. The remainder I shall not accept. Jun Wushuang shook his head, accepting only 1 million spirit stones from the storage ring and returning the rest. Greed can lead one to lose themselves. Jun Wushuang had no intention of succumbing to the temptation of a mere 1 million spirit stones, which would cloud his judgment. Master Wu stood there, astonished. He never expected Jun Wushuang to resist the allure of 1 million spirit stones. Meanwhile, Jiang Hongru's admiration for him deepened. Sir's integrity is commendable. I have been reckless. Jiang Hongru stowed away the storage ring, but retrieved a purple gold token. This is the order of the Prince of Jinnan. To see the order is to see the prince. Your abilities are extraordinary, and you are destined for greatness. Jiangning City is too small. The imperial capital is far more suited for you. With this token, you may gain admission to the Royal Martial Academy, that I hope you will grant me the opportunity to express my gratitude." Master Wu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The Order of Jun Nan. This was a treasure coveted by many. Though it was not a weapon, it symbolized power to see the order was to see the Prince of Jun Nan. Not only would one gain entry to the Royal Martial Academy, but access to the palace would also be unobstructed. Master Wu could hardly believe Jiang Hongru would bestow such a precious gift. "Very well, I accept it." The mention of the Royal Martial Academy compelled Jun Wushuang to accept the Order of Jun Nan, for Ji Qingshan was there. Once he eradicated the Ji family, he would head to the Royal Martial Academy to seek vengeance against Ji Qingshan. The thought of Ji Qingshan's venomous smile stirred an uncontrollable killing intent within him. "Master Wu, do not forget the Yangling grass you promised me." Jun Wushuang turned to Master Wu. His purpose in visiting Wanbao Pavilion was to acquire the Yangling grass. Yet the safety of his father took precedence over Jiang Hongru's esteemed status. Master Wu, not daring to be negligent, quickly produced 3 Yangling grasses and respectfully handed them to Jun Wushuang. "Wu Shanhe, since you lost the bet, from today onward, you shall be Sir's servant." Jiang Hongru's gaze was fixed on Master Wu, his voice authoritative, causing Master Wu's heart to tremble. Yes, Master Wu had initially contemplated reneging, but with Jiang Hongru's words, he would not dare to defy. Otherwise, with a mere word, Jiang Hongru could cast him into the depths of despair, having accepted the Order of Jun Nan and obtained the Yangling grass. Jun Wushuang prepared to take his leave. Unable to retain him, Jiang Hongru personally escorted Jun Wushuang out. "Jun, sir, should you visit the imperial capital in the future, you must seek me out, that I wish to repay your life-saving grace." Jun Wushuang nodded, with no hint of reluctance, turning to depart. Had it been anyone else, upon learning of Jiang Hongru's identity, they would have sought every means to ingratiate themselves. Yet Jun Wushuang remained indifferent, for his father was far more important than Jiang Hongru. With the Yangling grass secured, Jun Wushuang was eager to return and refine medicine to counteract the poison. "Grandfather, have you perhaps gifted too extravagantly? A mere word from you would suffice to grant him entry into the Royal Martial Academy. The Order of Jun Nan not only represents royal authority, but can command all of Wanbao Pavilion. This is the first time you have given such a treasure away." Jiang Rulan could not comprehend the magnitude of the gift that Lanner. "You do not understand." Jiang Hongru's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction akin to a cunning fox having successfully plotted. Grandfather's ailment was once treated by the renowned Tianqing Danwang, yet it only addressed the symptoms and not the root cause. However, now, the dark poison within grandfather has completely dissipated. This alone is beyond the value of mere treasures. Moreover, Sir Jun has faced great adversity, yet has not succumbed to despair. Instead, he has encountered fortuitous opportunities at his young age. He is in a period of growth. Providing timely assistance now is far superior to mere embellishments later. Jiang Rulan, inexperienced in the ways of the world, remained naive. However, Jiang Hongru, seasoned by life's trials, recognized Jun Wushuang's exceptional nature. The Order of Jun Nan was an investment. Jiang Hongru firmly believed that his investment would yield even greater returns. With this in mind, Jiang Hongru turned to the prostrated Master Wu. "Wu Shanhe, from today onward, you must fully cooperate with Sir Jun. Not only must you meet his needs, but you must also ensure his safety. Should there be the slightest oversight, you may choose your own fate." Jiang Hongru's words were laden with authority, resonating with gravitas. Master Wu trembled, not daring to show any sign of defiance. "I shall obey the prince's orders." In the Jun household, Jun Jiantian had prepared the medicinal herbs, awaiting Jun Wushuang's return to refine the medicine. "Father, the Yangling grass has been acquired." And this time, there was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Jun Wushuang spoke, briefly summarizing the events that had transpired. The Prince of Jun Nan. Jun Jiantian's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it, though he was merely the head of a small family in Jiangning City. He had heard of the Prince of Jun Nan's formidable reputation, and he could not fathom that Jun Wushuang's outing would result in saving the Prince of Jun Nan and obtaining the Order of Jun Nan. "Wushuang, this is your opportunity. You must seize it." The significance of the Order of Jun Nan is immense. Keep it safe. However, do not use it lightly, lest it brings trouble upon you, Jun Jiantian advised earnestly, wishing to prevent Jun Wushuang from becoming arrogant. Father, rest assured, I will exercise caution and I will only use this order at the Royal Martial Academy. Once I have annihilated the Ji family, I shall head to the imperial capital to exact vengeance on Ji Qingqian. Jun Wushuang's gaze was resolute. Fully aware of his course of action, Ji Qingqian had not only usurped his Dragon King body, but before me stood Jun Jiantian, his skin a fiery crimson. Reminiscent of a searing hot iron, tendrils of toxic black smoke wafted from his body, polluting the air and leaving the furniture in the room blackened and decayed. After an hour had passed, Jun Jiantian completed his detoxification. He opened his eyes, their brilliance radiant, no trace of weakness remaining. Wushuang, the toxins have truly been eradicated, Jun Jiantian exclaimed, astonished, casting a disbelieving gaze upon Jun Wushuang. He had not anticipated that the elixir concocted by Jun Wushuang would yield such remarkable results. Now free from poison and restored to his peak condition, he felt his strength surge, ready to subdue any malevolent spirits that dared cross his path. Father, let it suffice that we, father and son, are aware of the detoxification. For the next few days, you must continue to feign weakness, drawing out the snake from its hole and compelling the Grand Elder to rebel, with his father unharmed. Jun Wushuang felt a weight lifted from his heart, yet he remained acutely aware of the threat posed by the Grand Elder. It was time to eliminate this pest. Rest assured, I will not allow that old wretch to perceive any flaws. When a moment arrives, I shall present him with a grand surprise. Jun Jiantian grinned, exuding confidence that in recent years, due to Jun Wushuang's unilateral decision to marry into the Ji family, his prestige had plummeted. Allowing the Grand Elder to seize the opportunity and rally support, dare to lead a coup against him was audacious, nearly succeeding. Such a detestable figure could not be tolerated. Now that the poison had been resolved, Jun Jiantian was determined to seize this opportunity to eradicate the Grand Elder and reclaim control over the Jun family. The Grand Elder was merely a jester, hardly worth concern. However, was Jun Wushuang truly prepared for his life and death confrontation with Jun Yinming? Jun Jiantian wore a worried expression. Although Jun Wushuang could still cultivate, the Dragon King body had been rendered useless, leaving him with only the strength of the 3rd level of body forging. Meanwhile, Jun Yinming was at the 9th level of body forging and possessed the Flame Python spirit body. The disparity in strength was undeniable. If he could not even defeat Jun Yinming, how could he seek vengeance against Ji Qingqian in the imperial capital? Father, have no fear. I shall personally slay Jun Yinming, Jun Wushuang declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. With his father detoxified, Jun Wushuang now intended to concoct the Jade Dew Spirit Pill for himself. This elixir could heal the wounds inflicted upon his king body, restoring his physical form. Once he cultivated using the heavenly devouring demon technique, he would undoubtedly progress at an astonishing rate. Jun Yinming, your demise is but 10 days away. A chilling light flickered in Jun Wushuang's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. In the Grand Elder's residence, Jun Yinming was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the myriad forms realm. Suddenly, the door to his chamber swung open, and the Grand Elder entered. Jun Yinming opened his eyes and quickly rose to greet him. Yinming, grandfather has brought you a good fortune. The Grand Elder produced a brocade box, placing on the table before opening it. Inside lay a jade-like pill bottle. Upon uncapping the bottle, a rich fragrance wafted out, invigorating and clarifying the mind. The verdant pill, no larger than a longan, was poured out from the bottle. Its smoothness and luster were reminiscent of nature's unparalleled treasures. The spirit-breaking pill, Jun Yinming exclaimed, overwhelmed by the revelation. The spirit-breaking pill was an exceptionally rare and valuable elixir, worth 300,000 spirit stones. Its sole purpose was to assist body-forging realm warriors in opening their dantian and breaking through to the myriad forms realm. This was given by the head of the Ji family. You have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body forging, just a step away from the myriad forms realm. With this spirit-breaking pill, you will surely be able to open your dantian and advance. The Grand Elder smiled as he handed the pill to Jun Yinming. The head of the Ji family's intentions were clear. He wanted Jun Yinming to eliminate Jun Wushuang in their life-and-death duel, ensuring he became utterly powerless. The Grand Elder had long been colluding with Ji Yuntian, and this time he was further scheming against Jun Wushuang and his father. How generous of the Ji family head. Jun Yinming grasped the spirit-breaking pill, his breath quickening that we are clearing up his loose ends. How could he not be generous? Moreover, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. He provides us with a spirit-breaking pill, and we eliminate Jun Wushuang and Jun Zhantian, a win-win cooperation. The Grand Elder was a cunning old fox, orchestrating everything for his own benefit. With a spirit-breaking pill, he would surely break through to the myriad forms realm within days. At that time, in the life-and-death duel, he would ruthlessly slay Jun Wushuang, making him aware of the consequences of crossing them. Jun Yinming gritted his teeth, harboring intense hatred for Jun Wushuang. Once you have slain Jun Wushuang, Jun Zhantian will undoubtedly be consumed by rage, the poison resurfacing that moment. I shall strike and eliminate him. The Grand Elder wore a smug smile, filled with self-satisfaction. From now on, you shall be the heir, and I shall be the family head. The Jun family will be entirely within our grasp. In the secret chamber of the Jun family, Jun Wushuang was consuming the jade, dew spirit pill. Though merely a mid-grade spirit pill, it possessed the ability to nourish the body and regulate the flow of qi and blood. The heavenly devouring demon technique coursed through him. The pill was swiftly absorbed and refined with remarkable efficiency. Jun Wushuang exhaled a breath of turbid air. Feeling revitalized, he had finally recovered. At this moment, his skin radiated with a crystalline sheen, and his qi and blood surged, leaving no trace of previous weakness. The wounds inflicted upon his king body had completely healed under the nourishment of the jade dew spirit pill. However, the Dragon King body had been irreversibly lost. Reflecting on this, Jun Wushuang felt a pang of anguish in his heart. In the past, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Ji Qingshun, obeying her every command. Little did he know that the outcome would be brutal and merciless. The heart laid bare had been fed to the dogs. Ji Qingshun, await my arrival in the imperial capital, that I will personally kill you and reclaim all that is rightfully mine. A fierce glint flashed in Jun Wushuang's eyes, his murderous intent unwavering. He would never forgive Ji Qingshun. As long as she lives, I shall not rest. However, the immediate priority was to eliminate the threats posed by Jun Yinming and the Grand Elder. Expel external threats. One must first secure internal stability. Only by addressing the Grand Elder and Jun Yinming could he then confront the Ji family. The venomous death energy of the Southern Town King was exceedingly formidable, yet for Jun Wushuang, it presented an opportunity. Sitting cross-legged, he continued his cultivation. Within him resided a mass of pitch-black, highly toxic death energy, which he had devoured from Jiang Hongru. Not only was Jiang Hongru the Southern Town King, but he was also a powerful figure at the Heavenly King realm. Few could rival him throughout the vast Dacian dynasty. The death energy that could inflict such agony upon him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Though Jun Wushuang had absorbed it into his body using the heavenly devouring demon technique, refining it would not be an easy task. This cluster of death energy was composed of countless strands. Even a single strand could poison an entire city, turning it into a desolate wasteland. The terror of this death energy was evident. Perhaps only those at the martial emperor realm could withstand its corrosive effects. Yet with the heavenly devouring demon technique, capable of consuming all things, whether spiritual energy or toxic gas, this death energy was merely an opportunity for Jun Wushuang. With a swift motion, he fully activated the heavenly devouring demon technique, drawing out a strand of death energy and commencing its refinement. Although the death energy was highly toxic, it also contained immense power. This single strand was equivalent to 100,000 spirit stones. The heavenly devouring demon technique was unparalleled. Despite the potency of the death energy, it was bound to be refined obediently before the technique point one day later. Jun Wushuang successfully refined the first strand of death energy. Boom! A torrent of demonic energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, erupting from Jun Wushuang's body, shaking the very fabric of the void. Jun Wushuang had broken through, reaching the 4th level of body forging. Of course, the energy from a single strand of death energy, if cultivated by an ordinary warrior, could potentially yield a breakthrough of 2 or 3 levels. However, the cultivation of Jun Wushuang requires resources 100 times that of an ordinary warrior. Thus, he can only break through to the 1st level. Yet, Jun Wushuang's spiritual veins are not only 10 times thicker than those of an ordinary warrior, but the demonic energy within them far surpasses that of regular spiritual energy. Previously, Jun Wushuang, at the 3rd level of the body forging realm, could contend with Jun Yinming, who was at the 9th level of the same realm. Now, as he seeks to break through once more, his strength has only increased. Continue. Jun Wushuang did not cease his training, but instead continued to draw upon the sinister death energy for refinement. That moment, while Jun Wushuang was in seclusion, countless strands of spiritual energy suddenly converged above the Jun family, forming a colossal funnel-shaped mass. From a distance, it resembled a great whale drawing in water, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The entire Jiangning city trembled in response. At that moment, all eyes in Jiangning city were fixed upon the skies above the Jun family. Only an unparalleled prodigy could summon such a celestial anomaly. The Jun family was surely about to give birth to a dragon. As the anomaly emerged, the crowd was shaken. What could it mean? Wasn't Jun Wushuang's Dragon King body rendered useless? How could such a heavenly phenomenon arise? Ji Yintian raised his head to gaze upward, his brow furrowed in concern. Could it be Jun Yinming? Though he was not as formidable as Jun Wushuang, he possessed the fire python's spiritual body, and I did send him a spirit-breaking pill. Could this celestial anomaly be a result of his breakthrough into the myriad phenomenon realm? Ji Yuntian pondered in speculation. Aside from Jun Yinming, he truly could not conceive of anyone else within the Jun family capable of invoking such an extraordinary event. This moment, both the Yi family and the City Lord's mansion were closely monitoring the celestial anomaly, speculating on the individual responsible for it. It was unexpected that, despite Jun Wushuang's fall from grace, the Jun family had produced another Jun Yinming. The head of the Yi family and the City Lord were also conjecturing about Jun Yinming. Only Wu Shanhe from the Wanbao Pavilion gazed on with glimmering eyes. The prince was indeed correct. The master was certainly no ordinary being. Jiang Hongru had urgent matters to attend to and had already left Jiangning City with Jiang Rulan. Yet Wu Shanhe dared not forget the prince's command, viewing Jun Wushuang as his master. Within the Jun family, the Grand Elder, accompanied by his trusted aides, entered the courtyard and slowly knelt, bowing respectfully to the heavens. Gratitude to the heavens for favoring Jun Yinming. The Grand Elder believed that this celestial phenomenon was indeed summoned by Jun Yinming. After all, no one else in the Jun family held such a qualification. Moreover, Jun Yinming had consumed a spirit-breaking pill and was currently striving for a breakthrough into the myriad phenomenon realm. Everything aligned perfectly. The celestial anomaly persisted for an entire day and night. When it finally dissipated, Jun Yinming emerged from his closed-door training. "Grandfather, I have successfully broken through." Jun Yinming's eyes sparkled with joy, overwhelmed with excitement. This moment, he was no longer a mere practitioner of the body-forging realm, but a formidable expert of the myriad phenomenon realm. "Yinming, I take great pride in you." The Grand Elder embraced Jun Yinming with fervor, simultaneously sharing the auspicious news of the celestial phenomenon. Celestial phenomenon. Jun Yinming felt puzzled. He had not sensed the existence of such an event. However, considering the timing of his cultivation and the anomaly's disappearance, it resonated perfectly with his experience, leading him to believe it to be true. If it were not for me, who else in the Jun family could summon such a celestial phenomenon? That waste of Jun Wushuang. It seems I am destined to be the favored child of heaven. Perhaps I might even ascend the ranks of the prodigious, gaining fame throughout the eastern domain. Jun Yinming grinned broadly, brimming with inexplicable confidence. "Yinming, you are the pride of our Jun family. Only you are worthy of the title of heir. Therefore, I have resolved to invite all corners of the world to witness this life and death duel, establishing you as Jiangning City's foremost genius." The Grand Elder spoke with unwavering conviction, harboring grander ambitions. Previously, the title of Jiangning City's top genius belonged to Jun Wushuang. But now, it was destined to fall upon Jun Yinming. With this title, Jun Yinming would gain the eligibility to enter the Royal Martial Academy, paving the way for greater advancement. The Jun family had truly birthed a dragon. Have you heard? Jun Yinming and Jun Wushuang are to engage in a life-and-death duel for the position of heir. What? Wasn't Jun Wushuang rendered useless? Isn't he courting death by challenging Jun Yinming? Indeed, although Jun Wushuang was once Jiangning City's top genius, he has become a mere shell of his former self after his Dragon King body was destroyed. Meanwhile, Jun Yinming has summoned a celestial phenomenon, marking him as the true dragon of the Jun family. This life-and-death duel holds no suspense. Under the Grand Elder's deliberate propagation, the impending duel between Jun Wushuang and Jun Yinming stirred the entire city into a frenzy. Jun Wushuang, once the prodigy of the heavens, had now become a mere waste. Meanwhile, Jun Yinming, though previously overshadowed by Jun Wushuang, was now set to soar to great heights, having summoned a celestial anomaly. The two were like the sun and the moon. While Jun Wushuang had previously embarrassed Master Wu at the Wanbao Pavilion, the crowd merely believed it to be a stroke of luck, failing to regard him as particularly formidable. After all, in everyone's eyes, Jun Wushuang, with his ruined Dragon King body, was a quintessential failure. Today marked the day of a life-and-death duel between Jun Wushuang and Jun Yinming. The Grand Elder had not only invited Yi Tianda, the head of the Yi family, Su Huantu, the city lord and Master Wu, but also Ji Yuntian, the head of the Ji family. The Grand Elder's intentions were clear to anyone with discernment. He sought to capitalize on the momentum of the celestial phenomenon to elevate Jun Yinming's prestige to its zenith, firmly establishing him as Jiangning City's foremost genius. The life-and-death duel was to take place in the Jun family's martial arts arena. Yet, outside the Jun family estate, throngs of people gathered, creating a lively scene. The head of the Yi family has arrived. A portly man, akin to a smiling tiger, made his entrance, causing the crowd to part in reverence. While Yi Tianda, one of the three prominent heads of Jiangning City, stood alongside Jun Zhantian and Ji Yuntian. The head of the Yi family has arrived early. A voice of authority resonated, a robust figure strode forth, exuding an air of iron-blooded ferocity. Su Huantu, the city lord of Jiangning, was also the strongest figure in the city. The city lord must also be here for Jun Yinming, Yi Tianda remarked with a beaming smile. Indeed, such celestial phenomena are rare occurrences. Even the previous Jun Wushuang never summoned one. I must witness for myself just how remarkable this Jun Yinming truly is. Su Huantu, as the city lord, bore the duty and obligation to discover and recommend talents. The Royal Martial Academy seldom held public admissions. They relied on recommendations from various regions, followed by a unified assessment. The previous Jun Wushuang had been Jiangning City's top genius and was thus recommended to the Royal Martial Academy by Su Huantu. Unfortunately, that opportunity was ultimately seized by Ji Qingxin. Now that Jun Yinming had summoned a celestial phenomenon, Su Huantu naturally intended to personally evaluate him, that if he was indeed a genius, recommending him would be a significant achievement. Let us await the outcome. Yi Tianda continued to smile broadly. However, the three prominent families were in fierce competition. The emergence of Jun Wushuang had already caused Yi Tianda considerable distress, after finally seeing Jun Wushuang's downfall. Another Jun Yinming had emerged. This was undoubtedly bad news for the struggling Yi family. Soon, Master Wu and Ji Yuntian also arrived, gathering the powerful and influential, their mere presence capable of shaking Jiangning City. In the residence of the Grand Elder, several of his trusted aides were present, including Jun Yinming. Today, Jun Yinming donned a set of crimson gold spiritual armor, and combined with his valiant visage, he resembled a youthful warrior, invincible in his stride. The crimson gold spiritual armor was a superior spiritual artifact, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Jun Yinming had already attained the first level of the myriad phenomenon realm, and this armor was akin to a tiger gaining wings. Gazing upon the extraordinary Jun Yinming, the Grand Elder's face radiated pride. Having lost his son in his twilight years, Jun Yinming was his sole remaining hope. Fortunately, fate had not been unkind to him. After today, Jun Yinming was destined to soar to great heights. Yinming, even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full strength. In today's battle, failure is not an option as long as you eliminate Jun Wushuang. The rest will be left to grandfather The Grand Elder had meticulously planned everything. Today was the perfect opportunity for the unveiling of his schemes. Rest assured, Grandfather, I will ruthlessly slay Jun Wushuang, making him pay in blood. Jun Yinming grinned, his teeth gleaming white like those of a ferocious wolf, instilling a sense of dread. After today, the fate of the Jun family was bound to change. The Grand Elder chuckled with great satisfaction. Then, accompanied by Jun Yinming, made his way towards the martial arts arena. In the family's secondary courtyard, Jun Zhantian and Lin Mingyao were present. Master, that Jun Yinming is exceedingly powerful. The young master is surely no match for him. Please urge the young master to withdraw and avoid the storm for now. Lin Mingyao pleaded with tearful eyes, her voice trembling with concern. In recent days, she had heard numerous rumors regarding Jun Yinming, including that he had broken through to the realm of myriad forms and that the celestial phenomena were summoned by him. It was said that Jun Yinming had proclaimed his intent to ruthlessly slay Jun Wushuang in a duel to the death. Each piece of news filled Lin Mingyao with dread. She could not bear the thought of the young master being harmed, nor could she endure the sight of him being publicly defeated. Yet, feeling powerless, she could only implore the head of the family in this moment. Wushuang has his own thoughts. Trust him. Jun Zhantian, feeling the weight of the celestial phenomena, ultimately chose to believe in his son. With a creak, the door to the secret chamber swung open that a figure clad in black emerged, the sunlight failing to illuminate him, as if he were a black hole capable of swallowing all light. Young master, Lin Mingyao exclaimed, rushing forward. Dressed in flowing black garments, his hair billowing, Jun Wushuang, though slender, radiated an undeniable strength. Previously, he had been weakened due to the destruction of his Dragon King physique, his face pale. But now he resembled tempered steel, resilient and unyielding. The aura emanating from him was enough to astonish Jun Zhantian, akin to a sheathed sword poised to unleash devastation upon being drawn. 7th level of the body forging realm. Wushuang, your strength has indeed returned significantly. Jun Zhantian's eyes sparkled with delight upon sensing Jun Wushuang's level of cultivation. During his recent seclusion, Jun Wushuang had advanced 4 realms, rising from the 3rd to the 7th level of the body forging realm. However, the toxic energy still lingered within him, preventing a more substantial breakthrough. Yet, the 7th level was formidable enough. You must know, young master, that Jun Yinming has reached the realm of myriad forms and has summoned celestial phenomena. Lin Mingyao swiftly articulated her concerns for Jun Wushuang's safety. Realm of myriad forms? Celestial phenomena? Jun Wushuang squinted slightly, but showed no sign of worry. He is but a dead dog, of no consequence. He affectionately patted Lin Mingyao's head, his expression brimming with confidence. Let us go. I shall personally send him to hell. As Jun Yinming entered the martial arts arena, all eyes converged upon him. Jun Yinming, the most talked-about prodigy in Jiangning City, had stirred the entire city with his presence, and everyone believed he was the true dragon of the Jun family. Greetings, young master. The members of the Jun family, having been swayed by the Grand Elder, bowed in unison, referring to Jun Yinming as the young master. It was a clear indication that they believed he would triumph in this battle. The realm of myriad forms. This marked the 3rd prodigy of such caliber in Jiangning City. Lord Su Huanyu's piercing gaze fixated on Jun Yinming, quickly discerning his cultivation level. The first prodigy of the realm of myriad forms was, of course, Jun Wushuang, while the second was Ji Qingqian, who had seized the Dragon King physique. However, with Jun Wushuang incapacitated and Ji Qingqian at the Royal Martial Academy, Jun Yinming had become the strongest of the younger generation in Jiangning City. Coupled with the celestial phenomena he had summoned, his accomplishments surpassed those of the former Jun Wushuang. Trouble is brewing for our master. Master Wu narrowed his eyes, anxiety creeping into his heart. Just 10 days prior, Jun Wushuang had been at the 3rd level of the body forging realm. One could only wonder how much he could have improved in such a short span. The distinction between the body forging realm and the realm of myriad forms was vast. Even if Jun Yinming was not the one to invoke the celestial phenomena, his prowess at the realm of myriad forms was undeniable. Regardless of the circumstances, I must protect our master. Master Wu was resolute. He could not disobey the orders of the king of Southern Town, If Jun Wushuang were to be slain before his very eyes, he was certain that the king would make him wish for death. Thus, Master Wu resolved to break the rules if necessary to rescue Jun Wushuang. The Jun family must be eradicated. Yi Tianda's smile remained intact, yet his murderous intent burned fiercely within. With Jun Yinming and the Jun family, their future was bound to be bright, while the Yi family, lacking capable successors, would inevitably be suppressed. With this in mind, Yi Tianda cast a subtle glance at Ji Yintian. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. At this moment, Jun Yinming surveyed the frenzied crowd, a smirk playing on his lips. The first level of the realm of myriad forms, the fiery python spirit body, coupled with the celestial phenomena. This was enough to instill pride within him. After today, he would surely soar to great heights, earning a place on the coveted young prodigy list of the eastern region. With this thought, Jun Yinming's smile broadened. Jun Wushuang, you shall serve as my stepping stone. I shall tread upon your head to ascend to greatness. With hands clasped behind his back, Jun Yinming strode into the martial arts arena, his handsome visage clad in resplendent crimson gold armor, the sunlight casting a divine glow upon him. Evoking awe among the spectators, they beheld Jun Yinming in the arena. Their eyes sparkled with fervor. Such a prodigy was indeed the ideal candidate for the title of young master. Finally, Jun Wushuang arrived, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the gazes directed at him filled with disdain and contempt. Jun Yinming was the pride of the Jun family, while Jun Wushuang was its disgrace. In comparison, the crowd naturally sided with Jun Yinming. Ignoring the disdainful glances, Jun Wushuang calmly approached the arena, his demeanor serene and unyielding. Jun Zhantian, accompanied by Lin Mingyao, made his way to the family's designated area. Cough, cough. Jun Zhantian's complexion darkened as he bent over, coughing violently. With Lin Mingyao's assistance, he barely managed to sit in his designated spot. The head of the Jun family is unwell. He should rest more? Ji Yintian offered, feigning concern, though his gaze remained cold. The time was drawing near for the poisonous effect of the heart-eating serpent-scorpion pill to manifest. Once Jun Wushuang was slain, Jun Zhantian would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil, leading to the perfect opportunity for the poison to take his life, an impeccable plan. The Jun family was merely a piece of meat ripe for the taking. Thank you for your concern, Master Ji. I can still endure a while longer, Jun Zhantian feebly replied, yet it was evident to all that his condition was dire. Yi Tianda understood the underlying implications and refrained from further comment. Su Huanyu furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. Only Master Wu wore a look of skepticism. As a formidable figure in the divine sea realm, with extraordinary spiritual sensitivity, he could sense Jun Zhantian's true health status. Yet, he feigned ignorance, knowing that someone was destined for misfortune. However, since Jun Zhantian was Jun Wushuang's father, Master Wu chose not to speak out of turn. Jun Zhantian, this time next year, shall be your day of reckoning. The Grand Elder had been observing closely, and, upon witnessing Jun Zhantian's condition, felt a surge of murderous intent. After today, both Jun Wushuang and Jun Zhantian must perish. The positions of the head of the family and the young master must be replaced. With this thought, the Grand Elder resolved not to squander any more time. Due to Jun Zhantian's ailment, the Grand Elder would preside over the life-and-death duel today. That I extend my gratitude to all for attending, to witness the battle that shall determine the next young master of the Jun family. The contenders are Jun Yinming and Jun Wushuang, engaged in a duel to the death, with no distinction of skill, only the resolution of life and death. The victor shall become the new young master of the Jun family. This battle shall be witnessed by heaven and earth, and all shall bear witness. The Grand Elder never entertained the notion of Jun Yinming's defeat. Thus, he orchestrated an elaborate spectacle, ensuring all escape routes were sealed. Should Jun Zhantian act out of line, he would have the moral high ground. Even if he were to strike down Jun Zhantian, no one could contest his actions. That a cunning scheme indeed. Yet, all of this hinged on Jun Yinming's victory. Young master, press on. We all stand in your support. Only you, young master, possess the capability to lead us towards a new era of glory. After today, our clan shall undoubtedly welcome a bright and prosperous future. Let us vanquish Jun Wushuang, so he understands that our family will not tolerate weakness. The crowd roared in fervor. all rallying behind Jun Yinming, their shouts sharp and piercing. The encouragement from the multitude intensified the smugness in Jun Yinming's eyes as he gazed at Jun Wushuang. Feeling that the pent-up frustrations of the past decade could finally be unleashed, he leaned in close, his voice barely audible to just the two of them. Jun Wushuang, I shall ensure you meet your end with clarity. Your fateful encounter with Ji Qingshun was orchestrated by my grandfather in secret, and your clandestine meetings, as well as your marriage into the Ji family, were all manipulated by him to seize your War Dragon King physique for the Ji clan. This time, the Ji family head has sent you a broken spirit pill to ensure my breakthrough into the myriad realms, so I can send you straight to hell. Fear not, for you shall not be alone on your journey to the underworld. Your father shall join you in death. And what of Lin Mingyao? That girl is growing more enchanting by the day. Once I grow weary of her, I shall send her down to accompany you. How does that make you feel? Are you not furious? Jun Wushuang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that he would be betrayed from within by the Grand Elder. I originally only wished to kill you. Jun Wushuang's demeanor turned icy, his dark pupils glimmering with a chilling, murderous intent. But now, I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. With a mighty punch, Jun Wushuang unleashed his attack. The air erupted with a thunderous sound, a fierce energy surging forth that was as if a formidable bull demon had possessed him, shattering stars with sheer force. Boom! This punch descended with the weight of a meteor. Utterly unstoppable, before Jun Yinming could react, he was struck in the chest, sent flying backwards, his feet carving long grooves into the ground. This blow not only sent Jun Yinming's blood surging and his complexion pale, but also cracked the red-gold spirit armor he wore. The onlookers were taken aback, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. No one had anticipated that Jun Yinming would find himself at a disadvantage from the very onset. This was a stark deviation from their expectations. At that moment, Jun Wushuang surged forward, determined to seize the moment and deny Jun Yinming any respite. High-level yellow tier martial technique. Fallen bone, iron fist. Jun Yinming's expression soured. He had no time to employ other methods, and could only retaliate with a punch of his own. Having broken through to the myriad realms, he was now capable of executing high-level yellow tier martial techniques. His blood surged, and spiritual energy coalesced, forming an incredibly hard fist, as if he had donned a gauntlet. With his flame python spirit body and the first level of the myriad realms, his punch bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, capable of piercing through iron plates. Second punch. Jun Wushuang pressed forward relentlessly. Bang! The collision of their fists echoed with a sound like shattering bones. Jun Yinming was once again sent flying, blood staining his fists, and the stark whiteness of his broken bones visible. Impossible! His War Dragon King physique has been rendered useless. And he is only at the 7th level of body forging. How can he be this strong? The Grand Elder stood up abruptly, staring at Jun Wushuang in disbelief. In his mind, Jun Yinming was supposed to crush Jun Wushuang with overwhelming superiority. Yet the current situation stood in stark contrast to his expectations. How can this be? The crowd was equally astonished, unable to fathom the overwhelming strength Jun Wushuang was displaying. Third punch. Jun Wushuang moved like lightning. His iron fists once again aimed at Jun Yinming. In his previous life, Jun Wushuang had mastered 5 divine martial arts, each possessing immense power. The Bull Demon Great Force Fist, while its name may seem simple, was the lifelong ultimate skill of the Green Bull Demon Emperor, featuring 9 transformations renowned for their might. Jun Wushuang had witnessed the Green Bull Demon Emperor explode a world with a single punch, annihilating countless lives, a terrifying display of strength. Though Jun Wushuang's War Dragon King physique had been crippled, under the nurturing of the Jade Spirit Pill, his injuries had healed. Moreover, the spirit vein he had opened was tenfold that of an ordinary martial artist, and the condensed demonic energy was 100 times that of ordinary spiritual energy. Although he was merely at the 7th level of body forging, his spiritual energy rivaled that of 2nd or 3rd level myriad realm experts. Even with Jun Yinming's flame python spirit body, he could not hope to match Jun Wushuang. Boom! Jun Wushuang's onslaught was like a tempest, providing Jun Yinming no chance to breathe. Each punch of the Bull Demon Great Force Fist packed a terrifying force of 14,000 pounds, sufficient to shatter mountains and crush iron. Crack, The red gold spirit armor on Jun Yinming could no longer withstand the pressure, becoming riddled with cracks before ultimately shattering. Puff! Jun Yinming coughed up blood, gravely injured. How can this be? The crowd gasped, their faces filled with shock. How could Jun Yinming, at the first level of the myriad realms, possibly be bested by Jun Wushuang, who was only at the 7th level of body forging? This was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, Jun Yinming's complexion was ashen, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, his breath unstable, and a shattered red gold spirit armor lay in ruins around him. In stark contrast, Jun Wushuang, clad in black, bore no injuries whatsoever. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Jun Wushuang, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? Jun Yinming wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his gaze on Jun Wushuang. He could not accept the reality of his defeat, nor did he wish to be humiliated before the crowd. A sneak attack was the best justification he could muster. How vile, to resort to such underhanded tactics. No wonder the young master faltered, for he is nothing more than a contemptible coward. Spit, such a wretched individual deserves to be crushed by the young master. The mere thought that he shares the surname Jun fills me with shame. Jun Yinming's explanation found favor among the crowd, who began to deride Jun Wushuang one by one. You all, Lin Ming Yao, upon hearing their words, was nearly brought to tears with rage. Yet Jun Wushuang chose to ignore them entirely. A swarm of flies, buzzing incessantly. With a swift motion, Jun Wushuang charged once more towards Jun Yinming. Jun Wushuang, this time I shall not afford you the chance for a sneak attack. Jun Yinming shouted, a fiery red aura bursting forth from within him. The externalized spiritual energy was a mark of the myriad realms, an absolute advantage over those in the body forging realm. Mystical low-level martial technique. Fire serpent incineration. Jun Yinming unleashed his full strength, the externalized spiritual energy coalescing into a 3-meter-long fire serpent. The fire serpent was lifelike, menacing, and radiated intense heat, as if it could consume all in its path. The young master is formidable indeed, capable of executing a mystical martial technique. The fire serpent was terrifying, resembling a living creature, and the crowd felt as if they were suffocating in its presence. Once the mystical martial technique was unleashed, it seemed certain that Jun Wushuang would meet his demise. The outcome of this battle appeared utterly inevitable. As the fire serpent surged forth, the onlookers erupted in excitement. The Grand Elder's smile returned, brimming with confidence. Whoosh! The fire serpent tore through the air, distorting the atmosphere with its scorching heat, swiftly approaching Jun Wushuang. Yet, rather than retreating, Jun Wushuang advanced, boldly the fire serpent. Witnessing this, the crowd believed Jun Wushuang had lost his sanity. Heaven-swallowing demonic technique. Jun Wushuang opened his mouth and, astonishingly, swallowed the 3-meter-long fire serpent whole. The heaven-swallowing demonic technique could devour all things in the universe. Although this fire serpent was powerful, Jun Wushuang had refined even the most toxic of energies, let alone this mere spiritual energy. In a single cycle of energy flow, the spiritual fire serpent was completely refined, replenishing the demonic energy Jun Wushuang had just expended. The sight of him swallowing the fire serpent left the entire assembly in shock. Unfazed, Jun Wushuang continued his relentless charge towards Jun Yinming. Bolt Demon Stomp. An invisible demonic aura surged from within Jun Wushuang, causing Jun Yinming to involuntarily shudder. I could see that moment. Jun Wushuang resembled an ancient bull demon of colossal stature, rampaging forth to crush mountains and rivers. Jun Yinming felt as diminutive as an ant, utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of this ancient bull demon, certain he would be trampled to death without a hint of doubt. Boom! Jun Wushuang unleashed a powerful punch, causing the air to explode, the terrifying force of his strike rendering all present pale with fear. Yet in the eyes of Jun Yinming, it felt as though this ancient bull demon was raising its colossal hooves, akin to pillars supporting the heavens, ready to trample the mountains and rivers, shattering the earth beneath. The overwhelming aura of demonic power and strength instilled in him a profound sense of helplessness. Boom! A deafening sound echoed, reverberating through the air. Jun Yinming lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Jun Wushuang stood triumphantly, one foot planted upon his face, looking down with disdain. Trash. Had Jun Yinming truly been defeated? Witnessing the sight of Jun Yinming trampled underfoot by Jun Wushuang, the crowd was struck as if by lightning, unable to fathom the reality before them. Who was Jun Yinming? He was the true dragon of the Jun family, possessing the fiery python spirit body and having ascended to the realm of myriad forms, drawing forth manifestations from heaven and earth. Such an individual was destined for unrivaled glory and brilliance in the future. Prior to this battle, everyone believed he could easily crush Jun Wushuang, this insignificant bug. Yet now, the outcome was utterly contrary to their expectations. The IT was simply inconceivable, impossible. Yinming was a child of destiny. How could he possibly be defeated? The one most unwilling to accept this turn of events was the Grand Elder. He had high hopes for Jun Yinming and had invested great effort in building up his reputation. If Jun Yinming were to lose, would that not be a slap in his own face? He had even managed to recover. Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous event? Ji Yuntian's expression darkened, as if shadows were dripping from his countenance. After years of scheming, he had finally acquired Jun Wushuang's Dragon King body. Now, Ji Qingshun had soared to great heights, and in his eyes, Jun Wushuang was merely a small, insignificant bug, easily squashed at any moment. Yet he had never anticipated that Jun Wushuang would turn the tide and regain his strength, that a centipede with 100 legs does not die easily. This child posed a significant threat, and he must not be allowed to grow till a veil of gloom settled over Ji Yuntian's heart. He understood just how intense Jun Wushuang's hatred was if Jun Wushuang were to survive. They would never find peace. It might even affect Ji Qingshun. With this thought, a chilling intent to kill surged within Ji Yuntian. My son truly lives up to his lineage. Jun Zhantian beamed. The weight lifted from his heart. He had been worried about Jun Wushuang, but now it seemed a tiger begets no dog beside him. Lin Mingyao also sighed in relief, her delicate fists pumping with excitement. Pain, a searing agony coursed through Jun Yinming, who lay beneath Jun Wushuang's foot, his eyes blazing with fury, gritting his teeth. This was no mere slap in the face. This was a complete trampling of his pride. He had come brimming with confidence, only to find himself reduced to this humiliating fate. The gazes of those around him, once filled with fervent admiration, now bore the shock of 1,000 needles, piercing his heart, fueling his rage. Jun Wushuang, you have thoroughly enraged me. I swear, I will tear you into pieces, leaving you with nowhere to be buried. Jun Yinming's face flushed crimson, his eyes filled with madness and malice. Boom! A violent aura erupted from within him. Akin to a volcano's eruption, his innate divine ability, myriad demon spirit flame. Each unique physique awakens its own innate divine ability. This ability was distinct from martial skills. It belonged solely to the individual and possessed terrifying potential for growth. The innate divine ability of the fiery python spirit body was indeed the myriad demon spirit flame. With a hiss, a crimson flame erupted from Jun Yinming's body, the terrifying heat warping the very air around him. This myriad demon spirit flame, brimming with demonic energy and fearsome temperature, transformed into a 10-meter-long fiery python, vividly alive, opening its gaping maw to bite down on Jun Wushuang, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole and reducing him to ashes. The crowd felt the scorching waves, as if they had been burned, their entire beings engulfed in pain. The young master had finally unleashed his innate divine ability, a unique technique of special physiques. And now, surely, he would turn the tide. No matter how strong Jun Wushuang was, he was merely a flesh and blood body after the Dragon King body had been rendered useless. How could he possibly compare to the young master? Unless he possessed an innate divine ability as well, he was bound to lose this battle. With the innate divine ability at play, the crowd's confidence reignited one by one. Their expressions brightened, eagerly anticipating Jun Yinming's comeback as he burned Jun Wushuang to ashes. Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique. Jun Wushuang needed to devour a special physique to cultivate the first layer of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique, and thus he currently lacked an innate divine ability. However, the swallowing heaven demon technique was the nemesis of all special physiques. Bull Demon Trample. Jun Wushuang's demonic energy surged within him as he unleashed the first transformation of the Bull Demon Great Force Fist. He struck forth, akin to the ancient bull demon, trampling the mountains and rivers, shattering the very fabric of reality. The 10-meter-long fiery python was obliterated inch by inch under this punch. Simultaneously, the swallowing heaven demon technique activated, devouring the exploded myriad demon spirit flame into his belly, leaving Jun Yinming no chance to recover. "I told you, I will make your life worse than death." Jun Wushuang's gaze was cold as he looked down upon Jun Yinming. He then raised his right foot and brought it down. Crack! Jun Yinming's left arm was crushed beneath the weight, bones shattered and flesh mangled. "Ah, my hand." The wails erupted from Jun Yinming as his complexion turned ghostly pale. Waves of excruciating pain crashing over his nerves, causing him to howl in agony. Jun Wushuang's eyes remained indifferent, showing no mercy. Jun Yinming and the Grand Elder were traitors within the Jun family, and they had to be eradicated. Moreover, the Grand Elder had conspired with the Ji family to harm him. This blood feud was one Jun Wushuang could never forget, until this vengeance was exacted. He would not rest. Crack! Jun Wushuang's foot came down once more, shattering Jun Yinming's right arm. He continued to stomp, breaking Jun Yinming's legs as well. With all 4 limbs severed, even if Jun Yinming were to survive, he would be reduced to a paralyzed wretch for the rest of his life. "Devil! You are a devil!" Jun Yinming's expression was filled with terror, his voice hoarse and trembling. "That a devil." Jun Wushuang let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "That I am the devil, the one who commands life and death. I decide whether you live or die. That if I choose to let you live, then you shall live. If I choose for you to die, then you must die. And if I do not allow you to die, then you can only live, not better than death." With a swift motion, Jun Wushuang raised his foot once again and stomped down violently. With one blow, the dantian was shattered. Jun Yinming curled up on the ground like a shrimp, a mixture of cold sweat and blood staining the ground, a sight most gruesome. The intense pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness. With all 4 limbs severed and his dantian destroyed, this was the true essence of being worse than dead. From this moment forth, there would be no more true dragon of the Jun family. Only a crippled shell with shattered limbs and a destroyed dantian. Such a state rendered Jun Yinming even less than a waste. Ruthless, domineering, resolute. This scene shook the entire arena. "Stop!" Suddenly, a voice filled with fury rang out, and the Grand Elder rushed forth from a distance. Upon hearing this voice, the curled-up Jun Yinming instantly jolted, his voice hoarse and desperate. "Grandfather, save me!" Jun Yinming did not wish to die. He had a bright future ahead, a glorious destiny. How could he perish here? Unfortunately, Jun Wushuang had no intention of sparing him. "I will kill you. No one can save you." With that, he delivered a kick, directly shattering Jun Yinming's throat, ending his life in an instant. Had Jun Yinming truly met his demise? Although this was a life-and-death confrontation, there was little to say about Jun Wushuang slaying Jun Yinming. Yet, no one anticipated such an outcome. The previous celestial phenomena had stirred the entire city, leading everyone to believe that the Jun family had birthed a dragon, poised for a true ascendance. Jun Yinming was that dragon, upon whom countless hopes were bestowed. The spectators. This mortal duel seemed merely a prelude to Jun Yinming's ascendance. There was no suspense in this battle. The onlookers merely expected to witness a spectacle. Even Yi Tianda and Su Huanhua had come solely for Jun Yinming's sake. However, no one could have foreseen that the dragon they all hoped for, Jun Yinming, would not only be vanquished and rendered powerless, but would also be killed before their very eyes. This was utterly inconceivable. Could a slain individual truly be the Jun family's dragon? In that moment, doubts surged among the crowd regarding the very notion of the Jun family's dragon. "Jun Wushuang, you have slain my grandson. I shall see you dead." The anguished cry rang out. The Grand Elder's face twisted in fury, resembling a maddened lion as he charged onto the arena, intent on slaying Jun Wushuang. Jun Yinming represented all his hopes, and now that hope had been irrevocably shattered. How could he not harbor hatred? How could he not seethe with rage? What life and death duel? What rules? None of it mattered. He was determined to kill Jun Wushuang, to ensure that he accompanied Yinming to the grave. With bloodshot eyes, the Grand Elder descended into a frenzy. Boom! The aura of a sixth-level manifestation realm erupted, akin to a mountain crashing down or a tsunami surging forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Jun Wushuang, causing the onlookers to turn pale and stagger back, unable to withstand the residual force. This was dire. The old man was about to go berserk. Master Wu sprang to his feet, ready to intervene to tea that moment. The Grand Elder had already reached Jun Wushuang's side. He extended his hand and drew forth a spiritual sword, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy without hesitation. Mystical low-tier martial art. White crane spreads its wings slash. With a single stroke, the sword radiated a piercing cold light. The gleaming blade, like a white crane unfurling its wings, was both graceful and lethal. The Grand Elder, possessing sixth-level manifestation realm strength, was nearly an entire realm above Jun Wushuang. Even with the sky-eating devil art and the bull demon Esmite fist, Jun Wushuang could not withstand it. If that sword were to strike true, Jun Wushuang would not only be mortally wounded, but likely slain in that fleeting moment. Time seemed to stand still. All eyes converged upon that sword. If the Grand Elder were to disregard everything and truly slay Jun Wushuang, the ramifications of this battle would surely incite a new storm. Boom! Just then, a blazing fist of crimson light soared through the air, like a meteor descending from the heavens, unstoppable in its might. With a resounding crash, the sword light shattered. The spiritual sword slipped from the Grand Elder's grasp, and he was sent hurtling back, crashing into the ground and sliding several meters, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Simultaneously, the commanding voice of Jun Zhantian resonated like a deity's proclamation. "Old fool, how dare you lay a hand on my son?" Jun Zhantian, gazing at the imposing figure Shieldy when the news of the air competition spread. It sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Jiangning City. The preceding celestial phenomena had been nothing short of astonishing, leading everyone to crown Jun Yinming with the title of True Dragon of the Jun family. In this contest for the airship, no one anticipated that Jun Yinming could possibly lose. Yet, the eventual outcome left everyone utterly astonished. The death of Jun Yinming propelled Jun Wushuang's reputation to unprecedented heights once more. Once celebrated as the foremost genius of Jiangning City, Jun Wushuang had been idolized by countless admirers. However, after the downfall of his battle dragon physique and the disgrace inflicted upon him by the Ji family, he plummeted from grace, becoming a target of scorn. Yet now, Jun Wushuang had risen again, publicly slaying Jun Yinming, and once more capturing the attention of the masses with his breathtaking prowess. One might wonder if the earlier celestial phenomena were not summoned by Jun Yinming, but rather by Jun Wushuang himself. After all, he had once been the greatest genius, and his resurgence surely hinted at some extraordinary fortune. With Jun Yinming's demise, it was evident that he was no longer the true dragon of the Jun family. Conversely, Jun Wushuang's remarkable comeback transformed him into the subject of widespread speculation. Although this conjecture lacked concrete evidence, it garnered considerable agreement among the populace. In an instant, the title of True Dragon of the Jun family shifted onto Jun Wushuang's shoulders. Within the inner sanctum of the Ji family, Ji Yuntian had returned, but he was not alone. He had invited the head of the Yi family, Yi Tianda, and the city lord, Su Huantu, to join him. Ji family head, "We have been old friends for decades. Please speak your mind." Su Huantu, having a military background, was known for his decisive manner. "This is regarding the Jun family, isn't it?" Yi Tianda said with a knowing smile. "Having already surmised Yi Yuntian's intentions, since you both have guessed my thoughts, I shall not beat around the bush." Ji Yuntian nodded. "Foregoing any further pleasantries, I once held great hopes for Jun Wushuang, even considering him as a son-in-law to be with Qingchen. Yet, to my dismay, this scoundrel, with a heart as vile as a beast, feigned affection towards Qingchen while plotting to tarnish my wife's honor. I caught Jun Wushuang in the act, and in a fit of rage, severely injured him. However, out of consideration for his marital ties to Qingchen, I spared his life. Qingchen was heartbroken over this incident, and I had no choice but to send her to the imperial capital to recuperate. Little did I expect that this Jun Wushuang would recover and, given his vengeful nature, would undoubtedly seek to retaliate. Ji Yuntian twisted the facts, portraying himself as the victim. Yi Tianda, and Su Huanta remained impassive, knowing the truth yet choosing to listen to Ji Yuntian's narrative. Are you suggesting an alliance to suppress the Jun family? Yi Tianda, ever the cunning fox, quickly deduced Ji Yuntian's ulterior motives. The three families of Jiangning, Jun, Ji, and Yi were in a delicate balance. Ji Yuntian's original plan was flawless, allowing him to swallow the entire Jun family single-handedly. However, Jun Wushuang's victory and Jun Zhantian's antidote had thrown a wrench into his scheme. Coupled with the threat posed by Jun Wushuang's resurgence, Ji Yuntian was compelled to seek external assistance. Yi Tianda and Su Huan were the allies he had meticulously chosen. It is not mere suppression. Ji Yuntian shook his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Yi Tianda. It is annihilation. To eliminate the threat entirely, the Jun family must be obliterated without a trace. Such ambition. Ji family head, Yi Tianda, narrowed his eyes. But why do you believe we would assist you? Yi Tianda was not one to commit without a guarantee. He would not easily acquiesce to Ji Yuntian. Yet, Ji Yuntian had already prepared for this. Despite the Jun family's strength, they were currently at their weakest. The deaths of the Grand Elder and Jun Yinming had thrown the Jun family into turmoil. And Jun Zhantian would require time to regain control. With the Grand Elder gone, Jun Zhantian lacked his right-hand man, causing the family's business to decline sharply. Once the Jun family is eradicated, all benefits will be divided among our three families. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Yi Tianda fell silent, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Meanwhile, Su Huan too, not being one of the three dominant families, interjected, "Your grievances with the Jun family do not concern my lordship." Su Huan had no conflicts with the Jun family, nor significant interests entangled with them. Mere profit would not suffice. Nevertheless, Ji Yuntian had anticipated this. He produced a letter from his storage ring and presented it to Su Huan too. City Lord Su, Qingshan has successfully entered the Royal Martial Academy and has been exceptionally admitted as a student. With the Yenkei royal physique, Ji Qingshan's entry into the Royal Martial Academy is without question. Within the academy, there are 4 divisions: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Even an ordinary student holds a higher status than you, let alone a student. Ji Qingshan is truly soaring to new heights. Upon hearing Ji Yuntian's words, both Yi Tianda and Su Huantu's expressions shifted dramatically. If Ji Qingshan truly became a student, then the rise of the Ji family would be unstoppable. Not merely in Jiangning, but throughout the entire Qingzhou, even the entire Qian dynasty. As the city lord, Su Huan might disregard personal gain, but he could not overlook the implications of a student. A single word from Ji Qingshan could potentially plunge him into the depths of despair. To offend the Ji family, which was already on the rise, over a Jun family matter would be exceedingly unwise. Su Huantu's expression fluctuated until he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since you are resolute, Ji family head, I shall assist you this once, and I hope you will speak favorably of me to Miss Ji in the future. The weight of the term student was sufficient to sway Su Huantu's conviction, highlighting the prestige of the Royal Martial Academy. I have long harbored a distaste for the Jun family, since Ji family head is keen on annexation. Consider me your staunch ally. Together, the Jun family shall be powerless to resist our combined might. Yi Tianda, no longer hesitant, displayed an openly sycophantic demeanor. The emergence of Ji Qingshan heralded a future of soaring success for the Ji family. Now was the time to curry favor, for after the Jun family's downfall, the Ji family would dominate Jiangning. Though Yi Tianda's mind raced with his own calculations, the Ji Yuntian smiled with satisfaction. The shift in Su Huantu and Yi Tianda's attitudes was entirely within his control. Ji Qingshan's ascendance to a student was the culmination of years of scheming. Thus, Jun Wushuang must perish. In the secret chamber of the Jun family, Jun Wushuang retrieved Jun Yinming's corpse, preparing to devour and refine it. Although the Yin Python spirit body was average, it was a unique physique. After consumption and refinement, my swallowing heaven demon technique could reach its first level. Jun Wushuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After the conclusion of the air competition, He eagerly entered seclusion as for the Jun family. With his father present, Jun Wushuang felt no concern. Let us begin. Without hesitation, he activated the swallowing heaven demon technique, commencing the devouring of Jun Yinming's yin python spirit body. The inky black demonic energy, akin to serpents from the abyss, slithered over Jun Yinming's corpse, gradually consuming and refining it. Within the chamber, the demonic energy surged. After a day and a night, Jun Wushuang completed the process and reopened his eyes. I have devoured the demonic body. Rising to his full stature, he gazed down upon himself. The appearance of Jun Wushuang had remained unchanged, yet a closer inspection revealed that each pore had transformed into tiny vortices, incessantly devouring the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Having attained the devouring demon body, Jun Wushuang's cultivation speed had accelerated beyond his previous capabilities. The cultivation of any unique physique is categorized into 6 realms. Entry: minor success, major success, perfection, transformation, and the realm of D-A-O-A-T. This moment, Jun Wushuang was merely at the entry level of the demon body, with limited devouring and refining abilities. Should he reach the pinnacle of the demon body, he could effortlessly consume mountains and rivers in a single breath. In his past life, Jun Wushuang, endowed with the body of the devouring Celestial Emperor, could even devour the cycle of reincarnation, reversing the forces of yin and yang. Devour and refine. Such is the formidable nature of the devouring demon body. All things in heaven and earth are subject to devouring. Everything in the world can be refined. Innate divine ability. 10,000 demon flame. Jun Wushuang extended his right hand, and instantly, a ball of ink-black demonic flame soared into existence within his palm, radiating extreme heat and an intense demonic essence, capable of morphing into a great black serpent of flame, exuding terrifying power. This was the innate divine ability of the flame python spirit body, which Jun Wushuang had obtained after devouring and refining it. However, due to his practice of the devouring celestial art, the spiritual flame had transformed into demonic flame, albeit with even greater potency. This 10,000 demon flame could consume demon cores and demon fires to enhance its power, making it a formidable divine technique. Jun Wushuang toyed with the 10,000 demon flame in his hand, his expression one of satisfaction. Yet he eagerly anticipated his own innate divine ability. The devouring celestial art comprises 18 levels, with the cultivation of each level. One acquires an innate divine ability. Unlike innate divine abilities, which apply externally, innate divine abilities enhance one's own capabilities significantly. Innate divine ability. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. With a mere thought, Jun Wushuang activated his first innate divine ability. Suddenly, his distinctly black and white eyes were enveloped in a layer of purple radiance. Instantly, everything in the chamber became vividly clear, revealing even the minutest details. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye is a form of ocular technique. Once mastered to perfection, it can pierce through illusions to reach the essence, yielding boundless applications. Should Jun Wushuang break through to the sea of divine spirit's realm and acquire spiritual power, he could unleash the Purple Extreme Demon Light, obliterating the spirit and penetrating the sea of consciousness, a display of astonishing might. With the innate divine ability of 10,000 demon flame and the innate divine ability of Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Jun Wushuang's combat prowess had reached new heights. Should he confront Jun Yinming again, a single punch could decimate him. Having merely entered the demon body realm, he could rival those with spiritual bodies. It was time to elevate his realm. Jun Wushuang once again channeled the devouring celestial art, and a dreadful force of devouring surged forth from within him, attracting the ethereal energies of heaven and earth that rushed towards him. Consumed by his being. With his entry into the demon body realm, Jun Wushuang's devouring power had grown even more formidable, rendering him akin to an insatiable black hole, capable of consuming all. The torrential influx of ethereal energies surged within the Jun family estate, manifesting as a minor celestial phenomenon. Ultimately, Jun Wushuang shattered 2 realms, breaking through to the 9th level of the body forging realm. Beyond this lay the unification of the 9 meridians, the opening of the Dantian, and a breakthrough to the myriad manifestations realm. Young master, your training is complete. Upon exiting the chamber, Lin Mingyao, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, hastened to greet him. Where's father? Jun Wushuang inquired with a smile and a nod. The family head had been exceedingly busy these past few days, having only visited once before hastily departing as a mere maid. Lin Mingyao naturally had no access to the core of the Jun family. Let us go find father, Jun Wushuang declared, and together with Lin Mingyao, they soon located his father in the grand hall. With the elders passing, Jun Jiantian was preoccupied with reorganizing the family, leaving him in a state of constant busyness. However, Jun Jiantian appeared to be in excellent spirits, radiant and full of vigor. Wushuang, you've advanced again, truly a true dragon of our Jun family. Jun Jiantian exclaimed, recognizing the improvement in Jun Wushuang, his smile broadening. Every parent aspires for their child to achieve greatness. Previously, Jun Wushuang had been a source of pride for Jun Jiantian. Alas, the earlier misstep of Jun Wushuang, ensnared by Ji Qingqian's allure and stubbornly marrying into the Ji family, had caused him great distress. Yet, the prodigal son returns, and though Jun Wushuang had forfeited the Dragon War body, he had risen anew, endowed with even greater talent, which could only fill him with joy. Father, I have a cultivation technique to gift you, Jun Wushuang declared, extending his finger like a sword to touch his father's forehead. Primordial infinite art, but a divine-grade technique renowned for its profound spiritual essence. Practicing this method allows one to wield spiritual energy tenfold or even 100-fold compared to others of the same rank. Upon reaching perfection, the spiritual energy would be vast as the starry sea, capable of obliterating stars and shattering mountains with mere spiritual force. The strongest technique previously known to the Jun family was merely of the high profound grade. Since Jun Wushuang possessed the ability, he naturally sought to bestow something superior upon his father. Wushuang. This, upon sensing the power of the primordial infinite art, Jun Jiantian's eyes widened in astonishment, a blend of surprise and joy evident on his face. Father, although my Dragon War body has been rendered useless, I have encountered another fortuitous event. If you transition to this technique, I shall concoct a sea-breaking treasure pill for you. Within a month, you will surely break through to the sea of divine spirits realm. In matters concerning his family, Jun Wushuang was never hesitant. Jun Jiantian felt a surge of joy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yet he refrained from probing further, recognizing this as Jun Wushuang's secret. Wushuang, I reiterate, pursue your ambitions freely. Whatever you choose to do, I shall wholeheartedly support you. Jun Jiantian patted Jun Wushuang on the shoulder, his heart swelling with pride. After bestowing the technique, Jun Wushuang took his leave, preparing to visit the Wanbao Pavilion to procure spiritual herbs for alchemy. However, before departing, he did not forget Lin Mingyao. Mingyao, I shall also gift you a cultivation technique. I hope you will diligently practice and grow stronger. Lin Mingyao, being the incarnation of the spirit of the Azure Lotus Empress, was of particular significance to Jun Wushuang. Azure Lotus Sword Song, a divine-grade technique. It is among the most elite forms of swordsmanship. The Azure Lotus Empress was a formidable sword deity, and Lin Mingyao naturally possessed the talent for sword cultivation. Young master, I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and not let you down. Lin Mingyao's eyes sparkled with determination. Jun Wushuang nodded, leaving her sword and some spiritual stones before departing the Jun family estate for the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon learning of Jun Wushuang's arrival, Master Wu promptly came forth to greet him. However, when Jun Wushuang cast a glance at Master Wu with the purple extreme demon eye, he furrowed his brow slightly. You are nearing death. Ah, Master Wu's mouth fell open in shock. How could he immediately proclaim his impending demise? Let us discuss this upstairs, Jun Wushuang instructed, and Master Wu, not daring to take it lightly, followed him to the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. The last time he had come here was to treat the Southern Town King, but this time, it seemed he was to save someone once more. You have ingested too many pills, leading to a buildup of pill poison within you. Additionally, as an alchemist, the constant refining of pills has caused the poison to accumulate further, nearing its explosive threshold. In the short term, within a month, or in the long term, within 6 months, the pill poison within you will erupt, and you will undoubtedly perish. Jun Wushuang stated calmly, revealing the truth. Under the gaze of the purple extreme demon eye, Master Wu's physical condition was laid bare before him. Despite their previous conflicts, Master Wu now exhibited a respectful demeanor, earnestly seeking Jun Wushuang's favor. Jun Wushuang, understanding the necessity of a favorable approach, decided to first offer Master Wu a taste of kindness. Striking a balance of benevolence and authority was key to maintaining control. This Master Wu was drenched in cold sweat. He was well aware of the pill poison issue, but due to his limited talent, he had been unable to rid himself of it. Moreover, since it had not yet erupted, he had allowed it to fester. However, upon hearing Jun Wushuang's words, he began to panic. He did not doubt that Jun Wushuang would deceive him. After all, it was Jun Wushuang who had cured the southern town king's poison previously. Thud! Master Wu suddenly knelt before Jun Wushuang, bowing his head in reverence. "Please, Master, save me." Jun Wushuang's ability to save the southern town king inspired hope in Master Wu. "Extend your hand," Jun Wushuang commanded, and Master Wu complied without hesitation. Devouring celestial art. With a flourish, Jun Wushuang unleashed the devouring heavenly demon technique once more, and an immediate surge of demonic energy coursed through his body, causing Master Wu to shudder involuntarily, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Before long, the demonic energy found its mark in the Dan poison. Devour. Refine. Master Wu's Dan poison was significantly weaker than the sinister death energy of King Junnan. Coupled with Jun Wushuang's burgeoning demonic physique, his power had increased tremendously, thus enhancing the efficiency of the devouring and refining process. In less than an hour, the Dan poison within Master Wu was entirely consumed and refined by Jun Wushuang. Boom! As the Dan poison dissipated, Master Wu's visage radiated vitality. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from within him, manifesting as rippling waves that shook the furniture in the room incessantly. Swish! Master Wu's eyes gleamed, shining like the sun, revealing an intangible mental force that was almost unbearable. The second realm of the Divine Sea realm, a breakthrough. With the Dan poison eradicated, Master Wu unexpectedly surged forward, achieving a breakthrough into the second realm of the Divine Sea realm with a single forceful drive. This was utterly astonishing. Master Wu's face was alight with joy, feeling as if he had rejuvenated by a decade. Yet he did not forget Jun Wushuang. He swiftly knelt at Jun Wushuang's feet, bowing deeply in heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, my master, for saving my life. This old servant is willing to endure any hardship for you, even if it means facing death." Previously, Master Wu had acknowledged Jun Wushuang as his master due to a lost bet and the decree from King Junnan. However, at this moment, Master Wu was genuinely convinced, harboring no lingering doubts about his subservience. "As long as you serve me well, I shall not treat you unfairly." Jun Wushuang spoke calmly, as if everything was well within his control. Master Wu's heart swelled with delight as he gazed at Jun Wushuang, his eyes filled with reverence. "That I require some spiritual herbs. See if you can gather them." He produced a list of spiritual herbs and handed it to Master Wu. Master Wu accepted it and read it attentively. "Rest assured, my master, all these spiritual herbs are available at the Wanbao Pavilion. This old servant will instruct someone to fetch them immediately at this moment." Master Wu was wholly devoted, striving to curry favor with Jun Wushuang. Soon, he summoned a steward to prepare the spiritual herbs. By the way, there is something I must report to my master." Master Wu recalled something and, suppressing his excitement, spoke solemnly. "It seems the Ji family may harbor ill intentions toward the Jun family." Jun Wushuang's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Master Wu, awaiting further details. "Last night, Ji and Tian came to Wanbao Pavilion seeking my assistance to suppress the Jun family, which I refused. Had it been before, Master Wu would have readily complied with Ji Yuntian's request, as dividing the Jun family would yield substantial benefits. But now that he had acknowledged Jun Wushuang as his master, he was firmly on Jun Wushuang's side. Ji and Tian was unaware of this. Otherwise, he would never have approached Master Wu. If one scheme fails, another must be devised. Jun Wushuang scoffed coldly. Previously, Ji and Tian had conspired with the Grand Elder to reap the benefits. Yet, that plan had been thwarted by Jun Wushuang. now that the Grand Elder and Jun Yanming were dead. The Jun family was once again under the control of Jun Zhantian. This was certainly not favorable news for Ji Yuntian. He had always kept a close watch on the Jun family, plotting to seize Jun Wushuang's Dragon King physique, poisoning and scheming against Jun Zhantian, and inciting the Grand Elder's ambition, all aimed at undermining the Jun family. Now that all his plans had failed, he would surely have to devise new ones. If his previous methods had been covert, this time he would likely take a more overt approach. Since he dared to approach Master Wu, it was likely that he had already sought out the Yi family and the city lord's mansion. Jun Wushuang's mind was astute, and he quickly deduced the truth. Jiangning City was a small town, and aside from the three prominent families, the strongest forces were the city lord's mansion and the Wanbao Pavilion. If Ji Yuntian intended to openly suppress the Jun family, he could not achieve this alone and would need to unite with other factions. However, since the Yi family and the city lord's mansion each had their own agendas, persuading them would not be an easy task. There's another matter of significant relevance to you, my master, Master Wu said, casting a glance at Jun Wushuang before continuing. Speak, Jun Wushuang commanded in a low voice. Ji Yundong, that old servant, has brought a letter. This letter was sent by Ji Qingchen that IT states that she not only successfully entered the Royal Martial Academy, but was also granted admission as an exceptional student. Master Wu did not dare to conceal any details and quickly relayed everything. Ji Yuntian sought to employ the prestige of being an exceptional student to pressure Master Wu. Unfortunately for him, Master Wu had already forged a bond with Jun Wushuang and would certainly not acquiesce. Ji Qingchen, exceptional student. Upon hearing the name Ji Qingchen, Jun Wushuang's expression hardened, his gaze sharp as a drawn sword, ready to annihilate. The terrifying aura emanating from him caused Master Wu to freeze, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. IT felt as if he were being targeted by a colossal primordial beast, poised to be devoured at any moment. This sensation left Master Wu profoundly shaken, and his gaze towards Jun Wushuang was filled with a double. And why Master is no ordinary person. Ji Qingchen, you covet my Dragon King physique. All for this, isn't it? Jun Wushuang's mind conjured the venomous visage of Ji Qingchen, her indifferent gaze, malevolent smile, and cruel words, all deeply etched in his heart, transforming into a dagger that pierced his very soul. What of being an exceptional student? Even if you were to become a heavenly-level student, I would personally slay you. Await my arrival. I shall soon venture to the imperial capital, and when that time comes, I will make you pay in blood for your transgressions. Jun Wushuang was resolute in avenging Ji Qingchen. Once he obliterated the Ji family, he would proceed to the imperial capital to exact his revenge. Soon, the steward delivered all the required spiritual herbs to Jun Wushuang. How many spirit stones? Jun Wushuang had no intention of obtaining them for free. My master, you have helped me rid my damn poison. I'm grateful beyond measure. These spiritual herbs shall be my tribute. Master Wu could not possibly accept spirit stones from Jun Wushuang. You know my temperament. If you do not want spirit stones, then I shall refuse these spiritual herbs. Jun Wushuang shook his head. He despised the notion of taking advantage of others. Master Wu, feeling helpless, ultimately accepted the 10,000 spirit stones. You possess a pill refining chamber. Do you not? Take me there. I wish to refine a sea-opening pill. With the spiritual herbs in hand, Jun Wushuang was ready to concoct a remedy for his father. And no matter the myriad schemes or deceptions, I shall single-handedly dismantle them, as long as I possess power. Any plot is but a paper tiger. The current pillar of the Jun family was Jun Zhantian. Thus, Jun Wushuang aimed to bolster his father's strength. If his father could break through to the Divine Sea realm, the pressure from the Ji family would be inconsequential. Why Master can refine pills as well. Master Wu pondered, puzzled, although Jun Wushuang had aided King Zhunnan and himself in detoxifying. Pill refining was an entirely different matter. To become a pill refiner, one not only needed talent, but also a wealth of resources. After all, the experience required for pill refining was accumulated through repeated attempts, and failures would consume precious spiritual herbs. Therefore, the path to becoming a pill refiner was exceedingly rigorous. Master Wu hailed from a family of pill refiners. Yet even so, he had only attained the rank of a third-grade pill refiner after a lifetime of effort. As for Jun Wushuang, Master Wu had never heard of him being a pill refiner, nor had he heard of him having studied under a renowned master. Thus, he held a skeptical view regarding Jun Wushuang's ability to refine pills. Nevertheless, he did not dare to question him, and instead led Jun Wushuang to the pill refining chamber. This was Master Wu's pill refining chamber, equipped with all the necessary tools. Not only was there a low-grade treasure-level alchemical furnace, but also a low-grade treasure formation to assist in pill refining, and even the flames were sourced from the underground fire veins, far superior to ordinary locations. Although the sea-opening pill was merely a low-grade treasure pill, it was not something just anyone could concoct. Even Master Wu could only manage it with great difficulty, and the failure rate was quite high, while Jun Wushuang possessed divine-level pill refining techniques. External assistance would undoubtedly make the process easier. Observe carefully and learn well. Jun Wushuang did not dismiss Master Wu, but instead granted him an opportunity to observe the process. Swish! The array of treasures was activated, and the earth's fire was ignited, causing the alchemical cauldron to reach its preheating stage in an instant. With a flourish, Jun Wushuang retrieved several spiritual herbs, placing them into the cauldron to commence the refining process. The entire procedure flowed seamlessly, executed with remarkable precision. Master Wu was left in awe, his doubts entirely dispelled. Such alchemical prowess was beyond his own capabilities. Even the renowned pill king of the royal capital would likely pale in comparison. What incredible fortune had the master encountered, allowing not only his martial prowess to ascend, but also his alchemical skills to reach such heights? Jun Wushuang paid no heed to Master Wu, for his purple extreme demon eyes had been activated, capturing every change within the cauldron, etched firmly in his memory. As time gradually passed, Master Wu remained fixated, diligently observing and learning, oblivious to fatigue. After a day and night, the cauldron glowed a fiery red, reminiscent of a heated iron brand. Within the cauldron, wisps of vapor spiraled upwards, accompanied by a fragrance that was both intoxicating and refreshing, filling the entire room with its aroma. Inside the cauldron, a luminous orb spun gracefully, as if nurturing life itself. This was the sea-breaking treasure pill, yet it still required the final step of pill condensation. Hunyuan alchemy, Jun Wushuang exclaimed softly, and in an instant, a unique alchemical technique was unleashed. With a whoosh, a torrent of ethereal energy surged from all directions above the Wanbao Pavilion, coalescing into a vortex of spiritual energy measuring 10 meters in diameter. As the surrounding energies were drawn in, this vortex continued to expand. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. Ultimately, the vortex reached a staggering 100 meters, overshadowing the sky, resembling a cloud descending from heaven, enveloping the entire Wanbao Pavilion. What was happening? Why was there once again a celestial phenomenon? Indeed, this time, the extraordinary occurrence originated from the Wanbao Pavilion. Was Master Wu concocting some advanced elixir? Let us go see. The emergence of the spiritual vortex stirred the entire city. Countless citizens gathered from all corners, encircling the Wanbao Pavilion. Suddenly, a luminous orb shot forth from the alchemy chamber, soaring into the sky and vanishing into the vortex of spiritual energy that in an instant. The orb devoured the entire vortex of spiritual energy as if it were a great whale drinking water. Once the vortex dissipated, before the crowd appeared a pill, resplendent and translucent. This pill was the size of a longan, yet it shimmered with brilliance, like a jewel crafted from millennia-old crystal, perfectly rounded and exquisitely beautiful, resembling an exquisite work of art. This was a treasure pill, an unparalleled masterpiece refined by Master Wu. Upon discerning the pill's appearance, the crowd gasped in astonishment. In an instant, news of Master Wu's creation of the unparalleled treasure pill spread throughout the city. Master Wu's name ascended to the pinnacle of reverence, admired by all. Yet, only Master Wu himself understood that this extraordinary pill was not of his own making, but rather the handiwork of Jun Wushuang. That, of course, if this information were to leak, the ensuing uproar would be even greater. The sea-breaking treasure pill was returned to the alchemy chamber, ultimately being stored by Jun Wushuang in a high-quality pill bottle. This is truly miraculous. It borders on the divine. I, an old servant, have lived for decades. And today I have finally witnessed true alchemical mastery. Master Wu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, his hands clenching involuntarily as he trembled, unable to contain his exhilaration. This Hunyuan alchemy was 100 times more sophisticated than the techniques he had mastered. As long as you continue to serve me diligently, the Hunyuan alchemy may one day be entrusted to you, Jun Wushuang promised, having secured the sea-breaking treasure pill. Thank you, Master. I shall certainly exert my utmost effort and uphold my duties. Master Wu responded, his offer Jun Wushuang elevated to unprecedented heights. You may leave for now. I still need to refine additional pills. Jun Wushuang had procured a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs this time. Besides the sea-breaking treasure pill, he also intended to concoct several spirit pills. Yes, Master. Master Wu respectfully exited the alchemy chamber, unwilling to intrude further. After restoring his demonic energy, Jun Wushuang resumed his alchemical endeavors. 3 days later, he emerged from the chamber, having refined 10 demon spirit pills for restoring demonic energy, finally seeing the light of day again. 1 sea-breaking treasure pill, 10 demon spirit pills. This was the outcome of Jun Wushuang's alchemical efforts. Master, just then, Master Wu rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. The Jun family is in trouble. What? Jun Wushuang's countenance shifted. He forced himself to remain calm. What calamity could have befallen the family to cause Master Wu such distress? Master, in recent days, the Ji family and the Yi family have conspired to maliciously suppress the Jun family's business, and now there is scarcely anything left of it. Additionally, Ji and Tian is secretly poaching our people. Many of the Jun family's elders and managers have defected to the Ji family. Furthermore, there have been frequent incidents of poisoning resulting in deaths among the Jun family, causing widespread panic, prompting many Jun family members to flee secretly. Master Wu disclosed without hesitation, suppressing the business, secretly poaching, stealthily administering poison. This was a calculated effort to drive the Jun family to ruin with the death of the Grand Elder. The Jun family was in a state of turmoil, particularly vulnerable. The Grand Elder had been responsible for the family's business. His demise left a significant void. Without business, there would be no financial resources. The loss of elders and managers left the Jun family without its backbone. Coupled with the poisoning incidents, no one dared linger in the Jun family. Presently, the Jun family was essentially a hollow shell. Once, the city of Jiangning was dominated by 3 powerful families. Yet now, with the Ji and Yi families allied, the Jun family could hardly withstand the pressure. What of my father? Jun Wushuang's greatest concern remained for his father. Do not worry, Master. The head of the Jun family is formidable and unscathed. He is merely overwhelmed by the current crisis. Master Wu's words eased Jun Wushuang's anxiety somewhat, as long as his father was unharmed. Material losses could be reclaimed. However, Ji and Tian had issued a challenge to the head of the Jun family. A martial contest in 3 days, the victor to claim substantial assets, while the loser would be banished from Jiangning forever. A martial contest? Jun Wushuang furrowed his brow, taken aback by Ji Yun Tian's audacity. This was a deadly gambit. His eyes narrowed, glinting with cold determination. Although the Ji and Yi families had managed to push the Jun family to the brink. With Jun Jiantian in their ranks, the Jun family would not fall. After all, Jun Jiantian was a formidable presence at the 9th level of the universal realm in this world. Strength reigned supreme. Ji, Yun Tian, and Yi Tianda were merely 9th level universal realm practitioners themselves. Completely vanquishing Jun Jiantian and absorbing the Jun family would not be a trivial task. Moreover, since Ji and Tian and Yi Tianda were merely allies, they would naturally keep their guards up against one another, refraining from exerting their full strength. This martial contest was a blatant scheme. Should the Jun family refuse, the Ji and Yi families would only tighten the noose, ultimately crushing them if the Jun family acquiesced. The 3 out of 5 rule would place them at a severe disadvantage. After all, apart from Jun Jiantian, most of the elders had been poached, leaving no other strong contenders to participate. Though Jun Wushuang was powerful, he was merely at the 9th level of the body-forging realm, significantly weaker than the Grand Elder, not to mention Ji Yun Tian and Yi Tianda. What a brilliant scheme! What a cunning calculation! Gee, old dog. Jun Wushuang slowly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had not anticipated that before he could confront the Ji family, Ji Yuntian would strike first, ruthlessly oppressing the Jun family to such a dire state. You may conspire against me, but you should not involve my father. Touch my father, and you shall pay with your life. This time, I will make you pay a bloody price. With that, Jun Wushuang bid farewell to Master Wu and departed from the Wanbao Pavilion. The Jun family, once bustling with activity, now stood desolate and abandoned. There were scarcely any Jun family members left. Even the servants and maids had deserted in droves. Young master, you have returned, Lin Mingyao approached, resolutely refusing to leave even as everyone else departed. For this place is her home. Mingyao, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. You have attained the 3rd level of the body forging realm. Jun Wushuang, utilizing his purple extreme demon eye, instantly discerned the transformation in Lin Mingyao. She truly is the incarnation of the soul of the Azure Lotus Empress, possessing exceptional talent for sword cultivation. Within merely 5 days of practicing the Azure Lotus Sword Song, she broke through 2 realms, reaching the 3rd level of the body forging realm, radiating a faint yet sharp brilliance akin to a freshly honed blade, shedding her previous delicate demeanor. Young master, I cannot fathom why the technique you bestowed upon me suits me so well. I encountered no difficulties during my cultivation, Lin Mingyao said with a sweet smile, fully open with Jun Wushuang. Continue your diligent practice. I firmly believe you shall become a great sword cultivator. Jun Wushuang encouraged her with a gentle smile. Young master, the family head is in the hall. Recent events have taken a toll on him, and he appears quite weary. You should go see him. Lin Mingyao, understanding Jun Wushuang's intent, ceased her chatter and led him to the hall. Inside the hall, Jun Zhantian bore a haggard expression, his eyes encircled with dark shadows. Wushuang, you have returned. Upon seeing Jun Wushuang, he managed to muster a faint smile, revealing the toll that the combined pressure from the Ji and Yi families had taken on him. Father, I've already heard the news. That old dog Ji seeks to swallow our Jun family. He is utterly delusional that if they desire a contest, we shall surprise them, Jun Wushuang declared, presenting the sea opening pill. Once you consume this, you will undoubtedly break through to the sea of divine consciousness. Jun Wushuang handed the pill to his father, who received it with a mixture of trust and pride. As long as I am here, the Jun family shall not fall. 3 days hence, the contest would commence. Jun Zhantian, without hesitation, decided to swiftly consume the sea opening pill to elevate his realm. Mingyao, guard the entrance. Do not allow anyone to enter. Lin Mingyao was assigned to watch the door, while Jun Wushuang assisted his father in breaking through to my innate divine ability. Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Jun Wushuang activated his power, utilizing the Purple Extreme Demon Eye to monitor his father's cultivation, leveraging his memories of the Demon Emperor to provide optimal guidance. With a gulp, Jun Zhantian swallowed the sea opening pill and began to circulate his primordial energy. Instantly, his aura surged, spiritual energy roiling like waves, his blood boiling as he commenced the assault on his realm's shackles. The Dantian could be shattered, and one could still live. However, if the sea of consciousness were to be broken, one would become a mere shell of their former self. Thus, the sea of consciousness is more fragile and difficult to open than the Dantian and the entire Jiangning city, only the city lord. Su Huantu and Master Wu were formidable beings at the sea of divine consciousness. As for the leaders of the 3 great families, they were all stuck at the 9th level of the myriad phenomena realm. However, with the sea opening pill, it would be significantly easier for Jun Zhantian to establish the sea of consciousness. Jun Wushuang, observing with his purple extreme demon eye, offered timely advice to aid his father's breakthrough. 3 days later, the time for the contest arrived. Thanks to the sea opening pill and Jun Wushuang's guidance, Jun Zhantian successfully opened his sea of consciousness, manifesting spiritual force and refining spiritual patterns. A wave of intangible spiritual energy erupted from Jun Zhantian's eyes, causing hearts to tremble. Wushuang, let us go. Today, I shall personally tear Ji old dog apart. In the central square of Jiangning City, a contest stage had been constructed. News of the contest had spread throughout the city, leading to a throng of people, a cacophony of excitement. The three great families had stood in stalemate for so many years. Would this finally disrupt the status quo? With the Ji and Yi families joining forces, the Jun family was nearing collapse. Should the Jun family falter today, it would likely be irretrievable. Alas, although the Jun family had produced a true dragon, a genius that could not grow was of little significance. It all hinged on whether the Jun family could withstand today's tribulation. The crowd murmured in sympathy for the Jun family, once a pinnacle of brilliance among the three great families. Yet now, not only were their enterprises suppressed, but their members had also scattered, leaving only Jun Zhantian and Jun Wushuang to hold the fort. However, this contest would prove to be the final straw. For the Jun family, it was their last chance. A failure would plunge them into the abyss. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Ji family and Yi family have arrived. The crowd stirred as a group strode forward, led by Ji Yuntian and Yi Tianda. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that Yi Tianda lagged half a step behind, with Ji Yuntian taking the lead. The phrase Xian-level student was enough to shift Yi Tianda's attitude. In addition to the Ji and Yi families, Ji Yuntian had intentionally brought along several elders from the Jun family, who had defected and now served as elders of the Ji family. To strike a blow to the heart, Ji Yuntian naturally would not miss the opportunity to disturb Jun Zhantian's composure. After today, there shall be no more Jun family in Jiangning City. Ji Yuntian's gaze was electric, surveying the surroundings with immense confidence. While he and Jun Zhantian were evenly matched in raw power, he had a splendid daughter, Ji Qingchen, who had enrolled in the Royal Martial Arts Academy as a Xian-level student. Both Yi Tianda and Su Huanta had thus adjusted their attitudes, deferring to him. It was precisely for this reason that Ji Yuntian had been able to orchestrate a crisis for the Jun family within mere days, forcing Jun Zhantian to agree to this contest. He was thoroughly prepared. Should Jun Zhantian dare to show up, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. The Jun family had already begun to falter. With Jun Zhantian's death, Jun Wushuang, no matter how much of a true dragon he was, would turn into a mere dead snake. Jun family. Jun Wushuang and his father. Today they shall be utterly obliterated. Rest assured, Ji family head, the Jun family is like a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap for much longer. Yi Tianda said with a smile, his tone dripping with flattery. How can the true dragon of the Jun family compare to the phoenix of the Ji family? Compared to Ji Qingchen, Jun Wushuang is merely a small fry. The Jun family has arrived. A gasp echoed through the crowd. As the throng parted, three figures emerged. Jun Wushuang, his father, and Lin Mingyao. Compared to the formidable presence of the Ji and Yi families, the Jun family appeared desolate with only three members. Jun Zhantian, I never imagined you would truly dare to come. Ji Yuntian sneered, looking down upon Jun Zhantian from his elevated position. The animosity between the Ji and Jun families had festered for years, intensified further by recent events involving Jun Wushuang. Their conflict had escalated to a point of no return. Yet today, the Ji family held absolute advantage, while the Jun family seemed on the brink of collapse. Old dog Ji, I have come today to personally slay you, Jun Zhantian declared with imposing authority, locking eyes with Ji Yuntian. Daha! Such arrogance. Your Jun family members have all defected to my side, yet you still dare to be so brazen. Ji Yuntian scoffed, deliberately allowing the defected elders from the Jun family to step forward. A silent slap to the face, a mere gathering of traitors, since you wish for them to wreak havoc on the Ji family. Let them. Jun Zhantian's expression remained unchanged, unfazed by the provocation. Having broken through to the first level of the sea of divine consciousness, he felt ample confidence. One does not shed tears until they see the coffin. If that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. Ji Yuntian's gaze darkened, no longer wasting words. The contest will have 3 matches, best 2 out of 3. The loser shall be completely expelled from Jiangning City, never to return. Yi Tianda announced loudly. A smile plastered on his face as he eyed Jun Zhantian, revealing his true nature as a smiling tiger. Though it was stated as best 2 out of 3, the Jun family's only participant was Jun Zhantian. As for Jun Wushuang and Lin Mingyao, they were entirely disregarded. Jun Tian's true aim was to utilize this opportunity to murder Jun Zhantian on stage. Once Jun Zhantian was dead, Jun Wushuang would meet the same fate, and the Jun family would be utterly annihilated. You too, who will step up to deliver your demise first. Jun Zhantian exuded an overwhelming aura as he took the stage first, casting a formidable gaze upon Jun Tian and Yi Tianda. However, Jun Tian merely responded with a series of cold chuckles, refraining from engaging. "I shall be the first to fight." A voice imbued with a chilling intensity resonated through the air. It was none other than the city lord, Su Huantu, who emerged from the crowd and ascended the ring. The collective gasp echoed around as the onlookers beheld Su Huantu. Who is Su Huantu, you may ask? He is not only the lord of Jiangning City, but also its foremost warrior. His strength at the fourth stage of the Divine Sea realm is enough to subdue all. Unlike Master Wu, who is a mere alchemist relying on medicinal breakthroughs and possesses average combat prowess, Su Huantu hails from the military and has experienced countless life-or-death battles. His combat abilities far surpass those of his peers. In Jiangning City, no one stands a chance against Su Huantu. Although Jun Zhantian, with the assistance of Jun Wushuang, had recently broken into the Divine Sea realm, he was still merely at the first stage. Furthermore, having just achieved this breakthrough, he might manage to contend with Jun Tian and Yi Tianda. Yet against Su Huantu, he will be facing a perilous situation. No one anticipated that the contest among the three great families would see Su Huantu intervening, and even more astonishingly, fighting on behalf of the Ji family. This was utterly inconceivable. Why would the city lord aid the Ji family? It remains a mystery, but it seems Jun's family is on the brink of annihilation. No matter how formidable the head of the Jun family may be, he could never rival the city lord, let alone secure victories in a best-of-3 format. He might not even survive the first match. What was initially perceived as an alliance between the Ji and Yi families now included the city lord, sealing the fate of the Jun family, leaving them with no hope of resurgence. The crowd erupted in disbelief, stunned by the unfolding events. Jun Zhantian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Su Huantu to be his opponent. "Lord Su, as a member of the court, you should not interfere in civil disputes." He gritted through clenched teeth. "I am here today in a personal capacity to assist. Enough with the pleasantries. I insist you make the first move." Su Huantu was resolute in his desire to curry favor with Ji Qingchen and would not falter at this critical moment. Jun Zhantian's countenance was grim, yet he understood he could not retreat. Even if he could not win, he must fight with all his might. With that in mind, he began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing for a desperate struggle. That moment, Jun Wushuang leaped onto the arena, positioning himself protectively in front of Jun Zhantian. Confronting Su Huantu directly, he extended his hand and retrieved the King's Order of the Southern Town from a storage ring. Locking eyes with Su Huantu as he coldly declared, "Kneel, the King's Order of the Southern Town. To behold the order is to behold the king himself." This was Jun Wushuang's first time wielding such authority. While many in the crowd may not have recognized the order, how could Su Huantu, as the city lord, be unaware of it? His pupils constricted in shock. "The King's Order? How could you possess such an item?" "This is impossible." The order was incredibly precious, bestowed only upon those deemed worthy by the king of the southern town. Jun Wushuang was merely a minor scion of the Jun family. How could he have access to such a relic? Furthermore, the order carries immense power, and the king would never grant such a treasure to Jun Wushuang. Su Huantu contemplated discrediting it as a forgery, yet the unmistakable aura of the king emanating from the order made such deceit impossible. Su Huantu's expression darkened significantly, but before the authority of the King's Order, he dared not exhibit any defiance. After a moment of internal struggle, Su Huantu, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, knelt before Jun Wushuang, bowing his head in submission. "I, Su Huantu, pay my respects to the prince." His bow was made in accordance with the court's protocol, yet to the onlookers, it was a scene rife with shock. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Am I dreaming? Is it an illusion? The city lord is kneeling before Jun Wushuang. How is this possible? Questions flooded their minds as they grappled with the reality of the situation. This cannot be. The city lord possesses unparalleled strength and noble status. What could compel him to kneel? The audience was in turmoil, unable to reconcile what they were witnessing at the same time. Ji Yuntian and Yi Tianda stood stupefied. Has the city lord lost his mind? Yi Tianda's face was a mask of confusion, struggling to comprehend why Su Huanta would submit as a mere local tyrant of Jiangning City. How could he possibly be connected to someone of the southern king's stature? Thus, he did not recognize the order and could not fathom Su Huantu's act of kneeling. What is that token? Ji Yuntian's expression darkened to the point of exuding a palpable chill, although he did not recognize the king's order. He sensed its significance. Unfortunately, with Su Huanta kneeling on the stage, he had no opportunity to inquire further. Su Huantu, as the city lord, you should not involve yourself in civil disputes. You shall not participate in this battle. Depart at once, Jun Wushuang commanded coldly, showing no regard for Su Huantu's dignity. Since Su Huanta had chosen to fight for Ji Yuntian, he was now considered an enemy. Jun Wushuang had no intention of showing mercy to adversaries. Initially, he had not wished to invoke the king's order, but Su Huanta had violated the rules first. Given Su Huantu's strength, the likelihood of his father's defeat was alarmingly high, especially with Ji Yuntian and Yi Tianda still in play. Therefore, Jun Wushuang had to eliminate this obstacle. Being chastised by a younger generation, Su Huantu's face fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Yet before the king's order, he dared not resist. Yes, Su Huanta gritted his teeth. Filled with resentment as he retreated from the arena, Jun Wushuang, you dare to force me to kneel in public. This humiliation shall be avenged with your blood. Hatred coursed through Su Huantu's veins. Previously, he had spared the Jun family for the sake of Ji Qingchen, but now, being compelled to kneel publicly had utterly humiliated him. People value their face as trees value their bark, especially for someone as high-ranking as a city lord. At this moment, he had completely resolved to bear a grudge against Jun Wushuang. Vowing to eradicate the Jun family, I shall not rest until I avenge this insult. Su Huanta stormed off the stage in a state of utter humiliation. This outcome was indeed lamentable, yet the contest was far from over. Father, I leave the rest to you. Jun Wushuang pocketed the king's order and nodded at his father before exiting the arena to return to Lin Mingyao's side. Without Su Huantu, Jun Zhantian faced no further threats that he now raised his head, locking eyes with Ji Yuntian. Old dog Ji, come down and meet your death. His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the arena. Ji Yuntian's expression soured, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Su Huantu was his trump card, and he had intended for him to take the first match and swiftly eliminate Jun Zhantian, thereby securing victory. Yet Jun Wushuang's invocation of the king's order had forced Su Huanta to withdraw. This outcome exceeded Ji Yuntian's expectations. However, the situation had unfolded, and there was no turning back. The only course was to continue fighting to obliterate the Jun family. You are but one man, while we are two. Even without Su Huantu, your defeat is inevitable. The Jun family shall be extinguished. Ji Yuntian's gaze was icy, akin to that of a ravenous wolf, as he regarded Jun Zhantian as his prey. Without Su Huantu, he still held an absolute advantage. To overpower with numbers. Can you not deal with a single Jun Zhantian? Jun Zhantian, your arrogance shall be your demise. Ji Yuntian howled before ascending the arena. The first battle, Jun Zhantian versus Ji Yuntian. The long-standing feud between the Jun and Ji families, the deep-seated enmity between Jun Wushuang and Ji Qingchen, and the looming crisis of suppression had all culminated in a relentless clash between Jun Zhantian and Ji Yuntian. With a swift motion, Ji Yuntian grasped a long spear, a premium spiritual weapon of considerable value. Its might extraordinary, profound rank advanced martial technique. Gale Thunder Strike. Ji Yuntian, when he strikes, unleashes a lethal blow. This is the pinnacle of martial arts that he has mastered, channeling the entirety of his spiritual energy at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. The spear in his hand radiates an overwhelming brilliance. Sharp and unparalleled, a torrent of spiritual energy transforms into a fierce gale, swirling around the spirit spear, creating a tempest that drags the air into waves of white mist. Jun Zhantian, prepare to meet your demise. Ji Yuntian's hair and beard stand on end as he roars, thrusting his spear forward with ferocity. Boom! The shrill sound of the spear slicing through the air reverberates, as the weapon morphs into a streak of lightning. Cleaving the sky with an unbelievable speed, aimed directly at Jun Zhantian's brow. The unleashed spiritual energy manifests as a spear of wind, colossal in size, resembling a ferocious wind dragon, intent on piercing through Jun Zhantian's being. This thrust represents Ji Yuntian's most formidable assault, that he holds nothing back, determined to defeat Jun Zhantian in a single strike and claim victory in this battle. Overestimating yourself. Faced with Ji Yuntian's full-force attack, Jun Zhantian merely scoffs, unperturbed that he reaches for a battle blade. Also a top-tier spiritual weapon, its blade stained with blood. Advanced Xin-level martial technique. Rampaging lion's roar slash. As the Hunyuan Wujigong circulates, Jun Zhantian's spiritual energy is tenfold that of his peers. Moreover, he stands at the first level of the Shanhai realm, his energy far surpassing that of Ji Yuntian at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. With a single slash, the blade's aura transforms into a roaring lion. The clash of blade and spear creates a cataclysmic force, shattering Ji Yuntian's spear's wind-like brilliance before continuing unabated, landing precisely upon Ji Yuntian with devastating impact. With that single strike, Ji Yuntian is gravely injured. What? The head of the Ji family is actually unable to withstand this. Witnessing Ji Yuntian's severe wounding leaves the onlookers dumbfounded, disbelief etched on their faces. The three family heads are of equal prowess, all stagnating at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. Furthermore, Jun Zhantian had previously been poisoned. Even though he has since been cured, one would expect his strength to be affected. How could such a result ensue? Shanhai realm, you've broken through. Ji Yuntian clutches his chest, his expression one of horror as he gazes at Jun Zhantian. Shanhai realm, Ji Yuntian's revelation sends shockwaves through the crowd. The head of the Jun family has indeed broken through at this pivotal moment. How is that possible? No wonder he appeared so unconcerned. It seems he possessed such confidence. The three family heads have been stuck at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm for years. How could Jun Zhantian succeed in breaking through at this time? Is there some unknown factor at play? The crowd erupts in astonishment, taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, Yi Tianda and Su Huan stand agape, their faces painted with shock. Wonderful, the family head is going to win. Lin Mingyao exclaims, her fists pumping with excitement. In contrast, Jun Wushuang remains calm, as everything unfolds according to his expectations. Long, as Su Huan refrains from intervening. Ji Yuntian and Yi Tianda will undoubtedly be no match for his father. Today's tournament is a foregone conclusion. Spirit like a tide. On the arena, having struck true, Jun Zhantian does not cease his assault. His eyes suddenly blaze with intensity, akin to two incandescent bulbs, rendering them nearly impossible to gaze upon. An invisible wave of mental energy surges forth, transforming into a mental tempest that charges toward Ji Yuntian. Humans harbor the intent to harm a tiger, and the tiger possesses the desire to kill. Ji Yuntian seeks to eliminate Jun Zhantian in this tournament, while Jun Zhantian aims to seize this opportunity to exact revenge upon Ji Yuntian. Not good. Feeling the intangible mental impact, Ji Yuntian's expression shifts dramatically as he quickly retreats. Being merely at the Wanxiang realm without an established consciousness and devoid of mental strength, he is ill-equipped to withstand this mental storm. Should he be struck, he would undoubtedly suffer from dizziness, becoming easy prey. Yet the arena is confined, leaving him scarcely any avenue for escape. Bang Yuntian emits a muffled grunt, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his head spinning as if struck by an invisible hammer. Discomfort overwhelming him, yet he knows he cannot relent. Otherwise, he would face Jun Zhantian's terrifying wrath. Kill! Ji Yuntian suddenly roars, his voice drowning out all surrounding noise, shaking the heavens as if a ferocious tiger were roaring. In that instant, the entire arena quakes, barely dispersing Jun Zhantian's mental energy. Amidst the fury of his roar, Ji Yuntian's countenance contorts, his previously cold, serpent-like eyes now resembling those of an injured lion, bloodshot and fierce. A ferocious aura of slaughter erupts from within Ji Yuntian, overwhelming as it bears down upon Jun Zhantian. This murderous intent is so potent that the surrounding spectators feel their bodies stiffen, hands and feet turning cold, as though gazing upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a sight of unparalleled horror. Jun Zhantian, even if you have broken through to the Shanghai realm, today I shall vanquish you. Ji Yuntan, spear in hand, bellows with wrath. He charges forth like an arrow released from a bow, aiming to slay Jun Zhantian. Advanced Xian-level martial technique. Blood-colored meteor in his previous thrust. Ji Yuntian had given it his all. Now, he's prepared to stake his very life on this strike. Victory in this battle is imperative. Swoosh. Ji Yuntian's form resembles a taut bow, while the spear in his grasp transforms into an arrow capable of piercing all. Blood-stained and pulsating with energy, a terrifying vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materializes behind Ji Yuntian, casting him as a deity of slaughter upon the battlefield. The onlookers can only behold a blood-colored meteor streaking through the sky, tearing through the air with a deadly ferocity as it hurtles toward Jun Zhantian. He must win. Yi Tianda clenches his fists. Anxious within, Su Huantu's gaze remains fixated, energy surging as he readies himself. The spectators, their eyes ablaze with anticipation, eagerly await the spectacle of this thrust. Lin Mingyao's delicate face is tense, worry and concern etched upon her features. Only Jun Wushuang employs the purple extreme demon eyes, perceiving all with clarity. Old dog, are you prepared to fight with all your might? Alas, even with your utmost effort, you are no match for me. This blade shall send you to the underworld. Jun Zhantian's gaze is imperious, brimming with confidence. As the Hunyuan Wujigong flows, the overwhelming spiritual energy surges forth. Renowned for its vastness, the Hunyuan Wujigong allows Jun Zhantian, despite his relatively short training time, to possess spiritual energy that surpasses his peers in both quality and quantity. At a single punch unleashes a terrifying force of 100,000 pounds. Now, wielding his battle blade and executing his martial technique, his power could potentially reach 200,000 pounds, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers with ease. Advanced Xian-level martial technique. Annihilating mountains and rivers. Jun Zhantian slashes forth. The vast blade energy instantly envelopes the arena, tearing apart the vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, transforming the entire realm into an ocean of blade energy. The crowd's expressions shift as they feel the blade energy slice through the air, a pain too intense to bear, forcing them to retreat. Clang. A sharp, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resonates on the arena. The spear in Ji Yuntian's hand shatters inch by inch, shards flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Jun Zhantian's battle blade continues its relentless advance, slicing through all obstacles as if it were a divine blade cleaving Mount Hua, bearing down upon Ji Yuntian's face. What? Ji Yuntian's face pales as he retreats in haste. Desperately trying to evade this horrific strike, he retreats again and again. Yet Jun Zhantian's gaze is as sharp as a blade, his battle knife even more lethal, pressing forward with unyielding resolve, determined to slay Ji Yuntian. I concede, Ji Yuntian, sensing the specter of death looming, feels as though he is staring into the face of the Grim Reaper. Overcome with fear, he can no longer fight and calls out his surrender. However, Jun Zhantian has no intention of letting him off the hook. The overwhelming blade energy surges forth, obscuring Ji Yuntian's vision. Should this strike connect, Ji Yuntian would undoubtedly meet his end. Crash at that moment. A long spear hurtles in, roaring like an enraged dragon, colliding against the battle blade and halting Jun Zhantian's assault. Su Huanta materializes before Ji Yuntian, having saved him from certain demise. The head of the Ji family has already conceded. According to the rules, you are not permitted to strike again. Ji Yuntian is indeed the father of Ji Qingshan. How could Su Huanyu possibly stand idly by as he is slain? Moreover, Ji Yuntian has already conceded defeat. Thus, his action does not violate any rules. Old dog Ji, you may evade the initial strike, but you cannot escape the final blow. Sooner or later, I shall cleave you in twain. Jun Zhantian coldly fixed his gaze upon Ji Yuntian. With Su Huanyu present, it was clear that he could not slay Ji Yuntian today. Yet, Ji Yuntian, gravely injured, would not have an easy time in the days to come. Ji Yuntian's complexion was pale. Yet his eyes burned with an intense fury directed at Jun Zhantian, filled with boundless rage. T.O.B. defeated at the hands of Jun Jiantian was a humiliation he could hardly bear. However, at that moment, Jun Jiantian chose not to cast another glance in his direction. Instead, he turned the tip of his blade toward Yi Tianda. The old dog Ji has fallen. Now it is your turn. The arena duel required 2 victories out of 3. Jun Jiantian had bested Ji Yuntian, securing but 1 victory. Only by achieving another win could he truly claim triumph. With Su Huanyu unable to intervene and Ji Yuntian gravely wounded, only Yi Tianda remained. Under the sharp point of Jun Jiantian's blade, Yi Tianda's expression was exceedingly grim. He was a cunning tiger, skilled in underhanded tactics, preferring to avoid direct confrontation. Yet now he had no choice but to act. Ji Yuntian had already been defeated. If he were to lose again, the loss of face would be minor compared to the substantial interests at stake. After all, this contest involved enormous stakes, including significant assets belonging to the Yi family. Furthermore, should he falter, he would undoubtedly offend Ji Yuntian. Having already severed ties with the Jun family, incurring the wrath of the Ji family would leave the Yi family without a foothold in Jiangning City. The Ji family still had Ji Qingshun, but the Yi family had no successors. Retreating from this battle was not an option. Weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tianda gritted his teeth and ascended the arena. A fence-sitter is destined for a bleak end. Jun Wushuang sneered. Having seen through Yi Tianda's character, he was not concerned for his father's safety. With the strength of a first-level Divine Sea practitioner, coupled with the immense spiritual energy of the Hunyuan Wujigong, he was more than capable of sweeping aside the 2 family heads. Once his father broke through to the 4th level of the Divine Sea, he could even confront Su Huanyu head-on. The Hunyuan Wujigong was a divine-level technique. Defeating a martial artist of the same rank was naturally within reach. Yi family head do not afford him a chance to recover. The fate of our 2 families hinges on this battle. Ji Yuntian consumed a healing elixir, temporarily stabilizing his injuries. I could see that moment. He quickly called out to Yi Tianda. He had already lost 1 match. This battle could not afford another defeat. Yi Tianda nodded. He understood that they could not give Jun Jiantian a moment to regain his strength. With a swift motion, Yi Tianda drew a pill from his storage ring. Explosive spirit pill. The crowd gasped in astonishment, not expecting Yi Tianda to go all out right from the start. This was a high-grade spirit pill, immensely valuable, with astonishing effects. Its sole purpose was to ignite spiritual energy, granting immense power for a brief period. Of course, the aftereffects were severe. Those who consumed it would be left exceedingly weak for 3 months. This was Yi Tianda's trump card. Yet now, in his quest to defeat Jun Jiantian, he unhesitatingly swallowed it, refining its potency. Boom! Instantly, a violent aura erupted from within Yi Tianda, sweeping forth like a tempest, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. With the explosive spirit pill consumed, Yi Tianda's strength had soared to the brink of the Divine Sea realm. Except for the lack of spiritual power, he was nearly indistinguishable from a first-level Divine Sea martial artist. However, Jun Jiantian, cultivating the Hunyuan Wujigong, possessed spiritual energy that far surpassed that of his peers, making him an opponent Yi Tianda could not match. With a swift motion, Yi Tianda produced a slender sword. It was also a high-grade spiritual weapon, yet as delicate as a willow branch, remarkably flexible. Yi Tianda fixed his gaze firmly on Jun Jiantian. Having broken through to the Divine Sea realm, Jun Jiantian was no longer someone he could contend with. Moreover, having just defeated Ji Yuntian, his power was beyond doubt. Yi Tianda's only hope lay in striking a desperate blow, while Jun Jiantian had yet to recover. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. He could only fight with all his might. Advanced mystical technique, stormy rain blade. The aura of a 9th-level Wuxiang realm practitioner erupted, and the furious spiritual energy was unleashed. The slender sword pierced forward, accompanied by spiritual energy. In an instant, the spectators beheld a glimmer of sword light. This strike was simple yet direct, akin to rain falling from the heavens. Yi Tianda's sword pursued speed, precision, and ferocity. I could see that moment. The arena was awash with sword light, sharp and unyielding, with hundreds of strikes cascading toward Jun Jiantian. This single strike was capable of turning any Wuxiang realm martial artist into a pincushion. 1 sword, 1 kill. But could this strike truly defeat a powerhouse of the Divine Sea realm? Yi Tianda. Kill him. It is imperative to kill him. Ji Yuntian's fists were clenched tightly, his pale face contorted in rage, his eyes ablaze with seething fury and overwhelming hatred. He placed all his hopes on Yi Tianda. Beside him, Su Huanyu wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed on the arena. He had already boarded the Ji family ship of treachery. Now he could only proceed down this dark path. Therefore, he too hoped for Jun Zhantian's defeat. Young master, they are too despicable. The family head hasn't even rested. Lin Mingyao exclaimed anxiously, voicing her concerns to Jun Wushuang. "Do not worry. Father will be fine," Jun Wushuang reassured her. Though his father had fought continuously, Jun Wushuang was unperturbed. The Hongyuan Wujigong was not so easily overcome. Moreover, Jun Wushuang had been observing his father's condition with his ZG demon eyes. Present, his father's state had not deteriorated significantly. A mere Yi Tianda, even after consuming the explosive spirit pill, was certainly no match for his father. Meanwhile, the gathered crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the arena, eager to see if Yi Tianda, empowered by the explosive spirit pill, could vanquish Jun Zhantian. Trash is still trash. Even with the spirit pill, he remains worthless, Jun Zhantian scoffed, dismissing Yi Tianda entirely. Gripping his battle blade, he struck out decisively. The crowd heard a series of rapid clanging sounds. A vast wave of blade energy enveloped the arena, shattering the rain of sword light entirely. In that instant, Jun Zhantian surged forth, akin to a cannonball discharging, ripping through the air towards Yi Tianda. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over Yi Tianda. He wished to evade, but Jun Zhantian's speed was far too swift. Gritting his teeth, Yi Tianda poured all his spiritual energy into his slender sword. Attempting to withstand Jun Zhantian's onslaught, bang! A tremendous crash resounded as the battle blade struck the slender sword. The slender sword was instantly cleaved in twain, falling to the ground. While Yi Tianda's corpulent form was sent reeling as if struck by a ferocious beast, sliding backward several meters, leaving deep marks on the arena floor. Spit! Yi Tianda's face turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the arena crimson. Whoosh! Before Yi Tianda could regain his composure, Jun Zhantian closed in once more. Advanced mystical technique, annihilating mountains and rivers. A cataclysmic strike. Yi Tianda's expression changed dramatically, as if the Grim Reaper were wielding his scythe, poised to harvest his life. Kill! With no retreat left, Yi Tianda gritted his teeth, unleashing all his spiritual energy as he attempted to block Jun Zhantian's strike with a broken sword. A deafening crash echoed. The broken sword shattered anew. Yi Tianda felt as though a mountain had crashed down upon him. He wished to retreat, but found himself unable to move. I concede. Yi Tianda cried out, attempting to follow Ji Yuntian's example and surrender. However, the murderous intent in Jun Zhantian's eyes surged. The battle blade howled as it descended, shattering all in its path, cleaving into Yi Tianda. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as the body crumpled to the ground. This strike not only severed the sword but cleaved Yi Tianda in half. One strike, and Yi Tianda was slain. The entire arena was stunned. Yi Tianda is dead, gazing upon the arena, where the once my Yi Tianda lay cleaved in twain. Bereft of a complete form, all present found themselves in a state of utter disbelief. The esteemed patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Tianda held a position of great honor and prestige. Being a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm, one of the most skilled fighters within Jiangning City. This contest was originally devised as a collaborative effort by the Ji family and the Yi family to deliver a decisive blow to the Jun family. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Su Huantu was compelled to withdraw, Ji Yuntian was grievously injured and defeated, and even Yi Tianda fell victim to a fatal strike. Once again, Ji Yuntian's plans lay in ruin. Thoroughly vanquished. We have triumphed. The patriarch has prevailed, Lin Mingyao exclaimed, her excitement propelling her into the air, her cheers resounding with extraordinary clarity. The crowd, recovering from their stupor, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. The patriarch of the Yi family, having consumed a fury elixir, was unexpectedly slain, while the newly ascended patriarch of the Jun family, having reached the Divine Sea realm, exhibited unparalleled strength. What was believed to be the Jun family's calamity had instead devolved into a disaster for the Ji and Yi families. With the death of Yi Tianda, the Yi family would undoubtedly plummet, and it seemed likely that henceforth there would be no Yi family left in Jiangning City. Such might. The patriarch of the Jun family is truly exceptional. That strike just now was sharp, decisive, and domineering, a veritable paragon for our ilk of sword cultivators. The onlookers were taken aback, all reeling from Jun Zhantian's astonishing blow. Prior to this battle, everyone had believed the Jun family was doomed, certain to be obliterated that very day. Yet in this moment, Jun Zhantian had grievously wounded Yi Yuntian and slain Yi Tianda, securing two significant victories. The outcome of this contest was now apparent. This battle. "I have won," Jun Zhantian declared, wielding his battle blade, turning to Ji Yuntian and Su Huantu with a grin that resembled a fierce tiger baring its fangs, ready to pounce. "Yes, per our agreement. Not only must you restore my Jun family's assets, but 1/3 of the Yi family's holdings shall also belong to us, of course. I am well aware that you, old dog, will not relinquish them willingly. Thus, I shall personally claim what is rightfully mine. If you wish to obstruct me, first inquire about the blade in my hand." The battle blade was raised, pointing directly at Ji Yuntian, its tip still dripping with fresh blood. A sight that was both ghastly and disquieting. Ji Yuntian's countenance darkened considerably. He glared furiously at Jun Zhantian, his fists clenched tightly, wishing nothing more than to rend him to pieces. Yet he knew he was no match for Jun Zhantian. To charge forth now would only result in his own humiliation. Jun Zhantian, do not bask in your triumph too soon. Today's events are merely an appetizer. Our family shall engage in a relentless feud until one of us is extinguished. Mark my words, I will personally sever your heads and use them as night pots. Ji Yuntian seethed, turning to depart. With Ji Yuntian's exit, the contest was definitively concluded. Whoosh! Jun Zhantian leaped down from the arena amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, striding with exhilaration towards Jun Wushuang. "Wushuang, thank you." Jun with a grand gesture, Jun Zhantian bestowed upon Jun Wushuang a plethora of treasures. Though the riches were splendid, the well-being of his son held greater significance. Moreover, Jun Wushuang was on the verge of a momentous breakthrough into the myriad realms, and thus, his father was determined to offer unwavering support. Jun Wushuang, accepting this generous provision without hesitation, returned to the Jun residence laden with an abundance of treasures. "Ming Yao, I am preparing to enter seclusion to attempt a breakthrough into the myriad realms. For the next few days, focus on your own cultivation. Should any questions arise, I shall clarify them upon my return," he advised Lin Mingyao before retreating. Lin Mingyao had made considerable progress in her cultivation of the Azure Lotus Sword Song and had recently acquired a substantial amount of spoils, likely accelerating her advancement even further. "Young master, do not worry about me. As long as you are well, I shall be content," Lin Mingyao replied, her demeanor serene and comforting. Jun Wushuang nodded, then resolutely turned and stepped into the secluded chamber. Although Yi Tianda had perished, Ji Yuntian still remained alive, and he had conspiringly allied himself with Su Huanhu to obliterate the Ji family. A more formidable power was imperative. Thus, a breakthrough into the myriad realms was essential. Furthermore, within the bronze magic ring in Jun Wushuang's possession lay sealed 10 treasures. Once he transcended into the myriad realms, he would unlock the first seal and reclaim the first treasure he had left behind in his past life. With a flourish of his hand, a cascade of translucent spirit stones erupted from his storage ring, accumulating beside him. Having obtained 100,000 spirit stones for neutralizing the poison afflicting the Southern King, and after spending another 100,000 on medicinal herbs, he retained a balance of 900,000, following his plunder of the Yi family. Jun Wushuang acquired an additional 600,000 spirit stones, bringing his total to 1,500,000. This fortune was sufficient for an ordinary martial artist to ascend from the 1st to the 9th level of the myriad realms. However, Jun Wushuang was no ordinary martial artist. His cultivation of the devouring demon art required 10-fold, or even 100-fold, more spiritual energy for each breakthrough compared to his peers. Thus, this 1,500,000 spirit stones would suffice solely for his ascent to the myriad realms. Nevertheless, such an advantage allowed Jun Wushuang to reach the pinnacle of every realm, enabling him to engage in combat beyond his level, facing 10, 100, or even 1,000 foes simultaneously, in addition to the spirit stones. Jun Wushuang had also prepared a considerable collection of demon cores, which could enhance the potency of the myriad demon flame, serving as one of his secret weapons. Devour. Jun Wushuang seated himself cross-legged. Surrounded by the amassed spirit stones and arranged demon cores, he activated the Devouring Demon Art. His body transformed into an abyssal black hole, capable of consuming all things and encompassing a universe. The spirit stones were drawn forth, morphing into a vast and dense dragon of spiritual energy that surged into Jun Wushuang's being, invigorating his essence and enabling the opening of his dantian to break through into the myriad realms. While Jun Wushuang was in seclusion, Jun Jiantian busied himself with the assimilation of the Yi family. The Yi family's overall strength was not inferior to that of the Jun family, with their assets comprising shops within Jiangning City, as well as fertile lands and mines outside the city. Due to previous oppressions, the Jun family's manpower had dwindled, compelling Jun Jiantian to personally oversee many matters in his quest to absorb the Yi family. Leaving him utterly occupied, the Jun residence grew increasingly desolate, inhabited only by a few elderly members of the family and some nostalgic servants, all of whom were few in number, rendering the atmosphere quite forlorn. Lin Mingyao remained vigilantly stationed outside the secluded chamber. For her, Jun Wushuang was her entire existence. Orphaned at a young age, she had been taken in by Jun Wushuang's mother, who saw her plight and made her a personal maid for Jun Wushuang. She felt immense gratitude and dedicated herself wholeheartedly to caring for him. Since the passing of Jun Wushuang's mother, she had channeled all her appreciation into her devotion to him. Her feelings transcended mere affection. They were akin to a spiritual tethered to Lin Mingyao. Jun Wushuang was her sky and her entire world. With a swift motion, Lin Mingyao gripped her sword and diligently practiced. The Azure Lotus Sword Song was a technique bestowed upon her by Jun Wushuang. Though she was uncertain if she was suited for swordplay, she was resolute not to disappoint him. Thus, whenever she had a moment to spare, she immersed herself in her training, neglecting her own needs, all for the sake of earning a compliment from Jun Wushuang. The sword light flickered, resembling a blooming azure lotus, beautiful yet lethal. Lin Mingyao, the embodiment of the Azure Lotus Empress's soul, possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, and she successfully mastered the Azure Lotus Sword Song. Suddenly, an imperceptible sword intent erupted from her being. Instantly, the surroundings turned ominous, and the flora within 100 meters was cleaved in two. Lin Mingyao had achieved another breakthrough. She had reached the 4th level of the body forging realm. A glimmer of joy appeared on her face. Becoming stronger was essential to assisting her young master. Who would have thought that an ordinary maid could possess such potential as a swordswoman? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air from behind her. Startled, Lin Mingyao turned, sword in hand, her senses heightened. "Who are you?" Daring to intrude upon the Jun residence, she demanded, forcing herself to remain calm as she attempted to intimidate the masked figure with the Jun family's reputation. "With Jun Jiantian absent, who can stand in my way? This insignificant Jun family. I come and go as I please." The masked man sneered, extending his hand to conjure a 3-meter-tall hand of spiritual energy that lunged toward Lin Mingyao. The aura emanating from him was undeniable. Myriad realms. Lin Mingyao's heart raced. She had not anticipated that her adversary was a formidable opponent in the myriad realms. One sword in bloom, gritting her silver teeth. She swung her sword. Despite the disparity in strength, she refused to back down. With a thrust, the sword flower blossomed, cutting through the spiritual hand into fragments. Such a powerful sword. You are on the verge of comprehending sword intent. Alas, your realm is too lowed in the face of my gale. You cannot escape. The masked man flickered like a gale, swiftly appearing before Lin Mingyao. That a surge of alarm coursed through her as she raised her sword to defend. But the gap in power was insurmountable. In no time, Lin Mingyao was captured. "What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed in shock. "Rest assured, I shall not take your life. You will serve as bait to lure Jun Wushuang to his demise." The masked man chuckled coldly. leaving a letter before the secluded chamber and swiftly departing with Lin Mengyao from the Jun residence. Jun Wushuang, the net is cast, and we await your arrival to meet your end. Within the secluded chamber, Jun Wushuang was engrossed in his cultivation, oblivious to Lin Mengyao's abduction. The 1,500,000 spirit stones had been wholly consumed, leaving only a pile of dust. Furthermore, the toxic energy within him had been completely refined, transforming into an overwhelming force. With all 9 meridians activated, demonic energy surged. Jun Wushuang was poised to unleash his power, channeling the demonic energy towards his Dantian in a fierce assault. Akin to 9 world-ending dragons striving to shatter the darkness and reshape the universe. Crack! Jun Wushuang's bones resounded, his flesh solidifying as his aura peaked. Boom! Like an ancient deity carving the heavens, Jun Wushuang's Dantian was once again opened. As he did so, the spiritual energy of the entire Jiangning city was drawn forth, coalescing into a massive funnel of spiritual energy spanning 1,000 meters, suspended above the Jun residence and connected to the secluded chamber. Although Jiangning City was a remote locale with sparse spiritual energy, the aggregation of the city's energy was nonetheless impressive at that moment. The vast spiritual energy surged into the secluded chamber, consumed by Jun Wushuang to solidify his Dantian and refine the demonic liquid. Once more, a phenomenon of heaven and earth manifested, and it was unmistakably linked to the Jun family. It could only be Jun Wushuang. At it appears we were indeed mistaken last time. The true dragon of the Jun family is not Jun Yinming, but Jun Wushuang. This celestial phenomenon is even greater than the last. Could it be that Jun Wushuang is attempting to break through into the myriad realms? The manifestation of celestial phenomena once again sent ripples throughout the entire city. Countless individuals gazed upward in astonishment. The 2 occurrences of such extraordinary signs were both summoned by Jun Wushuang, affirming the legitimacy of the title True Dragon of the Jun family. In the arena, Jun Jiantian triumphed over Ji Yuntian, vanquishing Yi Tiana at this moment. Jun Wushuang once more invoked celestial anomalies, astonishing everyone present. Indeed, the Jun family is on the verge of resurgence, within the confines of a secret chamber. Jun Wushuang was deeply engrossed in his cultivation that he was in the process of opening his Dantian, transforming spiritual energy in a liquid form, which signified the realm of myriad manifestations, that a martial artist at the first level of myriad manifestations can condense 10 drops of spiritual liquid within their body, with each drop representing the sum of 9 spiritual meridians. Jun Wushuang practiced the Devouring Demon Art, his body not containing spiritual energy, but rather a more tyrannical demonic aura at this moment. This demonic energy was compressed and refined into a drop of inky black demonic liquid. Ordinary spiritual liquid is merely the size of a mung bean, yet Jun Wushuang's demonic liquid was as large as a quail's egg, 100 times that of ordinary spiritual liquid. Ultimately, Jun Wushuang devoured the spiritual energy of the entire city, condensing 10 drops of demonic liquid within his Dantian, reaching the pinnacle of the first level of myriad manifestations. This was Jun Wushuang's current realm, but in terms of combat prowess, he was comparable to martial artists at the 8th or 9th level of myriad manifestations at this moment. Jun Wushuang was even capable of confronting Ji Yuntian head-on. Finally, he had restored himself to the myriad manifestations realm. Jun Wushuang's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Not only had his strength returned, but he was now even more formidable than before. The purple extreme demon eye and the myriad demon's demon flame had also improved significantly. The myriad demon's demon flame absorbed a vast amount of demon cores, enhancing its power threefold. Meanwhile, the purple extreme demon eye, being Jun Wushuang's innate divine ability, would elevate alongside his strength, now capable of perceiving everything within a radius of 300 meters, also enhanced threefold. However, the most crucial element remained the bronze demon ring. Jun Wushuang gazed expectantly at the bronze demon ring adorning his hand. This ring sealed 10 demonic artifacts left behind from his previous life. With his breakthrough into the myriad manifestations realm, he could now unseal the first layer and acquire the first demonic artifact. With a swift motion, Jun Wushuang unsealed the artifact and reached out. Instantly, a dark red, demonic light burst forth from the bronze demon ring. Illuminating the entire chamber, the thick scent of blood permeated the air, nauseating to the senses. Horrific visions of divine and demonic annihilation, and the destruction of worlds materialized. The entire chamber transformed into a realm of Shura hell. Had there been outsiders present, they would have perished instantly, with no chance of struggle. That a blood-red, demonic blade hovered before Jun Wushuang. Upon the blade were inscribed 9 intricate demonic runes, each profoundly complex, enough to shatter one's mind with a mere glance. Shura, demon blade, my companion, you have finally returned. Jun Wushuang exclaimed with excitement as he grasped the Shura demon blade. This was his demonic weapon from his previous life, accompanying him through the 3 realms and 6 paths, having slain countless deities and demons and exterminated numerous divine emperors. This blade was Jun Wushuang's first demonic weapon, a terrifying entity that instilled dread in the hearts of countless divine beings. The Shura demon blade emitted a resonant hum, rejoicing in its reunion. However, the blade's power was too immense. With Jun Wushuang's current strength, he could barely unleash even a tiny fraction of its might. Moreover, the 9 demonic runes on the blade were, in fact, seals that bound the majority of its power. Otherwise, Jun Wushuang would not only be unable to wield the blade, but even a mere breath from it could obliterate him 1,000 times over. Yet, as Jun Wushuang's strength grew, these 9 seals could be gradually lifted at that time. The Shura demon blade would reveal its true demonic might, with the blade in hand and demonic energy surging. It felt as though the devouring heaven demon emperor, who once traversed the 3 realms and stood invincible, had returned, with 10 drops of demonic liquid and the Shura demon blade. Even if Ji and Tian were present, I could slay him with a single strike. A chilling glint surged in Jun Wushuang's eyes, his murderous intent palpable. Previously, he could only bolster his father's strength to confront Ji and Tian. But now, having broken through to the first level of myriad manifestations and wielding the Shura demon blade, he was confident in his ability to confront Ji and Tian directly. That I am a demon, destined to eradicate all enemies in this world. After completing his cultivation, Jun Wushuang stored away the Shura demon blade and exited the secret chamber. Jun Wushuang did not see Lin Mengyao, but he discovered a letter affixed to the door. If you wish to save your maid, come to the peach blossom grove outside the city. Remember, you must come alone. Mengyao has been kidnapped. Jun Wushuang's expression shifted, a surge of murderous intent rising. The Yi family has been annihilated. The only ones capable of kidnapping Lin Mengyao were the Ji family and the city lord's mansion. Yet, regardless of which faction it was, abducting Lin Mengyao was a capital offense. His father had gone to the Yi family's mine. This was a ruse to draw him away. Soon, Jun Wushuang discerned his father's movements and instantly pieced together the conspiracy behind it. The Yi family's mine was their most significant asset, and his father would undoubtedly not abandon it. That Ji and Tian had seized this opportunity to kidnap Lin Mengyao, luring him out of the city. This way, he could avoid detection and act without anyone being the wiser. As was customary, this scheme undoubtedly bore the mark of Ji and Tian. However, the kidnapper hailed from the city lord's mansion. Was it the gale amidst the storm? Activating the purple extreme demon eye, Jun Wushuang discerned the traces of battle and swiftly identified the masked man's identity. Su Huanta had 4 capable subordinates: gale, downpour, thunder, and lightning. Each one was a formidable warrior at the myriad manifestations realm. The masked man who abducted Lin Mengyao was none other than Gale, one of the 4 generals. Su Huantu intended to align himself with Ji and Tian. Su Huantu, you are playing with fire. A fierce glint flickered in Jun Wushuang's eyes. His murderous intent swelling, he did not hesitate and swiftly made his way outside. Mengyao is my Achilles heel. Whoever dares to touch her shall meet their demise. Su Huantu, I shall kill you. Peach Blossom Grove. When Jun Wushuang arrived, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Yet, he immediately spotted Lin Mengyao. She was bound tightly to a peach tree, her body battered and bloodied from evident torture. Young master, you must flee. The frail Lin Mengyao, upon seeing Jun Wushuang, suddenly awakened and urged him with urgency, unwilling for him to fall into the trap. She would rather sacrifice herself than see him endangered because of her. Mengyao, I have said it before. Whoever dares to harm you, I shall slay. Jun Wushuang's voice was icy as he surveyed the surroundings. Su Huantu, come forth and meet your death. His roar echoed like a vengeful spirit's wail, reverberating through the air and sending chills down spines. That to kill you. There is no need for the city lord to act personally. A familiar sharp voice rang out. A masked man appeared behind Jun Wushuang. It was Gale. Gale excelled in agility and speed, and though he was merely at the 6th level of myriad manifestations, even those at the 9th level could not catch him. Jun Wushuang, I didn't expect you to dare come to your own demise. This little maid-servant of yours, she wouldn't happen to be your lover, would she? A cold, feminine voice chimed, and a voluptuous and alluring woman materialized to Jun Wushuang's left. Downpour, the towering, muscular man stepped forth on Jun Wushuang's right side. His voice booming like thunder, not rush. He has already stepped into the trap, and there is no escape. They say the Jun family's true dragon is formidable. I am curious to see just how capable this true dragon truly is. A slender man materialized before Jun Wushuang, toying with a flying dagger as he scrutinized her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lightning, a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the Wanxiang realm, was adept at using hidden weapons, making him a perilous adversary. The 4 generals of the city lord's mansion, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, had gathered here, encircling Jun Wushuang in a tight net. 3 were at the 7th level of the Wanxiang realm, while one stood at the 6th. Such a formidable lineup would leave even Ji and Tian grievously injured, if not dead. After 2 failed attempts, Ji and Tian was determined not to face a 3rd defeat. Thus, for this assassination, he joined forces with Su Huanhua, deploying their most potent strength. Within the city lord's mansion, aside from Su Huanhua, the strongest presence was undoubtedly that of the 4 generals. Their combined might against a mere junior who had just broken into the Wanxiang realm seemed akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Jun Wushuang's murderous intent remained unabated. Although wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were formidable, she did not regard them with any concern. Her target tonight was Su Huanhua. The audacious young man was about to meet his end, and she would personally escort him to hell. The tempestuous Shoyu, with both an explosive physique and temperament, was incensed by Jun Wushuang's words and could no longer contain herself, striking first. With a mid-level Xian-tier martial art, 10,000 serpents devouring the heart. Shoyu showed no mercy nor underestimation towards Jun Wushuang, launching a lethal attack right away. She released her spiritual energy, transforming it into a chilling mist that coalesced in hundreds of water serpents, surging from all directions towards Jun Wushuang. These ethereal serpents were terrifying. Not only were they bone-chillingly cold, but their constricting power was immense. Once ensnared, even an elephant would be obliterated in an instant. With such a multitude of water serpents, the challenge for Jun Wushuang to defend against them was staggering. The trio of wind, rain, and thunder stood back, arms crossed, observing in their eyes. Jun Wushuang, at the 1st level of the Wanxiang realm, was utterly insignificant. Even if he were the true dragon of the Jun family, blessed with extraordinary talent, talent alone did not equate to strength. That a genius who could not grow was not a genius at all. Shoyu, being 6 minor realms above Jun Wushuang, was not expected to falter to that moment. The serpents were closing in, poised to tear him apart in the next heartbeat. Divine talent, 10,000 demonic flames. A fierce glint flickered in Jun Wushuang's eyes as he unleashed his divine ability. Instantly, a black flame akin to ink surged forth, morphing into a 100-meter-long demonic flame python. This was the innate divine ability of the flame python spirit body, now enhanced by Jun Wushuang's demonic energy, wielding enough power to incinerate a mountain of 1,000 feet. Whoosh! The demonic flame python charged forth, rendering the water serpents as insignificant as small fry before Titan. Utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, the water serpents evaporated, their spiritual energy dissipating. To Shoyu's lethal strike was effortlessly neutralized. Yet the demonic flame python, undeterred, barreled forward for Shoyu. What kind of flame is this, capable of extinguishing my spiritual water serpents? Shoyu's expression shifted dramatically. Her water serpents, not only solid but chilling to the bone, would typically extinguish any ordinary flames. Yet this time, they were effortlessly vaporized. That it was utterly inconceivable. But as the demonic flame python approached, she had no time to ponder. She swiftly retrieved a spirit sword from her storage ring, the high-level Shin-tier martial art. Cold Death Shadow, Serpent Slash. A torrent of spiritual energy converged upon the spirit sword before she executed a powerful slash. The sword light fused with the spiritual energy, transforming into a shadow serpent blade aura of 100 meters in length. This shadow serpent appeared almost corporeal, vibrant and lifelike, as though it were a demon serpent that had absorbed a century's worth of dark energy. Capable of leveling cities and annihilating lands, an utterly terrifying presence. This strike was Shoyu's most formidable attack. Boom! The collision between the demonic flame python and the shadow serpent blade aura erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that shattered peach trees, creating a scene of devastation. Yet the shadow serpent blade aura could not withstand the might of the demonic flame python. It fractured inch by inch, ultimately emitting a mournful cry before collapsing entirely. The demonic flame python, however, surged forward unabated, striking Shoyu directly. Bang! Shoyu was sent reeling, blood spewing from her mouth, her body charred and gravely injured as she fell to the ground. How is this possible? The trio of wind, rain, and thunder froze, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. The 7th level Shoyu of the Wanxiang realm had fallen to the 1st level Jun Wushuang. This was too monstrous. Whoosh! At that moment, Jun Wushuang's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Not good. The expression of wind shifted dramatically. He realized Jun Wushuang was heading to finish off Shoyu. He immediately unleashed his martial art, accelerating with all his might to intervene. However, Jun Wushuang's speed surpassed his own. Despite his full-speed pursuit, he remained significantly behind. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Jun Wushuang reached Shoyu's side. That I will not hold back. Shoyu, bearing her grievous injuries, resolved to fight with her life on the line. If she could withstand this strike, wind, rain, and thunder would arrive in time to save her. The Shura blade emerged, the gods and demons perishing. Jun Wushuang gripped the Shura demon blade and unleashed a powerful slash. The dark red blade shimmered, capable of cleaving heaven and earth, annihilating gods and demons. Shoyu's expression changed drastically as she sought to flee, but it was too late. The blade flashed and blood spurted. Shoyu collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. One slash, and Shoyu was dead. Shoyu! The expressions of wind, rain, and thunder transformed wildly, no longer daring to underestimate Jun Wushuang. Within the peach blossom grove, the atmosphere grew oppressively tense. That Shoyu's lifeless body lay upon the ground, her blood staining the earth, a horrific sight, her eyes wide open, never to close in death. How could you possibly be so strong? A sharp voice escaped from Wind's lips, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Jun Wushuang. This time, the 4 of them had joined forces against Jun Wushuang, who had only just broken into the Wanxiang realm, believing it to be a surefire victory. Yet, they never anticipated that Jun Wushuang would strike with such thunderous force, slaying Shoyu outright. Su Huanhua, do you dare not show yourself? I shall call you Su Huanggue instead, for you are nothing but a turtle hiding its head. Jun Wushuang disregarded Wind entirely, his gaze lifting slightly towards the depths of the peach blossom grove, beneath the gaze of the purple extreme demonic eye. Jun Wushuang discerned Su Huanhua's fluctuating aura. He was right there. Yet he dared not reveal himself, fearful of the decree of the Southern King. You arrogant brat, how dare you insult the city lord? Jun Wushuang's brazen words ignited fury among wind, rain, and thunder. Although Jun Wushuang had slain Shoyu, showcasing astonishing strength, they still held the advantage with 3 remaining. Enough with the chatter. Let us attack together. Jing Lei grunted, unwilling to waste words that moment. His massive frame charged at Jun Wushuang like a frenzied bull. Clad in heavy armor with thick steel spikes at critical points and bolstered by his already formidable physique and immense strength, this charge could collapse an entire palace. That high-level Shin-tier martial art. Savage Bull's charge. Jing Lei employed no extravagant techniques. His spiritual energy merely enveloped his form, augmenting his size. That moment, Jing Lei, encased in heavy armor and veiled in spiritual energy, resembled a true ancient savage bull, capable of toppling mountains and shattering anything in its path. Bull Demon Mighty Fist. Jun Wushuang's left fist clenched, striking out indifferently. The first transformation. Bull Demon Trample. Boom! The air before him exploded. Shockwaves surging forth, the ground caving it was as if an ancient bull demon, towering like a mountain, charged through, shattering the very landscape. As he unleashed his punch, the phantom of the bull demon materialized, embodying pure strength. Though the ancient savage bull was powerful, it paled in comparison to the bull demon. The collision of the two forces roared like thunder, akin to two ancient divine mountains violently crashing together, shaking the earth and splitting the sky. Bang! A shadow was violently propelled backward, crashing through over 100 peach trees and carving a deep trench in the ground, stained with the vivid hue of fresh blood, clearly indicating severe injuries. Yet this figure was not Jun Wushuang, but rather Jing Lei. The heavy armor encasing Jing Lei had been shattered into fragments that a deep, concave imprint from a fist was starkly visible on his chest, having not only fractured his ribs, but also harmed his internal organs. That moment, Jing Lei lay on the ground, coughing up blood in great heaves, mingled with bits of his own entrails. Evidently on the brink of death. One punch had left Jing Lei gravely wounded and near death. How is this possible? Ji Feng and Shan Dian were taken aback, staring incredulously at Jun Wushuang. Jing Lei was a body cultivator, possessing formidable physical strength and innate divine power. In terms of sheer physique, even Su Huanta would be 3 points inferior. Yet, Jun Wushuang had incapacitated Jing Lei with a single blow, and he himself appeared unscathed. This was nothing short of absurdity, but the truth lay bare before them, forcing Ji Feng and Shan Dian to accept this outcome. 1 slash had felled Zhao Yu, and one punch had injured Jing Lei. Was he truly merely at the first level of the Wanxiang realm? Now it is your turn. Jun Wushuang's gaze swept over Ji Feng and Shan Dian. Since Su Huanta dared not show himself, he would eliminate his trusted subordinates to compel him to appear. This is bad. Under Jun Wushuang's intense gaze, both Ji Feng and Shan Dian felt a chill run down their spines, as though they were being targeted by a primordial beast, poised to meet an untimely demise at any moment. With a swift motion, Shan Dian unleashed a flurry of flying daggers aimed directly at Jun Wushuang's throat. However, the daggers did not strike their mark as they were severed mid-air by the Shura demon blade. Sand-shooting shadow needles. Shan Dian launched another attack, employing a special technique to deploy hidden weapons. Instantly, hundreds of needle-thin poison darts shot forth, utilizing the cover of light to gain the upper hand against Jun Wushuang. Clang. Under the gaze of the purple extreme demon eyes, every needle was laid bare. The Shura demon blade swung, cleaving through all the poison needles. This moment, Jun Wushuang advanced with his blade, now standing before Shan Dian. Shan Dian's complexion shifted dramatically, and he unleashed his full might. A barrage of various hidden weapons erupted from his hands, a veritable storm of projectiles that left one defenseless. Yet, Jun Wushuang, with his purple extreme demon eyes, saw through all of it. Every hidden weapon was thwarted by him. With no avenue of escape, Shan Dian gritted his teeth, resolved to employ his trump card. Poison blood condensed arrow. Shan Dian struck his chest, and streams of toxic blood erupted from his body, numbering in the dozens. Hurtling towards Jun Wushuang, intent on transforming him into a pincushion. This toxic blood was a product of his unique cultivation technique, typically hidden from view, yet capable of decimating an entire town when unleashed, terribly formidable. Cut! Jun Wushuang's expression remained icy, disregarding the toxic blood. Holding the Shura demon blade, he struck out directly at a flash of the blade, and a head fell to the ground. Shan Dian's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at Jun Wushuang. He could not comprehend why Jun Wushuang would choose to engage in mutual destruction with him. This blow could indeed slay him, yet Jun Wushuang would also be pierced by his poisoned blood arrows. In his final moments, he beheld his toxic blood land upon Jun Wushuang, only to be eerily devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Not only had he failed to poison Jun Wushuang, but no wounds were inflicted whatsoever. Monster, Shan Dian, filled with resentment, breathed his last, Su Huantu, will you not show yourself? Jun Wushuang cast one last glance at Shan Dian before turning his attention to the lone survivor, Ji-Feng. With the storm, rain, and thunder already fallen, only Ji-Feng remained alive. Lord City Master, save me. Ji-Feng was paralyzed with fear, utterly unwilling to engage in battle with Jun Wushuang. Among the four, he was the weakest, with Zhao Yu, Jing Lei, and Shan Dian all effortlessly slain by Jun Wushuang. His terror intensified. With the Shuro blade raised, Jun Wushuang's gaze was fixed upon him. Ji-Feng had kidnapped Lin Mengyao, and Jun Wushuang would not let him go. Infusing demonic energy, he summoned the Shuro demon blade and cleaved downward. Crack. A dark red blade light sliced through the air, as if the Shuro demon god wielded a blade capable of severing heavens and earth, annihilating gods and demons alike. The blade light tore through everything, reminiscent of death's scythe harvesting vibrant lives. Though Ji-Feng was swift, the speed of the strike was swifter still. Before Ji-Feng could escape, he was cleaved in two by the blade. Jun Wushuang, you shall pay for this. A thunderous voice echoed from deep within the peach blossom grove. Jun Wushuang grinned widely. Su Huantu, you have finally emerged. The storm, rain, thunder, and lightning were mere pawns. Su Huantu was the true mastermind of the night. As the lord of Jiangning City, Su Huantu not only meddled in the affairs of the common folk, but also aided Ji Yuntian in suppressing the Jun family. Now he had even kidnapped Lin Mengyao and set a trap to ensnare Jun Wushuang, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Those who oppose me must perish. Boom! Su Huantu charged forth like a frenzied lion, his crimson, furious eyes glaring prominently in the night. Bull demon tread. Jun Wushuang clenched his left fist, once more demonstrating the bull demon great strength fist. A single punch unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a bull demon shattering mountains and rivers, carrying a terrifying force capable of obliterating a small hill. Although Jun Wushuang was merely at the first level of the Wanxiang realm, his demonic essence was 100 times that of ordinary spiritual essences, comparable to a cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. Moreover, his devouring demonic body had reached the threshold, rendering his physical might far superior to that of an average spirit body. Boom! Su Huantu, filled with wrath, did not gain the upper hand. Jun Wushuang staggered back 3 or 4 meters, while Su Huantu was pushed back a meter. It should be noted that Su Huantu was a cultivator at the 4th level of the Divine Sea realm, surpassing Jun Wushuang by at least 1 rank. Logically, a 4th-level Divine Sea cultivator should easily crush a 1st-level Wanxiang cultivator in a single blow. Yet at this moment, Jun Wushuang had merely found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. This was utterly preposterous. Jun Wushuang, I will personally slay you tonight. Su Huantu's expression was filled with indignation as he roared repeatedly. He had anticipated collecting Jun Wushuang's corpse, but had not expected him to be so powerful as to slaughter all 4 of his subordinates with ease. These 4 had been his carefully nurtured confidants, and now, one by one, they had fallen to Jun Wushuang as if they were mere vegetables. How could he not be furious? Su Huantu, you turtle, have you finally shown your head? Jun Wushuang's eyes glimmered with cold light, his murderous intent palpable. Initially, he had only sought to annihilate the Jun family. However, Su Huantu had insisted on meddling, leaving him with no choice but to face his demise. You wish to force me to reveal myself, and now that I have, what will you do? Although I know not how you obtained the order of the Southern Town King, this is Jiangning City, not the imperial capital. The heavens are high and the emperor distant. Here, in Jiangning City, I am the local emperor. If I slay you here, who will know it was I? Even with the order of the Southern Town King, it cannot save your life. Su Huantu's face contorted with rage, his anger reaching a boiling point. During a martial arts competition, he had been forced to kneel in public, a perpetual disgrace lingering in his heart. His agreement to assist Ji Yuntian in ambushing Jun Wushuang was partly driven by a desire for vengeance. He had initially believed that with the 4 of them acting together, they would easily slay Jun Wushuang. Yet he had not anticipated the loss of both his men and his dignity. But tonight, he could not allow Jun Wushuang to escape. Otherwise, such an opportunity would be rare to find again. Su Huan too, would it not be better to fulfill your duties as city master? Why must you seek death? Jun Wushuang shook his head that Ji Yuntian had harmed the Jun family. Ji Qingxian had stolen his royal body. And he had sworn an unending vendetta against the Ji family. You have aided the oppressor. Thus, you are my enemy. And those who stand against me shall meet their demise. Jun Wushuang spoke coldly, simultaneously rescuing Lin Mingyao. Step aside. Once I have dispatched this turtle, I shall take you home. Jun Wushuang spoke softly. Young master, be careful. Lin Mingyao obediently nodded and stepped aside. However, her delicate fists were tightly clenched, and she resolved within her heart that should her young master find himself in peril, she would dash forth, sacrificing herself to protect him. Tisuke, such deep affection. Who would have thought you were such a lovesick fool? In that case, I shall end your lives, ensuring you have company on your journey to the netherworld. Su Huanta roared, his face twisted with malice. The aura of a fourth-tier Shanghai realm expert erupted unabashedly. His eyes filled with ferocity and murderous intent. Jun Wushuang, even if your father were to arrive today, he cannot save you. I shall rend your body asunder to appease the spirits of the storm and thunder above. Boom! An invisible wave of mental power surged forth, akin to the clash of swords and armor, rushing forward with overwhelming force. The greatest strength of Shanghai realm experts lies in their mental prowess. This mental energy is intangible, elusive, and impervious to ordinary means of defense. Even the mightiest physical cultivator, as formidable as thunder, would find themselves utterly vulnerable before such mental force. Thus, a Shanghai realm expert can effortlessly crush a warrior of the Wuxiang realm. At this moment, Su Huantu unleashed his mental power, from mental runes illuminating simultaneously, far surpassing Jun Zhantian's capabilities. Moreover, having spent years in the military, Su Huantu's mental energy was steeped in the aura of bloodshed, rendering it even more potent than that of an ordinary warrior. I end this critical moment. Su Huanta aimed to crush Jun Wushuang's spirit with his immense mental force, shattering his psyche and reducing him to a fool. I refuse to believe that with my fourth-tier Shanghai realm strength, I cannot obliterate you. Su Huanta seethed with hatred towards Jun Wushuang. Since he had taken action himself, he was confident in his ability to eliminate Jun Wushuang. Not only was he the lord of Jiangning City, but he was also the strongest in the region. Not to mention Jun Zhantian, even Master Wu, the second-tier Shanghai realm, was no match for him. And Jun Wushuang, he was merely a first-tier Wuxiang realm warrior. Su Huanta possessed absolute confidence in his ability to crush him. Jun Wushuang had yet to awaken his consciousness, and thus lacked the mental power to resist. However, since he dared to confront Su Huantu, he undoubtedly had his own countermeasures. Shura, Demon Blade. Merge with me. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, I shall become Shura. Jun Wushuang's eyes, once clear as day, abruptly transformed into a blood-red hue, as if they were two vast oceans of blood. Furthermore, his raven hair was stained crimson, cascading down like a waterfall of blood. An intangible aura of killing intent coalesced around him, transforming into a tangible crimson light that enveloped his form. With blood-red eyes, blood-hued hair, and a radiant sheen of blood, Jun Wushuang grasped the Shura demon blade, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill that altered the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Causing all living beings to tremble in fear, he seemed to embody a Shura demon god, capable of slaughtering countless beings with a single stroke of his blade. In that instant, facing the fourth-tier Shanghai realm Su Huantu, Jun Wushuang unleashed a divine-level forbidden technique. A forbidden technique is one of immense power, albeit at a great cost, akin to the explosive spirit elixir consumed by Yi Tianda earlier. Divine-level forbidden techniques, however, far exceed ordinary ones, granting strength beyond imagination. At this moment, Jun Wushuang awakened the power within the Shura demon blade, merging it with himself, reaching a state of demonic transformation. Divine-level forbidden technique. Transformation into Shura. Young master, Lin Mingyao's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her hand clasped over her mouth, her face pale with horror. Su Huanta's pupils constricted, as though he were facing a terrifying deity of death. The sheer intensity of the killing intent rendered him rigid, a chill coursing through him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. "Who on earth are you?" Su Huanta gasped in sheer terror. Jun Wushuang, gripping the Shura demon blade, stood amidst a sea of corpses and blood. "The one who will kill you!" Boom! A flash of crimson light collided with Su Huantu's mental force. In the void, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the clash of blades, sharp and piercing to Su Huantu's astonishment. His mental energy was cleaved asunder by the bloodlight. "What is this? How can it sever my mental power?" Su Huanta staggered back a dozen steps, his face a mask of disbelief. This bloodlight was not mere mental energy, but rather solidified killing intent. The Shura demon blade had slain millions of demons and countless beings. Its aura of slaughter beyond imagination. Even if Jun Wushuang merely summoned a fraction of its power, it was sufficient to crush Su Huantu's mental force to counter mental energy with killing intent. That was Jun Wushuang's strategy. Heavenly talent. 10,000 demon flames. Jun Wushuang did not grant Su Huantu a moment to collect himself that moment. The demonic flames surged forth, transforming into a colossal black serpent of flame. Towering at 100 meters in length, this serpent, dark red in hue, bore not only the terrifying 10,000 demon flames, but also an astonishing aura of slaughter. Hiss! The flame serpent seemed to come alive. Traversing from the primordial era to incinerate Su Huantu into ashes, obliterating both body and soul. This is bad. Su Huanta sensed the terror of the flame serpent, and his expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew a long spear. Releasing his spiritual energy, advanced Xian-level martial technique, sweeping through the 1,000 armies, Su Huantu's spiritual energy was immense. Even though Jun Wushuang's demonic liquid was 100-fold that of ordinary spiritual liquid. The vast disparity in realms granted Su Huanta the upper hand in spiritual energy. As he swung the spear, it surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing violently into the flame serpent. Boom! The flame serpent could not withstand the onslaught and exploded into a shower of sparks. However, the remnants of the shattered serpent rained down upon Su Huantu, scorching his skin and clothing, leaving him badly injured. "Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot kill you." Su Huantu's expression darkened to the point of dripping with malice. His eyes fixed on Jun Wushuang with a mix of fury and disbelief. The Jun Wushuang, transformed into a Shura, was far too formidable. Not only could his killing intent sever Su Huantu's mental force, but even the 10,000 demon flames inflicted harm upon him. This realization shattered Su Huantu's pride. As the strongest in Jiangning City, even Jun Zhantian had to heed his authority. How could a mere Jun Wushuang possibly stand as his opponent? Advanced Xian-level martial technique. Tiger demon of the heavens. Su Huantu gritted his teeth, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy as he executed his signature move, determined to overpower Jun Wushuang and claim victory. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed through the heavens, as if the king of beasts had charged forth. Eager to devour, the immense spiritual energy coalesced around the spear, rapidly transforming into a 100-meter-tall spiritual tiger. This ethereal beast was vividly alive, fierce and menacing, its mere presence enough to instill terror. Jun Wushuang. "Prepare to die!" Su Huanta bellowed, hurling the spear with all his might. In an instant, the spear tore through the air, trailing a long white wake, imbued with lethal brilliance, aimed directly at Jun Wushuang's heart. The spiritual tiger roared, akin to a ferocious predator lunging at its prey, accompanying the spear in its bid to shred Jun Wushuang to pieces. This strike obliterated a significant portion of the peach blossom grove, leaving the ground fractured and trees splintered, a scene of utter devastation. Young master, Lin Mingyao's face turned ashen, her delicate fists clenched tightly, filled with deep concern. Yet Jun Wushuang remained unfazed, his eyes growing even more crimson. Clutching the Shura demon blade, even with 9 seals upon it, its demonic might was unparalleled. Shura blade strike. The heavens trembled at his mighty blow. Jun Wushuang's connection to the sea of corpses and blood behind him became even more vivid. Mountains of corpses, remnants of divine demons, lay strewn about. The blood surged, mingling with the remains of dragons and phoenixes. Jun Wushuang's blood-red hair billowed, his blood-red eyes resembling a true Shura demon god descending to the mortal realm. Intent on slaughtering all, crack. With a single stroke, the killing intent erupted, crimson waves surging forth. The 100-meter spiritual tiger was effortlessly cleaved in two by the blade's radiant A-R-C-A-S. The Shura demon blade clashed with the spear. A resounding clang echoed, splitting the spear cleanly in half. Once unleashed, the Shura blade could bring down divine demons alike. A mere spiritual tiger was no match for its might. And at that moment, the Shura blade, its momentum unabated, continued its descent towards Su Huanyu. "This is bad." Su Huanyu's expression changed dramatically, and he dared not confront the attack head dash on in that instant. He swiftly retreated, seeking to evade the earth-shattering blow. However, Jun Wushuang relentlessly pressed forward, his speed unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance that Su Huanyu retrieved a dozen spirit talismans and a defensive spirit shield from his storage ring. Alas, all these efforts were as fragile as paper before the usurped demon blade, shattering with ease. With a swift motion, the usurped demon blade sliced through the layers of spirit talismans and severed the protective shield, ultimately descending upon Su Huanyu, severing his right arm. My hand. The searing pain of his severed limb drained the color from Su Huanyu's face, eliciting cries of anguish. He had never imagined that he would be so utterly defeated by Jun Wushuang. It was simply inconceivable. Yet the reality had unfolded. His spear lay broken, his talisman shattered, and now his arm was gone to that moment. Su Huanyu was gravely wounded, his condition dire. He could hardly hope to vanquish Jun Wushuang, let alone ensure his own survival. Flee. Su Huanyu made a swift decision and turned to escape. The embodiment of Azura, Jun Wushuang, was overwhelmingly powerful. His spirit was engulfed by the murderous aura radiating from Jun, leaving him at a distinct disadvantage. Moreover, his own spiritual energy was scarcely superior to Jun Wushuang's. Most crucially, the usurped demon blade was far too formidable, whether it was his spear, the talismans, or the defensive shield. All were rendered utterly ineffective in the face of this blade. Su Huanyu no longer believed he possessed the capability to defeat Jun Wushuang. Thus he had no choice but to flee. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Jun Wushuang's voice resonated like the whisper of death, sending a shiver down Su Huanyu's spine, his heart plummeting into despair. Jun Wushuang had already caught up, and the azure demon blade swung down once more. Whoosh! The blood-red blade light flickered faster than lightning, tearing through the air with a chilling aura of death, striking Su Huanyu again. A deep gash, visible to the bone, appeared on Su Huanyu's back, rendering him akin to a bird with broken wings, collapsing to the ground, utterly incapable of further flight. Jun Wushuang, I concede. If you spare my life, not only will I refrain from attacking the Jun family, but I will also assist you against the Ji family. Su Huanyu hastily pleaded for mercy. Desperate to preserve his life, he harbored grand ambitions and a bright future, unwilling to perish here. From the moment you assisted that old dog Ji against my Jun family, your death was sealed. Jun Wushuang's gaze was frigid, devoid of mercy. The azure demon blade was raised, poised to strike down. No, you cannot kill me. I am the lord of Jiangning City, an official of the court. If you slay me, you too shall perish. Su Huanyu's pupils constricted, making one last desperate attempt. Yet, Jun Wushuang's murderous intent was resolute. In a flash, the blade glimmered. The head fell. Su Huanyu was dead. In his final moments, Su Huanyu was overwhelmed by an abyss of regret. He realized his grave error. He had always considered himself the sovereign of Jiangning City, believing he could control everything. He thought that by aiding Ji Yuntian, he could effortlessly annex the Jun family. Yet, things had not gone as planned. In the arena, he had been forced to kneel and bow to the king of southern suppression. The ambush that night had ended in utter devastation. Although Ji Qingshen was a profound-level student of the Royal Martial Arts Academy, Jun Wushuang was the true dragon of the Jun family. No, Jun Wushuang was a deity, a god of slaughter, from the very beginning. He should never have agreed to assist Jun Tian, should never have turned against the Jun family, and certainly should not have attempted to ambush Jun Wushuang. One misstep led to another, culminating in this tragic outcome. Jun Tian, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Even as a ghost, Su Huanyu's head rolled to rest at Jun Wushuang's feet, his eyes forever unclosed. Did the young master win? Not far away, Lin Mingyao witnessed the entire scene, her face etched with shock and disbelief. Who was Su Huanyu? He was the lord of Jiangning City, a formidable figure at the 4th level of the Divine Sea Realm. In this territory, he was the undisputed overlord. Both the 3 great families and the Wanbao Pavilion branches had to bow before him. Even Jun Zhantian and Master Wu were not his equals. Yet now he had been slain by the young master with a single stroke. This was utterly surreal. Just then, Jun Wushuang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The murderous aura dissipated rapidly. His blood-red hair returned to its original black, and his crimson eyes reverted as well. However, Jun Wushuang's complexion was as pale as a sheet, his entire being exuding an aura of utter exhaustion, as if he had just endured a severe illness. Young master, Lin Mingyao's heart raced with urgency as she rushed to support Jun Wushuang. I am fine. Collect their storage rings, and then we shall return home. At that moment, Jun Wushuang was in a state of extreme weakness. Even a mere passerby could easily end his life. Although the divine forbidden technique was immensely powerful, it bore significant consequences. Now, Jun Wushuang's demonic energy was depleted, his blood vitality dimmed, and his internal organs shattered. Even with healing elixirs, he would require 2 to 3 months to recover. Lin Mingyao complied, gathering the storage rings, then carefully assisted Jun Wushuang as they made their way back to Jiangning City. The night was dark, and few noticed Jun Wushuang and Lin Mingyao. Soon, they arrived at the Jun family residence. Wushuang, what happened? Jun Zhantian had returned and was taken aback by the scene, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he inquired. Patriarch, it is all my fault. Please punish this servant. Lin Mingyao wept as she recounted the events. What? Su Huanyu dared to ambush Wushuang. Jun Zhantian's fury ignited, his eyes wide with rage, exuding a murderous aura. Yet, Su Huanyu was already dead, and thus he could not seek revenge. Moreover, the news of Jun Wushuang slaying Su Huanyu was too shocking to comprehend. However, he trusted that Lin Mingyao would not deceive him. After all, this matter could be easily clarified with a little investigation. Father, I merely employed a forbidden technique. I'm a bit drained, but with some rest, I shall recover. Su Huanyu conspired with that old dog Ji. And now that Su Huanyu is dead, it would be an opportune moment for my father to strike against the Ji family and avenge our grievances. Jun Wushuang had never forgotten his hatred for Ji Yuntian. Now that Su Huanyu was dead, no one could protect Ji Yuntian. With his father's strength, he would be more than capable of slaying Ji Yuntian and absorbing the Ji family. Wushuang, you should rest and recuperate. I will go deal with that old dog Ji and return to tend to your injuries. Jun Zhantian quickly grasped the situation, instructing Lin Mingyao to take good care of Jun Wushuang before hastily making his way to the Ji family. However, Jun Zhantian found nothing upon arrival. By the time he reached the Ji family, Ji Yuntian had already fled. In the imperial capital, within the Royal Martial Arts Academy, Ji Qingchen clutched a family letter. Her eyes rimmed with red, utterly heartbroken. Qingchen, why are you crying? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. A young man clad in brocade inquired with concern. Brother Lei, something has happened to my family. Ji Qingchen, resembling a weeping willow, stirred the protective instincts of the young man. The imperial capital is home to the 4 great families, the backbone of the Daqian dynasty, the Dongfang family, the Shimin family, the Nangong family, and the Baiming family. The young man before her, named Nangong Lei, hailed from the Nangong family, one of the 4 great families. Though not the heir, he was of the direct lineage, gifted with exceptional talent. He possessed the Thundercloud King physique. Merely 18 years of age, he had already reached the 9th level of the Myriad Realms realm, and was also a profound level student at the Royal Martial Arts Academy. He had fallen deeply in love with Ji Qingchen and was pursuing her fervently. However, Ji Qingqian was cunning and shrewd, harboring deep-seated intentions. She did not reject Nangong Lei, but neither did she give her consent, keeping him in a state of tantalizing ambiguity that left him yearning for more at that moment. Ji Qingqian handed the family letter to Nangong Lei. This is from Ji Yuntian. It mentions Jun Wushuang's recovery and outlines the current crisis facing the Ji family. Qingqian, is this the Jun Wushuang you spoke of earlier? Ji Qingqian was astute. She did not conceal the fact that she had been married. However, they merely speak of Jun Wushuang's incompetence, which is why she remains untouched. Indeed, Nangong Lei is quite taken by this notion, believing that Ji Qingqian is utterly candid with him, which only intensifies his admiration. Brother Lei, this Jun Wushuang possesses a volatile temperament and harbors a vengeful spirit. Previously, she attempted to insult my mother, but was thwarted by my father, who left her gravely injured. Now, she bears a grudge and has commenced her retaliation. I am deeply concerned for my father's safety. He is alone in Jiangning City and surely cannot withstand Jun Wushuang and her father's vengeance. Alas, I cannot return in time. What shall I do? Ji Qingqian's performance is heart-wrenching, her vulnerability evoking a strong desire in others to embrace and cherish her. What a despicable and shameless individual to resort to such underhanded tactics. Nangong Lei huffed in anger, aligning himself with Ji Qingqian against their common foe. Qingqian, you need not fret. I shall return home to commandeer the swift vessel and hasten to Jiangning City. I will personally slay Jun Wushuang and bring your family to the imperial capital. Then, you shall be reunited with your father. Nangong Lei, indeed, falls into Ji Qingqian's trap, voluntarily offering his assistance. No, Brother Lei, if you act on my behalf, you will surely provide others with leverage against you, jeopardizing your standing within the Nangong family. Ji Qingqian tactfully declines, feigning concern for Nangong Lei's welfare. Qingqian, I understand your worries, but this minor issue poses little threat to me. You are my beloved. How could I allow you to suffer? He continued, once I bring your father to the imperial capital, I shall have my father propose marriage, and we shall become a united couple. Nangong Lei is completely ensnared by Ji Qingqian's stratagem, and he begins to contemplate the prospect of marriage. As for Jun Wushuang, what is she to him? The city lord has perished. This news spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the entire city. For the citizens of Jiangning, the city lord's mansion represented the foremost power, and Su Huantu was its strongest warrior. Moreover, Su Huantu was an official of the court. Who would dare to kill him? Yet, someone discovered the bodies of Su Huantu and the four generals, Feng, Yu Lei, and Dian, in the peach blossom grove outside the city. When these corpses were transported back to Jiangning, the populace was left in utter shock. The city lord is truly dead. Who is the perpetrator? The city lord was not only a martial artist of the Divine Sea realm, but also the strongest in Jiangning City. Even if the heads of the three great families joined forces, they would struggle to defeat him, let alone the four generals. Who possesses the capability to slay them all? Do you think it could be the Jun family? After all, just days ago, Jun Wushuang forced the city lord to kneel and bow. Unlikely, though the Jun family is motive, they lack the strength. The four generals are formidable, but the city lord is not someone the Jun family head could contend with. Then who, pray tell, is the true culprit? The atmosphere was rife with anxiety and speculation. Some pointed fingers at the Jun family, while others shook their heads in disbelief. In an instant, Jiangning City was engulfed in turmoil. Meanwhile, in a small town outside Jiangning City, Ji Yuntian had taken refuge. He learned of Su Huantu's misfortune at the earliest opportunity and surmised that Jun Zhantian would come after him, prompting his hasty escape. However, he was forced to leave in such a rush that he could only carry away a few precious treasures, leaving the rest of his family and the extensive wealth accumulated over the years behind. Yet Ji Yuntian did not flee far. Instead, he concealed himself within this small town. The string of failures had inflicted significant losses upon him, transforming into a raging fire of resentment that burned within his heart. He resented Yi Tianda and Su Huantu for their incompetence, as both the arena competitions and the midnight ambush had ended in failure. He loathed Jun Wushuang and Jun Zhantian for repeatedly thwarting his plans. leaving him in a state of disgrace. He was furious with his own shortcomings. Had he not underestimated Jun Zhantian's fury from the outset and swiftly eliminated Jun Wushuang, none of this would have transpired. Consumed by resentment and seething with anger, he vowed, Jun Wushuang, Jun Zhantian, I shall not let you escape unscathed. I will not rest until your bones are ground to dust, for my heart harbors an unquenchable hatred. Ji Yuntian's heart brimmed with vengeance, yearning to make a comeback and exact his revenge. Uncle, there is no need for anger. Those two insignificant clowns are but a mere finger's worth of effort to crush. Just then, a voice rang out. Brimming with arrogance and absolute confidence, Ji Yuntian was taken aback and turned to see a figure descending from the sky like a shooting star, landing before him. The figure was a magnificent, exquisitely crafted swift vessel, a Tao artifact. Ji Yuntian's pupils constricted as he recognized the vessel's rank. In his lifetime, he had only encountered the most precious treasures, which were merely low-grade artifacts. Yet this swift vessel before him was rumored to be a Tao artifact, indicative of the noble identity of its owner, that a strikingly handsome figure emerged from the vessel, radiating brilliance akin to a dragon emerging from sea. Instilling in Ji Yuntian an unprecedented sense of pressure, it felt as if thunder rolled and heavenly might surged, evoking fear and rendering him powerless to resist. I am Ji Yuntian, paying my respects to you. My lord, Ji Yuntian, uncertain of the newcomer's identity, respectfully bowed. Uncle, there is no need for such formality. We are destined to be family. The visitor was none other than Nangong Lei. He quickly helped Ji Yuntian to his feet. Leaving Ji Yuntian astonished, my name is Nangong Lei, hailing from the imperial capital that I am here at the behest of your daughter to escort the Ji family to the imperial capital. Nangong Lei produced Ji Qingshan's handwritten letter. Ji Yuntian was startled. The letter detailed Nangong Lei's identity and explained the relocation to the imperial capital. It was indeed his daughter's handwriting. Ji Yuntian sighed with relief, yet his heart raced again. Nangong Lei, the Nangong family, that was one of the four great families wielding immense power and influence. Not only the Ji family, but even the entire Jiangning city appeared as insignificant as ants compared to the Nangong family. Qingshan has indeed secured a substantial ally. While Nangong Lei is not the heir to the Nangong family, he is a direct descendant and also a student of the Royal Martial Arts Academy, holding a prominent position in terms of status, lineage, and talent. The Ji family would be fortunate to align with such a powerful family that if they could forge a union with the Nangong family, the Ji family would surely rise to great heights, basking in glory for generations to come. Contemplating this, Ji Yuntian gazed at Nangong Lei with fervent admiration. My esteemed son-in-law, you have traveled such a long way. You must be weary. Please, take a moment to rest. Ji Yuntian warmly welcomed him, much to Nangong Lei's delight. Yet he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Uncle, there is no need for such pleasantries. I have come not only to escort the Ji family to the imperial capital, but also to eliminate a troublesome fly. I have heard that the Ji family's tragedy is all thanks to Jun Wushuang. If that is the case, let's first crush this fly and eradicate the Jun family before we set off. Nangong Lei spoke with unyielding confidence. Indeed, he had every right to feel this way. He was not only a direct descendant of the Nangong family, but also the younger brother of the Nangong heir. The Nangong family had many direct descendants, but there was only one younger brother of the Nangong heir. Moreover, the Nangong heir was not only a formidable warrior of the Celestial Realm, but also a top-tier student of the Royal Martial Arts Academy, with an immeasurable future ahead, with the Nangong family as his formidable backing and the Nangong heir as his elder brother. Nangong Lei naturally felt invincible in a small place like Jiangning City. Even within the imperial capital, there were few who could challenge him. That son-in-law, it is not that I underestimate you, but this Jun Wushuang is not to be trifled with. Nangong Lei's words filled Ji Yuntian with joy, yet he wore a troubled expression, contemplating a strategy to provoke him. Jun Wushuang was once the greatest talent of Jiangning City, although her Dragon King physique has been rendered useless. She has encountered new opportunities. Not only has she broken through to the manifestation realm, but it seems that even the city lord, a warrior of the fourth divine sea realm, has met his demise at her hands. Xinshu, you possess a body of unparalleled worth, and there is no need for you to take such risks. Let us hasten our journey to the imperial capital, AS, for this vendetta. We shall return to exact our revenge once we have gained sufficient strength. Nangong Lei, youthful and impetuous, was incensed by Ji Yuntian's disdain at a mere Jun Wushuang. I could crush him with a single finger. Uncle, there is no need for concern. Take me to the Jun family. I shall personally slay him and eradicate the entire Jun clan. Nangong Lei huffed coldly, brimming with murderous intent. Ultimately, Ji Yuntian could not refuse and agreed to his demands. Before long, Ji Yuntian led Nangong Lei back to Jiangning City, heading straight for the Jun residence. Xinshu, this is the Jun family. Ji Yuntian felt a surge of joy within, though his exterior remained composed. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Nangong Lei unleashed a bolt of lightning, shattering the Jun family's grandeur. Jun Wushuang, come forth to meet your demise. His voice roared like thunder, reverberating throughout the vicinity. The head of the Ji family had returned, accompanied by an ally, seeking vengeance against the Jun clan. The Yi family had perished. The city lord slain. The Ji clan too could not escape misfortune. It was assumed that Jiangning City would fall under the Jun family's dominion. Yet the Ji family had summoned reinforcements that a great battle was imminent. The surrounding populace quickly gathered outside the Jun residence. Drawn by the commotion that moment, a throng of figures emerged from within, leading with Jun Zhantian. Jun Zhantian, you have finally revealed yourself. Where is Jun Wushuang? Have him step forward. The sight of old foes ignited fierce animosity. Ji Yuntian fixed a piercing glare on Jun Zhantian, his eyes alight with deep resentment. Ji, old dog, you fled in disgrace that day. Yet here you are, walking right into my trap. Since you have come, do not leave. Your life is forfeit. Jun Zhantian stared unflinchingly at Ji Yuntian, exuding an aura of dominance and palpable killing intent. The Ji family's transgressions against Jun Wushuang had pushed him to the brink of fury. Ji Yuntian's repeated provocations of the Jun family intensified his resolve for vengeance on the arena. Had it not been for Su Huantu's intervention, he would have slain Ji Yuntian without hesitation. Now, with his nemesis before him, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Insect-like scum, how audacious your words are! Nangong Lei scoffed disdainfully. Jun Zhantian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Nangong Lei. Though Nangong Lei's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm, his imposing demeanor was enough to instill fear. It was as if he were a divine being, looking down upon mortals as mere ants. The oppressive aura emanating from him felt akin to confronting a thunderous deity, ready to obliterate all in his path. Who are you? A sense of unease crept into Jun Zhantian's heart. If Ji Yuntian dared to come, he must have confidence. Clearly, Nangong Lei was that confidence. Jun Zhantian, allow me to clarify today. This is Nangong Lei from the illustrious Nangong family of the imperial capital. A distinguished student of the Royal Martial Academy, he and my beloved Qingshan share a profound bond. He has come to aid the Ji family in avenging our grievances. Ji Yuntian's cold laughter unveiled Nangong Lei's identity. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd that a visitor from the imperial capital, the Nangong family among the 4 great families, a student of the Royal Martial Academy. Gasps filled the air as the onlookers gazed in awe at Nangong Lei, as if they had encountered a true dragon, worthy of reverence. Jun Zhantian's heart sank. He was aware that Ji Qingshan had gone to the imperial capital and had been exceptionally admitted into the Royal Martial Academy. Yet he had never anticipated that someone would come to Jiangning City for her sake. Nangong Lei, with his esteemed status and exceptional talent, was far beyond the capabilities of Jiangning City to contain. He was like a fierce dragon crossing the river. Who could stand against him? Nangong Lei reveled in the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd, further inflating his pride. Qingshan is my woman. Your actions against the Ji family are tantamount to waging war against me. Have Jun Wushuang come forth to face his death, and then you, the entire Jun family, shall kneel for 3 days in penance and take your own lives as atonement. Otherwise, I will ensure that you all suffer a fate worse than death. Kneel for 3 days. Take your own lives in apology, such a heartless decree. The crowd gasped, while Jun Zhantian's expression darkened. Jun Wushuang was currently in seclusion, nursing his injuries. It was improbable for him to appear. Although this Nangong Lei was formidable, the notion of having the entire Jun family kneel and commit suicide was utterly out of the question. The Jun family, though small, possessed its own backbone that if you wish to harm my son, you must first tread over my corpse. Jun Zhantian stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering as he faced Nangong Lei, showing no signs of retreat. A frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the sky. You have wronged the Ji family and committed a grave sin, yet you dare defy my command. Even if the heavens themselves descended, they could not save you. Since you are so obstinate, I shall first take your life, and then crush Jun Wushuang. Nangong Lei shook his head, wearing a look of disdain. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, leaving everyone dazed and disoriented. Brilliant bolts of lightning erupted from within Nangong Lei, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle of destruction. His innate divine ability. Thunderclap of annihilation. Nangong Lei's first strike was lethal, possessing the Thundercloud King physique. He had long awakened his divine powers with overwhelming might, the dazzling, violent flash of lightning intertwined and rapidly coalesced into a massive thunder tiger the size of 100 meters, charging towards Jun Zhantian with the ferocity of a predator. Not good. Feeling the terrifying wave of destruction, Jun Zhantian's pupils contracted in alarm. He did not dare to underestimate the threat and drew his battle blade, channeling his full energy into a strike. Advanced Mystic Grade Martial Technique. Annihilation of mountains and rivers. A vast wave of sword energy surged forth, sweeping in all directions, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers asunder. Jun Zhantian, a formidable warrior at the first level of the Divine Sea Realm, had mastered the profound and powerful mixed origin limitless technique. With this strike, he had previously defeated Ji Yuntian and slain Yi Tianda, proving his remarkable strength. However, this time, he faced Nangong Lei, though Nangong Lei was also merely at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm. His exceptional talent and the abundant resources he had received since childhood set him apart. It is worth noting that the Royal Martial Academy had a minimum requirement of the Divine Sea realm for its students. Like Ji Qingchun, Nangong Lei had been exceptionally admitted. Although his cultivation remained in the Wanxiang realm, his true power exceeded that of an average Divine Sea realm warrior. Boom! The Thunder Tiger rampaged forth, the devastating lightning obliterating the vast wave of sword energy. With a crack, the battle blade in Jun Zhantian's hand shattered under the strain. Snapping in two, the Thunder Tiger continued its relentless charge, striking Jun Zhantian with unyielding force. Jun Zhantian was sent flying, crashing through a wall and leaving a long, bloody trail across the ground. In a single blow, the first-level Divine Sea Realm Jun Zhantian was defeated. This outcome left everyone astounded that on the arena, Jun Zhantian had been an unstoppable force, yet this time, he was vanquished in an instant by Nangong Lei. The stark contrast sent shockwaves through the crowd, revealing the true strength of Nangong Lei. Truly, he was a genius of the Nangong family, possessing overwhelming power. It seemed that Qingchun had indeed secured a formidable ally. Ji Yuntian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though he had anticipated Nangong Lei's extraordinary nature, he had not expected him to be this powerful. With just one strike, he had defeated the seemingly invincible Jun Zhantian. Today, it appeared that vengeance would finally be served. Ant-like scum, you dare to defy me. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Nangong Lei pressed the attack, determined to finish off Jun Zhantian completely. At this moment, Jun Zhantian, charred and gravely injured, was in no condition to withstand Nangong Lei's onslaught. Once he was within range, death was certain. Stop! At that instant, a resounding call echoed from afar, swiftly approaching that a figure interposed itself between Nangong Lei and Jun Zhantian. Master Wu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ji Yuntian's brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Master Wu from the Wanbao Pavilion would come to the Jun family's aid. Wu Shanhe, why are you here? Nangong Lei was evidently acquainted with Master Wu, his eyes now wide with astonishment. Nangong Lei, why are you here instead of behaving yourself in the imperial capital? Master Wu's expression darkened, showing no courtesy towards Nangong Lei. despite Ningong Lei's noble lineage. His status did not eclipse that of Master Wu, who was his elder by age. Wu Shana, do I need to report my intentions to you? Ningong Lei scoffed, equally unyielding in his demeanor. Although Master Wu held a respectable position, his limited talent and average strength, coupled with his departure from the imperial capital, rendered him unimposing in Ningong Lei's eyes. Humph. The Jun family is a valued guest of my Wanbao pavilion. If you dare to harm them, you'll be making an enemy of us. Master Wu and Ningong Lei were at odds, with Ningong Lei seeking to annihilate the Jun family. Master Wu could not remain indifferent, for Jun Wushuang was his master. Wu Shanhe, are you truly willing to oppose my Ningong family for the sake of a mere local tyrant? Ningong Lei fixed his gaze on Master Wu, his voice laced with a menacing undertone, but he could not fathom why Master Wu favored the Jun family so vehemently. Yet he subtly warned him to consider the consequences, offending him, and by extension the entire Ningong family. For the sake of a trivial Jun family was hardly worth the trouble that if you dare to act against the Jun family, you will be opposing the entirety of Wanbao Pavilion. This statement held validity not only in Jiangning City, but also in the imperial capital. Master Wu's confidence was palpable, especially since the King of the South had personally bestowed a royal decree upon Jun Wushuang as the head of Wanbao Pavilion. His words carried considerable weight. Ningong Lei's expression hardened. A mere Master Wu was inconsequential to him. He could even disregard the Wanbao Pavilion branch in Jiangning City. However, the entirety of Wanbao Pavilion was a different matter, for it stood under the aegis of the King of the South. What extraordinary quality must the Jun family possess to elicit such protection from the old Wu Shanhe? Ningong Lei felt a surge of frustration. He had initially regarded them as insignificant ants, but now he found himself embroiled with Wu Shanhe and Wanbao Pavilion. He could overlook the Jun family, but he could not afford to ignore Wanbao Pavilion to Wu Shanhe. Do your words and actions truly represent Wanbao Pavilion? Should the King of the South and the Tianqing Pil King learn of your audacious posturing, you would find yourself cast into the depths of hell without my intervention. Ningong Lei glared coldly at Master Wu. He could not believe that Wanbao Pavilion would risk enmity over a mere Jun family. Of course it represents Wanbao Pavilion. Master Wu retorted with a sneer. Even if the prince were standing here, I would tell you that offending the Jun family is tantamount to offending Wanbao Pavilion. As for you, should you dare to offend our esteemed guests from the Jun family, your father and grandfather would likely break your legs. The King of the South had personally bestowed a royal decree to cultivate ties with Jun Wushuang. Master Wu feared nothing. Ningong Lei clenched his fists upon hearing this. However, Master Wu's words hinted at a deeper issue. Who would dare to jest with the King of the South? The confidence radiating from Master Wu suggested there were secrets unknown to him. Xinshu, Jun Wushuang possesses a royal decree from the King of the South. Ji Yuntian suddenly realized and quickly informed him about the events occurring on the arena. What? Ningong Lei was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the significance of the royal decree. To see the decree was akin to seeing the King of the South himself. Even his father would kneel and bow before it. How could a mere Jun Wushuang possibly possess such a decree? Yet both Master Wu and Su Huanhua confirmed its authenticity. Moreover, should this matter be fabricated, it would be a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. The mention of the royal decree sent Ningong Lei's heart plummeting. If Jun Wushuang were to produce the royal decree now, he might very well be forced to kneel and bow. This was a scenario Ningong Lei was eager to avoid. The Ji family was closely allied with his Ningong family. Jun Wushuang had shown ingratitude first, while Jun Zhantian had subsequently targeted the Ji family. This enmity must not go unavenged, since Jun Wushuang was hailed as the true dragon of the Jun family. He would issue a challenge. 3 days hence, a duel to the death that, if I emerge victorious, not a single member of the Jun family shall remain. The appearance of Master Wu and the news of the royal decree thwarted Ningong Lei's advance. However, he was unwilling to depart in disgrace. Thus, he devised a scheme to challenge Jun Wushuang at a duel to the death, with no distinction of skill, only a resolution of life and death. Ningong Lei, do you not feel shame in challenging a first level of the Wanxiang realm with your 9th level? Master Wu could not possibly agree to such a notion. Nangong Lei was exceptionally gifted and possessed immense strength. Having defeated Jun Jiantian in a single blow, in a duel to the death, Jun Wushuang would undoubtedly perish. He was the true dragon of the Jun family, having even vanquished Su Huanhua, who was at the 4th level of the Shanhai realm. What did my challenge to him amount to? If he refused, he would be branded as untrustworthy. At that point, he could not blame me for my ruthlessness. The fierce glint in Nangong Lei's eyes was unmistakable. He had made a promise to Ji Qingqian, and he would see it through. Jun Wushuang must die. I accept. Before Master Wu could utter another word, Jun Wushuang's voice suddenly echoed from the inner courtyard. Did you hear that? He has agreed himself. Prepare yourselves, for in 3 days' time, I shall come for your heads. Nangong Lei was overjoyed, having secured the agreement without affording Master Wu or Jun Jiantian any opportunity for retreat. He then turned to leave with Ji Yuntin. Master Wu's heart raced with urgency, while Jun Jiantian was filled with anxiety. The two swiftly entered the inner courtyard of the Jun family. I could see this moment. Jun Wushuang had yet to emerge from his seclusion. He had simply sensed the commotion outside and responded. Wushuang, you are being reckless. Though Nangong Lei is merely at the 9th level of the Wanxiang realm, his combat prowess is comparable to that of a 3rd or 4th level Shanhai realm expert. Moreover, he is a student at the Royal Martial Academy. It is unwise to underestimate your opponent. While Jun Jiantian had confidence in Jun Wushuang, this adversary was alarmingly formidable that he himself had been defeated in a single blow. How could Jun Wushuang, no matter how strong, hope to contend with Nangong Lei? Father, do not worry, since I have accepted. I possess the assurance of victory. Jun Wushuang's voice rang out, filled with unwavering determination. Master Wu, I require a substantial quantity of spirit stones, spiritual herbs, demon pills, and healing elixirs. The more, the better, Jun Wushuang continued, seeking to expedite his recovery in preparation for the impending duel to the death. Old servant obeys. Master Wu did not dare to disobey, and promptly acquiesced. In the secret chamber, Jun Wushuang's complexion was pale, yet his eyes shone with brilliance. Ji Qingqian, you are indeed a femme fatale, manipulating even the genius of the Nangong family to your whims. Alas, you have underestimated me. 3 days hence, I shall take the life of Nangong Lei. The news of Nangong Lei's challenge to Jun Wushuang and the impending duel to the death sent shockwaves throughout the city. Although there had been a previous life-and-death duel between Jun Wushuang and Jun Yanming, this occasion was fundamentally different. The prior duel had taken place within the Jun family's martial arena, where outsiders could only hear rumors and not witness the event firsthand. This time, however, it would be a public showdown. Moreover, compared to Jun Yanming, Nangong Lei was akin to a true dragon facing an ant, entirely incomparable. Visitors from the imperial capital, a genius of the Nangong family. A student of the Royal Martial Academy, these 3 illustrious titles resonate with unparalleled grandeur, each capable of leaving the city of Jiangning gasping for breath. Not to mention, Nangong Lei possesses the formidable Lei Yun royal physique and stands as a formidable expert at the 9th level of the Wuxiang realm. Before the gates of the Jun family, he publicly defeated Jun Jiantian, a display of strength that left the entire city in shock, in comparison to Nangong Lei. While Jun Wushuang is hailed as the true dragon of the Jun family, he still falls drastically short. After all, Jun Wushuang's most glorious achievement is merely slaying Jun Yanming, who is at the 9th level of the body-forging realm for the death of Su Huanhu. Lacking evidence, the populace naturally does not believe the culprit to be Jun Wushuang. Furthermore, Jun Wushuang's cultivation is only at the 1st level of the Wuxiang realm. The disparity between the 1st and 9th levels of the Wuxiang realm is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Thus, in this life-and-death duel, no one places their hopes on Jun Wushuang, all believing he is destined to fail. Alas, has Jun Wushuang lost his mind, daring to accept such an inequitable duel? If he were to be defeated, it would mean certain death. Who knows, perhaps he believes that by invoking a heavenly phenomenon, he could reclaim the title of heir and scorn the world. However, this time, his opponent is a student from the Royal Martial Arts Academy, and he is likely to face dire consequences. It is truly bewildering. After finally turning his fortunes around, why is Jun Wushuang acting so impulsively? Is he not courting death? The crowd shook their heads. With not a soul believing in Jun Wushuang's chances, the gates of the Jun family remained tightly shut. Aside from Master Wu, Jun Jiantian refused all visitors. Meanwhile, Ji Yuntan escorted Nangong Lei back to the Ji family. Days passed one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the duel arrived in the central square of Jiangning, where previous martial competitions had taken place. Jun Wushuang and Nangong Lei's life-and-death duel would also unfold here. The square was teeming with a sea of people. The entire populace of Jiangning had gathered. Following the fall of the Yi family and the tragic demise of the city lord, the Jun and Ji families now stood as the two most powerful clans in Jiangning. The stakes of the duel between Jun Wushuang and Nangong Lei were not merely their lives, but the very fate of the Jun and Ji families. Whoever emerged victorious would become the unrivaled sovereign of Jiangning. The Ji family has arrived. The crowd parted, creating a clear path. There strode Ji Yuntian and Nangong Lei, exuding an air of superiority. That Nangong Lei. Indeed, he possesses a striking presence, truly deserving of the title of genius from the Nangong lineage. In comparison, both Jun Wushuang and Ji Qingchun seemed significantly weaker. The moment Nangong Lei appeared, he captured the attention of all. Many were witnessing Nangong Lei for the first time, yet the reputation of the Nangong family had spread throughout the entire Dacian Empire. Known by all, coupled with the news that had circulated over the past 3 days, Nangong Lei's prestige had reached its zenith. He reveled in the adoration of the masses, his chin slightly raised. Radiating arrogance, it seems the Ji family head's aura has strengthened. Soon, someone noted the change in Ji Yuntian. Indeed, not only had Ji Yuntian's aura grown stronger, but appeared to be on par with that of the Jun family head. Has Ji Yuntian also broken through to the Divine Sea realm? The crowd gazed at Ji Yuntian in astonishment. While Ji Yuntian maintained a composed demeanor, a flicker of joy passed through his eyes. Nangong Lei truly lives up to his reputation as a genius of the Nangong family, possessing not only formidable strength, but also an abundance of treasures. With Nangong Lei's assistance, Ji Yuntian successfully opened his consciousness sea and ascended to the first level of the Divine Sea realm. At this moment, both Ji Yuntian and Jun Jiantian stood as powerful experts of the Divine Sea realm. In their previous martial competition, Jun Jiantian had triumphed solely due to his higher cultivation, leaving Ji Yuntian both grievously wounded and thwarted in his plans. Now that he too had broken through to the Divine Sea realm, he no longer feared Jun Jiantian. Rest assured, Uncle, today I shall publicly slay Jun Wushuang and then eliminate Jun Jiantian, ensuring the total destruction of the Jun family. Nangong Lei proclaimed with confidence. He did not consider Jun Wushuang to be his opponent, the mere first level of the Wuxiang realm, unworthy even to be his servant. Let alone the fact that he's a genius of the Nangong family and a student of the Royal Martial Arts Academy. Battling opponents of a higher level was nothing unusual for him. Although there were those who could challenge him across levels, they would certainly not emerge from this small city of Jiangning. Son-in-law, with your prowess, I am naturally at ease. However, regarding that Jun Jiantian, I would ask you to allow me to take action. Last time, during the martial competition, he publicly injured me. This time, I shall personally exact my revenge and reduce him to ashes. Yuntan gritted his teeth, unable to forget the humiliation of being defeated by Jun Jiantian. Uncle seeks vengeance. That is certainly no issue. When the time comes, you shall personally take action to eradicate all members of the Jun family. Nangong Lei chuckled lightly, already scheming how Ji Yuntian could vent his frustrations. The insignificant Jun family is hardly a challenge. With Ji Yuntian and Nangong Lei having arrived, they now awaited the appearance of Jun Wushuang and Jun Jiantian to officially commence the life-and-death duel. However, as time passed, Jun Wushuang still had not made an appearance. The crowd grew restless. The Ji family had already arrived. Why was there no sign of the Jun family? Could it be that they knew they were bound to lose and chose to flee without a fight? That seemed implausible, as I have not seen any members of the Jun family leave Jiangning. Moreover, Jun Wushuang himself had agreed to this duel. If he were to shy away, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Young Master Nangong is a paragon of excellence, while Jun Wushuang's title as the true dragon of the Jun family is merely self-proclaimed. To engage in combat with young Master Nangong would be akin to courting death. I believe Jun Wushuang is certainly too afraid to show up. The crowd buzzed with chatter, the sentiment overwhelmingly against Jun Wushuang. This life-and-death duel had never garnered much support for him, and with his prolonged absence, impatience among the spectators grew. Nangong Lei remained unfazed, not at all concerned that Jun Wushuang might escape. Should Jun Wushuang flee, even the decree of the Southern King would be powerless to protect him. Instead, allowing Nangong Lei to assume the moral high ground, as time trickled by, the crowd's impatience intensified, with jeers and insults echoing throughout. As the sun began to set, the Jun family finally made their entrance. The crowd gasped in astonishment. There stood Jun Wushuang, stepping into the fading sunlight like a celestial king descending, radiating brilliance. Jun Wushuang, I thought you lacked the courage to show up. Nangong Lei sneered, his gaze piercing. Jun Wushuang met his gaze, his eyes ablaze with cold fury. I have come to kill you. Boom. As their eyes locked, an invisible wave erupted violently. Although neither Jun Wushuang nor Nangong Lei had yet opened their consciousness see or manifested spiritual power, the intensity of this wave was enough to cause Ji Yuntian's pupils to contract. This young brat has grown stronger again. Ji Yuntian's heart raced as he discerned Jun Wushuang's true strength. At this moment, Jun Wushuang was no longer at the first level of the Wuxiang realm. Instead, he had broken through 3 levels, reaching the 4th level of the Wuxiang realm. The aftereffects of the divine level forbidden technique are severe. Yet, Jun Wushuang had devoured an immense quantity of treasures. Not only had he recovered, but he had also transcended 3 realms, significantly enhancing his strength. The storage rings of Su Huanhu and the 4 others contained countless treasures worth millions. Jun Zhantian had also spared no expense in utilizing the Jun family's treasury, contributing treasures valued at 800,000. Most importantly, Master Wu had provided his full support. The Wanbao Pavilion is renowned for its vast array of goods. Although the branch in Jiangning is but a small outlet, its treasures are nonetheless abundant. This time, Master Wu had unreservedly extracted all the treasures from the branch, with a total value exceeding 5 million spiritual stones. Altogether, the worth of the treasures amounted to nearly 7 million. Jun Wushuang spent 3 days refining and absorbing them. At this moment, he was brimming with demonic energy, overflowing with murderous intent, in peak condition. Jun Wushuang, you finally appeared. I thought you had scurried away like a rat. Nangong Lei strode forward, cracking his neck with a series of pops. He grinned widely, mockingly gazing at Jun Wushuang, as though toying with a mouse. However, you are too foolish, daring to accept the challenge. If you had chosen to flee, you might have lived a few more days, but by recklessly coming to face me, you have sealed your own fate. With your talent, perhaps in the future, you might indeed make it to the imperial capital, seeking a noble patron to curry favor with, becoming a mere lapdog. Regrettably, you should never have provoked the Ji family, nor should you have dared to bully Qingchen. For Qingchen is my beloved, and your transgressions against her will inevitably incur consequences. Today, not only shall you perish, but so too shall your father. I will spare none from the Jun family, leaving not even a trace behind. Nangong Lei declared with an air of arrogance, his visage adorned with mockery. Although Jun Wushuang had ascended to the 4th level of the Wanxiang realm, in his eyes, he remained utterly insignificant. Furthermore, how could a mere bumpkin from Jiangning City ever hope to rival him? It is not merely the disparity in realms. Even if they were of equal standing, he could still trample Jun Wushuang beneath his feet. Who would have thought that that wretched and despicable Ji Qingchen would find someone willing to take her in? Your taste is indeed unparalleled. Jun Wushuang let out a cold laugh. His loathing for Ji Qingchen ran deep. Yet he understood her to be as cunning as a serpent, full of treachery. To his Dragon King body, she had feigned loyalty for years, manipulating him to her whims. Now that she had gone to the imperial capital, she thrived even more. It had only been a short while, and even the genius of the Nangong family was willing to heed her commands, traveling thousands of miles to Jiangning City, prepared to face him in a life-and-death duel. As Jun Wushuang gazed at Nangong Lei before him, the image of Ji Qingchen's venomous face haunted his mind. He could never forget her malice, a venom that pierced his heart like a thorn, deepening with time and intensifying his murderous intent. What are you, to dare insult Qingchen? The terms wretched and despicable cause a change in Nangong Lei's complexion, his eyes flashing with cold fury. Qingchen is a true daughter of heaven and the woman I love most. You, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, have no right to speak of her. Initially, I intended to grant you a complete corpse, but since you have dared to insult Qingchen, I shall dismember you. Reduce you to ashes, leaving you without a burial place. Nangong Lei was utterly enraged. The fire in his eyes blazed as if to consume the sun and the mountains that it was clear now. Young Master Nangong was truly furious, and Jun Wushuang was not only doomed, but would suffer a miserable fate. Indeed, why provoke young Master Nangong? Jun Wushuang's arrogance was his undoing. Young Master Nangong, strike him down swiftly. The dialogue between the two resonated clearly in the ears of the onlookers. Feeling the wrath of Nangong Lei, everyone couldn't help but shudder. In that moment, the gazes directed at Jun Wushuang were filled with pity. To them, Jun Wushuang had sealed his own fate by inciting Nangong Lei's wrath. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly. A blinding white bolt of lightning burst forth from Nangong Lei's body, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The might of the thunder represented absolute destruction. Nangong Lei possessed the Thundercloud King body and practiced thunder-based techniques. Mastering 3,000 bolts of lightning, his combat prowess unparalleled and destructive beyond measure. Jun Wushuang, prepare to meet your end, Nangong Lei bellowed, instantly unleashing the full power of his Thundercloud King body. Heavenly gift, thunderstorm annihilation. Nangong Lei's strike was a lethal move. This was the innate divine ability of the Thundercloud King body. The very technique he had used to defeat Jun Zhantian. If even Jun Zhantian, at the first level of the Divine Sea Realm, had fallen to a single blow, how could Jun Wushuang, at the fourth level of the Wanxiang Realm, possibly withstand it? At that moment, the blinding lightning quickly intertwined, coalescing into a thunderous tiger of 100 meters. The Thunder Tiger appeared almost tangible, vividly alive, exuding an aura of destruction. The emergence of the Thunder Tiger sent shockwaves through the crowd. How powerful! Is this truly the strength of young Master Nangong? He resembled a youthful god of thunder. Who could possibly stand against him? Just the pressure emanating from this creature was overwhelming that if faced head-on, I would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. The esteemed students of the Royal Martial Academy certainly lived up to their reputation. Jun Wushuang could not withstand this blow and would surely be obliterated. The crowd gasped in horror, quickly retreating, unable to bear the ferocity of the Thunder Tiger. Even Jun Zhantian's expression shifted. He had previously given his all, yet still lost to a single blow. Though he had faith in his son, he could not help but feel concern for Jun Wushuang. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Be careful, young master. Lin Mingyao had also rushed over. Filled with worry, Master Wu's pupils constricted as he sensed the Thunder Tiger's terror, silently praying for Jun Wushuang. Nangong Lei is no mere insect like Jun Yanming. Even Su Huana cannot compare to him. Jun Wushuang, this time, I shall see what you have to counter. The one most delighted was Ji Yuntian. His hatred for Jun Wushuang had reached a fever pitch. Now, to witness Jun Wushuang's demise was a source of immense excitement. Boom! The fearsome Thunder Tiger soared through the air, lunging toward Jun Wushuang. The terrifying aura of destruction, the blinding white lightning, the fierce 100-meter Thunder Tiger, all enough to instill terror in any heart. Yet Jun Wushuang stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading, not even drawing his Shura demon blade. Heaven-swallowing demon technique. Jun Wushuang invoked the technique, opening his mouth wide to inhale. With a whoosh, before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Jun Wushuang devoured the 100-meter Thunder Tiger in one gulp, then let out a cold laugh. Is that all you are capable of? How could this be possible? Nangong Lei's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Unable to believe what he was witnessing, Jun Wushuang, unharmed. This was his innate divine ability. The 100-meter Thunder Tiger could obliterate a mountain thousands of feet tall. Jun Zhantian had been unable to withstand even a single blow from it and had been gravely wounded. Yet this mere fourth-level Wanxiang Jun Wushuang not only emerged unscathed but had devoured his divine ability. What manner of creature is he? Nangong Lei felt as though struck by lightning. utterly stunned. Such an event was unprecedented, even within the Royal Martial Academy. You swallowed it? Ji Yintian gaped. Resembling a frog, he had witnessed Nangong Lei's power firsthand and understood the tremendous strength of that strike. Even after breaking through to the Divine Sea realm, he wouldn't dare claim he could withstand it. Yet Jun Wushuang, a once useless individual, had actually consumed a whole. This was beyond absurd. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. At this moment, Jun Zhantian, Master Wu, and the others were equally astounded. Just a moment ago, they had been worried for Jun Wushuang, and now he had swallowed the Thunder Tiger in a miraculous display. What kind of monster are you? Nangong Lei fixed his gaze on Jun Wushuang. The mockery in his eyes gradually replaced with gravity and fury. He, a student of the Royal Martial Academy, could not possibly be bested by a mere provincial. It was merely a moment of carelessness on his part. Yes, that it. It was his own oversight. With this realization, the flames of fury in Nangong Lei's eyes blazed even more fiercely. With a swift motion, he summoned a black spear into his hand. The spear was straight and adorned with lightning patterns, as if forged from thunder itself, reeking of destruction, a superior-grade treasure. The thunder-pattern spear. In Jiangning City, even inferior-grade treasures were rare. Yet Nangong Lei wielded a superior-grade weapon, demonstrating the vast disparity in their backgrounds. It was merely a momentary lapse that allowed you to escape. However, you have successfully enraged me. I shall pierce your limbs and shatter your dantian, rendering you a complete and utter waste. Nangong Lei let out a long howl, channeling his energy as lightning surged forth. Mystical grade advanced martial technique. Lightning's serpent dance. The spiritual energy surged, pouring into the treasured spear. Instantly, the lightning patterns ignited, and fine bolts of lightning erupted, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. As he thrust the spear light transformed into a serpent, intertwining with the lightning. The thunderous spear light morphed into a lightning serpent of 100 meters, fierce and malevolent, capable of devouring the world. Crack. In that moment, the crowd perceived a flash of lightning that eclipsed the setting sun. Becoming the sole spectacle in the heavens and the earth, this strike, infused with a terrifying force of 100,000 pounds, pierced through annihilation. Coupled with the destructive power of thunder, even the mightiest of the Divine Sea realm would struggle to withstand it. Yet, Jun Wushuang remained utterly indifferent, betraying no hint of fear. With the divine ability, 10,000 demon flames, the malevolent energy surged forth as the spell took form, instantly materializing into a colossal black serpent of demonic flames. Spanning 100 meters, that twisted midair, trailing a torrent of infernal fire, incinerating the heavens and scorching the earth as it surged towards the thunderous spear. With a resounding crash, the air reverberated deafeningly loud. Lightning erupted, and demonic flames splattered, leaving the ground within a 300-meter radius in utter devastation. Cries of agony echoed as onlookers were struck by the radiant lightning and flames, suffering grievous injuries. Amidst this chaos, the thunderous spear fragmented piece by piece, ultimately shattering completely. The black serpent of demonic flames retained half its power, its momentum unabated. Break! A surge of alarm coursed through Nangong Lei's heart as he grasped the thunder-patterned spear, thrusting it forward to pierce the demonic serpent. Yet, as the serpent exploded, sparks scattered, igniting his protective robe with multiple charred holes. Be careful, son-in-law. At that moment, Ji Yuntian's urgent voice rang out. Jun Wushuang swiftly advanced, positioning himself before Nangong Lei with blinding speed, leaving no time for a reaction. The Great Bull Demon Fist. Jun Wushuang's left fist coiled with surging demonic energy, launching a direct punch. The air erupted, waves of force rippling outward as if an ancient bull demon had traversed time itself. Its colossal form loomed like mountains, its hoof raised as if to crush, an indomitable force, with a single stomp. It could shatter the landscape and extinguish the cosmos. Having ascended to the 9th layer of the myriad manifestations realm, the power of this punch soared from 100,000 pounds to 400,000 pounds. As he unleashed the blow, the world changed color. Not good. Nangong Lei's expression shifted, and with no time to evade, he could only position the thunder-patterned spear defensively before him. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound erupted, and the force surged forth to the awestruck gazes of the onlookers. Nangong Lei was sent flying, crashing through 3 or 4 structures, becoming engulfed in the rubble. When he finally emerged, the crowd gasped in horror. Nangong Lei appeared disheveled, covered in dust, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Utterly disheartened that moment, he bore no resemblance to his former grandeur. Jun Wushuang, how dare you injure me? I shall have you torn apart. Limb from limb, his voice, filled with rage and resentment, echoed ominously, his handsome features contorting into a ghastly visage, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. With a thunderous roar, a surge of lightning thrice as fierce as before erupted from within Nangong Lei, akin to a volcanic eruption heralding calamity. High-level mystical technique. Thunderbolt flash, consumed by fury, Nangong Lei lunged forward, gripping the thunder-patterned spear, his speed with a resolute step. Jun Wushuang advanced, brandishing his blade to deliver a decisive strike. In an instant, the blade's radiance pierced the heavens, akin to a streak of crimson lightning, cleaving through the energy tempest with relentless momentum. Although much of the demonic might of the Shura demon blade had been sealed by the 9-fold magic runes, its essence remained unchanged, still a premier artifact of divine and demonic origins. Thus, it was capable of severing the thunder-patterned spear and shattering the defensive robe. Even should a sacred artifact be present, the Shura demon blade could still cleave through it. Despite the failure of his talismans, Nangong Lei still possessed means at his disposal. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a cloud of toxic powder. Simultaneously, poisonous water splashed forth, and toxic flames ignited. Nangong Lei intended to poison Jun Wushuang, rendering him powerless. The venom was insidious and treacherous, impossible to defend against. The poisons collected by Nangong Lei were not only of the highest quality, but also varied. Numbering over a dozen types, these toxins were sufficient to annihilate the entire city of Jiangning, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. Flee from the deadly poison. The spectators witnessing this scene were struck with terror, hastily retreating. Yet the toxic gas spread too rapidly. Those nearest fell to the ground, faces ashen, succumbing to the lethal effects. Devour the heavens. Jun Wushuang stepped forward once more, inhaling deeply. In an instant, all the toxic powder, poisonous water, and flames were drawn into his being, consumed and refined, compared to the sinister death aura of the Southern King. Nangong Lei's poisons were but a pale imitation, devoid of threat. You are not human. You are a monster. Upon witnessing his poisons swallowed whole by Jun Wushuang, Nangong Lei's pupils constricted in horror. He had never seen anyone effortlessly consume such potent toxins. Coupled with the earlier incident where his Thunder Tiger was devoured, an inexplicable dread towards Jun Wushuang began to take root within him. Show me all you have. Jun Wushuang advanced steadily, wielding his blade, each step sending tremors through Nangong Lei's heart, as if death itself were drawing near. A palpable crisis looming. I refuse to believe you are invulnerable. Nangong Lei involuntarily retreated, simultaneously retrieving treasures from his storage ring. A genius of the Nangong family. His wealth was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Even if the entire city of Jiangning were sold, it would not compare to the treasures housed within Nangong Lei's storage ring. Swish, 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 a multitude of treasures erupted forth, activated by Nangong Lei, raining down upon Jun Wushuang. Each artifact was invaluable, exuding tremendous power. Yet Jun Wushuang, armed with but a single blade, cleaved through them all, relentlessly closing the distance. The shattered remnants of treasures littered the ground, evoking deep sorrow. Although Nangong Lei was affluent, he was not inexhaustible. Ultimately, all his treasures were expended, yet Jun Wushuang remained unscathed. This outcome filled Nangong Lei with despair. How formidable! How can Jun Wushuang be so powerful? It had been long since Nangong Lei had experienced such despair, which now mingled with profound humiliation. I am a genius of the Nangong family, a student of the Royal Martial Academy, possessing the physique of the Thundercloud King. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere country bumpkin? Impossible! This absolutely cannot happen. I will not allow such a thing to transpire. At that moment, Nangong Lei's eyes flared crimson. Bloodshot with rage, he reached into his storage ring, retrieving a precious pill, the sea-breaking pill. And it was personally concocted by the renowned Sky Blue Pill King, worth a fortune. Jun Wushuang, I had initially planned to reach my limits before breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm. But now I have changed my mind. To compel me to abandon my foundational cultivation. You shall take pride in your demise beneath the 9 springs with a sinister laugh. Nangong Lei swallowed the sea-breaking pill. In the next moment, a torrent of violent mental energy erupted from within him, surging upward. Nangong Lei successfully opened his consciousness sea, breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm in an instant. Jun Wushuang found himself in a perilous situation. Young Master Nangong had unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough, and with his innate talent, his power would undoubtedly double upon reaching the Divine Sea Realm. Little did I expect to witness young Master Nangong's ascent with my own eyes. The disparity between the Divine Sea Realm and the myriad phenomena realm was like heaven and earth. Now that young Master Nangong had broken through to the Divine Sea Realm, dealing with Jun Wushuang would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Too powerful, truly worthy of young Master Nangong. This battle is surely his victory. The crowd gasped, their gazes toward Nangong Lei filled with fervor and admiration. He has broken through. Little creature, let us see how you can still act ferocious. Seeing Nangong Lei's breakthrough to the Divine Sea Realm, Ji Yuntian laughed heartily, dispelling his earlier gloom. Nangong Lei's prior setbacks had weighed heavily on his spirits. But now, he could see the dawn of victory. No, the situation has shifted. Jun Wushuang is in danger. Jun Zhantian's expression changed drastically as he fixed his gaze on Nangong Lei, ready to charge forth to rescue him, even if it meant breaking the rules. He could not stand idly by while Jun Wushuang was slain. Young master, retreat. Lin Mingyao cried out anxiously, hoping that Jun Wushuang could avoid the impending peril. This is a predicament. Master Wu's brow furrowed. Anxiety mounting. Earlier, Jun Wushuang had relentlessly pressured Nangong Lei, leaving him no room to retaliate. They had believed victory was assured, only to be blindsided by Nangong Lei's sudden breakthrough, amplifying his strength with this turn of events. The scales of victory tipped, and Jun Wushuang fell into an absolute disadvantage. It was worth noting that Nangong Lei could have opened his consciousness sea long ago. However, he sought a greater ambition, aiming to reach the limits of the myriad phenomena realm before unlocking his consciousness sea to ensure a more solid foundation for future achievements. Though forced to break through prematurely, his mental energy remained significantly stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. Forget about Jun Zhantian and Ji Yuntian. Even Master Wu, who was at the second level of the Divine Sea Realm, could not match Nangong Lei. With this breakthrough, Nangong Lei's power had more than doubled. Jun Wushuang, prepare to savor the despair of impending death. Nangong Lei grinned malevolently at Jun Wushuang. Then, in a flash, he charged forward. Innate divine ability, Thunder's Cataclysm. Nangong Lei activated his Thundercloud King physique, once more unleashing his innate divine ability. Instantly, blinding white lightning surged forth, coalescing into a colossal thunder tiger measuring 300 meters in size. This massive thunder tiger was not only larger, but also contained a powerful mental force, akin to a ferocious beast descending upon the realm, capable of laying waste to cities and nations. With a thunderous roar, the colossal thunder tiger tore through the air, lunging at Jun Wushuang. While Jun Wushuang's Devour the heavens could consume all things, his own realm was too low, limited to the 4th level of the myriad phenomena realm. Swallowing a 100-meter thunder tiger posed no challenge, but facing a 300-meter giant thunder tiger rendered him powerless to devour it. Innate divine ability, myriad demon inferno. Jun Wushuang similarly invoked his divine ability, summoning a 100-meter black serpent of demonic flames. However, this time, the black serpent was outmatched, annihilated by the colossal thunder tiger. Boom! Jun Wushuang swung his blade, severing the giant thunder tiger. Yet he was forced back several meters in the face of overwhelming power. all techniques appeared impotent. Having broken through to the Divine Sea realm, Nangong Lei not only birthed mental energy, but also experienced tremendous enhancements across all facets of his strength. Jun Wushuang, you are but a country bumpkin, while I am the pride of the Royal Martial Academy. In comparison, you are merely a wretched mudfish in a stinking ditch. That a transcendent beauty like Qing Chun is one I alone am worthy of pursuing. As for you, you should repent in hell. The weak must possess the consciousness of their inferiority. To contend with me, you are still too tender. With the breakthrough to the Divine Sea realm, wielding formidable power restored Nangong Lei's confidence. From his elevated position, he looked down upon Jun Wushuang, as one would gaze upon an insignificant ant. You talk too much. Jun Wushuang unleashed a powerful punch. Bull Demon, great strength fist, with a fist that could shatter mountains and obliterate the cosmos. A terrifying force of 400,000 pounds erupted, capable of reducing a mountain to mere dust. Yet, Nangong Lei stood unfazed, mastering the advanced mystic martial art. Catastrophic thunderstrike. A violent surge of lightning coalesced at the tips of Nangong Lei's fingers. He then thrust his finger forward, and the thunder erupted, akin to a heavenly calamity. Jun Wushuang staggered back 3 to 4 meters, a charred mark evident upon his fist. The formidable Nangong Lei, at the Divine Sea realm, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Weren't you quite proud just moments ago? Why do you seem so deflated now? He taunted. You, a mere country bumpkin, have continuously wounded me, stripping away my dignity and forcing me to advance prematurely. You shall pay in blood and life. I will personally slay you and proclaim to the world that I am the most suitable man for Qingchun. Nangong Lei's laughter rang out, brimming with exhilaration as he vented the resentment from his previous injuries and defeats. Utilizing his spiritual martial art, mental thunderstorm. As a genius of the Nangong family, he naturally wielded the rare spiritual technique. Boom! An invisible surge of mental energy erupted, solidifying into a sphere of thunder capable of annihilation. The moment the mental thunderstorm was unleashed, a palpable sense of dread enveloped everyone present. Jun Zhantian, Ji Yintian, and Master Wu, 3 powerful figures of the Divine Sea realm, felt this threat acutely, as if the very heavens were crashing down, threatening to shatter their souls. This spiritual technique was overwhelmingly potent. Even Master Wu, at the 2nd level of the Divine Sea realm, dared not claim he could withstand it. Meanwhile, Jun Wushuang, at merely the 4th level of the manifestation realm, was utterly powerless to resist. Just as this mental thunderstorm approached, the Shura demon blade suddenly radiated with an ominous light. Instantly, a terrifying aura of murder surged forth. This killing intent was so intense that it rendered everyone stiff with fear. As though they were amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, staring death in the face. The murderous aura coalesced into a crimson light, encircling Jun Wushuang like a river of blood. This blood-red light obliterated Nangong Lei's spiritual technique. Simultaneously, an infinite wave of killing intent poured forth from the Shura demon blade, flooding into Jun Wushuang's being. In an instant, his eyes turned a vivid shade of red, and his raven-black hair was instantly stained crimson. Blood-red eyes, blood-colored hair, and even the black attire he wore took on a faint hue of red. What is this? Nangong Lei's pupils constricted, a sense of unprecedented peril igniting within him. It felt as if the Grim Reaper had descended to reap his life, dragging him into an abyss of eternal darkness. Supreme forbidden technique. Transformation into Shura, faced with the now ascendant Nangong Lei. Jun Wushuang once again resorted to this ultimate trump card. This moment, he radiated an overwhelming killing intent that engulfed the heavens and earth, as if the entire Jiangning city had transformed into a hellish realm. At this very instant, Jun Wushuang, embodying Shura, stained the azure sky with blood. He fixed his gaze upon Nangong Lei, a grin spreading across his face. How do you wish to meet your end? Nangong Lei felt as if he were not confronting a mere man, but rather an unparalleled beast of slaughter. The gaping maw of death threatened to tear him asunder. The shadow of demise enveloped him instantaneously. Nangong Lei could distinctly hear the rapid pounding of his own heart, feel his blood growing colder, and even sense his breath beginning to falter. This was the second time Jun Wushuang had invoked the transformation into Shura. Yet the Su Huanhua he had encountered before was already dead. This time, it would be Nangong Lei's turn to perish. With a slash of the Shura blade, Jun Wushuang gripped the Shura demon blade, his very being seemingly merging with the blade itself, transforming into an embodiment of murderous intent capable of extinguishing all life. Crack! With a single stroke, the crimson blade light coalesced into a line, moving faster than lightning. Swift, precise, ruthless, utilizing this supreme forbidden technique with the strength of a mere fourth-level manifestation realm, its power surpassed that which he had wielded against Su Huanhua. Despite Nangong Lei's strength, he was ultimately only at the first level of the Divine Sea realm. Faced with this strike, an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. Yet, in the final moment, Nangong Lei bit down on his tongue, using the pain to rouse a flicker of courage within himself. Advanced mystic martial art. Thunderflash. Gritting his teeth, Nangong Lei unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy and lightning, coalescing it into a formidable thunder spear. This spear stretched an impressive 300 meters, 3 times stronger than before. Boom! The 300-meter-long thunder spear surged forth like a towering pillar, exploding through the air, annihilating all in its path as it clashed with the blood-red blade light. In that moment, the crowd held their breath, eyes glued to the scene before them. Everyone understood that both Jun Wushuang and Nangong Lei had resorted to their ultimate tactics. This collision would determine the final outcome of this life-and-death struggle. Who would emerge victorious? Who would fall? Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the area. The audience was thrown into disarray, with many weaker individuals spewing blood and suffering grievously. Yet, no one paid heed to their plight. All eyes were fixated on the center of the arena, eager to discern the outcome of this clash. As the lightning erupted, scattering in all directions, the ground of the central square was reduced to charred remains. Meanwhile, the blood-red blade light continued unabated, striking Nangong Lei directly. A horrific cry escaped his lips as Nangong Lei was sent flying. Crashing down 100 meters away, blood staining the earth, a second grievous wound appeared upon his front, intersecting with the first to form a grotesque X-shaped injury. Crimson blood gushed from the wound, pooling beneath him in a crimson puddle. That moment, Nangong Lei lay on the ground, coughing blood, severely injured. And on the brink of death, defeated. Nangong Lei was utterly defeated. Silence fell upon the arena. Who was Nangong Lei? A genius of the Nangong family, a mystic-level student of the Royal Martial Academy in Jiangning City. He was a figure of nobility, untouchable and revered. One word from him could alter the fate of the entire city. Moreover, he had previously triumphed over Jun Jiantian, showcasing an invincible demeanor, and one had anticipated his downfall before this battle. Yet now, he lay defeated on the verge of death. This outcome left everyone in stunned disbelief, unable to accept the reality. Impossible. Nangong Lei had ascended to the Divine Sea realm. No one in Jiangning City could rival him. How could he possibly lose? Ji Yuntian staggered back as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing. All his hopes rested upon Nangong Lei. With his defeat, those hopes were shattered. Young master is too powerful, Lin Mingyao exclaimed in immense excitement. Jun Jiantian hoped more than anyone for Jun Wushuang's victory. Yet when this moment truly unfolded, he felt an overwhelming shock. After all, this was Nangong Lei. Was this truly the rumored forbidden technique? Master Wu's gaze fell upon Jun Wushuang, piecing together a fragment of the truth. After all, what could cause a sudden surge in power, if not special elixirs or forbidden techniques? Yet forbidden techniques were exceedingly rare, even within the entire Great Qian dynasty. Few could master them. Once a forbidden technique was unleashed, none could withstand it. Hiss! At that moment, gasps of disbelief echoed around the square. Young Master Nangong was defeated. How could this be possible? Young Master Nangong was formidable. He had triumphed over the Jun family head as a 9th-level manifestation realm practitioner. Now, having broken through to the Divine Sea realm, his strength had grown even greater. Yet, no one had anticipated that Jun Wushuang's combat prowess would surpass his. What means had Jun Wushuang employed to experience such a sudden surge in strength? Young Master Nangong was a mystic-level student of the Royal Martial Academy. Did this not imply that Jun Wushuang's strength was beyond that of a mystic-level student? Too terrifying, the crowd erupted in fervor. Those who had previously doubted Jun Wushuang found themselves thoroughly refuted. I have not lost yet that I cannot be defeated here. I can still fight, in the midst of a pool of blood. Nangong Lei was filled with resentment, struggling incessantly, yearning to continue the fight. He had never anticipated his defeat within the city of Jiangning. Even more unfathomable was the thought of being vanquished by Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang was the former husband of Ji Qingqian, while he himself was to become Ji Qingqian's future partner. This defeat represented not merely a failure in martial prowess, but also a setback against a romantic rival. The dual blows to both body and spirit rendered Nangong Lei so furious that he coughed up blood. Alas, his injuries were far too grave, and no matter how unwilling or enraged he felt, he was powerless to continue the battle at that moment. Jun Wushuang approached, capturing the attention of all present. This was a life-and-death confrontation. The vanquished faced certain death. Could it be that Jun Wushuang truly intended to kill young Master Nangong? After all, young Master Nangong was a prodigy of the Nangong family. Such an act would surely provoke an irreparable feud with them. That it was madness. Utterly insane. The crowd speculated about Jun Wushuang's intentions, yet could scarcely believe it. Nangong Lei's status was too elevated. Should he perish in Jiangning, it would undoubtedly stir a monumental tempest. At that juncture, it was not just Jun Wushuang who would suffer, but the entirety of Jiangning as well. In an instant, voices erupted, pleading for Jun Wushuang to show mercy. Yet he remained deaf to their entreaties, advancing with his blade, each step drawing closer to Nangong Lei. You country bumpkin, what if your strength surpasses mine? My Nangong family is one of the 4 great families of the Dacian dynasty. If you dare to lay a hand on me, the entire Jiangning will be reduced to ruins. I advise you to kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Perhaps then I might generously allow you to serve me as a dog, granting you a chance to survive. Otherwise, with a single command, I can turn Jiangning into a city of death. Nangong Lei, emboldened by his status, roared with a fierce expression. However, Jun Wushuang's demeanor remained unchanged as he struck with his sword. Just then, a thunderous shout reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth. Who dares to harm my Royal Martial Academy's people? The roar echoed throughout the city, a terrifying aura enveloping the scene instantly. All present were struck with dread, their bodies trembling as if a legendary beast had descended, poised to slaughter the entire city. In a flash, a radiant figure descended from the sky, landing before Nangong Lei. Was a middle-aged man, standing at 6 feet tall, adorned in an opulent purple robe, exuding an air of authority even without anger. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, making it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon him. A formidable presence emanated from him, akin to a tempest sweeping across the plaza, instilling awe in all who beheld him. A formidable figure at the Jun Zhantian's pupils constricted as he discerned the middle-aged man's strength. Above the divine sea realm lies the celestial being realm, and above that is each expert possesses the power to rise to high office. For the Dacian dynasty, these individuals are the backbone. Immensely significant, Jiangning, being a remote town, had not seen a celestial being for many years, and yet now an expert had arrived. However, the man's approach was aggressive, and he spoke of the Royal Martial Academy. His intentions could not be benevolent. Dongfang Ming, the esteemed gold medal instructor of the Royal Martial Academy. How could he be here? Master Wu exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the middle-aged man. Dongfang Ming hailed from the Dongfang family, one of the 4 great families, and maintained amicable relations with the Nangong family. Moreover, Nangong Lei's elder brother, Nangong Tianxian, was one of his students. Coincidentally passing through, he sensed Nangong Lei's aura and came to investigate, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. Uncle Ming, that rascal bullied me, relying on his status as the local tyrant, launching a sneak attack. I was caught off guard and nearly met a tragic fate if you had arrived any later. Nangong Lei pointed a finger at Jun Wushuang, voicing his grievances. The prodigy of the Nangong family. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere country bumpkin? Such humiliation! This is a disgrace I shall carry for life. He must be killed, his bones ground to dust. Only as a formidable figure from the esteemed Dongfang family and the esteemed gold medal mentor of the Royal Martial Arts Academy, Dongfang Ming stood lofty and imposing. Surveying the masses below, in his eyes, Jun Wushuang was merely a rustic bumpkin hailing from a remote village. Such a person, devoid of any extraordinary skills, was not even worthy of glance from him. As for his tyrannical behavior towards others, he felt no remorse. After all, he was destined to remain on high. This was the true nature of the gold medal mentor from the Royal Martial Arts Academy. Nothing more than a scoundrel. Jun Wushuang smiled, a cold smile that extinguished any lingering fondness he had for the Royal Martial Arts Academy. Nonsense! How dare you openly insult the Royal Martial Arts Academy and label me a scoundrel? It seems you have a death wish. Since that is the case, I shall peel your skin and extract your tendons, leaving you with no place to rest in death. Furthermore, your family shall perish due to your arrogance. If a child is uneducated, it is the father's fault. I shall personally eradicate your entire clan. Dongfang Ming was seething with rage, his right hand raised, reaching towards Jun Wushuang. Countless onlookers held their breath, convinced that Jun Wushuang was doomed. At that moment, Jun Wushuang extended his hand and produced a purple gold token. The word Jun and pierced Dongfang Ming's eyes, freezing his palm in place, preventing him from advancing even a half-inch. The Zhennan King's token. To see the token was akin to seeing the Zhennan King himself. This token was exceedingly rare, and being from the imperial capital, Dongfang Ming was well aware of its significance. He stood frozen, like a statue, unable to move. Astonishing! A cry of shock erupted from Nangong Lei's lips, filled with disbelief. Earlier, he had learned of the existence of the Zhennan King's token from Ji Yuntian. But the pain of his defeat and his hatred towards Jun Wushuang had momentarily caused him to forget. Now, witnessing the Zhennan King's token in Jun Wushuang's grasp sent shivers down his spine. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Damn it! I forgot he possessed the Zhennan King's token. This is disastrous. Even if Uncle Ming were to act, he likely couldn't kill him. Ji Yuntian's expression was equally grim, his earlier smile now frozen in place. But he had hoped Dongfang Ming would crush Jun Wushuang and annihilate the Jun family. Yet, with the appearance of the Zhennan King's token, he realized his hopes had been dashed once more. Though Dongfang Ming was powerful, in comparison to the Zhennan King, he was but a small fry, with the Zhennan King's token present. No matter how formidable Dongfang Ming might be, he could only withdraw. To do otherwise would invite the wrath of the Zhennan King, a consequence far beyond Dongfang Ming's ability to endure. Indeed, I nearly forgot that the master still possesses the Zhennan King's token. Master Wu smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing, a look of delight crossing his face. Dongfang Ming's appearance had momentarily filled him with worry, causing him to overlook this crucial detail. With the Zhennan King's token in play, even if Dongfang Ming had 10 times the audacity, he would not dare to lay a hand on Jun Wushuang. This battle stood at an invincible position. Beside them, Jun Zhantian and Lin Mingyao also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the might and status of Dongfang Ming were overwhelmingly oppressive, instilling dread in all. Not only Jun Wushuang, but even the entirety of Jiangning City would struggle to rival Dongfang Ming. Fortunately, there was still the Zhennan King's token. Boy, from where did you acquire this royal token? Dongfang Ming's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Jun Wushuang. His voice laced with fury. It seemed that although he was a scoundrel, he was not blind enough to fail to recognize the Zhennan King's token. Jun Wushuang sneered coldly. Spare me your useless chatter. Tell me how you obtained this token, that if you do not, your life shall be forfeit. The Zhennan King's token was immensely valuable. The Zhennan King never lightly lent it to others. How could Jun Wushuang, merely a country bumpkin from Jiangning City, have come into contact with the Zhennan King, let alone possess this token? Yet, Dongfang Ming was not blind. He recognized the authenticity of the token. In solitude, he could silence Jun Wushuang forever. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he dared not deny it. Otherwise, the wrath of the Zhennan King would reduce him to ashes. What do you think you are, daring to question me? Jun Wushuang's expression shifted, his tone sharp and commanding. Boy, what did you say? Dong Fongming's expression darkened, each word dripping with menace. Jun Wushuang refrained from further words, holding the Jun Nanking's token before Dong Fongming. Kneel! Kneel! For Dong Fongming to kneel. The crowd gasped in astonishment, finding Jun Wushuang's audacity beyond comprehension that a mere scion of a small clan dared to command the gold medal mentor of the Royal Martial Arts Academy to kneel. Was this not madness? Boy, do not go too far. Dong Fongming's eyes widened in fury. Kneel! Jun Wushuang brandished the Zhunnan King's token once more, his voice resonating with authority. Dong Fongming, filled with rage, exuded a violent aura that cracked the ground beneath him, instilling fear in all present. Jun Wushuang was nothing. He could easily be crushed. The Zhunnan King's token was not a weapon. It held no dreadful power, yet the presence of a Zhunnan King loomed heavily above him, suffocating him. The name Zhunnan King, within the great Qian dynasty, was second only to the Qian emperor. Even the head of the Dongfang family would bow in deference before the Zhunnan King's token. Kneel! Jun Wushuang repeated for the third time, his voice now devoid of emotion. Thud! Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Dong Fongming ultimately lowered his proud head, gritting his teeth, fists clenched, body trembling, and slowly sank to one knee before Jun Wushuang. Boom! The entire venue erupted in shock, leaving countless spectators in a daze. Dong Fongming, emerging from the Dongfang family, not only a formidable figure at the marquee level, but also the gold medal mentor of the Royal Martial Arts Academy, now knelt before Jun Wushuang. This was utterly inconceivable. However, the following scene shattered their disbelief even further. Slap. Jun Wushuang delivered a resounding slap to Dong Fongming's face. This strike turned right into wrong, blurring the lines of justice. The vivid red imprint of his hand marred Dong Fongming's face, an alarming sight. Dong Fongming seethed with uncontainable rage, ready to retaliate. Yet the Zhunnan King's token pressed against his forehead, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. But he dared not strike back. Slap. Another strike, a blow against tyranny, a show of his dominance. Slap. Another blow, a reprimand against your insolence, an insult to my father. Jun Wushuang did not relent, delivering slap after slap to Dong Fongming's face. The sound echoed through the air. Soon, Dong Fongming's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, a pitiful sight. It was evident to all that Dong Fongming was infuriated beyond measure. Yet before the Zhunnan King's token, he dared not retaliate. This scene left the crowd in stunned silence. The gold medal mentor of the Royal Martial Arts Academy was not only forced to kneel, but was being treated like a dog, receiving slap after slap. If news of this were spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire Great Qian dynasty. Boy, you are doomed. I, Dong Fongming, swear to dismember you into pieces. Dong Fongming, a formidable figure at the marquee level, was not critically injured by those slaps. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Jun Wushuang, the flames of rage and murderous intent causing everyone around him to shudder in fear. Having suffered such humiliation, Dong Fongming would surely seek revenge by any means necessary. Yet, Jun Wushuang appeared utterly unfazed. The series of slaps not only drew blood from Dong Fongming's mouth and nose, but also infused him with devouring demonic energy. This energy would incessantly consume Dong Fongming's vitality. Even as a marquee-level expert, he would find it impossible to expel. Within half a year, Dong Fongming would undoubtedly meet his demise. At this moment, Jun Wushuang paid no further attention to Dong Fongming and instead made his way toward Nangong Lei. The life-and-death duel was not yet concluded. Nangong Lei had to die. Uncle Ming, save me. Nangong Lei's hair stood on end, his voice ringing out in panic. However, with Jun Wushuang holding the Zhunnan King's token, Dong Fongming was powerless to act. No, you cannot kill me. I am a direct descendant of the Nangong family. My brother, Nangong Tianxian, is a heavenly-level student at the Royal Martial Arts Academy. My father is a second-grade official, and my grandfather is the head of the Nangong family. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, the entirety of your esteemed family shall perish. This is a grave sin that warrants the annihilation of 9 clans. Even if you possess the command of the King of the South, it cannot shield your kin from impending doom. Nangong Lei retreated incessantly, his voice a cacophony of desperation, but he sought to leverage the Nangong clan to coerce Jun Wushuang. Silence, Jun Wushuang declared impassively, wielding his blade with a swift motion. A glint of steel flashed, and blood sprayed in all directions. Nangong Lei fell, lifeless. Thud! His head rolled from his neck, coming to rest at Jun Wushuang's feet, his handsome visage forever frozen in shock and horror. He could scarcely fathom that Jun Wushuang had the audacity to take his life. Did he not fear the retribution from the Nangong clan? Alas, he would never receive an answer. Nangong Lei was dead. As this scene unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Though signs of impending violence had been evident, the reality of the moment left onlookers utterly astounded. This was Nangong Lei, the pride of the Nangong clan. A distinguished student of the Royal Martial Academy, Jun Wushuang had slain him. What could withstand the wrath of the Nangong clan? What could repel the enmity of the Royal Martial Academy? You little beast. You truly dared to kill Nangong Lei. You are doomed. The Nangong clan will not let you escape. Dong Fongming's expression twisted with rage, unable to fathom that Jun Wushuang would actually strike down his adversary. Not only had he been forced to kneel, but he had also witnessed the murder of Nangong Lei right before his eyes. How could he not be enraged? Slay me if you can. Jun Wushuang replied, his demeanor calm, as if swatting away a bothersome fly. With a swift motion, he grasped the lifeless form of Nangong Lei before the astonished assembly, drawing it into the bronze magic ring. The thundercloud royal body possessed by Nangong Lei was a rare treasure for Jun Wushuang, a boon that would significantly enhance his power. From the very start, he had never considered sparing Nangong Lei. Why would he let him live, only to face inevitable retribution? Even if he had initially begged for mercy, it was likely that Nangong Lei would have tortured him mercilessly. The law of the jungle prevails. Such is the cruel reality of this world. Whether it be Nangong Lei, Dong Fongming, or the Nangong clan, Jun Wushuang would not retreat a single step. Unwavering progress is the essence of true self. Little beast, return the body of Nangong Lei, or you shall bear the consequences, Dong Fongming demanded, seeking to reclaim the body for the sake of the Nangong clan's honor. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed, forceful enough to send Dong Fongming crashing to the ground. His teeth scattered. I merely offered you a warning, Jun Wushuang remarked coldly, devoid of mercy. Dong Fongming seethed with fury. Smack! Without hesitation, Jun Wushuang delivered yet another blow. Dong Fongming fell silent, clutching his face, his rage bubbling beneath the surface. Eyes blazing with resentment, the gazes of the surrounding spectators only fueled his simmering anger. Swish! With Nangong Lei dead, Dong Fongming, unwilling to endure further humiliation, took to the skies, fleeing the scene. Jun Wushuang, I shall remember this. You dared to force me to kneel, strike me, and even kill Nangong Lei. You are doomed. The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt you down. Prepare for your demise, for I will ensure you have no place to rest. His maniacal roar echoed like a vengeful spirit, sending shivers down the spines of all within Jiangning City. Everyone understood that Dong Fongming would exact a brutal retribution. Though that was a matter for another time, at this moment, Dong Fongming fled Jiangning City in a disheveled state, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Jun Wushuang had no intention of halting his pursuit. Old dog Ji. Jun Wushuang's gaze shifted to Ji Yuntian, who was attempting to slip away unnoticed. The arrival of Nangong Lei had ignited Ji Yuntian's hope for vengeance. However, with Nangong Lei now slain and Dong Fongming fleeing in disgrace, he had no desire to remain and await his fate. Swish! Ji Yuntian's plan to escape was thwarted. He immediately fled with all his might. Bursting through the crowd toward the outskirts of the city, he could no longer remain in Jiangning City. He intended to seek refuge in the imperial capital with Qing Chun. Qing Chun was now a distinguished student at the Royal Martial Academy. With Jun Wushuang having not only killed Nangong Lei, but also humiliated Dong Fongming, the Nangong clan and the Royal Martial Academy would surely become his allies. Indeed, he resolved to head to the imperial capital to conspire with Qing Chun. Jun Wushuang must perish, and the entirety of the Jun family must be eradicated. The deep-seated blood feud must not go unavenged. Oh no, the old dog Ji seeks to escape. Jun Zhantian's pupils constricted, and he rushed out to intercept Ji Yuntian. Master Wu, having recognized Jun Wushuang as his master, did not hesitate either. He acted in accordance with Jun Wushuang's interests. Together, Jun Zhantian and Master Wu surrounded Ji Yuntian in a formation. Ji Yuntian had just broken through to the Divine Sea realm, and with Jun Wushuang's quick reflexes, escape was impossible. Jun Wushuang, have you truly offended the Nangong clan and the Royal Martial Academy to the point of seeking complete annihilation? Ji Yuntian's face paled as he found himself encircled, his mind racing for an escape route. Old dog Ji, not only did you conspire against my Jun family, but you also dared to covet my son's dragon war body. Today marks your demise. Prepare to meet your end. Jun Zhantian bellowed, wielding his battle blade, his aura surging as he unleashed a devastating strike, that high-level profound martial technique. Annihilation of mountains and rivers. Years of animosity existed between Jun Zhantian and Ji Yuntian, and the tragedy of Jun Wushuang had only deepened his hatred. After several narrow escapes, this time he would not allow Ji Yuntian to evade justice, that I will fight to the bitter end. Ji Yuntian gritted his teeth, drawing his spear and unleashing his full strength. Having broken through to the Divine Sea realm, Ji Yuntian's power had surged significantly. Yet, Jun Zhantian's cultivation of the primordial infinite technique was a divine-level art that far surpassed Ji Yuntian's capabilities. In the same realm, Ji Yuntian was still no match for Jun Zhantian. Rip! Ji Yuntian was forced back by a single strike. A deep gash opened along his arm. Mind martial technique. Mastery of fire. Master Wu also joined the fray. As an alchemist, he was not particularly skilled in combat, but possessed formidable mental prowess and mastery of mental techniques. His formless mental energy, akin to the furnace fire of alchemy, burned with intense heat, capable of incinerating mountains and rivers. A cry of anguish escaped Ji Yuntian's lips. His mental strength paled in comparison to Master Wu's, and lacking any mental defenses, he was swiftly overwhelmed. His complexion turning ashen. Under the combined assault of Jun Zhantian and Master Wu, Ji Yuntian could not withstand the onslaught, suffering grievous injuries. Old dog Ji, I once treated you as kin, yet you regarded me as mere livestock. When you seized my dragon war body, I vowed to make you pay in blood. Today, I shall personally end your life. Rest assured, I shall soon travel to the imperial capital to send Ji Qingshan to accompany you in the netherworld. A cold voice, laden with murderous intent, echoed in Ji Yuntian's ears. Ji Yuntian's pupils constricted. He beheld Jun Wushuang's blood-red eyes, filled with profound hatred and lethal intent. The Shura blade strikes, with a singular blow. It descended like a harbinger of doom, obliterating all in its path, transforming the world into a hellish landscape. Swish! The blade sliced through, and Ji Yuntian met his end, eyes wide open in disbelief. Nangong Lei was dead. Ji Yuntian was also dead, yet the ripples of this conflict were merely beginning. As the life-and-death struggle came to a close, the citizens of Jiangning City hastily relocated, fearful of the Nangong clan's wrath. In comparison to the Nangong clan, Jiangning City was insubstantial. With a single command from the head of the Nangong family, this small city could be reduced to ruins. None wished to remain and face their demise. Jun Wushuang, however, was not worried in the least. After the life-and-death duel concluded, he once again entered seclusion. He sought to devour Nangong Lei's thundercloud royal body. Only by becoming formidable could he contend with various crises. 3 days later, Jun Wushuang emerged from his retreat. Young master, you have grown even stronger. Lin Mingyao, as always, stood outside the secret chamber, approaching him with a gentle demeanor and an expression of admiration, having absorbed Nangong Lei's thundercloud royal body. Jun Wushuang's cultivation level had once again ascended, reaching the 6th level of the myriad manifestations realm. Alas, his consumption of the demonic body had not yet reached fruition. It seemed he would need to devour another royal body to succeed. Nonetheless, Jun Wushuang had gained a second innate divine ability, the Thunderclap of Annihilation, a talent bestowed by the Thundercloud royal body. Mingyao, you have also made considerable progress. Jun Wushuang smiled slightly. Lin Mingyao possessed exceptional talent in the sword path. And with the training resources provided by Jun Wushuang, she too had broken through to the 6th level of the body forging realm. Moreover, she had already begun to manifest the nascent form of sword intent. It would not be long before she birthed true sword intent. Take me to find my father. With his seclusion concluded, it was time to address the matters at hand in the hall of the Jun family. Jun Zhantian and Master Wu were already present. Wushuang, you have arrived just in time. Upon seeing Jun Wushuang, Jun Zhantian beamed with pride, with even the Royal Academy students unable to rival his son. Such an offspring was a source of immense pride for him. Master, Ji Yuntian's body has been reduced to ashes, and the Ji family has been thoroughly dealt with now, aside from Ji Qingxun within the imperial capital. The Ji family has been entirely resolved, Master Wu respectfully reported, recounting their actions over the past 3 days. With Ji Yuntian's demise, the Ji family had collapsed completely. Jun Zhantian naturally seized this opportunity to absorb the Ji family. Consequently, with both the Yi and Ji families consumed, the Jun family now stood unrivaled in Jiangning City. However, several troubles still loomed. Master Wu furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning grave. What troubles? Jun Wushuang inquired as he took a seat. First, with Nangong Lei's death, the Nangong family will not rest until they seek revenge. Second, Dongfang Ming, having suffered such humiliation, will surely harbor resentment towards you if you wish to enter the Royal Martial Academy. It may prove quite difficult. Third, the populace in Jiangning City is now in a state of panic. Most citizens have relocated, and soon the entire city may become a desolate place, which is extremely detrimental for the Jun family. Master Wu solemnly analyzed the situation. Given that events had already transpired, there was no use in lamenting. The only course of action was to mitigate losses and withstand the impending crisis, as for the Jun family. There is no need for concern. There are not many left. If it comes to that, I shall lead everyone away from Jiangning City. Under heaven, there is no place we cannot find refuge. Though the Nangong family is powerful, they cannot dominate the world, Jun Zhantian reassured. Yet Jun Wushuang was certainly not inclined to allow his father to wander aimlessly. Is there any way to protect my father and the Jun family? He asked Master Wu. There is. Master Wu nodded. As long as the prince speaks, the Nangong family would dare not retaliate. The 4 great families may be strong, but the Prince of the South is even stronger. In Master Wu's view, if Jun Wushuang could seek the Prince of the South, not only would the Jun family be safeguarded, but Jun Wushuang himself would ascend to great heights. Jun Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly. Not only was he currently unable to contact the Prince of the South, but even if he could, he did not wish to owe anyone a favor. However, while he was unafraid of retaliation, he could not help but worry for his father's safety. I cannot have my father wandering the world with me. Can I? At that moment, a brilliant rainbow appeared in the sky, racing from afar, slicing through the air and descending into the Jun family's hall, hovering before Master Wu. What is this? Jun Zhantian exclaimed in surprise, perplexed. This is a spiritual treasure for communication, an internal messaging method of the Wanbao Pavilion. It is only employed for urgent matters. Master Wu was equally astonished as he opened the spiritual treasure for communication. The look of shock on his face quickly transformed into one of joy. Good news! This is indeed a momentous occasion. Master Wu's previous worries dissipated as he expressed his elation. Without allowing Jun Wushuang and Jun Zhantian to guess, he swiftly revealed the content of the spiritual communication. The prince has spoken, forbidding the Nangong family from bullying the weak and retaliating against the Jun family. Furthermore, he has appointed the head of the Jun family as the new city lord of Jiangning. Wow! Jun Zhantian inhaled sharply, astonished that the Prince of the South had already learned of everything and had taken preemptive measures to resolve the crisis facing the Jun family. With the Prince of the South's decree, even if the Nangong family were furious, they would have to relent. Moreover, with Jun Zhantian as the new city lord, he would hold an official position from the court, providing an added layer of protection for the Jun family. This truly was a timely blessing. Prince of the South! Jun Wushuang's gaze sharpened, astonished by the prince's decisive actions. It must be acknowledged that this maneuver had indeed alleviated his crisis, but he could not help but feel indebted for this favor. Master, The prince holds you in high regard. Master Wu timely remarked. As an alchemist of the Wanbao Pavilion, he naturally hoped for a closer relationship between Jun Wushuang and the Prince of the South. Wushuang, although I do not understand why the prince values you so highly, I hope you do not suffer any grievances on our account. Jun Zhantian patted Jun Wushuang's shoulder, his eyes earnest and sincere. If this favor restricts you, I would rather forego it. Father, you need not worry. I will manage things appropriately. Jun Wushuang replied with a smile. He would accept this favor and repay it in kind in the future. As the reincarnation of the devouring demon emperor, he had the confidence to do so. Now that the crisis for the Jun family had been averted, it was time for him to head to the imperial capital to seek vengeance against Ji Qingshun. With Ji and Tian dead and the Ji family obliterated, Jun Wushuang felt no desire to linger. Though Ji and Tian was detestable, his true hatred was reserved for Ji Qingshun. This viperous woman had deceived his true heart, manipulated his feelings, and even taken away his Dragon King body. An ocean of blood must be avenged. Jun Wushuang raised his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, the direction of the imperial capital of the Dacian dynasty. There lay the four great families, the Prince of the South, the Royal Martial Academy, and Ji Qingshun. With his fists clenched, a murderous intent surged within him. Jun Wushuang's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a blade. Ji Qingshun, I am coming to kill you. 3 days later, a carriage from Wanbao Pavilion halted outside the Jun family residence. Master Wu personally drove the carriage, ready to take Jun Wushuang to the imperial capital. Father, I am leaving now. Please take care of your health. Jun Wushuang knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to his father. A son may kneel to neither heaven nor earth, but must kneel to his parents. Even though Jun Wushuang had awakened memories of his past life, his gratitude toward his father remained profound. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. Once it encounters wind and rain, it transforms into a dragon. Jiangning City is too small for you. You deserve a grander stage. As they parted, Jun Zhantian placed a comforting hand on Jun Wushuang's shoulder, his expression calm. Father, please speak. Jun Wushuang listened attentively. This place will forever be your home. Home. That word brimmed with infinite warmth and boundless strength. Jun Wushuang gazed at his father's visage, his eyes slightly reddening. Go. Jun Zhantian waved his hand, signaling for Jun Wushuang to depart. A fledgling eagle must leave the warmth of its nest to spread its wings and soar through the skies. Father, I am off. Jun Wushuang nodded at Zheng. Immediately, he stepped onto the carriage with Lin Mengyao. The carriage gradually receded into the distance. Yet, Jun Zhantian remained rooted to the spot, reluctant to turn back. His weathered visage was already streaked with tears, the silhouette of his father elongated beneath the setting sun. Just as Jun Wushuang embarked on his journey to the imperial capital, within the Royal Martial Academy, Ji Qingshun entered a lavish palace. Inside the palace stood a figure as straight as a spear, hands clasped behind his back, awaiting Ji Qingshun. That he was a young man of approximately 20, donned in a sky-blue robe, adorned with an emblem of the character Tian on his chest, signifying his status as a celestial-level disciple. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a resemblance between this youth and the deceased Nangong Lei. That he was, in fact, Nangong Lei's elder brother, Nangong Tianxian. Qingshun pays her respects to senior brother Nangong. Ji Qingshun gracefully approached, bowing deeply. Her waist swayed like a supple serpent, her every glance exuding charm, showcasing her alluring figure without a hint of seduction, instead bearing a solemn countenance. The perfect blend of innocence and sensuality was utterly captivating. Even Nangong Tianxian, who had encountered countless beauties, could not help but be struck by her allure. Ji Qingshun, my brother Nangong Lei has perished. Nangong Tianxian spoke in a somber tone, his voice heavy with gravity. Nangong Lei was his own flesh and blood, whom he cherished deeply. The news of Nangong Lei's untimely demise ignited a fierce wrath within him. Thud! Ji Qingshun fell to her knees. Brother Lei ventured to Jiangning City for my sake, and it was due to me that he fell victim to that scoundrel Jun Wushuang. I bear profound guilt for this, so I implore senior brother Nangong to show mercy. Ji Qingshun did not offer excuses or shift blame. Rather, She accepted full responsibility. She was adept at adapting her words to suit the listener, and her skills in persuasion were unparalleled. In dealing with Nangong Lei, she could employ seduction or feign helplessness. However, faced with Nangong Tianxian, she opted for a different approach. Despite her humble origins, her cunning was sharper than that of the concubines vying for favor in a harem, as expected. Witnessing Ji Qingqian's attitude, the fury within Nangong Tianxian subsided somewhat. Though this incident was instigated by you, the true culprit remains Jun Wushuang. I am not without understanding. Since you sincerely acknowledge your fault, I shall grant you leniency this time. Nangong Tianquan's words brought a glimmer of joy to Ji Qingqian's heart. Thank you, senior brother Nangong. However, Brother Lei died because of me. If I do not take action, my conscience will be troubled. Ji Qingqian's expression was masterfully controlled, her lovely face revealing a hint of anxiety, deeply loyal and principled. Nangong Tianxian nodded slightly, oblivious to Ji Qingqian's ulterior motives. I have heard that your father also fell victim to Jun Wushuang, and your family has been annihilated? He gazed down at Ji Qingqian from his elevated position, taking in her graceful form in its entirety. Indeed, Ji Qingqian gritted her teeth, unable to mask her seething hatred. She had learned of this betrayal and recognized it as Jun Wushuang's vengeance. The tide of murderous intent surged within her, and she yearned to rend Jun Wushuang into pieces. You seek vengeance? Nangong Tianxian inquired once more. I do. I dream of it. Ji Qingqian declared vehemently. I swore that I would not rest until he and I are at odds for eternity. Excellent. It appears we share a common adversary. Nangong Tianxian nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Ji Qingqian's fervor for revenge. According to my information, Jun Wushuang has already departed Jiangning City and is en route to the imperial capital, intending to enroll in our Royal Martial Academy. The decree of the Southern King cannot be defied. For now, we cannot act against the Jun family. However, the Southern King merely forbade oppression of the weak by the strong. He did not prohibit competition among peers. Thus, our actions would not be deemed insubordinate. Despite being the heir of the Nangong clan, Nangong Tianxian still bowed to the Southern King's authority. Yet this enmity could not simply be overlooked. What are your plans? Senior brother Nangong? Ji Qingqian raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Nangong Tianxian, filled with hope. The Royal Martial Academy is not a place where anyone can gain entry. I will ensure he is denied admission. When the time comes, I shall provoke him, forcing him to act. Even if he were to perish in the process, I would stand on the side of righteousness and need not fear the Southern King's retribution. Of course, I will require your cooperation. The moment we can provoke Jun Wushuang, our plan will be halfway to success. If I can eliminate him and avenge Brother Lei and my father, I am willing to do anything. Ji Qingqian's face was alight with excitement, eager to act at once. Prepare yourself. The enrollment examination will be held in 10 days. Jun Wushuang is sure to come. Nangong Tianxian nodded, thoroughly pleased with Ji Qingqian. This young woman was not only exceptionally talented, but also possessed extraordinary beauty. Although her background was somewhat modest, preventing her from becoming his official wife, she would make an excellent concubine. Qingqian takes her leave. Ji Qingqian wasted no time, performing a respectful bow before exiting the palace. Her awareness and tact further enhanced Nangong Tianquan's admiration for her. As Ji Qingqian left the palace, a triumphant smirk graced her lips. Nangong Lei, oh Nangong Lei, your demise was fortuitous. Had you not died, how could I ever have connected with the heir of the Nangong clan? Nangong Lei was merely a direct descendant of the Nangong family, while Nangong Tianxian was the heir destined to lead the clan. The weight of their standings was indeed worlds apart. Ji Qingqian's ambitions soared high. She would never settle for someone like Nangong Lei. Even Nangong Tianxian did not spark her interest. What she truly sought was to leverage Nangong Tianxian to gain access to the true power behind him. The Crown Prince, that was the genuine figure of significance within the Dacian dynasty. My objective is to become the Crown Princess. Jun Wushuang, I owe you my gratitude. Were it not for you, I cannot have so swiftly approached Nangong Tianxian, so do continue to serve as my stepping stone, using your life to elevate me higher. Ji Qingqian smiled faintly, venomous as a viper. The imperial capital, grand and magnificent, was met with Jun Wushuang's calm demeanor. Unperturbed, he had witnessed vast landscapes and traversed the realms. Gazed upon a cosmic expanse that, in comparison, the imperial capital seemed as insignificant as dust. Yet Lin Mengyao was awestruck, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Master, where shall we go first?" Master Wu inquired respectfully. Upon their arrival in the imperial capital, they could either visit the Southern King's residence or the Royal Martial Academy. "Let us proceed to the Royal Martial Academy first. After all, my primary purpose here is to seek vengeance against Ji Qingchen." "Understood." Master Wu nodded, guiding Jun Wushuang and Lin Mengyao towards the Royal Martial Academy. The Royal Martial Academy was situated in the eastern district of the imperial capital, an area reserved for the affluent, where only the wealthy resided, and land was worth its weight in gold. The academy occupied a fifth of this eastern district, a sight to behold, resplendent and opulent. Established a millennium ago during the founding of the Dacian dynasty, it was a royal institution designed to gather the nation's prodigies. For 1,000 years, the Royal Martial Academy had nurtured countless exceptional talents, safeguarding the dynasty's enduring legacy. As Jun Wushuang and his companions approached the Royal Martial Academy, the entrance was already teeming with people. Although the academy operated on a recommendation basis, the Dacian dynasty encompassed 18 prefectures, each housing hundreds of cities. If each city were to recommend a single candidate, it would amount to tens of thousands of individuals. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, these candidates were required to undergo enrollment assessments, and only those who passed would qualify for admission to the Royal Martial Academy. "Young master, there are so many people," Lin Mengyao gasped, her delicate face transforming in shock. To the right of the grand entrance of the Royal Martial Arts Academy stood a towering structure, the Jingguan, soaring to a height of 100 meters. This so-called Jingguan was a grim monument, a tower of severed heads accumulated to flaunt battle achievements, crafted from the skulls of fallen foes, with its imposing height and the count surpassing 10,000 heads. It evoked sheer terror. The foreboding Jingguan, juxtaposed against the resplendent Royal Martial Arts Academy, appeared utterly incongruous. "Master Wu, what is this?" Jun Wushuang inquired of Master Wu. "Those are the remnants of the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy." Master Wu sighed, his voice heavy with gravity. "The Qingyun Martial Arts Academy?" Jun Wushuang furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with this institution. "Master, it is not surprising that you have not heard of it, for the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy fell into decline over a century ago." Master Wu elucidated for Jun Wushuang. The Royal Martial Arts Academy, established by the royal family, sought to gather talents from across the land. However, the majority of positions were monopolized by the offspring of the affluent, leaving the children of humble origins struggling for recognition. 500 years prior, a prodigy from a lowly background rose to prominence, becoming the foremost powerhouse of the Dacian dynasty. He advocated for equality within the Royal Martial Arts Academy, but, sadly, his efforts were in vain. Consequently, this formidable figure established the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy, dedicated to nurturing talent from humble beginnings, standing in stark opposition to the Royal Academy. During his lifetime, the Qingyun Academy eclipsed the Royal Academy, reigning as the premier martial institution of the Dacian dynasty. However, following the demise of this champion, the Academy lacked a formidable successor and gradually succumbed to decline, ultimately fading into obscurity a century ago. Now reduced to a mere handful of strays. As for the Jingguan, it originated from an agreement between the Royal Martial Arts Academy and the Qingyun Academy. Every 3 years, they engaged in life-and-death duels, and the heads displayed upon the Jingguan were those of the fallen disciples from the humble origins during these contests. Master Wu recounted the history of the Qingyun Academy and the Jingguan with eloquence, evoking a mixture of shock and admiration. The enduring class conflict between the humble and the elite was palpable. The champion from a humble background, in his quest to secure opportunities for his kin, established the Qingyun Academy, a gesture worthy of respect. Yet, the struggle was merciless, and ultimately, the Qingyun Academy could not overcome the Royal Academy, resulting in this macabre tower of heads. That moment, a resounding bell tolled, resonating through the air. The enrollment assessment is about to commence. Master Wu softly reminded. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence, with all participants poised for the trial that would determine their fates. Three figures soared from within the Royal Martial Arts Academy. The foremost, an elder with hair as white as snow yet youthful in visage, possessed unmatched strength, ranking at the 9th level of the celestial realm. Accompanied by two others, both also of celestial prowess, a silver medal instructor and two bronze medal instructors. Welcome, esteemed participants, to the enrollment assessment of our Royal Martial Arts Academy. I am Zhao Qiming, the chief examiner for this assessment. Alongside my esteemed colleagues, Instructor Yun and Instructor Chu, the silver-haired instructor spoke with a calm demeanor, providing a succinct introduction. The enrollment assessment consists of 3 rounds. The first evaluates talent, the second measures cultivation, and the third tests combat skills. Only those who succeed in all 3 rounds may join our Royal Martial Arts Academy. Zhao Qiming outlined the process, though the crowd was already well acquainted with it. And thus, their reactions were muted. Just as the assessment was set to begin, a sudden voice cut through the air. The flash of pale golden lightning erupted from within the Royal Martial Arts Academy, streaking across the sky and swiftly approaching the gathered crowd. Emerging from the crackling aura were a man and a woman. The man, enveloped in a tempest of thunder, exuded an air of dominance, while the woman, stunningly beautiful, captivated all who beheld her. It was none other than Nangong Tianxian and Ji Qingshun. Isn't that the young master of the Nangong family? What brings him here? The name of Nangong Tianxian was widely recognized, and he was immediately identified amidst the throng. Not only was he a heavenly-level student, but he also possessed the formidable Thunder Emperor physique, making him one of the Royal Martial Arts Academy's most exceptional talents. On the day of the enrollment assessment, his unexpected presence suggested he intended to intervene in the proceedings. The woman alongside Nangong Tianxian appeared to be a mysterious-level student, radiating extraordinary beauty. The sight of Nangong Tianxian and Ji Qingshun ignited a fervor throughout the crowd, as eyes filled with admiration and awe elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Unfazed by the adulation, Nangong Tianxian addressed the trio of instructors. I apologize for interrupting the enrollment assessment, but there is a matter of utmost importance I must address. I ask for your understanding. He bowed respectfully to Zhao Qiming and his companions. However, it was evident that Zhao Qiming and his colleagues were already aware of the situation and refrained from expressing anger. Do not prolong this too much. Zhao Qiming granted Nangong Tianxian a measure of leniency. Nangong Tianxian nodded, then turned, his gaze sweeping across the crowd like a predator seeking its prey, instilling a sense of dread. My brother, Nangong Lei, was slain in Jiangning City. He was my only sibling that I cannot let him rest in peace. The one who took my brother's life must pay with blood. Nangong Tianxian bellowed in fury. Jun Wushuang, I know you are here. You killed my brother, and I will kill you in return. Step forth and accept your demise. Silence enveloped the crowd, save for the echo of Nangong Tianxuan's roar, which reverberated ominously. A wave of confusion washed over the onlookers, each bearing a significant question mark over their heads. Who is Jun Wushuang? Jiangning City was but a remote locale, insignificant within the vast expanse of the Daqian dynasty, and the news of Nangong Lei's death had reached only a select few. Thus, for most present, the name Jun Wushuang was unfamiliar. However, from this day forth, the name Jun Wushuang would undoubtedly resound throughout the imperial capital. Master, that is Nangong Tianxian. Master Wu communicated telepathically, alerting Jun Wushuang that on their journey, Master Wu had provided an overview of the imperial capital situation, detailing potential adversaries. Nangong Tianxian was among them. Nangong Tianxian, the heir of the Nangong family, was merely 20 years old, yet already a formidable figure in the celestial realm, blessed with the extraordinary Thunder Emperor physique, and was a heavenly-level student at the Royal Martial Arts Academy. His exceptional talent and noble lineage rendered him a nearly insurmountable opponent among the younger generation. Comparatively, Nangong Lei was vastly inferior to Nangong Tianxian. Yet, Jun Wushuang's attention was not fixated on the imminent confrontation with Nangong Tianxian. Rather, it was drawn to the enchanting figure beside him. Ji Qingshun, we meet again at last. Jun Wushuang's gaze sharpened with intensity. The vendetta against Ji Qingshun was like a thorn embedded in his heart. causing him relentless anguish. He could never forget the frigid darkness of the Ji family's dungeon, nor the malicious visage of Ji Qingchen. The pain was excruciating. The hatred was maddening. Ji Qingchen, you have brought me such immense suffering. How could I not repay you in kind? I have traveled countless miles to the imperial capital, all for the opportunity to end your life with my own hands. Now that we finally meet, are you prepared to die? With a thunderous roar, Nangong Tianxian charged directly towards Jun Wushuang. Though he did not recognize Jun Wushuang, Ji Qingchen did. With a mere glance, she spotted Jun Wushuang among the crowd and pointed him out to Nangong Tianxian. Not good. Master Wu's expression shifted as he positioned himself protectively in front of Jun Wushuang. Lin Mingyao swiftly drew her sword, ready to engage in a desperate fight. You are Jun Wushuang? Nangong Tianxian disregarded Master Wu and Lin Mingyao. His fierce gaze fixed intently on Jun Wushuang, an overwhelming aura of thunder bearing down upon him. Puff! Master Wu and Lin Mingyao were utterly unable to withstand the overwhelming sense of oppression, their faces turning ashen and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Before Nangong Tianxian, they resembled mere insects attempting to block a chariot. Yet, both Master Wu and Lin Mingyao gritted their teeth, resolutely shielding Jun Wushuang with their bodies. That moment, the gaze of the crowd converged upon Jun Wushuang. Is this truly the individual sought by the young master of the Nangong clan? With a mere cultivation level of the 6th stage of the Wanxiang realm, such strength barely qualifies one as a yellow-level student. How could he possibly slay Nangong Lei, a distinguished Xin-level student? Indeed, it appears that Jun Wushuang's origins are rather unremarkable. Otherwise, he would not be so destitute. The crowd regarded Jun Wushuang with expressions of astonishment and suspicion. Who among those participating in the assessment was not a renowned genius? Many were the sons of local lords, boasting noble identities and formidable power. Yet, Jun Wushuang, in terms of both strength and status, seemed utterly commonplace. How could he then invoke the personal intervention of Nangong Tianxian? This left the spectators in a state of bewilderment. However, Jun Wushuang paid no heed to Nangong Tianxian and instead shifted his gaze to Zhao Qiming. Esteemed mentor, may I inquire how the Royal Martial Academy's admission assessments have devolved into a scene of provocation and disorder? Zhao Qiming furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that. Under such circumstances, Jun Wushuang would still concern himself with the admission process. In our Royal Martial Academy, character is paramount in the admissions process. Firstly, you show blatant disrespect towards your superiors. Secondly, your propensity for violence is evident, having slain a Xian-level student of our academy before even gaining admission. Thirdly, questioning the admission assessments equates to questioning the Royal Martial Academy itself. Therefore, you need not participate in the assessments. I hereby declare your failure. The Royal Martial Academy shall never accept you. So return whence you came. Zhao Qiming's expression was one of indifference as he delivered his outright rejection. He was already aware of Jun Wushuang's offense against the Nangong clan by slaying Nangong Lei, a rustic from a remote town. How could he stand against one of the 4 great clans? He knew precisely which side to take. Ha! Zhao Qiming's words elicited a laugh from Jun Wushuang. Truly, the Royal Martial Academy was exceedingly domineering and despicable, and exceedingly shameless. The actions of Nangong Lei and Dongfang Ming had already extinguished any goodwill Jun Wushuang had towards the Royal Martial Academy. Encountering Nangong Tianxian today, alongside Zhao Qiming's remarks, had completely disillusioned him. This was the Royal Martial Academy, a sanctuary for the privileged elite. Those wielding power overshadowed everything, while the powerless were treated with disdain. He had initially believed that Nangong Lei and Dongfang Ming were mere anomalies, but it became apparent that the hubris permeated the academy from top to bottom. Boldly, you dare to insult the Royal Martial Academy. Zhao Qiming's expression darkened. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, deeming Jun Wushuang as utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation for daring to speak such words. His fate was sealed. The Royal Martial Academy would never accept him. In fact, the question of whether he would even survive this day loomed large. Jun Wushuang, you are indeed audacious to insult even the Royal Martial Academy. Nangong Tianxian was momentarily taken aback. He had been contemplating how to provoke Jun Wushuang. only to find that Jun Wushuang had dug a pit for himself. Insulting the Royal Martial Academy was a grave offense. Jun Wushuang, do not presume that the Prince of the Southern Town's favor grants you license to be impudent. This is the imperial capital, not Jiangning City. Here, even dragons must coil, and tigers must crouch, let alone a mere insignificant ant like yourself. You have slain my brother. I shall not let you go unscathed. I will ensure that your every moment is filled with suffering, and that every person around you meets a tragic end. Nangong Tianxuan's icy gaze fixed upon Jun Wushuang, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, his hostility unrestrained. Had it not been for the command of the Prince of the Southern Town, he could have easily crushed Jun Wushuang with a single strike. You wish to provoke me? Jun Wushuang cast a glance at Nangong Tianxian, seeing through his intentions. Indeed, if I do not provoke you, how could I have reason to strike back? Nangong Tianxian leaned closer, grinning maliciously, his eyes glinting with malice. He showed no restraint in expressing his thoughts. Given his absolute advantage, even if Jun Wushuang understood he was being goaded, what could he do? This was his domain. He could toy with Jun Wushuang as he pleased. So be it. I shall oblige. Jun Wushuang suddenly smiled. He then raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap. Crack! Nangong Tianxian was sent hurtling through the air. The entire assembly fell into a stupor. No one had anticipated that Jun Wushuang would dare to slap Nangong Tianxian. How could he possibly have the audacity? Nangong Tianxian was the scion of the Nangong clan, a student of the Royal Martial Academy at the Celestial level, and a formidable figure endowed with the divine Thunder Emperor body. Before him, everyone was compelled to show utmost respect. Yet, Jun Wushuang had the audacity to slap him publicly. It was utterly insane at that moment. Nangong Tianxian was also momentarily stunned. With his strength, this slap would not injure him. However, the mark on his cheek would be an indelible humiliation. You dare strike me? Nangong Tianxuan's eyes blazed with fury as he erupted with rage. Crack! Jun Wushuang delivered another slap, causing blood to spill from Nangong Tianxuan's mouth and nose. Still not feeling it. Then allow me to bestow upon you another. Is that sufficient? Jun Wushuang remarked nonchalantly, as if he were swatting away a mere insect. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone stared in astonishment at Jun Wushuang. They could not believe that he had not only slapped Nangong Tianxian once, but had the audacity to deliver a second slap. While those two slaps were indeed satisfying, what awaited him next was the wrath of Nangong Tianxian. With Nangong Tianxuan's might, he could crush Jun Wushuang with a mere flick of his hand. This was tantamount to courting death. I shall kill you. Indeed, Nangong Tianxuan's fury boiled over, and at that moment, the aura of a celestial being surged forth, his right hand clenched into a fist, summoning the energies of heaven and earth, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Boom! With a single punch, the air shattered, visible waves of white energy radiating outward. This punch was powerful enough to reduce a mountain to dust. It was over. He was doomed. Having provoked the young master of the Nangong clan, one could save him. Truly, he was a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the vastness of the sky, daring to offend the young master of the Nangong clan. The young master of the Nangong clan was no ordinary person. To have been struck not once, but twice, was an insult that could not be tolerated if someone were to do such a thing to me. I would flay them alive, sever their tendons, and dismember their corpse. As Nangong Tianxian made his move, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. They regarded Jun Wushuang with contempt and ridicule. Yet, in the face of this oncoming punch, Jun Wushuang remained calm. Showing no sign of fear, he reached out, not to draw the Shura demon blade, but to retrieve the royal decree of the Prince of the Southern Town. The decree was to see the prince himself. Nangong Tianxuan's fist halted before the royal decree of the Prince of the Southern Town. Thud! The abrupt cessation of his assault caused Nangong Tianxian to suffer a backlash, his complexion paling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he dared not approach the royal decree, for it represented a power he could not contend with. Look, I've made my move. What will you do? Jun Wushuang grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The royal decree of the Prince of the Southern Town was a tool for striking back, tried and true. Jun Wushuang had initially not intended to rely heavily on the royal decree. But some individuals simply begged for a slap, such as Dongfang Ming and, at present, Nangong Tianxian, the royal decree of the prince of the southern town. Many recognized the decree, and a collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. They were astounded. They had not expected that Jun Wushuang possessed a royal decree bestowed by the prince of the southern town. Outside the imperial capital, the royal decree wielded tremendous power. Within the imperial capital, it held unparalleled authority. Not only could he slap Nangong Tianxian twice, but he could do so again without hesitation. How infuriating! How could he possibly have the right to curry favor with the prince of the southern town? In the distance, Ji Qingshen caught sight of the unfolding scene, her delicate face instantly shifting in expression. Having resided in the imperial capital for quite some time, she was well aware of the significance embodied in the title of the southern town king. After much effort, she had barely managed to make contact with Nangong Tianxian. Yet here was Jun Wushuang, who had the privilege of receiving the southern town king's decree. The disparity was staggering. Contemplating this, Ji Qingshen quietly withdrew to the rear of the crowd. She indeed harbored the desire to eliminate Jun Wushuang in vengeance for her father. However, with the southern town king's decree in play, she found herself unable to act, fearing she might follow in Nangong Tianxuan's footsteps. She had no wish to be publicly humiliated nor to be forced into a corner by Jun Wushuang. Inciting discord and manipulating others was her forte. Engaging in a direct confrontation was not an endeavor she would undertake. Jun Wushuang, time is on my side. I have plenty of opportunities to play with you. Ji Qingshen's eyes sparkled with malice, plotting her schemes. What is the might of a tiger's facade? If you possess true ability, let us confront each other without the southern town king's decree, and I shall show you no mercy. Nangong Tianxian gritted his teeth in fury, his rage palpable. Are you a fool? Jun Wushuang scoffed. Why would I engage in a futile battle with someone at the heavens realm when I am at the myriad manifestations realm? Nangong Tianxian was far too powerful. Even with Jun Wushuang employing divine forbidden techniques, he could not match him. I shall seal my cultivation and fight you at your level, a life and death duel. Do you dare to accept? Nangong Tianxian glared at Jun Wushuang, his anger boiling that if he could force Jun Wushuang into a challenge, it would present him with a chance for revenge. Such self-sealing a cultivation was a decision he could unilaterally make. Once Jun Wushuang was slain, would the southern town king truly go to war with the Nangong family over a deceased individual? Smack! Just as Nangong Tianxian was lost in his scheming, Jun Wushuang struck him without hesitation. The blow sent Nangong Tianxian reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Enough with your prattle. Kneel before me. Jun Wushuang asserted his dominance. What did you say? Nangong Tianxian erupted in fury, having intended to provoke Jun Wushuang, only to find himself thoroughly enraged. Jun Wushuang, do you believe yourself to be someone of significance? Do not presume that your facade of power allows you to trample upon me. I am the heir of the Nangong family and a distinguished student of the Imperial Martial Academy. Do you think you can force me to kneel? The southern town king's decree might protect him temporarily, but could not shield him forever. Nangong Tianxian had never endured such humiliation, his gaze fixed on Jun Wushuang. Wishing he could consume him whole, smack, Jun Wushuang stepped forward, delivering another slap. This blow carried a devouring aura, a force beyond measure. Nangong Tianxian had no time to react, letting out a pained cry as he fell to the ground. Today, I shall wield the southern town king's decree to my advantage. Is the Nangong heir truly so remarkable? What does it matter if you are a heaven-level student? Today, I shall strike you. As Jun Wushuang continued to rain down slaps, he showed no mercy, leaving Nangong Tianxian gasping for breath, his cheeks swollen. Smack! What is striking you? Your brother is a scoundrel, and so are you. Dare to provoke me. I shall see how you respond. Blood streamed from Nangong Tianxuan's mouth and nose as he roared in rage. He was the heir of the Nangong family and a distinguished student of the Imperial Martial Academy. Yet here he lay, like a drowning dog, utterly defenseless, suffering the humiliation of slaps. If Jun Wushuang had employed formidable martial skills, it would have been bearable, but each slap shattered his pride and trampled upon his dignity. Yet he dared not retaliate. The Southern Town King's decree loomed over him like a mountain, leaving him breathless. He understood that any resistance would lead to the annihilation of the Nangong family by the Southern Town King. He could not bear that burden. Enough. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. Zhao Qiming's face was as dark as thunder. He too had not anticipated that Nangong Tianxian would be subjected to such disgrace by Jun Wushuang. This not only humiliated Nangong Tianxian, but also tarnished the reputation of the Imperial Martial Academy, especially since today was the assessment for new recruits. How could a heaven-level student be publicly slapped? How would the thousands of assessors present interpret this? He would not permit such absurdity to continue. Jun Wushuang, this is the Imperial Martial Academy, not your backwater village. To strike a heaven-level student of mine in public, do you wish to revolt? Zhao Qiming placed a heavy accusation upon Jun Wushuang. The existence of the Southern Town King's decree prevented him from attacking Jun Wushuang directly. However, as the silver-ranked mentor of the Imperial Martial Academy and the chief examiner for this recruitment, he could not simply let Jun Wushuang off the hook. Though the Southern Town King's decree was powerful, the Imperial Martial Academy was established by His Majesty the Ancestor. You are striking at the royal family's dignity. Should the prince learn of your audacious bullying of the Imperial Martial Academy, he would not spare you. I advise you to retract the Southern Town King's decree and humbly apologize. If you kneel before the doors of the Imperial Martial Academy for a month, I may plead for your mercy and spare you from death. However, do not even think about entering the Imperial Martial Academy. It is not a place for someone of your ilk, and we will never accept a scoundrel like you. Zhao Qiming glared at Jun Wushuang coldly, exerting his authority to force Jun Wushuang into submission. That eye in his eyes, Jun Wushuang was merely a rustic from a small place. Even with the Southern Town King's decree, he was still a petty individual reveling in a moment of fortune. Under his intimidation and temptation, Jun Wushuang would surely be left trembling. He had ample means to manipulate such a minor character. Certainly, if Jun Wushuang knelt, he would ensure he never stood again to insult the Imperial Martial Academy. You seek your own demise, truly, a silver-ranked mentor of the Imperial Martial Academy. No wonder such baseless words come forth. Jun Wushuang regarded Zhao Qiming with a cold smile. How dare you insult me? Zhao Qiming's eyes flared with anger. Smack! Without warning, Jun Wushuang swung his hand, landing a resounding slap upon Zhao Qiming's face. Ah! Zhao Qiming let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying, bloody teeth spilling from his mouth in a gruesome display. You little wretch, you dare strike me! Zhao Qiming spat blood, his face contorted in fury. Smack! Jun Wushuang struck again. Zhao Qiming attempted to evade, but Jun Wushuang's speed was too swift, and he was too close to escape the blow. This slap left Zhao Qiming's face swollen and his dignity shattered. Old fool, it is you who I strike. Jun Wushuang, wielding the Southern Town King's decree, was invincible. Gasp! The crowd gasped in shock, and one had anticipated Jun Wushuang's audacity. After striking Nangong, he dared to strike Zhao Qiming as well. Zhao Qiming was a silver-ranked mentor of the Imperial Martial Academy. Striking him meant declaring utter enmity with the Academy. Such recklessness, such impulsiveness, such madness. Mentors Yun and Chu had intended to intervene, but quickly withdrew. Not wishing to face Jun Wushuang's wrath publicly, you little wretch, I swear I will tear you to shreds. Zhao Qiming, a figure of some stature, was consumed by rage and humiliation as he stood exposed to the crowd. Boom! A violent aura erupted from Zhao Qiming, sending shockwaves that knocked several assessors aside. With a twisted expression, he aimed to avenge his humiliation. Yet the Southern Town King's decree held him back from releasing his fury. You little wretch, you are truly a despicable and shameless coward. Lacking ability, you rely solely on the Southern Town King's decree to boast out a waste of space. Without the decree, you are not even a dog. I cannot fathom the vile acts you committed to secure that decree. That I will go to the prince's residence and report your misdeeds. I shall request the prince to purge you from within. Zhao Qiming raged on, his features contorted like a mad dog. Smack! With a resounding slap, Jun Wushuang exerted all her strength, causing Zhao Qiming to be sent sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. A sight both tragic and unbearable. What are you barking like a dog for? Jun Wushuang retracted her hand, her voice icy and disdainful. Huffed! Zhao Qiming, infuriated, spat blood as a silver medal mentor at the Royal Martial Arts Academy. He was accustomed to respect wherever he went. He had never endured such humiliation. "You little beast, you are doomed. I will summon the vice president and ensure you have no place to be buried." Zhao Qiming extracted a jade pendant from his storage ring and crushed it without hesitation. Swish! In an instant, a radiant arc shot out from the Royal Martial Arts Academy, slicing through the sky and landing swiftly before the crowd. Emerging from the arc was an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow. The elder, a formidable powerhouse at the Heaven King realm, emanated an oppressive aura that weighed heavily on everyone, rendering them motionless. The Royal Martial Arts Academy was led by a president and two vice presidents, one of whom was Su Weia. What on earth is happening here? Su Weia's gaze swept over the scene, taking in the sight of the kneeling Nangong Tianxian and the fallen Zhao Qiming. His expression turned frosty, the temperature around him plummeting to a chilling low. Vice President Su, this person named Jun Wushuang, not only insulted our Royal Martial Arts Academy, but also publicly slapped the young master of the Nangong family several times. When I confronted him, he took advantage of his power and beat me to this state. Zhao Qiming, the villain, seized the opportunity to whine. "Useless trash," Su Weia scoffed, his anger boiling over at the incompetence displayed by Nangong Tianxian and Zhao Qiming. Yet he also noticed the royal decree of the Southern King. "You are the Jun Wushuang who killed Nangong Lei." Su Weia's icy gaze fell upon Jun Wushuang, and immediately a powerful mental force bore down upon her, attempting to force her to her knees. Boom! Jun Wushuang channeled the swallowing heaven demon art with all her might, activating the purple extreme demon eyes, gritting her teeth to barely withstand the terrifying mental pressure. "Oh, a bit of skill. No wonder you've caught the Southern King's attention," Su Weia remarked, albeit his attitude remained unchanged. "However, what our Royal Martial Arts Academy lacks the least is talent. You killed Nangong Lei and injured Dongfang Ming, and I have yet to settle accounts with you. You dare to provoke us actively today, beating our heaven-level student and insulting a silver medal mentor. Even the royal decree of the Southern King cannot save you. I shall break your limbs and cripple your dantian as punishment. But rest assured, I will spare your life as a courtesy to the Southern King." Su Weia's eyes grew progressively colder, as the vice president of the Royal Martial Arts Academy and a powerhouse at the Heaven King realm. He would naturally retreat if the Southern King were present. However, a mere decree from the Southern King was not enough to intimidate him. Swish! Su Weia lunged forward, reaching for Jun Wushuang. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. "The Royal Martial Arts Academy remains as shameless as ever. Who dares to insult the Royal Martial Arts Academy?" The crowd gasped, swiftly turning to see a white figure abruptly appear in the arena. No one knew when he had arrived. It was as if he had just materialized, yet he seemed to have always been there. This was a middle-aged man clad in white, wielding a black sword. His white robes billowed ethereally, while his black sword, though seemingly unassuming, concealed a sharp edge. The man appeared to be in his 40s, yet his hair was entirely white, and his brow was furrowed with sorrow. Gulialu, the middle-aged man, held a wine gourd, frequently taking swigs, the aroma of alcohol wafting through the air, creating a hazy aura around him. He was Mo Xingyun, the current president of the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy. Gasps of recognition echoed through the crowd as they identified the Mo Xingyun, the current president of the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy. He was indeed a powerful swordsman. However, the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy had long since declined, leaving Mo Xingyun as a mere figurehead. Yet with him present, the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy still existed, one man and one sword sustaining the academy on the brink of collapse. Mo Xingyun, what brings you to my Royal Martial Arts Academy? Su Weia's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a low tone. Though he was also a powerhouse at the Heaven King realm, he found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to Mo Xingyun. 10 years prior, Mo Xingyun had engaged in a climactic duel with the current president of the Royal Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Taexiud at that time. Mo Xingyun, with his strength at the 7th level of the Heaven King realm, had fought against Jiang Taexiu, who was at the 9th level. Ultimately, they both suffered severe injuries, with Jiang Taexiu returning wounded, but Mo Xingyun bore the heavier toll, with merely 12 years of life left. Mo Xingyun was, effectively, a dying MN.TEO, avoid provoking him into a desperate retaliation. The Royal Martial Arts Academy had refrained from completely destroying the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy. Now, a decade had passed, and Mo Xingyun's lifespan had dwindled further. The Royal Martial Arts Academy merely needed to endure for 2 more years to outlast Mo Xingyun at that point. The historical enmity between the Royal and Qingyun Martial Arts Academies would finally reach its conclusion. Puffed. Suddenly, Mo Xingyun opened his mouth and spat, causing wine to splatter everywhere. In an instant, the wine transformed into hundreds of sword-like streams, each solid and imbued with a chilling sharpness. Puffed. Su Ya was utterly unprepared and was instantly pierced through. One moment, Su Ya had been towering and imposing. The next, he was riddled with gaping wounds, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter helplessness. Even Jiang Taishu would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. "What are you?" Mo Xingyun's voice was cold and domineering as ever did a powerhouse at the Heaven King realm. The vice president of the Royal Martial Arts Academy had been defeated in a single strike, left gravely injured and kneeling. This scene left the onlookers in shock, their gazes toward Mo Xingyun filled with trepidation and awe. Too powerful. No wonder he was once the greatest prodigy of the Dacian dynasty. Had it not been for his excessive brilliance attracting numerous enemies, he might have broken through to the martial emperor realm and soared to greatness. Alas, he has but 2 years left to live. With Su Ya now grievously wounded and kneeling, his eyes were filled with terror as he regarded Mo Xingyun. He understood that Mo Xingyun was strong, but he had not anticipated just how formidable he truly was. Though he himself was a powerhouse at the Heaven King realm, he found himself utterly powerless against Mo Xingyun. Clenching his teeth, he dared not utter another word. After all, Mo Xingyun, a dying man, had nothing to lose in his actions. Even if he were to kill Su Ya today, the Academy president would likely not seek vengeance for him. In light of this, Su Ya could not help but shiver, his fear of Mo Xingyun intensifying. "Senior Mo, I wish to join the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy." Jun Wushuang suddenly spoke up. At this declaration, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Jun Wushuang wished to join the nearly defunct Qingyun Martial Arts Academy. Had she lost her mind? The Qingyun Martial Arts Academy had long since declined, now lacking even a single disciple, save for Mo Xingyun. Moreover, with Mo Xingyun's 2 years of life remaining, the academy was bound to collapse thereafter. Not to mention, the Royal Martial Arts Academy and the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy were bitter rivals. Why joining the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy? Jun Wushuang would irrevocably position herself against the Royal Martial Arts Academy. Even the royal decree of the Southern King would offer no way out. This is simply seeking one's own demise. Mo Xingyun was also taken aback, casting a glance at Jun Wushuang. Though his expression was clouded by intoxication, his eyes were sharp as a sword, as if attempting to pierce through her very soul. Yet, Jun Wushuang stood resolute and unafraid. "I merely sought justice for the wronged, and unexpectedly encountered an intriguing junior." Mo Xingyun spoke nonchalantly. He was acutely aware of the dire state of himself and the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy, which was precisely why he had refrained from accepting disciples in recent years. Taking them would only lead to their ruin. "Why do you wish to join the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy?" Mo Xingyun's gaze bore into Jun Wushuang. Sharp and probing, "I initially sought to kill a certain individual within the Royal Martial Arts Academy. However, it appears there are now multiple targets." Jun Wushuang's gaze swept across Nangong Tianxian, Zhao Qiming, and Su Wuya, ultimately settling on Ji Qingshun, who lingered in the crowd. "I am a demon. I shall eradicate all enemies in this world. Do you see this capital? Are you not afraid that your own head might be placed upon the line?" Mo Xingyun queried, pointing towards the Jingguan with a grave tone. "This Jingguan is far too antiquated. I have resolved to procure a new one, using the heads of those from the Royal Martial Academy as offerings." Jun Wushuang grinned widely, brimming with confidence that in 3 months, there will be a life-and-death competition. "Do you believe you can survive?" Mo Xingyun asked solemnly for the 3rd time. "3 months is more than sufficient. By that time, I shall have the heads of the Royal Martial Academy rolling." Jun Wushuang asserted with unshakable confidence. Mo Xingyun fell silent. But soon a smile broke across his face. If that is the case, then from this moment on, you are a member of my Qingyun Martial Academy. Mo Xinyun declared decisively. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He truly had joined the Qingyun Martial Academy. He must be out of his mind. This was akin to digging his own grave and then burying himself. In this day and age, who would voluntarily choose to affiliate with the Qingyun Martial Academy? No one expected that Jun Wushuang would genuinely become a part of it. Under the gaze of all, he could not deny his actions. You country bumpkin, you are courting death. Nangong Tianchuan's eyes burned with malice. In 3 months, the life and death contest between the Royal Martial Academy and the Qingyun Martial Academy would take place. Even the command of the Southern King could not protect him then. Jun Wushuang, 3 months from now, will be your demise. Zhao Qiming gritted his teeth, filled with hatred. The humiliation he had suffered was no less than that of Nangong Tianxian, and his animosity towards Jun Wushuang was profound. Su Wuyo dared not speak further, but found a glimmer of hope. With Jun Wushuang's entry into the Qingyun Martial Academy, he now had ample justification to act against him. Heaven's mischief can still be defied, but self-inflicted calamity cannot be endured. Jun Wushuang, daring to oppose my Royal Martial Academy, you are doomed. Mo Xinyun took a swig of wine and prepared to escort Jun Wushuang away. Wait a moment, Director, before we leave, there is something I must do. Suddenly, Jun Wushuang spoke up. The crowd was perplexed. Nangong Tianxian had been beaten into a pulp. Zhao Qiming was brought to his knees. Even Su Wuyo had been gravely injured by Mo Xinyun due to him. What could he possibly still want to accomplish? At the back of the crowd, Ji Qingshan trembled slightly. Today, Jun Wushuang exuded overwhelming dominance and arrogance. She was unwilling to step forward and face humiliation. Without hesitation, Ji Qingshan turned and fled into the Royal Martial Academy. Ji Qingshan, you may escape the first day of the month, but you cannot evade the 15th. Since I am here, I shall surely kill you. Jun Wushuang coldly glared at Ji Qingshan's retreating figure. The blood feud must be avenged. However, it was evident that today was not the opportune moment. Moreover, the matter Jun Wushuang referred to did not concern Ji Qingshan. His gaze shifted to Lin Mingyao. Mingyao, go and test your talent. Let this group of trash from the Royal Martial Academy witness what true genius looks like. Jun Wushuang spoke with a smile. Though Lin Mingyao appeared utterly bewildered. Test my talent. I am merely a humble servant to the young master. How could I possess any talent? Yet, she had always obeyed the young master's words without question. Despite her inner confusion, she complied with his request. What is he saying? To have his little servant test her talent? Is this not inviting humiliation? Indeed, he dared to insult the mentors as garbage and claim to speak of true talent. I can only imagine how he will be slapped in the face when the results are revealed. Such a lowly servant. I have at least 80 of them at home. If she is a genius, then I must be a fool. Upon seeing Lin Mingyao, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. They immediately recognized her as merely Jun Wushuang's little servant. Moreover, Lin Mingyao's strength was quite feeble. Only at the 7th level of the body forging realm. Without reaching the manifestation realm, she lacked even the qualifications to participate in enrollment assessment. The 7th level of the body forging realm? Was this a joke? Jun Wushuang appeared domineering. Yet this was merely the bluster of one riding on the coattails of the Southern King's decree. As for himself, he was likely nothing more than a hollow shell. His little servant was even less impressive. In an instant, the crowd was filled with scorn, eagerly awaiting Lin Mingyao's failure to test and the subsequent humiliation of Jun Wushuang. That a country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Self-righteous and delusional. Why Royal Martial Academy is not lacking in geniuses. How dare you boast of true talent? It is truly laughable. Nangong Tianxian covered his face, glaring at Jun Wushuang with resentment. That a clownish act. Seeking attention. I shall see how you are humiliated later. Zhao Qiming, with the assistance of Mentor Yun, barely managed to stand, yet the humiliation he felt would be indelible. That the mere servant girl. How absurd. Su Wuyo scoffed. Similarly believing Jun Wushuang was setting himself up for ridicule. With his strength, he could naturally see through Lin Mingyao's limitations. 7th level of the body forging realm, an ordinary bloodline, an unremarkable physique. Such a person has no talent whatsoever. Mo Xingyun furrowed his brow. He knew that Jun Wushuang was not one to speak without purpose. However, looking at Lin Mingyao, he too found no signs of exceptional talent. Could be that this time, he truly was setting himself up for failure. Jun Wushuang maintained a smile, casting an encouraging glance at Lin Mingyao. Instantly, she felt reassured. She did not understand why the young master wanted her to test her talent. But since it was the young master's command, it must be correct. With this thought in mind, Lin Mingyao took a deep breath, raised her delicate hand, and placed it upon the talent stone. The talent stone towered tall, adorned with 9 stars. Igniting 3 would suffice for qualification. Closing her eyes, she channeled the Qinglian sword song. The crowd fixated their gaze on the talent stone. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars. All 9 stars lit up, shocking the entire assembly. Since the establishment of the Royal Martial Academy, never had there been a talent of 9 stars. Even the Crown Prince, hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-year talent, possessed only an 8-star talent. Lin Mingyao, a humble little servant girl, to possess a 9-star talent was simply unfathomable. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Nangong Tianxian shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the outcome. The heir of the Nangong family. He had only a 6-star talent. How could a mere servant girl of Jun Wushuang surpass him, even eclipsing the Crown Prince? This was sheer lunacy. At this moment, not just Nangong Tianxian but all present, including Zhao Qiming, Su Wuyo, and Mo Xingyun, were left in astonishment. 1 was a lowly, ordinary servant girl, and the other a phenomenal talent of 9 stars. And 1 could reconcile the two that this outcome was akin to an invisible slap, striking all faces with resounding force. Suddenly, a burst of azure sword light erupted from Lin Mingyao's being. The talent stone could not withstand the force and split apart, the cracks smooth as a mirror, as if cleaved by an extraordinary divine sword. In that moment, the azure sword light soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. The entire imperial capital bore witness to this azure radiance. Furthermore, the flora and fauna within the capital were illuminated, with streams of azure light emerging, sharp as blades. All plants became swords. At this moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Countless strands of azure light soared high, resembling thousands of sharp swords crisscrossing the sky, tearing apart the heavens. These azure lights transformed into a colossal Qinglian as the Qinglian emerged. Everyone in the imperial capital felt an overwhelmingly sharp sword intent. This sword intent raised the hairs of all present. That it was as if an invisible blade hovered above their heads, poised to descend at any moment and claim their lives. Utilizing flora as swords, embodying the essence of the heavens, she had grasped the Qinglian sword intent. This was the potential of a grand sword cultivator. Mo Xingyun's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. A sword cultivator. He was especially attuned to sword intent. Lin Mingyao's Qinglian sword intent was even more potent than his own drunken immortal sword intent. This indicated that her sword cultivation talent far surpassed his own. That a radiant beam of sword light, suffused with a divine aura, enveloped Lin Mingyao, rendering her akin to an unparalleled sword immortal. The manifestation of the 10,000 swords sacred body revealed her as a prodigious figure of sacred lineage. Mo Xingyun gasped in astonishment. The sacred body is exceedingly rare. Within the entirety of the Qian Empire, only the Crown Prince possesses such a form. Yet now, a second sacred body has emerged. Lin Mingyao's 10,000 swords sacred body. This must be a deception. Zhao Qiming's complexion turned ashen. The Royal Martial Academy is not lacking in talent, but it is bereft of extraordinary prodigies. Among the 30,000 students of the 4 elemental realms, none could rival Lin Mingyao. Yet she serves as the maid to Jun Wushuang. This stark contrast incensed Zhao Qiming to the point of spitting blood. Mingyao, come back, Jun Wushuang commanded, and obediently, Lin Mingyao left the talent stone, bowing her head and standing submissively behind him. This spectacle left all present feeling a surge of frustration akin to wanting to vomit blood. Such a slap in the face. It dealt a resounding blow to the Royal Martial Academy, which found itself unable to refute the situation. Witnessing this scene, a smirk crept upon Jun Wushuang's lips. The Royal Martial Academy. Mere rubbish. Puffed. The crowd was so incensed they spat blood. Jun Wushuang had become notorious. The news of the enrollment assessment spread through the imperial capital with lightning speed. Everyone memorized the name Jun Wushuang. In no time, the entire city was abuzz with discussions. Have you heard? A certain Jun Wushuang, bearing the Order of the Southern King, publicly slapped the heir of the Nangong family and the mentor Zhao Qiming. That of course I heard. Such a monumental event. How could I possibly miss it? From what I gather, the Vice Dean Sunianya intended to remedy the situation, but unexpectedly, Mo Xingyun from the Qingyun Martial Academy appeared to back Jun Wushuang, leading to Jun Wushuang's enrollment in the Qingyun Martial Academy. Qingyun Martial Academy. Has he lost his mind? That place is a veritable pit. Anyone who steps in is doomed. Who knows? But his maid is formidable. The celestial phenomenon that day was caused by her. And it is said she is also a sacred body prodigy. What? A mere maid is a sacred body prodigy. How can that be? Throughout the imperial capital, the conversation thrived. The reputation of the Royal Martial Academy was immense. And this incident, coupled with the involvement of the Order of the Southern King, Su Nianya and Mo Xingyun, along with Lin Mingyao's sacred body, swiftly transformed into a hot topic of discussion, captivating countless individuals. Jun Wushuang stood as the pivotal figure in this event. Although he had not once displayed his talents or true strength, every action he took was enough to incite a sensation. The name Jun Wushuang had now irrevocably spread throughout the imperial capital. Meanwhile, the Royal Martial Academy found its reputation sullied. Firstly, the public humiliation of the Nangong heir and Zhao Qiming stripped them of their dignity. Secondly, Su Nianya was severely injured by Mo Xingyun, left in a pitiful state on the ground. Thirdly, the Royal Martial Academy not only missed the opportunity to claim Jun Wushuang, but also lost a sacred body prodigy, inadvertently pushing both individuals toward the Qingyun Martial Academy. These 3 points became blemishes on the Royal Martial Academy's reputation, inviting ridicule from countless individuals. The atmosphere within the Royal Martial Academy had grown tense to an extreme. The mere country bumpkin dares to insult the Royal Martial Academy. In the life and death competition 3 months hence, I shall personally slay him, making him aware of the consequences of insulting my academy. Indeed, such a wretched creature, were it not for the Order of the Southern King, what would he be? How dare he wield such power over us? To spare him would not suffice to quench my rage. In 3 months, during the life and death contest, I shall ensure he finds no path to survival or death. The students of the Royal Martial Academy were aflame with fury, each harboring intense anger and murderous intent toward Jun Wushuang. To insult the Royal Martial Academy is to insult each of them. The term rubbish ignited their wrath. Jun Wushuang had become the public enemy of the Royal Martial Academy. Just then, a streak of light descended from the heavens, landing within the Royal Martial Academy. Su Nianya, come forth. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very earth. The students felt as though struck by lightning, their ears ringing. In abject horror, they turned to see an elderly man clad in splendid robes amidst the brilliant light. It is the Southern King. The crowd instantly recognized the identity of the elder, the Southern King. The foremost prince of the Qian Empire, a figure of immense power and influence, as well as a formidable warrior at the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm, in the entire Qian Empire. Apart from the emperor, he is held in the highest esteem, truly a man standing one beneath, yet thousands above. Moreover, he is the emperor's own uncle, and even the emperor treats him with the utmost respect. In stark contrast to before, Jiang Hongru now stood tall and robust, having shed his previous frail appearance. The removal of the sinister aura revitalized him, imbuing him with renewed vigor. The oppressive might of the Heavenly King enveloped the entire Royal Martial Academy, rendering all present mute with feared. It was clear to all that the Southern King was enraged. With a swish, a white streak of light shot forth, revealing an elderly man with white hair and beard. Su Nianya. Your Highness has arrived. I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. Su Nianya greeted with utmost respect. However, before he could finish speaking, the Southern King delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Su Nianya was sent crashing to the ground. his head striking the earth with a sickening thud, blood oozing from his 7 orifices in a gruesome sight. "Your Highness, please quell your anger." An elderly woman in gray robes soared forward, hoping to plead for Su Nianya. Dongfang Lan, the second vice dean of the Royal Martial Academy, was also a formidable warrior at the Heavenly King realm. "Dare you plead for mercy? I shall strike you alongside him." Jiang Hongru glared coldly at Dongfang Lan. "I dare not." Dongfang Lan's heart sank, casting Su Nianya a look that begged for self-preservation. Not even Jiang Taiyu would dare to offend Jiang Hongru in this moment. "Zhao Qiming, Nangong Tianxian, come forth," Jiang Hongru bellowed once more. In an instant, Zhao Qiming and Nangong Tianxian hurriedly approached, kneeling before him. "Jun Wushuang is my esteemed guest, personally invited to the capital by me. Not only did you fail to entertain him properly, but you dared to provoke him at every turn. Speak, how do you wish to meet your demise?" Jiang Hongru's voice was cold, sending chills down the spines of those present. The title Mr. Jun from the Southern King, the first prince of the Qian Empire, left everyone aghast. How could a mere country bumpkin from Jiangning City command such respect from the Southern King? They felt a wave of terror wash over them, acutely aware of Jiang Hongru's murderous intent. For someone of Jiang Hongru's stature and power, eliminating them would be a trivial matter. "Your Highness, please be calm. This indeed was our error," Dongfang Lan quickly interjected. "We are willing to make amends. Please grant them mercy." Faced with the furious Southern King, acknowledging their mistakes was the wisest course of action. "We were in the wrong. We entreat your Highness to impose punishment." Su Nianya and his companions, understanding Jiang Hongru's temperament, dared not refute at this moment, bowing their heads in apology to Su Nianya. "As Vice Dean, you failed to discern right from wrong. Sever one of your arms and go to the forbidden grounds in the back mountain for contemplation." The forbidden grounds were fraught with peril, yet Su Nianya dared not resist. Yes, gritting his teeth, Su Nianya severed his own arm and proceeded towards the forbidden grounds. "Zhao Qiming, as a mentor, you are unfit. As the chief examiner for the enrollment assessment, you are even more unworthy. From this moment forth, you are expelled from the Royal Martial Academy, never to be employed again." Jiang Hongru's words rendered Zhao Qiming's face pale. Losing his position as a mentor at the Royal Martial Academy would lead to his utter downfall. Yet before Jiang Hongru, he dared not utter a single word of protest. "Nangong Tianxian, the death sentence may be averted, but you cannot escape your punishment. You are to be placed under house arrest for 3 months and are forbidden from seeking trouble with Mr. Jun again. Otherwise, I shall personally end you." Jiang Hongru regarded Nangong Tianxian. Granting the Nangong family had a measure of leniency, sparing him from severe consequences. Nangong Tianxuan's heart trembled, yet he recognized this as the lightest punishment he could expect. The 4 sacred training grounds of the Royal Martial Academy are to be open to Mr. Jun as compensation. At last, Jiang Hongru cast his gaze towards Dongfang Lan. The Royal Martial Academy not only boasts abundant resources, but also possesses 4 unparalleled training grounds, which are immensely valuable. "That I shall faithfully obey His Highness's command." Dongfang Lan responded with a bitter smile, yet she dared not disobey. This time, the Royal Martial Academy truly suffered a double loss, both in resources and personnel. The Qingyun Martial Academy, situated in the slums of the Western District of the Imperial City, stood in stark contrast to the resplendent Royal Martial Academy. The term dilapidated scarcely encapsulates its condition. Derelict serves as a more fitting descriptor for the current state of the Qingyun Martial Academy. The Royal Martial Academy occupies 1/5 of the Eastern District, while the Qingyun Martial Academy consists solely of a yard that resembles a garbage dump. It is hard to fathom that this decrepit courtyard was once the Qingyun Martial Academy, which overshadowed the Royal Martial Academy and held the esteemed title of the foremost academy of the Qian Empire. My apologies. I tend to be rather lazy and neglectful of tidiness, so please do not mind the disorder, Mo Xingyun said, taking a swig of liquor, his face devoid of any embarrassment. His nature was unruly, and having faced a great defeat, he sought solace in a drunken stupor. No longer concerning himself with worldly matters, no worries. Having a place to rest is sufficient, Jun Wushuang replied, showing no signs of disdain. His perspective had long transcended material desires, and he naturally did not covet indulgence. "Young master, I shall tidy up," Lin Mingyao said, rolling up her sleeves and beginning to clean up tea. This moment, she had already realized that she had awakened her 9-star talent and the 10,000 sword sacred body. However, her mindset remained unchanged. She still regarded herself as the young master's servant, believing it her duty to care for his daily needs. Talent is rare, but character is even rarer. To have a young master like him is her honor. Mo Xingyun observed the diligent Lin Mingyao, nodding in satisfaction. In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses. However, those who can grow and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts are few and far between. Geniuses are often arrogant. This is the most common scenario. Take for instance the likes of Nangong Tianxian and Nangong Lei, who are both favored by destiny. Even some minor talents from lesser regions display an air of superiority. Their noses held high. Lin Mingyao, a prodigy of the sacred body, could rival the crown prince of Ichian. Yet, she exhibited no trace of arrogance, still willing to engage in these menial tasks. Such a genius is even more to Mo Xingyun's liking. He understood that Lin Mingyao's character was closely tied to Jun Wushuang's influence. "Dean, while exceptional steeds are common, true masters are rare. I hope you can take the time to teach her." Jun Wushuang expressed his thoughts to Mo Xingyun. Previously, he had sent Lin Mingyao to test her talent, partly to strike back at the Royal Martial Academy, but also to draw Mo Xingyun's attention. Although Lin Mingyao was a manifestation of the Qinglian Empress's soul, she was still too immature. Jun Wushuang himself lacked the time to provide her with guidance, making it best to entrust her to Mo Xingyun. Mo Xingyun, once the greatest prodigy of the Qian Empire, though now in decline, remained a formidable sword cultivator within the Heavenly King realm. His strength was ample to instruct Lin Mingyao. More importantly, Jun Wushuang valued his character. With Jun Wushuang's extensive experience, having seen countless individuals throughout 2 lifetimes, he recognized Mo Xingyun's worth. Today, Mo Xingyun had acted decisively to assist in the face of injustice, exhibiting a resolute nature without hesitation. Furthermore, he had insisted on taking Lin Mingyao as his disciple even before he had witnessed her talent, all of which served as testament to his character. Jun Wushuang was confident he would not misjudge a person. You wish for me to take her as my disciple. Mo Xingyun discerned the underlying meaning in Jun Wushuang's words, yet he appeared utterly astonished. Although he was a capable sword cultivator, Lin Mingyao was a prodigy of the sacred body. To be frank, with her talent, she could easily afford to apprentice under a saint. Moreover, he was no significant figure. The Qinglian Martial Academy had long since fallen into ruin, devoid of power, and he himself had merely 2 years of life remaining. To have Lin Mingyao become his disciple would be akin to casting a pearl before swine. While he had entertained the notion, he ultimately dismissed this impractical idea. "I believe you are the most suitable teacher for her," Jun Wushuang affirmed with a smile, corroborating Mo Xingyun's suspicions. Mo Xingyun felt somewhat dazed, as if struck by a falling pie from the heavens, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. That a prodigy of the sacred body, and moreover, a sword cultivator. Naturally, he wished to take her on as a disciple. Yet, considering his own circumstances, he hesitated. Perhaps it is best to refrain. I have only 2 years left to live. With her talent, she should not be delayed by me. Ultimately, Mo Xingyun shook his head, making this difficult decision. He truly did not wish to mislead a promising student. "What if I can cure you?" Jun Wushuang said, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze clear and resolute. "What?" Mo Xingyun trembled, staring incredulously at Jun Wushuang. But soon he sighed heavily. 10 years ago, I fought with Jiang Taishu and, in the final moments, resorted to forbidden techniques, burning my lifespan. This is not an illness. It cannot be healed, nor can it be reversed. I once sought the aid of the Tianqing Pill King, but even he was powerless. You cannot possibly cure me. If I could live, who would willingly await death? Alas, the burning of my lifespan is irreversible. It was precisely because he understood his time was limited that he sought solace in a drunken stupor, allowing all his ideals and ambitions to meld with the wine, swallowed whole. Knowing even the Tianqing Pill King was incapable of assisting him, he did not believe that Jun Wushuang, merely at the 6th level of the Wuxiang realm, would possess any solution. Oh, you know why the king of the south bestowed the Wang Ling to me? Jun Wushuang's expression remained unchanged as he produced the Wang Ling of the king of the south. This token was exceedingly precious. The king of the south never lent it lightly, let alone bestowed it directly. 3 months ago, the sinister death energy within the king of the south erupted, and I saved him, which is why he granted me this Wang Ling. The sinister death energy, Mo Xingyun's complexion shifted. Fully aware of the terror it entailed, I possess a pill known as the everlasting longevity pill. A single one can extend your lifespan. Jun Wushuang spoke again, exuding confidence. The everlasting longevity pill. Mo Xingyun had never heard of such a pill. But since Jun Wushuang had managed to cure the king of the south's sinister death energy, perhaps he truly could aid him in that moment. Mo Xingyun's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white. Sinking into profound indecision, a dying man. What is there to hold on to? Regardless of whether you can save me, I am willing to instruct Lin Mingyao. After all, she is the most talented sword cultivator I have ever encountered. As for the everlasting longevity pill, it would be best if you could refine it. If not, then so be it. That will be my fate. Mo Xingyun laughed freely, having come to terms with his thoughts. Young master, the cleaning is nearly done. Lin Mingyao trotted over, wiping the sweat from her forehead, speaking respectfully. Lin Mingyao, are you willing to take me as your master? Mo Xingyun gazed intently at Lin Mingyao. Lin Mingyao was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Jun Wushuang smiled and nodded at her. What the young master says must be right. I am willing. Lin Mingyao unconditionally trusted Jun Wushuang, and without hesitation, she directly pledged her allegiance. Mo Xingyun burst in a hearty laughter, dispelling his despondency. Master! At that moment, Master Wu hurried in from outside. His Highness requests an audience. With the status of the King of the South, he could directly intrude upon the imperial palace. Yet at this moment, he came respectfully to seek an audience, highlighting Jun Wushuang's esteemed position in the heart of the King of the South. Xingyun was taken aback. He suddenly realized at this time, it seemed he had not merely stumbled upon a treasure, but had also garnered the favor of the goddess of fate. The old man pays his respects to Mr. Jun. Jiang Hongru hastily approached. Bowing deeply in greeting, his demeanor sincered, I have already heard about the matters concerning the Royal Martial Academy. It is my oversight that you have suffered indignities. Please forgive me. Mo Xingyun's mouth fell agape. Utterly astonished, was this truly the first prince of the Deqian Empire? If outsiders were to witness this scene, it would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. The mere presence of Jun Wushuang has garnered such profound respect from the King of Southern Defense. Which is simply astonishing. You are you, and the Royal Martial Academy is the Royal Martial Academy. I can distinguish between the two. Jun Wushuang maintained a serene demeanor. Rest assured, esteemed sir, I've already dealt with the 3 individuals from Xihua. The Royal Martial Academy dares not oppose you any longer. Jiang Hongru swiftly articulated the consequences faced by the trio from Xihua. Xingyun was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that the King of Southern Defense would go so far as to sever an arm from Xihua, expel Zhao Qiming, and place Nangang Tianxian under house arrest for 3 months, all in favor of Jun Wushuang. Moreover, the 4 esteemed cultivation grounds of the Royal Martial Academy would be entirely accessible to you, allowing you to cultivate at your convenience. Mo Xingyun felt utterly numbed. The Royal Martial Academy, established by the Deqian royal family, not only gathered prodigies from various regions, but also amassed a wealth of cultivation resources. The 4 revered cultivation grounds were renowned throughout the empire, coveted by countless individuals. Even the academy's students required contribution points to gain entry. To grant such unrestricted access to Jun Wushuang was truly an extravagant gesture. Thank you, Jun Wushuang said after a brief silence, expressing his gratitude. Jiang Hongru's willingness to do this for him was a testament to his sincerity. Logically, he had once saved Jiang Hongru's life, and Jiang Hongru had returned the favor by providing him with the King of Southern Defense's decree, balancing their debts. However, Jiang Hongru's decree had suppressed the Nangang family and resolved the crisis for the Jun family. This kindness could not be overlooked by Jun Wushuang. Furthermore, this incident was not directly related to Jiang Hongru. Yet he took it upon himself to apologize. This only deepened Jun Wushuang's sense of obligation. "Mr. Jun, I have prepared a villa for you. What do you think?" Jiang Hongru resumed speaking. He had long made arrangements for Jun Wushuang's arrival. But the latter had gone straight to the Royal Martial Academy upon reaching the imperial capital, leaving Jiang Hongru unable to host him. "Since I have joined the Qingyun Martial Academy, I shall be a member of the Qingyun Martial Academy from now on. I will reside here." Jun Wushuang declined Jiang Hongru's kind offer. In that case, I shall not insist. As you are new to the imperial capital, you must have certain needs. Please let me know how I may assist you." Jiang Hongru offered, eagerly seeking to ingratiate himself. He had always held Jun Wushuang in high regard. Ever since learning that Jun Wushuang had decisively slain Nangong Lei and that Lin Mingyao was a prodigy of the sacred body, his esteem had only grown. That a genius like him, possessing dual mastery in both alchemy and martial arts, was destined to become a celestial dragon soaring through the heavens. This timely assistance would undoubtedly be the wisest investment. "I require some spiritual herbs. I wonder if you could gather them?" The longevity elixir not only demanded a high grade, but also required a significant quantity and quality of spiritual herbs. Soon, Jun Wushuang composed a list of the necessary ingredients. "This," Jiang Hongru exclaimed, astonished after reviewing the list. Jun Wushuang's request encompassed a staggering 810 varieties of spiritual herbs, among which 9 were Dao herbs. Dao herbs were exceedingly precious, each capable of fetching astronomical prices. Although Jiang Hongru oversaw the Wanbao Pavilion, he could not procure such an extensive supply of Dao herbs, sir, while the other spiritual herbs may be manageable. The 9 Dao herbs pose a considerable challenge. Even if I were to scour the royal treasury, I could only locate 6 of them. The remaining 3 would be difficult to gather at this time. However, various noble families may possess rare collections, and perhaps they have the Dao herbs you seek, that I shall visit them to see if I can find any," Jiang Hongru said with a troubled expression. "Previously, in Jiangning City, I already owed the Wanbao Pavilion 500,000 spirit stones. This time, I wish to avoid incurring further debt." Jun Wushuang shook his head. He was not a greedy individual. Jiang Hongru had already done more than enough for him. "And if he were to make excessive demands, their mutual regard would dissipate. That I intend to utilize the Wanbao Pavilion to host an alchemical auction." "An alchemical auction?" Jiang Hongru inquired, perplexed. "That I will concoct elixirs for auction, accepting not spirit stones, but only spiritual herbs, thereby gathering the ingredients needed for the longevity elixir. Any surplus will be used to repay the Wanbao Pavilion." Jun Wushuang was not only the most formidable being in the demon realm, but also an unparalleled alchemist. His vast knowledge of alchemical formulas, combined with his divine alchemical skills, ensured that any elixir he crafted would be sought after by thousands. Hence, he resolved to profit from alchemy. In doing so, he would not only gather the necessary ingredients for the longevity elixir, but also repay his debts to the Wanbao Pavilion. Perhaps he would even have extra funds to renovate and restore the dilapidated Qingyun Martial Academy. "Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to assist you." Jiang Hongru, having witnessed Jun Wushuang's prowess in detoxification, had yet to see his alchemical skills. He had an instinct that Jun Wushuang's alchemy might yield him a tremendous surprise. "Then I shall rely on you." Jun Wushuang nodded, entrusting this matter to Jiang Hongru with complete confidence. Soon after, Jiang Hongru departed to procure the necessary spiritual herbs for Jun Wushuang's alchemical endeavors and to organize the auction event. "Jun Wushuang, you have truly opened my eyes." After Jiang Hongru left, Mo Xingyan could not help but exclaimed that he had never encountered such an extraordinary young man. "Director, I shall forever be a member of the Qingyun Martial Academy." Jun Wushuang smiled gently. Mo Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter. "I believe the Qingyun Martial Academy may very well rise anew because of you." Mo Xingyan's eyes sparkled with hope, envisioning a bright future. The enigmatic Jun Wushuang, alongside the formidable Lin Mingyao, bearer of the 10,000 swords sacred body, could potentially lead the Qingyun Martial Academy to a resurgence that, if that day were to come, he would die without regrets. The following day, Jiang Hongru personally brought a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs for Jun Wushuang. Master Wu, come and assist me. Jun Wushuang called out to Master Wu. Master Wu was overjoyed, eagerly stepping forward to lend his assistance. Such an opportunity for close-up learning was rare indeed. Over the next half-month, Lin Mingyao trained under Mo Xinyan's guidance, while Master Wu followed Jun Wushuang in his alchemical pursuits. One remarkable elixir after another was produced by Jun Wushuang, each one capable of astounding the world. Meanwhile, news of the alchemical auction spread rapidly throughout the imperial capital under Jiang Hongru's deft management. The public was captivated. Have you heard? The Wanbao Pavilion is hosting an alchemical auction, and they have reportedly sent invitations to various noble families. That news has already circulated throughout the imperial capital. How could I possibly have missed it? It is said that they will not accept spirit stones, but only various spiritual herbs. I suspect a certain alchemist is behind this. An alchemist? Could it be Master Yao Wuchen? He is the foremost alchemist at the Wanbao Pavilion, second only to the Tianqing Pill King. I have insider information that the elixirs this time do not originate from Master Yao Wuchen, but from mysterious alchemist. What? The Wanbao Pavilion has a new alchemist. The announcement of the elixir auction sent shockwaves throughout the city, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. This news swiftly overshadowed the recruitment assessments, becoming the new focal point of attention. Jiang Hongru had indeed exerted considerable effort this time. Not only did he launch an extensive promotional campaign, but he also extended invitations to the prominent figures within the imperial capital, even within the royal family. Many received invitations. Although the specific details of the auction remained undisclosed, the invitation from the Prince of Southern Town was regarded as a tremendous honor. Naturally, those who received the invitations eagerly prepared to attend. Consequently, the excitement surrounding the elixir auction reached an unparalleled peak. Among the many speculations, the most intriguing question was the identity of the alchemist behind this batch of elixirs. Some conjectured it was Yao Wuchen, while others speculated it to be the renowned Tianqing Danwang, for both were esteemed as the pinnacle of alchemical mastery within the imperial capital. Of course, there were whispers of a mysterious alchemist. Though this theory garnered little credence, as high-ranking alchemists were not commonplace, the path to becoming one was fraught with challenges. Moreover, the fact that the Prince of Southern Town was personally involved in this event implied its extraordinary significance. Yao Wuchen, not a native of the Dacian Empire, was rumored to hail from a sacred realm of alchemy. For reasons unknown, he had remained within the Wanbage, not only as its foremost alchemist, but also as its deputy master. He was not only a formidable powerhouse at the Heavenly King realm, but also a sixth-tier alchemist, revered as the Alchemist King. In the realm of literature, there's a first in martial prowess. The second, and the same applies to alchemy. 8 years prior, Yao Wuchen publicly wagered against Tianqing Danwang to claim the title of the foremost alchemist of the Dacian Empire. Alas, he was ultimately defeated. Yet, despite this setback, Yao Wuchen's alchemical skills continued to be highly sought after. Many speculated that this auction might serve as a means for him to exact revenge, aiming to publicly vanquish Tianqing Danwang and reclaim his title. Within the Wanbage, the very Yao Wuchen, who was the subject of much discussion, sat in Jiang Hongru's chamber. Master, is it not rather absurd for you to orchestrate this grand auction for an unknown alchemist? Donned in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal aura, Yao Wuchen's countenance bore a hint of ire, displaying his discontent regarding the auction. The entire imperial capital was abuzz with talk of the elixir auction, with excitement reaching its zenith. Yet, as of now, they had yet to lay eyes upon any elixirs. With the auction scheduled for tomorrow, would it not render them a laughingstock of the city if no elixirs were presented? Furthermore, this auction was not featuring the elixirs of well-known figures, but rather those of an obscure alchemist, a notion that Yao Wuchen found utterly unacceptable as the Alchemist King and a figure from a sacred realm of alchemy. He held a certain pride. Even after his defeat to Tianqing Danwang, he had remained unsatisfied, diligently honing his skills in hopes of one day besting Tianqing Danwang and restoring his lost honor. If he held Tianqing Danwang in contempt, it was inconceivable for him to regard an unknown alchemist with any measure of respect. Do not be angry, Elder Yao. I have faith in our esteemed guest. Jiang Hongru, aware of Yao Wuchen's temperament, refrained from revealing Jun Wushuang's identity, lest Yao Wuchan seek to confront him. Yao Wuchan was indeed a talented individual, yet his arrogance was overwhelming. Humph, Master, whether you believe in him or not. The path of alchemy is not one to be taken lightly. I have endured countless hardships to reach my current height. What could an obscure alchemist possibly produce? If this auction fails, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the Wanbage, but also diminish yours. Yao Wuchan's tone was laden with skepticism regarding this unknown alchemist that I hope you can summon him. I wish to personally assess his abilities and ascertain his true prowess in alchemy. With a dismissive snort, Yao Wuchan expressed his discontent towards Jun Wushuang. Elder Yao, when the time is ripe, I shall certainly introduce you to our esteemed guest. However, our immediate priority is to ensure the success of this auction. Jiang Hongru offered a soothing response. Master, allow me to make this clear. If the elixirs presented are subpar, do not blame me for failing to uphold your dignity. Yao Wuchan declared proudly he held a strong sense of pride in his alchemical prowess. And the notion of an unknown alchemist daring to present themselves before him was intolerable. Once the auction elixirs were presented, he would thoroughly scrutinize them. Elixirs have arrived. Jiang Hongru, sensing the moment, smiled and gestured. Instantly, the door swung open, and Master Wu entered upon receiving the signal. Wu Shanhe, are you the alchemist? Yao Wuchan recognized Wu Shanhe at once, his brow furrowing in disapproval. Deputy Master Yao, I am merely a messenger. Master Wu, sensing the tension in the air, quickly clarified, producing a jade box from his storage ring. Inside the box lay 3 elixir vials. Humph. Let me see what kind of elixirs can garner such favor from the master. Yao Wuchan scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He reached for the first vial, from which an amber-hued elixir rolled out. The scent of mint wafted forth, invigorating the senses and instilling a sense of clarity akin to enlightenment. What is this elixir? Yao Wuchan's pupils constricted as he inquired urgently. This is the enlightenment elixir, capable of aiding one in achieving sudden insight. The higher the innate talent, the more profound the effects. Master Wu answered earnestly. Although the enlightenment elixir was classified as a lower-tier precious elixir, its efficacy was exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Sudden insight and enlightenment were remarkable states. Once attained, one's strength could experience a significant boost. The fact that the enlightenment elixir could facilitate such a breakthrough rendered it an invaluable treasure. Yao Wuchan set aside his disdain and swiftly retrieved the second vial. This contained a blue-green elixir, its fragrance wafting through the air, causing both Yao Wuchan and Jiang Hongru to tremble with excitement. This is the fusion elixir, which aids in the fusion of the law manifestations. Master Wu elaborated. Hiss! Yao Wuchan inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. For a Heavenly King realm expert, the pursuit of the fusion of law manifestations was paramount, making the fusion elixir an irresistible temptation. Eagerly, Yao Wuchan took hold of the third vial. Anxious to discover the wonders it contained, a dazzling elixir, sparkling like starlight, was revealed before the three. This is the 7-star lifespan elixir. 1 elixir prolongs life. Even the King of Hell would retreat. Master Wu proclaimed once again. The enlightenment elixir was a lower-tier precious elixir. The fusion elixir was a mid-tier precious elixir, and the 7-star lifespan elixir was classified as a top-tier precious elixir. Given Jun Wushuang's current prowess, even with divine-level alchemical skills, he could only produce precious elixirs. Yet, each of these 3 elixirs was extraordinary in its own right. Not only would they be sought after in the Dacian Empire, but even across the entire eastern region, they would garner widespread acclaim. Truly, Master Jun has bestowed upon me an immense surprise. Jiang Hongru's face lit up with joy. The weight that had hung over his heart finally lifted. To be honest, he had never witnessed Jun Wushuang's alchemical prowess. His decision to organize the auction had stemmed from his unwavering belief in Jun Wushuang. Yet he had never anticipated that Jun Wushuang would not only meet his expectations, but exceed them to such a great extent. These 3 elixirs were not merely remarkable. They were treasures he had never even heard of before. With these 3 elixirs, Jiang Hongru was confident that tomorrow's auction would be a resounding success. Master! At that moment, Yao Wuchan suddenly fixed his gaze upon Jiang Hongru, his eyes ablaze with fervor, akin to the most devout of disciples encountering a genuine miracle. "Master, I am convinced. Could you possibly invite Master Jun to come forth? I wish to pay my respects and learn from him." "What? To become a disciple?" Jiang Hongru was taken aback. Although he recognized the extraordinary nature of the three elixirs, he had not anticipated that Yao Wuchan would not only be convinced but would also actively seek to become a disciple. This was nothing short of astonishing. Who was Yao Wuchan? He is the second alchemist of the Great Qian dynasty, hailing from the sacred land of alchemy. Throughout his life, he has been imbued with an undeniable pride, even dismissing the renowned Tianqing Danwang. Moreover, he previously swore vehemently that the pills concocted by Jun Wushuang were nothing but refuse, what has prompted such a swift shift in his demeanor. Although Jiang Hongru possesses a noble status and formidable strength, he is ultimately not an alchemist and fails to comprehend the significance of these three pills. Even within the sacred grounds, there are no records of these three medicinal concoctions. What does this indicate? It suggests that the opponent possesses a unique lineage of alchemical knowledge, one of exceptionally high grade. Furthermore, Yao Wuchan has discovered that the efficacy of these three pills has reached a flawless state of perfection. This is the lifelong pursuit of countless alchemists. Extraordinary pills, perfect effects. These two factors alone are sufficient to compel Yao Wuchan to submit. Thus, he is fervently eager to meet Jun Wushuang, even desiring to apprentice under him. Yao Wuchan is a true alchemist, holding profound reverence and aspiration for the art of alchemy. Regarding this matter, I must first consult Mr. Jun. Jiang Hongru perceives the fervor in Yao Wuchan's eyes, yet he knows he cannot make a decision unilaterally. I implore the esteemed headmaster to ensure an introduction. This Master Jun is indeed a true master of alchemy. Yao Wuchan's enthusiasm remains undiminished, as he longs to prostrate himself at Jun Wushuang's feet. At that moment, Master Wu suddenly spoke up. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring. Master Jun has declared this item to be the Pisceida Arsistance of the alchemical auction. The Pisceida Arsistance. Is there a treasure more valuable than the three great pills? Yao Wuchan swiftly seized the jade slip, scanning it with his spiritual sense. How can this be possible? In just a glance, Yao Wuchan's expression shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by shock. The following day, the alchemical auction officially commenced. Like the break of dawn, the entire imperial capital buzzed with excitement. Notable figures, either wealthy or influential, departed from their residences, making their way toward the central Wanbao Pavilion Qingyun Martial Academy. Jun Wushuang was also preparing to set out. "Director, are you truly not coming with us?" Jun Wushuang, clad in black, stood tall like a sword in its sheath, his sharpness restrained. He had initially intended to invite Mo Xingyan to join him at the auction. However, Mo Xingyan shook his head in refusal. "I prefer tranquility over commotion. You all go ahead, return early, and exercise caution." Mo Xingyan took a swig of wine and waved his hand dismissively. True to his character, he would rather indulge in slumber than engage in the hustle and bustle. "In light of this, we shall take our leave." Jun Wushuang did not press the matter further and departed from Qingyun Martial Academy with Lin Mengyao. Having joined the academy for half a month, Jun Wushuang had focused on alchemy while also experiencing breakthroughs in his own strength, now reaching the 8th level of the Wanxiang realm. Meanwhile, Lin Mengyao, training in swordsmanship under Mo Xingyan, made even greater strides. Not only breaking through to the 1st level of the Wanxiang realm, but also solidifying her mastery of the Qinglian sword intent, advancing it to the 2nd level at this rate, in 3 months' time. During the life and death competition, Jun Wushuang is confident he will decimate the Royal Martial Academy's ranks. Ji Qingshun. In the life and death competition, I hope you do not hide away. Our enmity must be resolved with your life. If you do not perish, how can my heart find peace? Jun Wushuang slightly raised his head, gazing toward the direction of the Royal Martial Academy. During the recruitment examination, he had no chance to confront Ji Qingshun. However, in the life and death competition, Ji Qingshun will undoubtedly make an appearance. That will be his opportunity for vengeance. In 3 months, your demise awaits. Ji Qingshun, I shall repay the pain you have inflicted upon me 100-fold. Leaving the slums, Jun Wushuang and Lin Mengyao made their way toward Wanbao Pavilion. Although their reputations were considerable, few had actually laid eyes upon them, resulting in little attention as they passed through the capital. Wanbao Pavilion, the headquarters of its namesake, stood prominently within the imperial capital. From a distance, Jun Wushuang beheld a grand and resplendent marketplace. Wanbao Pavilion, nestled at the heart of the capital, occupies a vast expanse and is one of its most iconic structures. Young master, this Wanbao Pavilion is magnificent and impressive. Lin Mengyao gazed in awe at the sight before her. In comparison, the Wanbao Pavilion branch in Jiangning City seemed no more than a thatched hut. Let me take you inside for a brief exploration before we attend the auction. Jun Wushuang smiled, displaying a tender affection toward Lin Mengyao. Thank you, young master, Lin Mengyao replied, taken aback by the favor. At that moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Jun Wushuang frowned slightly, turning to investigate the source of the sound. Not far away, a throng of people had gathered, where a young man in a brocade robe, flanked by a dozen attendants, exuded an air of arrogance. At that moment, a girl of about 17 or 18 stumbled to the ground, a deep crimson handprint marring her fair, porcelain-like cheek. The girl, unadorned, wore a tattered gray dress, clearly indicating her impoverished background. Yet, she possessed a delicate beauty that shone through, her unadorned features unable to conceal her allure. Tall and graceful, with skin as white as snow, her ivory-like legs further incited a desire for admiration. At this moment, the girl appeared terrified, tears brimming in her eyes, a pitiful sight. Her gray dress was torn in several places, revealing glimpses of her form, which only heightened the tension. Humph! Jun Wushuang's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon the girl. His interest was not ignited by lewd thoughts, but rather by the realization of her uniqueness. She is a manifestation of the soul of the Qinglian Empress. Lowly commoner, it is a privilege for you to catch the eye of my young master. How dare you refuse? Truly, you do not know your own mortality. One of the burly attendants stepped forward, glaring menacingly at the girl. With tears streaming down her face, the girl trembled in fear, instinctively shrinking away. My young master has yet to speak. Where do you think you are going? The other attendants closed in, encircling her and leaving her no escape. The girl, now trembling in terror, clutched herself tightly, unable to meet the gazes of those surrounding her. I am Nangong Hao, the seventh young master of the Nangong family. As long as you follow me, I shall ensure you live a life of luxury and comfort, never to return to the slums. However, should you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. The brocade-robed youth's gaze was lascivious, his eyes shamelessly roaming over the girl, intensifying her fear. Please, I beg you, spare me. The girl fell to her knees, bowing her head in supplication to Nangong Hao. Spare you? That is not out of the question. Nangong Hao pondered for a moment. Thank you, young master. The girl, overwhelmed with joy, hastily bowed in gratitude. But first, you must wait until I tire of you before I consider letting you go. Nangong Hao's words turned her delight into despair. Not come any closer. As Nangong Hao extended his hand, the girl's face paled, and in a panic, she retreated, unable to escape the circle formed by the attendants. Tears streamed down her face as she succumbed to sheer terror. Crack! Nangong Hao, enraged, struck the girl across the face. That I despise those who refuse to drink the wine offered to them. You're so destitute, yet still pretending to be a virtuous maiden. Do you believe that if I were to kill you, no one would dare to speak up? Nangong Hao was unwilling to waste any more time. Grabbing the girl's hair, he yanked her up. Today, I shall teach you the ways of pleasure. Let us see if you can still act pure. Nangong Hao, accustomed to bullying the weak, disregarded all consequences. No, please, let me go. The girl struggled desperately, but her efforts were futile. Who dares to touch my sister? At that moment, a figure burst into the crowd with an angry roar. The onlookers had no time to react as the figure charged forward. Bang! In a moment of negligence, Nangong Hao found himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. The assailant was a youth, dark-skinned and slender, resembling a feral wolf in human form, his gaze terrifying. Dare to bully my sister, and I shall end you, the boy roared, lunging directly at Nangong Hao. Armed with no weapon and lacking any formidable strength, he nonetheless possessed sharp fangs. With a savage tear, he sank his teeth into Nan Gonghao's neck. Ripping away a substantial chunk of flesh, Nan Gonghao cried out in agony. "You little beast, how dare you harm my young master? You are as good as dead." The servant swiftly reacted, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the boy. Yet the young master, with a fierce glint in his eyes, clung tenaciously to Nan Gonghao's flesh, refusing to relent. Another brutal tear, and more flesh was savagely ripped away. I could see that moment. Nan Gonghao's servants finally seized an opportunity and kicked the boy away. Thud! The youth coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing heavily to the ground, gravely injured. "Amon, are you all right?" a girl exclaimed, her face paling with concern. "Sister, as long as I am here, no one shall bully you." Despite his grievous wounds and bloodshed, the boy named Amon remained fierce, instilling fear in all who beheld him. "He dared to bite me. Make sure he meets a gruesome end. I want him torn to shreds." Nan Gonghao's enraged voice echoed. His neck and shoulder bore the marks of Amon's savage bite, blood gushing forth, leaving him in a pitiful state. As a young master of the Nan Gong family, he had never suffered such humiliation, especially at the hands of a lowly commoner. His fury knew no bounds, wishing nothing less than to obliterate Amon into mere fragments. "Rest assured, young master, I will ensure he meets a fate worse than death." A burly servant swiftly accepted the command and charged toward Amon. Although a servant of the Nan Gong family, he was also a martial artist of the first stage of the Wushuang realm. Amon, though fierce, was of humble origins, lacking in both nutrition and cultivation. "Do not harm Amon. If you must strike, strike me." The girl opened her arms, shielding Amon with her own body. Slap! The servant's hand swiftly knocked the girl to the ground. "You wretched girl, I will settle accounts with you later. This little beast dared to injure the young master. He must die today." The servant shouted cruelly. "How dare you strike my sister? I will fight you to the death." Amon's eyes turned crimson with rage, and he charged at the servant in a frenzy. Alas, his strength was no match for that of the servant. Bang! A punch from the servant sent Amon sprawling to the ground. "You little beast, today I shall not let you live," the servant bellowed, relentlessly striking Amon with fists and feet. Amon's frail form, coupled with his youth, could not endure the onslaught, and he soon lay bloodied and barely conscious. "Die!" The servant's eyes gleamed malevolently as he raised his fist, intent on shattering Amon's skull with one blow. "No." The girl's face blanched as she scrambled forward, desperate to save Amon's life. But the servant's speed was too great. His powerful fist descended like a meteor, aimed directly at Amon's head. Should it land, Amon would undoubtedly perish. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The servant's punch did not strike Amon. Instead, it was caught by a delicate hand. Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Nan Gong family? The servant seethed in rage, glaring at the figure before him. Jun Wushuang, crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Wushuang twisted the servant's wrist, the bone piercing through the skin in a gruesome display. "Ah, my hand!" The servant screamed in agony. Jun Wushuang then delivered a swift kick, sending the servant hurtling backward, crashing into the ground several meters away. Blood streaming from his orifices, he was as good as dead. "Who dares interfere with my affairs? Any who strike down my people shall be dealt with accordingly. Kill him." Nan Gonghao, already seething with rage, erupted further upon witnessing Jun Wushuang's actions. With a command, a dozen servants drew their blades and charged at Jun Wushuang with ferocity. Each servant was formidable, boasting strength in the 8th or 9th stage of the body-forging realm, more than enough to intimidate the average individual. Yet this time they faced Jun Wushuang. Bang! Without hesitation, Jun Wushuang unleashed a punch, obliterating one servant's head in an instant. Another servant, attempting a sneak attack from behind, was seized by Jun Wushuang, flipped over, and met a swift demise upon impact with the ground. Bang! 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 Jun Wushuang struck with the efficiency of a seasoned warrior, dispatching all the servants with ease. Bodies lay strewn about. The ground stained crimson. "You scoundrel! How dare you kill my servants?" Nan Gonghao exclaimed, nearly leaping in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at Jun Wushuang. "You know who I am." Slap. The response was a resounding slap. Nan Gonghao spun like a top, landing heavily on the ground. The blow had mangled half of his face, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, his teeth scattered. He appeared utterly wretched, with a mere third stage of the Wuxiang realm. His power was feeble, bolstered only by resources. Such a debauched scion was inferior even to Nan Gonglei, let alone a match for Jun Wushuang. How dare you strike me? Nan Gonghao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jun Wushuang. As the seventh young master of the Nangong family, he had never endured such disgrace. Truly, the Nangong family was rife with scoundrels. Jun Wushuang flexed his wrist, harboring no fondness for the Nangong clan. First, there was the arrogant Nangong Lei, followed by the bully Nangong Tianxian, and now the oppressive Nangong Hao. All three were the same despicable ilk. You dare insult the Nangong family? You are as good as dead. Nangong Hao ground his teeth in fury, wishing nothing less than to tear Jun Wushuang to shreds. I sentee this the seventh young master of the Nangong family. How could he be so thoroughly humiliated? Who is this individual daring enough to strike the young master of Nangong Hao? Indeed, to publicly slay a servant of the Nangong family and deliver a resounding slap to Nangong Hao was tantamount to courting death. Surely, this was a foolish newcomer to the imperial capital. Yet, having struck Nangong Hao, he could expect a grim fate in return. The commotion soon drew a crowd of onlookers when they recognized the victim as Nangong Hao. Shock spread across their faces. The Nangong family was one of the four great clans, wielding immense power. Although Nangong Hao was no prodigy, he was still a direct descendant. In an instant, the crowd retreated from Jun Wushuang. As though avoiding a plague to owe them, it was clear Jun Wushuang was doomed. The head of the Nangong family is coming. Just then, a startled cry echoed through the air. The lavish carriage approached from a distance. Unmistakably belonging to the Nangong family, flanked by several of its members. The Nangong family had received an invitation from the king of Southern Town, and the family head, Nangong Qing, was personally attending a pill auction. You little beast, your end is nigh. If I do not eliminate you today, I shall no longer be called Nangong Hao. Upon seeing the carriage, Nangong Hao's eyes lit up as he issued a menacing threat to Jun Wushuang. Help! Someone's attacking me! Grandfather, save me! Nangong Hao's shrill cries echoed as he, bloodied and battered, sprinted towards the carriage. Moments later, the carriage came to a halt. An elderly gentleman, dressed in fine garments, emerged, emanating an air of authority and vigor. Howard, what has transpired? Who has done this to you? Nangong Qing's brows furrowed, and an icy aura radiated from him, chilling the air and sending shivers through the onlookers. The crowd fell silent, bowing their heads in trepidation. The family head had been roused. Grandfather, save me! Upon seeing his grandfather, Nangong Hao's wails grew even more desperate. That boy appeared from nowhere, killed my servant, slapped me, and even threatened my life. He dared to insult the Nangong family. Claiming we are all scoundrels, he audaciously proclaimed himself as the embodiment of heaven and law, asserting that he could strike or slay me at will, dismissing the Nangong family as insignificant. Nangong Hao. The villain maliciously fabricated a multitude of lies, exacerbating the situation. Such arrogance! Upon hearing Nangong Hao's lamentations, the members of the Nangong family were visibly taken aback. They could scarcely fathom that someone would dare to provoke the Nangong family in such a manner. Were all members of the Nangong family scoundrels? Were they truly insignificant? They had witnessed arrogance before, but never to this degree. It was utterly outrageous, beyond the bounds of decency. This was the imperial capital. Beneath the feet of the emperor, even a prince would not dare to act so brazenly. Where had this wild youth emerged from? He must be dealt with swiftly, as an example to others. Simply killing him would be too merciful. He must be subjected to public execution, to make him wish for death, and to serve as a warning to all who dare insult the Nangong family. The members of the Nangong family seethed with righteous indignation, casting furious glares at Jun Wushuang. I could see that moment. Nangong Hao cast a venomous glance at Jun Wushuang. Boy, you play with fire. You shall not escape unscathed. But before Jun Wushuang could respond, a swift figure darted forward. It was the girl from earlier. He is a good person, Young Master Nangong sought to humiliate a commoner. He only acted to protect me. And all blame lies with me alone that I implore you. Spare him. Though the girl appeared fragile and easily intimidated, she was both grateful and brave, stepping forward to take responsibility. This scene momentarily stunned Jun Wushuang, warming his heart. Truly, she was a manifestation of the benevolence of the Qinglian Empress. Suddenly, Nangong Qing raised his hand and struck the girl across the face. She was sent flying, her cheek swelling, her bone fractured, and blood staining her visage. This unprovoked slap left everyone in shock. Who was Nangong Qing? He was the head of the Nangong family, a high-ranking official, and a formidable warrior at the Heavenly King level. To strike a girl in public was simply unfathomable. To have caught the eye of Howard is a privilege. You should not refuse, nor should you seek to injure him. Nangong Qing's expression remained unchanged. As if the slap had not been delivered by him, the Howard is the legitimate heir of the Nangong family. To insult you is one thing, but to kill you would be inconsequential. That a lowly commoner like you should be grateful for Howard's attention. This slap serves as your punishment, a reminder that the Nangong family is not to be trifled with. Nangong Qing's words dripped with dominance and arrogance, sending shivers down the spines of those present. His gaze then shifted to Jun Wushuang, that I care not who you are, but you have killed a member of the Nangong family and injured my grandson. Thus, you must pay the price. Not only you, but your family and friends shall also perish. To insult the Nangong family is to invite the annihilation of your entire clan. Nangong Qing spoke with a chilling tone, embodying the very essence of shamelessness. I see now why the Nangong family is rife with scoundrels. It is due to you, the wretched elder. Jun Wushuang laughed in fury, his eyes icy. He had never encountered such despicable, shameless, and unreasonable individuals as those of the Nangong family. Truly, it was an eye-opener. How dare you? Jun Wushuang's words caused a wave of shock to ripple through the crowd. Without further ado, he launched himself into action. His speed was blinding, before anyone could react. He was before Nangong Hao. Boy, if you dare to touch me, I will kill your entire family. Nangong Hao threatened vehemently. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a flash of crimson steel. The blade gleamed, and with a swift motion his head fell to the ground. Nangong Hao collapsed, his eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. He could hardly believe that Jun Wushuang had truly dared to kill him. And right before the eyes of his grandfather in the crowd, he had been slain with a single stroke. How could he have the audacity to do so? Did he not fear the wrath of the Nangong family? Alas, he would never find the answers to his questions as his lifeless body hit the ground. Blood splattered across the earth, plunging the arena into a profound silence. The multitude of shocked gazes fell upon Nangong Hao's corpse, a chilling dread seeping into each observer, leaving them pale and shaken. This was no mere affront to the Nangong family. It was a grudge that could only be settled in blood. The Nangong family would never forgive this transgression. What followed would undoubtedly be a tempest of terror and carnage to Howard. Nangong Qing finally reacted, his pupils constricting in rage. Who dares to kill my grandson shall pay with their life. He raised his hand, striking towards Jun Wushuang with a thunderous force. The air exploded with a resounding boom, the shockwave sending tremors through the ground. Nangong Qing, a warrior of the Heavenly King level, possessed the ability to shatter mountains with a mere gesture. His furious strike, infused with immense power, could obliterate a mountain. Shura's blade, Jun Wushuang, refusing to be careless, gripped the Shura demon blade tightly, channeling all 80 drops of demonic essence into the blade, transforming it into a torrent of terrifying demonic energy. With a single slash, he unleashed a force akin to a demon descending upon the world, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Although he did not invoke the divine technique of transforming into Shura, his strength at the 8th level of the myriad manifestations realm was sufficient to clash with those at the 4th or 5th level of the divine sea realm. Yet, Nangong Qing was far too powerful. His palm descended like a mountain, sending Jun Wushuang and his blade hurtling away. Jun Wushuang flew back 100 meters, his complexion pale, blood trickling from his mouth, sustaining severe injuries. He is not dead. Nangong Qing was taken aback. Though he had only utilized 70% of his strength, Even a warrior of the Divine Sea realm would have been obliterated, yet Jun Wushuang had only been injured. Such a monstrous talent could not be allowed to live. A cold glint flashed in Nangongqing's eyes as the terrifying aura of the Heavenly King erupted from him, preparing to unleash his full power to eliminate Jun Wushuang. In a swift motion, Jun Wushuang reached into his storage ring, retrieving a sword talisman gifted by Mo Xingyun, which contained a trace of his wine sword aura. Without hesitation, he activated the talisman, unleashing a sharp, icy sword energy. The aroma of wine filled the air as the sword energy surged forth, causing the onlookers to recoil in pain and that moment. The wine sword energy expanded to 100 meters. Resembling a dragon of blades, soaring through the skies, aimed directly at Nangongqing. The wine sword energy of Mo Xingyun. Nangongqing's pupils dilated as he recognized its source, instantly becoming cautious and merging his law avatar with his body to resist the attack. With a resounding clash, the sword dragon tore through the air, showering blood. Nangongqing was sent flying, leaving deep gouges in the ground. His complexion paled as he coughed up blood, a horrifying wound marring his body, though not fatal. It was grievous. The surrounding spectators were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. Nangongqing had been injured. How could this be? You are Jun Wushuang. Nangongqing struggled to rise, his gaze fixated on Jun Wushuang, piecing together his identity as young, as monstrous, and wielding Mo Xingyun's wine sword energy. Who else could it be but the Jun Wushuang who had just joined the Qingyan Martial Academy? What? He is Jun Wushuang. Nangongqing's revelation shocked the crowd. The name Jun Wushuang had already reverberated throughout the imperial capital, yet this was the first time they had laid eyes upon him. In that moment, they finally understood why he had the audacity to slay Nangong Hao. Even Nangong Lei had perished at his hands, and Nangong Tianxian had been publicly humiliated. What was a mere Nangong Hao compared to him? The Nangong family, filled with scoundrels, would find that for everyone they sent, he would slay them all. Jun Wushuang wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, a cold smile gracing his lips. His words sent a chill through the crowd, their faces filled with shock. Yet, none dared to call him arrogant, for he had already slain Nangong Lei and Nangong Hao, and it was entirely plausible that he could eliminate a third descendant of the Nangong clan. Good, very good. Nangongqing sneered in fury, his eyes flashing with a terrifying coldness, resembling a vicious wolf as he fixated on Jun Wushuang, sending shivers down spines. Jun Wushuang, do you think that with the prince's protection, you can challenge the Nangong family? The might of the Nangong clan is beyond your wildest imagination. You have taken the lives of Lei and Hao. I shall ensure that you repay this blood feud 1,000-fold. Wait for it. I will make you die in agony and despair, teaching you that offending the Nangong family is the gravest mistake of your life. Nangongqing ground his teeth, his gaze predatory. Yet today he could do nothing to Jun Wushuang. Not only did Jun Wushuang possess the Prince of Jianan's decree, but even Mo Xingyun's sword talisman rendered Nangongqing powerless to act. Nevertheless, this blood feud was now irrevocably forged. To the death, leave. Nangongqing, unwilling to further disgrace himself, climbed into the carriage and departed with his men. Nangongqing left, carrying the lifeless body of Nangong Hao. Yet, everyone understood that the blood feud between Jun Wushuang and the Nangong clan had merely begun. In the future, a terrifying storm of bloodshed was inevitable. Jun Wushuang and the Nangong clan would see one side fall, not resting until death. Nangong clan. Jun Wushuang gazed at the receding carriage, his murderous intent swelling within him. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one offends me, I shall surely take their life. The Nangong clan must be eliminated. Mengyao, administer this healing pill to her. Jun Wushuang returned to the young girl and handed a healing pill to Lin Mengyao. Lin Mengyao carefully took the pill and helped the young girl consume it. Soon, the effects of the medicine began to manifest, and the girl's injuries significantly improved. Thank you, benefactor, for your timely rescue. This kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. The girl, regaining some strength, quickly knelt with Amon, bowing deeply in gratitude to Jun Wushuang. Had it not been for Jun Wushuang's intervention, both she and Amon would have met with a tragic fate today. "What is your name?" Jun Wushuang inquired, a twinge of compassion welling up in his heart. While Lin Mingyao lived a modest life, she at least had the protection of the Jun family. In contrast, the girl before him came from humble background and faced constant humiliation. "I am Lu Yi, and this is my brother Amon," the girl replied softly. "Lu Yi, a lovely name. I am Jun Wushuang, a disciple of the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy. If you have nowhere to stay, feel free to seek me out at the academy." Jun Wushuang noted the tension and fear emanating from Lu Yi and Amon. Clearly, they harbored a high level of wariness toward strangers. Thus, he did not press further, instead providing them with some money and healing pills before departing with Lin Mingyao. Watching the retreating figure of Jun Wushuang, Lu Yi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. The name Jun Wushuang would become her lifelong belief. At the entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion, Master Wu had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Jun Wushuang and Lin Mingyao, he quickly approached them. "Master, everything has been arranged. The pill auction will officially commence in half an hour." Master Wu led Jun Wushuang and Lin Mingyao into the Wanbao Pavilion, where his presence ensured a smooth passage. The interior of the Wanbao Pavilion was resplendent and imposing. Jun Wushuang had promised Lin Mingyao a tour, and now they roamed the opulent halls together. Eventually, they arrived at the auction venue, located on the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. The auction hall was extravagant, exuding an air of nobility. Such an environment further inspired a lavish spirit among the attendees. "Master, this is the Tianzi number 1 private room, reserved specifically for you by the prince." Master Wu ushered Jun Wushuang and Lin Mingyao into the finest private room. It was spacious and exceptionally comfortable, featuring special spirit stone crystal walls that allowed a clear view of the outside while concealing the interior from prying eyes. Greatly safeguarding the guest's privacy, "I hope to gather all the spirit herbs this time." Jun Wushuang inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Wanshou Wu Jiangdan was an investment on Jun Wushuang's part. He could not rely solely on the Prince of Jianan's decree, and until he possessed sufficient strength, securing a powerful ally was imperative. Mo Xingyun, with his formidable prowess and esteemed lineage, was the optimal choice. The identity of the Prince of Jianan served as a shield, while Mo Xingyun's strength offered protection. With these two umbrellas, Jun Wushuang could withstand the threats posed by the Royal Martial Arts Academy and the upper echelons of the Nangong family, affording him the time needed for growth. By the way, Master, the deputy head of the Medicine Pavilion wishes to become your disciple. Master Wu quickly interjected, revealing the matter concerning Yao Wuchen. Yao Wuchen, seeking to become my disciple. Jun Wushuang chuckled in disbelief. He had not anticipated that sending Master Wu to procure pills would lead to such a development. However, he had no time to take on disciples. "Decline the prince's offer for me. I am not ready to accept disciples at this time." Jun Wushuang waved his hand dismissively. He had taken Master Wu as a servant merely to assist him with errands and mundane tasks. As for Yao Wuchen, it was best to let that be. If others learned that Jun Wushuang had rejected Yao Wuchen's request to become his disciple, it would surely be the talk of the town. After all, who was Yao Wuchen? He was a 6th-grade alchemist from the sacred land of alchemy, second only to the famed Tianqing Danwang. Countless individuals had sought to apprentice under him, yet here was Yao Wuchen wishing to become Jun Wushuang's disciple, only to be turned down. It was simply inconceivable. Master Wu gazed at Jun Wushuang with admiration, his respect for him only deepening. Soon, attendees began to filter into the auction hall. Those who received invitations to this pill auction were all prominent figures within the imperial capital. Even so, the influx was relentless. The auction hall, originally capable of accommodating 3,000 people, was nearly filled to capacity, illustrating the immense prestige of the Prince of Jianan. Nangong Qing, as Jun Wushuang peered through the spirit stone crystal wall. He spotted Nangong Qing and his entourage. By now, Nangong Qing's injuries had stabilized. Though his complexion remained pale, he wore a dark expression, evidently still seething over the earlier events. One of the 4 great families. The Nangong clan wielded immense power and held a prestigious position. Thus they could not sit in the lower sections. Ultimately, Nangong Qing and his companions entered the Tianzi No. 6 private room. Jun Wushuang watched coolly. Having already marked the Nangong family for annihilation in his mind, Master, that is Dongfang Wuji, the head of the Dongfang clan. Master Wu gestured, introducing Jun Wushuang. The Dongfang clan was renowned for its illusions, adept in various forms of trickery that were difficult to defend against. The Dongfang clan, one of the four great families, has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Nangong clan. Jun Wushuang had only encountered one member of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Ming. However, judging by Dongfang Ming's demeanor, it was evident that the Dongfang clan and the Nangong clan were cut from the same cloth, not to be trusted. Dongfang Wuji was an elderly man with a hawk-like nose, his expression grim and his gaze sinister. This moment, Dongfang Wuji and his clan members stepped into the Tianzi No. 5 private room. The four great families were always the center of attention. Soon, the heads of the other two great families arrived. The first was Shimen Piaoxue, the head of the Shimen clan. The Shimen clan was a family of sword cultivators, and Shimen Piaoxue was a renowned sword king. Master Wu introduced. Shimen Piaoxue was a tall, imposing elder, exuding an overwhelming aura of sword intent, standing straight like a sharpened sword, radiating sharpness. The final arrival was Baiming Tsang, the head of the Baiming clan. The Baiming clan was a family of assassins, shrouded in darkness, rarely making appearances. Master Wu spoke with a hint of trepidation as he introduced the Baiming clan. Baiming Tsang was a stooped, elderly woman clad in black robes, clutching a peachwood cane, occasionally coughing, as if her health was failing. Nangong Qing, Dongfang Wuji, Shimen Piaoxue, Baiming Tsang. Thus stands the head of the four great families, a formidable power wielding dominion over half of the vast Dacian Empire. Apart from the imperial family, the four great families hold the highest esteem. Jun Wushuang etched the names of the heads of the four families into his memory, aware that as long as he remained within the imperial capital, an encounter with them was inevitable. Suddenly, a commotion arose within the crowd that an elder, clad in a cerulean alchemical robe, entered the auction hall. It was the Celestial Blue Alchemist, the foremost alchemist of the Dacian Empire, whose status had remained unchallenged for decades, even overshadowing the likes of Yao Wuchan, hailing from the sacred grounds of alchemy. The Alchemist King had come to participate in this auction, undoubtedly drawn by the allure of the elixirs to be presented. Master Wu, is everything all right? Do you know the Celestial Blue Alchemist? Jun Wushuang sensed something amiss in Master Wu's demeanor and couldn't help but inquired, Speak truthfully, my lord. I hail from the Alchemist Wu clan. Master Wu's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet he ultimately unveiled the truth. The Alchemist Wu clan? Is that not the family of the Celestial Blue Alchemist? Jun Wushuang discerned Master Wu's hesitation, recognizing that he shared a concealed history with the Alchemist King. Not wishing to press further, he allowed Master Wu to breathe a sigh of relief, as the secrets of the past were burdensome to revisit. The Celestial Blue Alchemist stepped into box number 3, and soon the auction hall was filled to capacity. The much-anticipated auction of elixirs was about to commence. With a swish, a figure leaped onto the central stage. The newcomer was none other than Yao Wuchan, the host of this elixir auction. I am Yao Wuchan, representing the Wanbao Pavilion, and I extend a warm welcome to all participants of this elixir auction. I assure you, today's auction will leave you wholly satisfied, for the elixirs presented are of such caliber that they will undoubtedly astound the world. Each one is crafted by Master Jun, who in my eyes is the premier alchemist of the Dacian Empire. A thunderous uproar erupted throughout the hall. The title of the foremost alchemist of the Dacian Empire had long been held by the Celestial Blue Alchemist. Yao Wuchan had previously vied for this title, but had failed. To now publicly bestow it upon another was nothing short of astonishing. What could be the motive behind Yao Wuchan's statement? Was he attempting to undermine the Alchemist King? Surely not. Such petty tactics were uncharacteristic of Yao Wuchan. Who was this Master Jun, capable of winning over the proud Yao Wuchan? The crowd was left in stunned silence. Speculations arose. Some believed Yao Wuchan was deliberately attempting to discredit the Celestial Blue Alchemist, while others contended that he would not stoop to such underhanded means. Unperturbed by the murmurs of doubt, Yao Wuchan swiftly grasped the Dan bottle, presenting it to the audience. This elixir is known as the Enlightenment Pill. capable of inducing sudden comprehension. The higher the innate talent, the more potent the effects. Celestial Blue Alchemist, I invite you to sample it. With a flourish, Yao Wuchan tossed the bottle towards box number 3, confident in the potency of the elixir crafted by Jun Wushuang. This was a prime opportunity to challenge the Celestial Blue Alchemist, and he was not about to let it slip away. This elixir is a true treasure. I humbly acknowledge my inferiority. Moments later, a voice emerged from box number 3. What? The Celestial Blue Alchemist humbly acknowledges inferiority. What manner of elixir is this? No one entertained the notion that this was a mere performance, for their enmity was well known. Moreover, this auction was personally orchestrated by the Prince of Junnan, lending it further credibility. The convergence of their reputations was compelling, and the astonishment grew ever more palpable. Yao Wuchan's praise was ceaseless, and the Celestial Blue Alchemist's admission of inferiority further fueled the intrigue. Who then was this Master Jun? In an instant, the name Master Jun was indelibly etched into the minds of the attendees. Regrettably, no one connected Master Jun to Jun Wushuang, for he was far too young. Alchemy demanded a wealth of experience, and every master was typically of advanced age. Perhaps there existed another alchemist with the surname Jun? Or was Jun not his surname, but rather his given name? As speculations about Master Jun's identity swirled, anticipation for the auction heightened exponentially. The Celestial Blue Alchemist returned the Enlightenment Pill. The auction continued apace. All elixirs up for bid today may be consumed on site. Should they prove ineffective, a tenfold compensation will be granted. We accept no spirit stones, only spiritual herbs. Now, we commence the bidding for the first elixir. The Enlightenment Pill. Yao Wuchan invigorated the atmosphere, initiating the auction. 1 herb, 3 herbs. I've bid 5 herbs. The clamor of bids echoed throughout the hall. With the endorsement of the Prince of Junnan, Yao Wuchan, and the Celestial Blue Alchemist, the attendees felt secure in their investments. Especially with the promise of tenfold compensation. 10 herbs. A voice suddenly pierced through from box note 8. Tea belonged to Baiming Song. The crowd fell silent, daunted by the presence of the Baiming patriarch, unwilling to contend with him. Ultimately, the Enlightenment Pill was successfully claimed by the Baiming family. You shall give it a try. Baiming Song's voice resonated once more, and a graceful figure clad in a flowing black gown ascended the central stage. She appeared to be in her 20s, her beauty breathtaking, yet exuding an air of aloofness, akin to the moonlight of night, radiant yet frigid. This was Baiming Yi, the daughter of the Baiming family. A formidable figure of the celestial realm, and a top-tier student at the Royal Martial Academy, in terms of status and innate talent, she stood on par with Nangong Tanqian. Baiming Yi took the stage. She accepted the Enlightenment Pill from Yao Wuchan, scrutinizing it carefully before consuming it only upon confirming its safety. In the next moment, Baiming Yi seated herself in meditation, publicly cultivating. In a flash, a nebulous black light flickered to life, and intangible waves of spiritual energy surged forth. She had attained enlightenment. She truly had. In the imperial capital, while such occurrences were rare, they were not unheard of soon. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the onlookers, as they marveled at the remarkable efficacy of the Enlightenment Pill. Suddenly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Baiming Yi. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from her being. A breakthrough. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that Baiming Yi would achieve a breakthrough in a single moment of enlightenment? Though it was not a major barrier, it was nonetheless astonishing. The Enlightenment Pill indeed possessed extraordinary effects. The higher the innate talent, the more pronounced the results. Even if one could not utilize it themselves, it would undoubtedly benefit promising juniors. Realizing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor, each yearning for an Enlightenment Pill. It was indeed a treasure. Within box number 8, Baiming Song voiced his approval. Baiming Yi, silent as ever, turned and departed. A total of 50 Enlightenment Pills were available, and the auction for the second one was about to commence. Yao Wuchan retrieved yet another Enlightenment Pill. With Baiming Ye's demonstration, the crowd's eagerness for the Enlightenment Pill had escalated. The atmosphere was electric and bids soared. All 4 great families joined the fray, with even the Celestial Blue Alchemist securing a pill. Ultimately, all 50 Enlightenment Pills were auctioned off. Next on the agenda was the auction of a second type of elixir, one that was an absolute must-have for those aspiring to break through to the king realm, as well as for those already within it. Yao Wuchang beamed with confidence, his enthusiasm palpable. Were one unaware, they might presume these elixirs were his own creations. This elixir is known as the Fusion Law Pill, which aids in merging one's law manifestation. As the words of Yao Wuchang fell, a collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. Those who had reached the Fenghe realm could cultivate their own celestial manifestations, while those in the Tianwang realm could merge their manifestations with their beings, resulting in a tremendous surge in combat prowess. However, the refinement and fusion of such manifestations were exceedingly arduous. It had never been heard that any elixir could aid in the merging of celestial manifestations. Yet, with the presence of Enlightenment Pill and the esteemed reputation of Wanbao Pavilion, none among the crowd dared to doubt the authenticity of the Fusion Pill. 50 precious herbs. Astonishingly, the first Fusion Pill was secured by Nangongqing. Soon, an undeniable wave of formidable energy erupted from box number 6, causing everyone in the auction hall to take notice. The head of the Nangong family had truly broken through. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, confirming the efficacy of the Fusion Pill. In that moment, numerous powerful figures found their breaths quickening. The Enlightenment Pill was aimed at geniuses, while the Fusion Pill targeted the strong from prominent families. Nothing was deemed more crucial than the enhancement of one's strength. The attendees were predominantly heads and key members of various illustrious families, many of whom were formidable figures in the Fenghe and Tianwang realms. The allure of the Fusion Pill was utterly irresistible to them. I must obtain a Fusion Pill. I am determined to possess a Fusion Pill, even if it means exhausting my entire fortune. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, with countless strong individuals vying to place their bids at that moment. The hall was ablaze with excitement. In stark contrast, Jun Wushuang in box number 1 remained composed, as if he were a deity who commanded everything. Within half an hour, all 30 Fusion Pills had been fought over and snatched away. It was evident that after today, the strength of the heads of various families would undoubtedly see a significant increase. However, Jun Wushuang remained unperturbed as long as King Zhenan and Mo Xingyun were present. Threats from the higher echelons would not temporarily fall upon him. With 50 Enlightenment Pills and 30 Fusion Pills, Jun Wushuang had already amassed over 1,000 precious herbs. The required herbs for refining the everlasting longevity pill had been gathered, yet the 9 Dao herbs remained elusive. Next to be auctioned was the third type of elixir, one that not only rendered the old man envious, but also left him in awe. He believed that this elixir could incite fervent pursuit even beyond the borders of the great Qian dynasty. Upon uttering these words, Yao Wuchang heightened the anticipation of the crowd. He did not keep them in suspense for long. With a swift gesture, he produced a pill bottle. This elixir, named the 7-star life-prolonging pill, could extend the life of the dying by a year. Boom! The mere mention of life-prolonging instantly ignited the entire venue. The most challenging aspect of existence is the balance between life and death. And death is the universal fear. Every prominent family had elders nearing the end of their lifespans, and the prospect of extending life, even for just a year, would compel them to pay any price. There were only 10 7-star life-prolonging pills available, and they would only be traded for Dao herbs. Yao Wuchang continued. In an instant, the faces of many smaller families shifted. Dao herbs, such treasures were not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Only the most elite families could afford to collect them. 1 Dao herb. In box number 6, Nangongqing was the first to bid. Though Dao herbs were precious, they could not prolong life. The value of the 7-star life-prolonging pill was evidently much higher. 2 Dao herbs. Bei Ming Tsong, unwilling to be outdone, also entered the fray. The 4 great families, the Tianqingdan King, and other formidable families and individuals participated in the bidding. Ultimately, all 10 7-star life-prolonging pills were auctioned off, yielding a total of 23 Dao herbs. If converted to spirit stones, this would amount to an astronomical figure. However, not every Dao herb was necessary for Jun Wushuang. Out of these 23 Dao herbs, only 8 were required for the everlasting longevity pill. Thus, he was still short one crucial herb, the 1,000-year blood jade ginseng, A supreme Tao herb. It seemed that he would have to pin his hopes on the final Paisida, assistance. Jun Wushuang surveyed the hall, patiently awaiting the next item. The Paisida, assistance of a day. Yao Wuchen's voice rang out, capturing the attention of all. The enlightenment pill, fusion pill, and 7-star life-prolonging pill had already delivered immense shock and delight to the audience. What kind of treasure would the final item be? Anticipation surged among the crowd. With a swift motion, Yao Wuchen produced a jade slip. Truthfully, he was immensely tempted by this item. If possible, he wished to keep it for himself. But Master Jun had given orders, and he could not defy them. Yao Wuchen gazed longingly at the jade slip in his hand. Had it not been for his lack of the Tao herbs that Jun Wushuang required, he would have undoubtedly kept this jade slip for himself. The contents recorded within it were enough to drive any alchemist mad with desire. Yao Wuchen's words ignited even greater fervor among the onlookers. What kind of treasure could elicit such reluctance from Yao Wuchen? It was important to note that Yao Wuchen was the vice master of Wanbao Pavilion and had encountered countless treasures. This clearly indicated that the jade slip must be a phenomenal artifact. Master Jun has decreed that this item will only be exchanged for the 1,000-year blood jade ginseng. Yao Wuchen proclaimed, revealing Jun Wushuang's demand that a profound silence enveloped the hall. The 1,000-year blood jade ginseng was a supreme Tao herb, second only to sacred herbs. Such treasures were rare and sought after. Inbox number 3, Tianqing Dan King's gaze sharpened, and his heart trembled. Yet he said nothing, continuing to wait. The final treasure of the day was not an elixir, but rather a heavenly-grade alchemy technique. Yao Wuchen finally unveiled the true nature of the Paisida, assistance. Alchemy techniques. The crowd was astounded. Each alchemy technique is a culmination of the wisdom of countless alchemists and is incredibly precious. Moreover, this was a heavenly-grade alchemy technique, its value comparable to that of heavenly-grade martial arts. The team must be noted that the entire Great Qian dynasty lacked heavenly-grade martial arts, let alone heavenly-grade alchemy techniques, which are virtually unheard of. What? Tianqing Dan King sprang to his feet, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Yet he trusted Yao Wuchen's discernment and the reputation of Wanbao Pavilion. Tianqing Dan King did not hail from the sacred land of alchemy. Rather, he had painstakingly cultivated his skills from a fragmented heavenly-grade alchemy technique. The incomplete heavenly-grade alchemy technique had forged him into the Tianqing Dan King. How precious must the complete heavenly-grade alchemy technique be? At that moment, Tianqing Dan King was overwhelmed with astonishment and could scarcely contain himself. I must have this heavenly-grade alchemy technique, he exclaimed eagerly. The 1,000-year blood jade ginseng was his treasured heirloom, known only to him and King Zhennan. Yet in comparison to the heavenly-grade alchemy technique, the ginseng paled in significance. Yao Wuchen's expression soured. Although he had been mentally prepared, the actual moment still filled him with reluctance. Tianqing Dan King's alchemy skills were already superior to his own, that if he obtained this heavenly-grade alchemy technique, would there be any chance for him to surpass Tianqing Dan King in this lifetime? Yet he dared not defy King Zhennan's orders, nor did he wish to offend the enigmatic Master Jun. Consider yourself fortunate. Yao Wuchen gritted his teeth, reluctantly tossing the jade slip to Tianqing Dan King. The latter eagerly began to read. Just one glance left him utterly astonished. The earth and heaven alchemy technique. Jun Wushuang did not reveal his own primal chaos alchemy technique, for that was a divine-level alchemy technique. Should it be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the eastern region. However, the earth and heaven alchemy technique was a heavenly-grade alchemy technique, sufficient to leave the entire hall in awe. Tianqing Dan King was enraptured, lost in a state of shock and ecstasy. Humph, as long as I become Master Jun's disciple, I will surely surpass you. Yao Wuchen seethed with jealousy, pinning his hopes on Jun Wushuang instead. Thank you all. The alchemy auction has come to a successful conclusion, Yao Wuchen announced, declaring the end of the event. Yet the crowd did not disperse. Master Yao, may I inquire if there are any remaining elixirs from today's auction? I wish to purchase them with spirit stones. The Vice Lord of the Apothecary. When will the next auction of elixirs take place? I shall return and prepare the spiritual herbs. Next time, I must acquire more potions. Esteemed Apothecary King, May I inquire about the identity of this Master Jun? Is he the newly appointed alchemist from the Wanbao Pavilion? Might we have the honor of meeting him? Yao Wuchen found himself surrounded by the heads of various families. And these inquiries were beyond his capacity to address. At last, he had gathered all the spiritual herbs within the sky-numbered private room. Jun Wushuang exhaled softly. Master Wu beside him was already rendered speechless as he gazed at the still bustling auction venue. He couldn't help but swallow hard. He could foresee that after today, the name of Master Jun would resonate throughout the realm. The elixir auction had just concluded, and before the dawn of the next day, news spread like wildfire across the imperial capital. After all, the preliminary promotion for the auction had been immense. Advertisements from Wanbao Pavilion, invitations from the Prince of Southern Town, and participation from various esteemed families had drawn considerable attention even before the event commenced. As soon as the auction concluded, rumors swiftly circulated, igniting a fervor throughout the capital. What? An elixir capable of enlightening one's mind. How could this be possible? The fusion law pill was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation for the heads of various families. The 7-star life-extending pill, a miraculous concoction, was an opportunity that those with waning lifespans could not afford to dismiss. The information regarding these 3 elixirs spread rapidly, each being a debut of its kind. Yet their efficacy was astonishing. However, more captivating than these elixirs was the alchemist behind them. A mysterious master Jun was said that even the proud Yao Wuchen had come to respect him, and the revered Tianqing Danwang had openly acknowledged his inferiority. Could it be that Yao Wuchen and Tianqing Danwang, the pinnacle of alchemical mastery in the Daqian dynasty, found themselves overshadowed, implying that this Master Jun had supplanted Tianqing Danwang as the foremost alchemist? The name of Master Jun quickly permeated the city, becoming a topic of fervent discussion among countless individuals. While elixirs were indeed precious, the alchemist himself was even more valuable. Establishing a connection with this alchemist would ensure an abundance of elixirs. Yet, information regarding Master Jun was exceedingly scarce. His name, background, age, and even his gender remained shrouded in mystery, as if he had emerged suddenly from the very stones. Mysterious. This was the singular impression that the populace held of Master Jun. Mobilizing all available resources to discreetly investigate this remarkable alchemist, the South Palace family was determined to uncover his identity. If they could befriend him, the Nangong family would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Nangong Qing swiftly issued orders to mobilize all forces of the Nangong family. The auction had opened his eyes to possibilities. His eagerness to befriend this enigmatic Master Jun was palpable. The worth of a high-level alchemist was beyond description. For the Nangong family to claim the title of the foremost family, they needed the support of a powerful alchemist. Little did Nangong Qing know that the Master Jun he so ardently desired was none other than Jun Wushuang. He could only imagine the expression that would adorn his face upon discovering this truth. The prince's relentless efforts to elevate Master Jun's status were likely driven by his desire to cultivate a favorable rapport, ensuring that the Dongfang family would not fall behind in this race to uncover the elusive alchemist's whereabouts. That if they could make contact first, they would secure a significant advantage. This moment. Dongfang Wuji was also issuing orders to his descendants. Master Jun had become a pivotal figure in shaping the prevailing circumstances. Amidst the fierce competition among the 4 great families, none had yet emerged victorious. Should they succeed in aligning with Master Jun, they would undoubtedly stand out. The title of the foremost family was not merely an honor. It signified immense profit. Simultaneously, the Shiman family and the Baiming family issued identical commands. Not only they, but all families scrambled to mobilize their resources, eager to uncover Master Jun's true identity and find ways to forge alliances. In this tumultuous atmosphere, Yao Wuchen, after declining numerous overtures, finally returned to the resting quarters of the Prince of Southern Town. Master, did you witness it? Today's elixir auction has set a new record for our Wanbao Pavilion. 1,800 precious herbs and 24 Dao herbs, if converted to spiritual stones, exceeds 1 billion, surpassing our annual revenue. I am certain Master Jun will be pleased. Yao Wuchen exclaimed excitedly, eager to claim credit. Although he had not concocted the elixirs himself, he had overseen the auction and no accolades. Yet labor nonetheless. Elder Yao, You have worked hard. I believe Master Jun will be satisfied. The Prince of Southern Town nodded, acknowledging the evening's achievements, which had far exceeded the requirements for the Wanshou Wu Jiangdan Master. Please say a few favorable words on my behalf to Master Jun. I may not have contributed directly, but I have put in considerable effort. I wish to meet him, even if just once. Even if I cannot become his disciple, merely hearing his teachings would be invaluable. Yao Wuchen gazed longingly at the Prince of Southern Town. Knowing that only the prince was privy to Master Jun's identity, he had no choice but to seek an opportunity through the prince. I shall inquire for you. As long as Master Jun gives his consent, I will take you to meet him. The Prince of Southern Town chuckled at Yao Wuchen's eagerness. I must admit, I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Would you like to revert to that? The prince beamed, his thoughts drifting to Jun Wushuang. Despite his youth, this young man exhibited extraordinary maturity. Facing him, the prince felt a pressure greater than that he experienced with the Emperor of Qian. It was as though he were confronting a being of divine prowess rather than an ordinary human. Mature temperament, monstrous talent, marvelous alchemical skills, coupled with an ever-expanding repertoire of techniques. He was akin to an unfathomable abyss, rendering one unable to discern his limits. Truly a prodigy. Jun Wushuang, standing in the eyes of the Prince of Southern Town, had risen even higher, becoming an unattainable pinnacle. Young master, you are truly remarkable. The elixirs you refined have garnered such immense admiration to that moment. Jun Wushuang and Lin Mingyao had already departed from Wanbao Pavilion. Their identities remained unknown, and no one realized that the illustrious Master Jun was, in truth, Jun Wushuang. Thus, they exited without incident or trouble. The imperial capital was ablaze with lights during the night, and the auction's festivities added an extra flair to the evening. Elixirs may serve as support. Yet the greatest reliance lies in the power one wields. Jun Wushuang maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any excitement. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. As for the name of Master Jun, he held it in little regard. It was merely a hollow title. Indeed, young master, I shall strive diligently in my sword training. Lin Mingyao nodded vigorously, aware that Jun Wushuang sought vengeance against Ji Qingchen and faced a life-or-death duel in 3 months. Thus, she was determined to train hard and share some of the burden with him. Let us return and continue our training, Jun Wushuang said as he walked with his hands clasped behind him, with Lin Mingyao hurrying to keep pace. Just as they stepped into the slums, a cold arrow suddenly shot forth from the darkness. Swift as lightning at that very moment, a second cold arrow shot forth from the darkness, aimed directly at Jun Wushuang. The enemy was targeting him. Jun Wushuang, cradling Lin Mingyao, swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the arrow. He placed Lin Mingyao in a secure corner and, without hesitation, drew forth the Shuret demon blade. You have harmed Mingyao. I shall ensure your demise. Jun Wushuang let out a beastly roar, charging towards the direction for which the cold arrow had originated. His pupils suddenly constricted, blood surged in his mind, and an uncontrollable killing intent erupted from within him. Lin Mingyao was not merely his maid, but the woman he cherished most. This time, he would shield her with his own body from harm. How could Jun Wushuang not be enraged? Whoever it was, they had to die. Destined divine technique. Purple extreme demon eye. Jun Wushuang swiftly invoked his destined divine technique, and his pupils were enveloped in a layer of violet radiance. Zhao Qiming. Jun Wushuang bellowed in fury, recognizing the familiar figure in the darkness. The assailant was none other than Zhao Qiming, the former silver instructor of the Royal Martial Arts Academy. However, he had been expelled. No longer a silver instructor, it was precisely this that fueled his resentment towards Jun Wushuang. Today, he had come to ambush him, seeking vengeance. You wretched beast, consider yourself fortunate that someone is willing to shield you from arrows. Yet today, you are doomed. Even if the heavenly king himself intervenes, you shall not be save a mere country bumpkin. You dare to slap me in public and strip me of my silver instructor title. What are you to challenge me? I shall peel your skin, extract your tendons, and rend your body to pieces. Zhao Qiming's features twisted in rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Gripping a crossbow, he unleashed the remaining 7 cold arrows, targeting Jun Wushuang's throat and heart. Vital points. Slash. Jun Wushuang swung his blade, the crimson blade light severing all 7 cold arrows with precision. Before the purple extreme demon eye, no hidden weapon stood a chance. A mere figure in the myriad manifestations realm, you are nothing before the command of the Southern King. To slay you is as simple as squashing a foul insect. Zhao Qiming discarded the crossbow. Grasping a wind-cleaving treasure blade, channeling his spiritual energy as he swung it towards Jun Wushuang. He was a celestial realm powerhouse, 2 major realms above Jun Wushuang. Even with divine forbidden techniques, he was no match. Sword Talisman. Jun Wushuang's eyes glowed crimson, his murderous intent raging as he unhesitatingly retrieved the sword talisman gifted by Mo Xingyun, having already expended half of it against Nangong Qing. The remaining half was still sufficient to slay Zhao Qiming. Whoosh! The fragrance of wine filled the air, and the sword energy surged like a dragon. Zhao Qiming's pupils dilated, sensing a profound threat. Thunderlight armor. Zhao Qiming reacted swiftly, producing his life-saving artifact. Whoosh! The wine-scented sword energy tore through the air, striking the Thunderlight armor with precision. Instantly, this mid-grade defensive treasure was cleaved in 2. Zhao Qiming was sent flying, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. Although the armor had mitigated much of the sword energy, he was still gravely injured. A gory sword wound appeared before him, nearly splitting him in half. Though he was still alive, his injuries were severe, and his strength had plummeted. He was likely reduced to the sea of divine realm. Damn you, wretched beast! Zhao Qiming seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he rose, and no matter the cost, he was determined to slay Jun Wushuang today. Mental martial technique. Savage Blade 1 Thought Slash. A torrent of spiritual power erupted from Zhao Qiming's sea of consciousness, distorting the very air around him. The formless spiritual energy coalesced into a blade, swiftly slicing through the cosmos towards Jun Wushuang. You are but a figure in the myriad manifestations realm, yet to open your sea of consciousness. Let us see how you withstand my mental martial arts. I shall not only render you an imbecile, but also scatter your soul, teaching you the consequences of offending me. Zhao Qiming bellowed, his hatred palpable. Divine forbidden technique. Body transformed into Shura. Jun Wushuang's pupils instantaneously transformed into a blood-red hue, resembling 2 crimson seas. His blood-red hair billowed, and a terrifying killing aura coalesced into sanguine light. Enveloping him, the imagery of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood materialized behind him, framing him as a Shura demon god. Kill! Jun Wushuang roared, his killing intent reaching a fever pitch. The murderous blood light surged forth like an unparalleled demon blade, cleaving through Zhao Qiming's mental martial technique. Zhao Qiming cried out in agony as he suffered backlash. In that moment, Jun Wushuang surged forward, transforming into a streak of blood-red lightning, slicing through the darkness with incredible speed, arriving before Zhao Qiming in an instant. Meng Yao is my taboo. Dare you harm her, and I shall rend your body to pieces. Jun Wushuang gripped the Shura demon blade, his killing intent soaring as if possessed by a god of death, causing Zhao Qiming to tremble in fear as if confronting his own demise. Advanced profound tier martial technique. Autumn wine falling leaves slash. Zhao Qiming, too, unleashed his full power, striking with all his might. This blow was without restraint. However, he was gravely injured, his strength diminished. In contrast, Jun Wushuang, channeling the divine forbidden technique of body transformed into Shura, experienced a surge of power. With one gaining and the other losing, the gap between them was swiftly bridged. Crack! Zhao Qiming's wind-cleaving treasure blade met Jun Wushuang's Shura demon blade, failing to withstand the onslaught, and was instantly cleaved in 2. The bloodthirsty and sharp Shura demon blade continued unabated, descending ferociously. With a splatter, blood erupted as Zhao Qiming's right arm was severed, gushing blood profusely. My hand! You dare sever my arm? I will see you dead. Zhao Qiming shrieked in anguish, simultaneously unleashing his spiritual energy in a desperate explosion. Shura slash! Jun Wushuang's eyes burned with a savage killing intent, resembling a wrathful Shura. Kill! Slay Zhao Qiming and avenge Lin Mengyao. With a swift motion, Zhao Qiming's left arm was also severed, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display. "Wretched beast, I will perish alongside you," Zhao Qiming roared, his spiritual energy surging as he attempted self-detonation. Whoosh! Jun Wushuang's killing intent remained undiminished as he swung his blade once more, severing Zhao Qiming's legs, leaving him in excruciating pain, causing his self-detonation energy to falter, die, in a final act of fury. Jun Wushuang brought his blade down, severing Zhao Qiming's head. Zhao Qiming was dead, brutally torn apart by the wrathful Jun Wushuang, a sight too ghastly to behold. Mengyao. As the battle concluded, Jun Wushuang dispelled the forbidden technique, returning to his former self, and swiftly approached Lin Mengyao. Just then, a round of applause echoed through the air. "Indeed, Jun Wushuang. Even Zhao Qiming fell at your hands. It seems I must intervene personally." A middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from the shadows. Clad in dark attire and equipped with a special concealing artifact, he had gone unnoticed by Jun Wushuang until now. Nangong Clan. Jun Wushuang halted, activating the purple extreme demon eye to discern the man's visage. This individual bore a resemblance to Nangong Lei and Nangong Tianxian, though his features showed signs of wear. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nangong Xiong, the father of Nangong Lei and Nangong Tianxian." The middle-aged man's gaze was piercing, akin to a nocturnal wolf, fixating intently on Jun Wushuang. An invisible killing intent emanated from him, locking onto Jun Wushuang. Nangong Xiong, a second-rank official of the current dynasty. Not only was he a powerhouse of the Marquis realm, but he was also the future head of the Nangong clan. With 2 sons and a daughter, he was the eldest legitimate son. Jun Wushuang's eyes narrowed, that he recalled that during the day, this man had indeed stood beside Nangong Qing, the Nangong clan. Once more the Nangong clan. Truly, they were like a relentless specter, refusing to relent. As for Zhao Qiming, it appears he was yet another fool being used as a pawn. Jun Wushuang instantly deduced the truth of the situation. Ever since Zhao Qiming was expelled from the Royal Martial Arts Academy, Nangong Xiong had taken the initiative to approach him. For the past few days, Jun Wushuang had been sequestered within the Qingyun Martial Arts Academy, refining pills, and thus had not found an opportunity. This time, however, when Jun Wushuang attended the pill auction, they seized their chance. Moreover, during the day, Jun Wushuang had openly slain Nangong Hao and injured Nangong Qing, delivering a severe blow to the Nangong family's pride. This only fueled Nangong Xiong's fury. As soon as the auction concluded, he laid an ambush here with Zhao Qiming. Yet he was clever and refrained from direct confrontation, instead intending to pin the blame on Zhao Qiming. Unfortunately, he misjudged Jun Wushuang's strength, forcing him to reveal himself. Zhao Qiming was truly a useless fool, a celestial realm practitioner failing to handle a myriad realm, only to be killed in turn. Nangong Xiong cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Qiming's corpse, furious at his incompetence. However, with Zhao Qiming now deceased, he could only vent his wrath upon Jun Wushuang. "Jun Wushuang, you, a mere country bumpkin, what folly drives you to seek death?" Nangong Xiong stepped forward, an invisible mental force emanating from him, transforming into delicate threads resembling hair, ensnaring Jun Wushuang, intent on capturing and torturing him. The Nangong family is one of the 4 great clans, wielding immense power. With but a finger, I could easily crush you. Do you truly believe that the King of the South's decree grants you the audacity to provoke the Nangong family? How laughable! Nangong Lei perished because of you. Nangong Tianxian suffered punishment due to you. And Nangong Hao was slain by your hand. Even my father was publicly wounded by you, losing all face. Tell me, how should I repay you for this? Nangong Xiong's voice grew colder, his murderous intent intensifying. His eyes brimmed with ferocity and savagery, as if he wished to rend Jun Wushuang into fragments. The vendetta for a lost son must be avenged. Nangong Hao was one matter, but Nangong Lei was his own flesh and blood. This had planted deep-seated hatred within Nangong Xiong for Jun Wushuang. Now, having finally found an opportunity, how could he possibly let Jun Wushuang escape? Today, he intended not only to kill Jun Wushuang, but to do so in the most brutal manner. allowing him to suffer agonies and torment before succumbing to despair and death. Only then could he appease the spirit of Nangong Lei in the afterlife. The Nangong family, indeed, consists of a scoundrel lot. Unable to confront openly, they resort to underhanded assassination. With the likes of the old scoundrel Nangong Qing among them, it is unsurprising that the upper beam is crooked, leading to a warped lower beam. Not only have I slain Nangong Lei, but I shall also eliminate Nangong Tianxian, eradicating the Nangong family from existence. Jun Wushuang sneered softly, biding his time. The casting of the divine-level forbidden technique had left him in a state of weakness. At present, his strength had plummeted to its nadir, even inferior to that of the body-forging realm. Moreover, the sword talisman gifted to him by Mo Xingyun had been exhausted. Otherwise, he could have used it against Nangong Xiong. He secretly activated the Swallowing Heaven Demon Art, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an attempt to regain a modicum of combat power. You wish to delay. Nangong Xiong discerned Jun Wushuang's intent at a glance. Although Zhao Qiming was a waste, he had been of some use. Now that your trump cards are laid bare, what will you fight me with? Nangong Xiong scoffed. In the next moment, hundreds of fine mental threads erupted forth, ensnaring Jun Wushuang. Having not yet opened his sea of consciousness, he lacked the mental prowess to resist. The transformation into a Shura with the divine-level forbidden technique had already been executed, and he could no longer condense his killing intent or bloodlight. Furthermore, he was in a state of extreme weakness, while Nangong Xiong was a formidable figure of the Marquis realm. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. In an instant, Jun Wushuang found himself bound by the mental threads. His body stiffening, limbs unresponsive, frozen like a statue. Jun Wushuang, I shall offer your head as a sacrifice. I believe Lair's spirit will be most pleased. Nangong Xiong Jun Wushuang gritted his teeth, gripping the usurped demon blade tightly, and unleashed a powerful strike. Weakened and drained of demonic energy, he could only rely on the blade's own sharpness for defense. Bang! A violent force struck him once more, sending Jun Wushuang hurtling through the air. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold gleam reappeared. This gleam seemed to sprout from the depths of darkness, manifesting without a hint of warning. Yet, once it emerged, it was extraordinarily fierce, akin to the scythe of death. Poised to reap vibrant lives, Nangong Xiong's heart trembled, yet having suffered once, he was mentally prepared. With a shake of his spear, he met the cold gleam with all his might, determined not only to shatter it, but also to eliminate the hidden foe. Bang! The gleam, as frigid as ice, was pierced by his spear. However, Nangong Xiong's pupils constricted sharply. Not good. An intense sense of crisis surged from behind, paralyzing him as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Another cold gleam suddenly appeared behind him. Whoosh! The gleam pierced through Nangong Xiong's back, directly impaling him and staining the ground with blood. Yet, as a formidable figure at the duke level, though severely injured, he was not slain. Bai Mingyi, show yourself! Nangong Xiong bellowed, his voice reverberating through the surroundings. He had deduced the identity of the assailant. Bai Mingyi, Jun Wushuang was taken aback, the daughter of the Bai Ming family. Previously, she had consumed a comprehension pill at the elixir auction, publicly breaking through a level. How could she be here and assisting him? Confusion filled Jun Wushuang's mind as he activated his purple extreme demon eye. However, even with this ability, he could only discern a faint shadow, unable to locate Bai Mingye's position. Shadow Emperor Body. Jun Wushuang quickly assessed Bai Mingye's uniqueness. The Shadow Emperor Body allows one to transform into a shadow, concealing oneself in darkness like a ghostly specter. Although Nangong Xiong was a duke-level powerhouse, his spiritual strength was insufficient to detect Bai Mingyi. Furthermore, the Bai Ming family was renowned for its assassination techniques, unrivaled within the Deqian Empire. With Bai Mingye's Shadow Emperor Body, combined with her family's unique assassination skills, Nangong Xiong was left defenseless, akin to a punching bag, continually subjected to relentless attacks. Bai Mingyi remained hidden in the shadows, her presence undetectable. She offered no response to Nangong Xiong's furious shouts, resembling a cold and lethal specter in the dark. Bai Mingyi, this is a grudge between my Nangong family and him. You truly wish to intervene? Nan Gongxiong dared not continue attacking Jun Wushuang, for Baiming Ye's assassination could very well cost him his life. Though the Baiming family was powerful, the Nangong family was not to be trifled with. This man was a great enemy of the Nangong family. Should you assist him, you would be opposing us.d. Oh, you genuinely wish to instigate a conflict between our two great families for his sake. Baiming Yi, as long as you do not aid him, I can offer you ample compensation. What say you? Nan Gongxiong resorted to threats and inducements, hoping to dissuade Baiming Yi. Yet, no matter how eloquently he spoke, Baiming Yi remained unresponsive, neither agreeing nor rejecting. She was cold and indifferent. Whoosh! Nan Gongxiong thrust his spear, its radiance like lightning, aimed directly at Jun Wushuang. The three individuals have irrevocably ascended to the lethal list of Jun Wushuang. I can tolerate your attempts against me, but should you dare to harm Meng Yao, I shall ensure that you pay with your blood for your transgressions. Jun Wushuang's eyes blazed crimson, filled with a ferocity and madness that was palpable. Kill, kill, kill! Annihilate every member of the Nangong family. I swear if this vengeance goes unpunished, I shall not consider myself a human. Xiong, what has transpired? How have you sustained such grievous injuries within the Nangong estate at this moment? Nan Gongqing's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing Nan Gongxiong return, drenched in blood and severely wounded. He had instructed Nan Gongxiong to accompany Zhao Qiming on a covert mission to assassinate Jun Wushuang. Yet it was Nan Gongxiong who returned in a state of ruin. Had the plan failed? Even if it had, it should not have resulted in such a dire condition. Was it that drunken fool? Mo Xin, Jun Wushuang, a disciple of the Qingyun Martial Academy, had their assassination attempt take place in the slums, leading Nan Gongqing to suspect Mo Xingyun's involvement. It was Baiming Yi. Nan Gongxiong gasped, his pallid face betraying the severity of his wounds. Although he had managed to staunch the bleeding, Baiming Yi, Nan Gongqing was taken aback. The daughter of the Baiming family, how could she be entangled with Jun Wushuang? Furthermore, given Baiming Ye's prowess, she should not have been capable of inflicting such injuries on Nan Gongxiong. Father, I underestimated that Jun Wushuang. With great effort, Nan Gongxiong recounted the events of the night in their entirety. Initially, he had believed that Zhao Qiming's intervention would suffice to deal with Jun Wushuang, especially since he had provided him with a crossbow for the assassination as well as a thunderlight armor. However, he had not anticipated that Jun Wushuang, utilizing a sword talisman bestowed by Mo Xingyun, would severely injure Zhao Qiming. Subsequently, using a divine forbidden technique that transformed him into a harbinger of death, Zhao Qiming was ultimately slain. Left with no choice, he had to intervene personally, but was ambushed by Jun Wushuang's heavenly thunder and earthly fire, losing his advantage when Baiming Yi seized the opportunity to sever his arm with a single stroke. Though Baiming Yi was responsible for his grievous wounds, the root of it all lay with Jun Wushuang. This individual, who had gained the attention of the Southern King, was far from ordinary. Even in his current state of myriad phenomena, he proved to be a considerable challenge. Should he be allowed to grow, he would undoubtedly become an even greater threat. Nan Gongqing's expression darkened as he felt the looming menace posed by Jun Wushuang. The once mighty Nangong family found themselves repeatedly humiliated by a mere country bumpkin, igniting a surge of ire and murderous intent within him that he could not allow this individual to continue to grow. Otherwise, he would surely become the foremost enemy of the Nangong family. Nan Gongxiong was taken aback. While he too found Jun Wushuang to be a formidable opponent, it hardly warranted the designation of a primary adversary. Could the vast Nangong family truly fear a mere country bumpkin at the myriad phenomena level? Lacking the seasoned insight of Nan Gongqing, Nan Gongxiong could not perceive the threat posed by Jun Wushuang. Yet, having navigated the treacherous waters of politics, leading the Nangong family to maintain its stature within the Daqian dynasty, Nan Gongqing possessed a unique vision and intuition. He had already sensed the threat from Jun Wushuang. This individual must not be allowed to remain. However, with the Southern King present, we are unable to take action. As for the assassination, having failed tonight, Jun Wushuang will be on guard, making any future attempts even more difficult. Nan Gongxiong also wished to eliminate Jun Wushuang, but the challenge was immense on the surface. He had the protection of the Southern King, while covertly, he was shielded by Mo Xingyan. Finding an opportunity amidst these constraints would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Tonight's assassination was already a rare chance. But it had faltered due to Bai Mingyi. The next time, such an opportunity might never present itself again. Our inability to act does not imply that others cannot. The Royal Martial Academy and the Qingyun Martial Academy have a deathmatch agreement. Do they not? With less than 3 months until the life and death contest, Jun Wushuang stand alone. He cannot possibly withstand the Royal Martial Academy's might, and neither the Southern King nor Mo Xingyun can intervene. Nan Gongqing's eyes glinted with ruthless intent, placing his hopes for vengeance on the impending deathmatch. Although Tian Xian had been confined, Dongfang Ming was the Royal Martial Academy's esteemed mentor, and we must unite with the Dongfang family to deliver a fatal blow to Jun Wushuang. The life and death match shall mark his demise. I want him to find no resting place in death. At the Qingyun Martial Academy, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. While Jun Wushuang had utilized the devouring heaven demon technique to extract the potent poison from Lin Mingyao's body, the cold arrow from Zhao Qiming had pierced her delicate form, barely missing her heart. I have stabilized her condition and administered a healing elixir. She should awaken soon. However, this time, she will likely require a period of convalescence. Jun Wushuang spoke solemnly. Lin Mingyao had sustained these injuries in her effort to save him. Although he had slain Zhao Qiming, the urge to kill still simmered within him. My lord, this time we were careless. Had I returned with you, such a calamity could have been avoided. Master Wu had just returned, his face filled with trepidation. Were Jun Wushuang to perish, the capital would surely be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. Gulp! Mo Xingyan took a hearty swig of liquor before rising. Let us go. He cast a glance at Jun Wushuang. Where to? Jun Wushuang inquired, puzzled to the Nangong family. The intensity in Mo Xingyan's gaze was razor-sharp, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, thirsting for blood, eager to kill. You are a disciple of the Qingyun Martial Academy, and Meng Yao is my apprentice. That if my disciple is ambushed and my apprentice grievously harmed, and I remain silent, what sort of man would I be? Mo Xingyan's tone was frigid. Master Wu could not help but shudder, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Very well. Jun Wushuang discerned the murderous intent in Mo Xingyun's eyes and did not refuse, nodding in agreement. With a swift motion, Mo Xingyan summoned a surge of sword energy, propelling Jun Wushuang through the air. Unrestrained, heading straight for the Nangong family, A.S. for Lin Mingyao. Under Master Wu's care, she would be safe. The sword energy blazed like a rainbow, tearing through the sky, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Such fearsome sword energy, could it be Mo Xingyun of the Qingyun Martial Academy? Indeed, it was Mo Xingyun. And where was he headed? Having languished in inebriation for so long, he had not taken action in ages. This time, it seemed a significant event was about to unfold. Many were struck with astonishment. Xingyan did not conceal his aura or disguise his movements, charging forth with reckless abandon. His relentless momentum sent a tremor through the hearts of all who witnessed. Before long, Mo Xingyan arrived at the Nangong family estate. As dawn broke, most of the Nangong family members were just rousing from slumber. Slash! Pointing his finger like a sword, he executed a strike in midair. Instantly, a chilling sword energy whistled through the air, cleaving into the vermilion gates of the Nangong estate. With a resounding crash, the gates shattered. What has transpired? Has someone come to our door? Who dares to assault the Nangong family? Courting death, the entire clan was set ablaze with alarm as members rushed out. Another strike. Mo Xingyan did not halt nor waste words. He pointed his finger again, delivering a second slash. Instantly, 100 meters of sword energy tore through the sky, akin to a bolt of lightning, crashing ruthlessly into the crowd. Puffed! In an instant, a dozen or so members of the Nangong clan fell, blood staining the ground in a ghastly scene. Mo Xingyun, you are far too arrogant. A furious shout rang out as Nangong Qing burst forth, glaring at Mo Xingyun. Arrogant. Mo Xingyun coldly fixed his gaze on Nangong Qing. Is it not arrogant for your Nangong family to send individuals to ambush a disciple of the Qingyun Martial Academy? Is it not arrogant for Nangong Xiong to confront a younger opponent at the myriad phenomena level? If your Nangong family can employ such underhanded tactics, why can I not do the same? Mo Xingyun waved his hand, and Zhao Qiming's lifeless body plummeted into the Nangong family estate. This serves as evidence. Clinging to righteousness, he felt no fear even in the presence of the Emperor Qian. Upon seeing Zhao Qiming's corpse, Nangong Qing's expression darkened. He had not only failed his plans, but was also left with a handle for Mo Xingyun to grip. Surrender, Nangong Xiong, or do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. Mo Xingyun's gaze was chillingly fierce, sending shivers down Nangong Qing's spine. Although Nangong Qing was also a formidable figure at the Heavenly King level, he was no match for Mo Xingyun. A mere sword talisman from Mo had already inflicted injury upon him. Now, with Mo Xingyun personally present, defeat was inevitable. Yet, as the head of the Nangong family, how could Nangong Qing bow down? Mo Xingyun, do not go too far. Nangong Qing swiftly activated the family's defensive formation, striving to keep Mo Xingyun from breaching their sanctuary. Old fool, you truly have no shame. Mo Xingyun's expression was devoid of emotion. His drunkenness evaporated, leaving only a chilling intent to kill. Since you claim I am being too overbearing, then today I shall show you what that truly means. With a swift motion, Mo Xingyun unsheathed the sun and Moon Dao sword from behind him. In an instant, his demeanor transformed dramatically, from that of a drunken fool to an unparalleled sword deity exuding a fearsome aura. Sword energy soared into the sky, shattering the very fabric of reality, causing all present to change their expressions in shock. Grand Sun and Universe sword technique, once the greatest prodigy of Deqian. Mo Xingyun finally unleashed his sword. The last time he drew his sword was a decade ago in a peak battle against Jiang Taisu. After 10 years of honing his blade, he was ready to reveal its edge. As he struck with his sword, it appeared as though a golden sun emerged, replacing the sun above, becoming the sole luminary in the heavens and earth. Dazzling and sharp, it was breathtaking yet menacing. This is bad. Nangong Qing felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. His pupils constricted as he hastily manifested his Dharma avatar and activated the defensive formation with all his might. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the power of Mo Xingyun's sword. Crack. The defensive formation crumbled under the onslaught, directly cleaved in two. Even with his Dharma avatar, Nangong Qing could not withstand the onslaught of that menacing sword. Thud! The flash of the blade sent a spray of blood, and before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Nangong Qing was sent reeling. Collapsing to the ground, a bloody gash appeared before him, nearly cleaving him in half. The arena fell into a deathly silence. One had anticipated that Mo Xingyun was so formidable. One sword strike, shattering formations and wounding foes. Had there been no defensive barrier, Nangong Qing would likely have been slain on the spot. Overbearing, dominant, terrifying, Mo Xingyun, who had not drawn a sword in a decade, was finally revealing his might to the world once more. The former greatest prodigy of Deqian lived up to his reputation. Though my Qingyun Martial Academy has fallen, it is not a mere dog that can bully us. Today, I shall seek justice for my disciple. Mo Xingyun spoke coldly, raising the Sun and Moon Dao sword once more. Although his realm remained at the 7th level of the Heavenly King, his sword intent had grown ever more fearsome over the years. Coupled with the lineage of the Sun and Moon Dao sword passed down through generations at Qingyun Martial Academy, no one in the Nangong family could withstand it. Stop! At that moment, a commanding voice rang out that a figure resembling a shooting rainbow appeared, blocking Mo Xingyun's path. It was a gold-robed elder, exuding a powerful aura and a regal presence. This was none other than Jiang Taisu, the head of the Royal Martial Academy. Mo Xingyun, do you seek rebellion? Jiang Taisu's words were laden with accusation, though he had emerged victorious in the peak battle a decade prior. It had been a Pyrrhic victory, and even now, his injuries had not fully healed. Yet sensing Mo Xingyun's sword energy, he had no choice but to rush from the Royal Martial Academy. Not only was he the head of the Royal Martial Academy, but he was also a member of the Deqian royal family. The 4 great families were the backbone of the Deqian Empire, He could not stand idly by while Mo Xingyun annihilated the Nangong family. Jiang Tai-su, you remain as hypocritical as ever. Mo Xingyun scoffed coldly. Enemies meeting each other ignited a fierce animosity. The enmity between him and Jiang Tai-su ran deeper than that between Jun Wushuang and the Nangong family. Director Jiang, you must uphold justice for me. Upon seeing Jiang Tai-su, Nangong Qing quickly spoke up. The Nangong family could not withstand Mo Xingyun's might in the entire imperial capital. Only the Emperor Qian and Jiang Tai-su could hope to stand against him. Justice? Mo Xingyun sneered, filled with disdain. The Nangong family ambushed the disciples of my Qingyan Martial Academy and grievously wounded my apprentice. Why, what right do you speak of justice? He held the Sun and Moon Dao sword. Undeterred by Jiang Tai-su's arrival, Mo Xingyun, do you dare to strike in my presence? Jiang Tai-su's body radiated golden light, his aura soaring like a rainbow. Fixated on Mo Xingyun, I have little time left. Whoever does not allow me to have peace, I shall ensure they suffer. Mo Xingyun's expression remained cold and unyielding. With a rumble, 100-meter-tall avatar of heaven and earth coalesced, resembling Mo Xingyun but imbued with a fierce sword intent, as though a supreme sword deity had descended to cleave the heavens asunder. Dharma Avatar Fusion. Mo Xingyun's murderous intent was resolute as the massive avatar swiftly integrated into his body. In an instant, a terrifying, violent aura erupted from within him. The world fell into a chilling silence, as if death itself had cast its gaze, threatening to plunge all into an abyss of despair. Earth-grade advanced martial technique. Sun and Moon reincarnation / Jiang Tai-su's pupils contracted sharply. He had not expected Mo Xingyun to be this reckless, unleashing his most powerful strike immediately. This was Mo Xingyun's trump card, each use costing him a portion of his lifespan. In their peak battle a decade ago, Mo Xingyun had lost due to burning away too much of his life force. Now, with only 2 years remaining, he was unhesitatingly sacrificing another year to unleash the terrifying Sun and Moon reincarnation / once more. Madness, he has truly lost his mind. Jiang Tai-su was taken aback, not daring to underestimate the situation, and swiftly summoned a golden Dao spear. With his Dharma avatar merged, he shone with golden light, resembling a golden armored god of war, brimming with battle intent. Crack. Mo Xingyun's gaze was icy, his murderous intent palpable. As he unleashed his sword, a golden sun and a silver moon appeared in the heavens above. The golden sun was forged from countless sword energies, while the silver moon coalesced from immense mental power. Mo Xingyun struck. The two celestial bodies merged into a singularity, transforming into a cycle of sun and moon. This strike was potent enough to raise Jiangning City to the ground at Earth-grade advanced martial technique. Dragon battle in the wild. Jiang Tai-su let out a long roar, akin to a dragon's cry. Grasping the golden Dao spear, he executed the Earth-grade martial technique, unleashing a spear thrust that transformed into a 900-meter-long golden divine dragon. In that moment, all eyes were drawn upwards. The collision of the sun-moon cycle and the golden dragon resembled a divine battle. Boom! The earth-shattering sound resonated, blinding light erupted, and terrifying energy waves manifested as a storm, sweeping in all directions. Many members of the Nangong family were directly Jiang Tai-su, gripping a golden Dao spear. Fixed his gaze upon Mo Xingyun. With this strike, he had sustained internal injuries. Yet he was convinced that Mo Xingyun would not dare to continue the battle, for he had but a year of life remaining. And should he attempt to unleash the cycle of sun and moon again, his death would be inevitable. Old fool, do you think I fear you? Mo Xingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes now gleaming with ferocity, resolutely intent on fighting to the death. A sudden jolt surged through Jiang Tai-su's heart. He was taken aback by Mo Xingyun's madness, having not yet recovered from his wounds. The earlier blow had further aggravated his condition. If Mo Xingyun were to fight desperately, even if he could withstand the assault, he would be left with irreparable injuries. Director, just as Mo Xingyun was preparing to fight with all his might, Jun Wushuang spoke up unexpectedly to in the hearts of the disciples. Even 10 Nangong clans cannot compare to a single finger of yours. There is no need to risk your life for a mere Nangong clan. They are unworthy. Nangong Qing's eyes were ablaze with rage. Jun Wushuang's public insult to the Nangong clan only intensified the hatred in his heart. The vendetta against the Nangong clan does not require your sacrifice. For I shall avenge it myself. Within a year, I shall ensure the annihilation of the Nangong clan. Please trust in me. Indeed, Jun Wushuang harbored aspirations to eradicate the Nan, although Yao Wuchen possesses a certain degree of pride. His abilities are commendable. Last night's elixir auction did not escape Jun Wushuang's notice, prompting him to offer Yao Wuchen an opportunity. However, whether he can seize this chance depends solely on himself. Thank you. Sir, that I shall take this splendid news back with me. Jiang Hongru sighed in relief. With this jade slip in hand, he had a satisfactory explanation for Yao Wuchen. Soon, Jiang Hongru departed once more. Dean, I'm about to concoct the everlasting longevity pill. But I will require your assistance. Having procured the spiritual herb for the everlasting longevity pill, Jun Wushuang was determined not to waste any time, that I shall follow your lead. And Mo Xingyun did not refuse. Through these past few days of interaction, he had discerned that Jun Wushuang not only possessed meticulous thoughts, but also remarkable prowess. Moreover, he had heard about the auction of elixirs, and was aware that Jun Wushuang's alchemical skills were unparalleled, even overshadowing those of Yao Wuchen and the Tianqing Pill King. Before long, Jun Wushuang commenced the process of alchemy. The everlasting longevity pill was originally a divine concoction, capable of extending one's life by a millennium with a single pill. However, Jun Wushuang simplified it. Although its rank fell to a lower-grade Dao pill, it could still prolong life by a century, sufficiently addressing Mo Xingyun's dilemma. Nevertheless, given Jun Wushuang's current capabilities, producing a lower-grade Dao pill was no simple task. Thus, he required Mo Xingyun's assistance. With Mo Xingyun's prowess as a heavenly king, his blood and spiritual energy would significantly enhance the success rate of the everlasting longevity pill. Hunyuan alchemy technique. Jun Wushuang unleashed his god-tier alchemical skills once more. If Yao Wuchen and the Tianqing Pill King were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded by this technique. Even Mo Xingyun, who had little knowledge of alchemy, wore an expression of shock after a day and night. The everlasting longevity pill was finally successfully concocted. Trusting Jun Wushuang, Mo Xingyun consumed it without hesitation. Instantly, his vitality surged, brimming with life, and his lifespan extended to a full century. Thank you. Mo Xingyun wept tears of joy. At that moment, he was transformed, shedding his previous despondency and radiating hope. Perhaps he could break free from his shackles and ascend to the martial emperor realm, becoming even stronger. Just then, Master Wu hurried over. Master, there's a pair of siblings outside, seeking an audience. Siblings? Jun Wushuang immediately thought of Lu Yi and Amon. When Master Wu brought them in, it was indeed them that we pay our respects to young Master Jun. Lu Yi, accompanied by Amon, knelt before him. Because of our matters yesterday, we inadvertently offended the Nangong family. Upon hearing of your assault last night, we felt uneasy and came to check on you. Lu Yi's voice was soft and pitiful. The enmity between me and the Nangong family does not stem from you. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Please rise. Jun Wushuang attempted to help them up. However, Lu Yi and Amon did not get up. Young Master Jun, we have another request for you today. Lu Yi exchanged glances with Amon. I wish to take you as my master. Please accept me as your disciple. Amon bowed respectfully, his voice resolute. To take on a master? Jun Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. Why do you wish to become my disciple? He fixed his gaze on Amon. That I wish to grow stronger and protect my sister. Amon's voice grew even more steadfast. Although he and Lu Yi were not biologically related, their bond was stronger than that of blood siblings. They had relied on each other in the slums. For Amon, his sister was everything. Had it not been for Jun Wushuang's intervention yesterday, his sister would have surely faced humiliation. This filled Amon with guilt and a sense of injustice that he yearned to grow stronger, to ensure his sister would never again be bullied. But why should I accept you? Jun Wushuang regarded Amon with curiosity, In the future, my life will be yours. Amon raised his head, his eyes shining with determination. As long as I am here, you will be safe. If I am not, you will still endure. His words were succinct yet filled with conviction. Sincere, simple, yet immensely powerful. Are you truly willing to pledge your life? Jun Wushuang found it somewhat amusing. You ought to seek the guidance of the dean of the Qingyun Martial Academy if you wish to train. Jun Wushuang gestured towards Xing. I only trust you. Amon shook his head, fixing his gaze intently on Jun Wushuang. Living in the slums, he was aware of the Qingyun Martial Academy and Xingyun, yet he had never contemplated taking him as a master. But Jun Wushuang was different. Not only had he saved their lives, but Amon had also heard of Jun Wushuang's remarkable feats, which solidified his resolve to, I have many enemies, including the Nangong family and the Royal Martial Academy. Becoming my disciple could be a perilous choice. Jun Wushuang cautioned, I am not afraid of death. Amon responded firmly, resolute in his decision to follow Jun Wushuang. Very well. Under these circumstances, I shall accept you as an honorary disciple. Jun Wushuang acquiesced, and Amon's sincerity and determination revealed a latent potential for greatness. More importantly, his desire to protect Lu Yi resonated deeply. Lu Yi, being an incarnation of one of the Qinglian Empress's souls, held immense significance for Jun Wushuang, and he could not remain by her side at all times. But with Amon, her safety would be somewhat assured. Disciple Amon pays respects to master. Amon respectfully bowed, performing the customary bow of apprenticeship. From this day forth, you shall reside in the Qingyun Martial Academy. First, seek Master Wu to regulate your body and establish a solid foundation. Rather than teaching directly, Jun Wushuang aimed to refine Amon's character. Master Wu, having received the directive, took Lu Yi and Amon away. The Qingyun Martial Academy was gradually filling with more individuals. Xing observed silently from the side, refraining from speaking until he saw that Jun Wushuang had completed his dealings. At which point he smiled and remarked, since Jun Wushuang's arrival, the previously lifeless Qingyun Martial Academy has been infused with new vitality. This only heightens my anticipation for Jun Wushuang's future, perhaps under his guidance. The Qingyun Martial Academy may truly reclaim its former glory. Dean, does our academy have any cultivation treasures? Accepting Lu Yi and Amon was a mere trifling matter for Jun Wushuang. With Xingyun's concerns resolved, Jun Wushuang's focus now shifted to the life and death tournament. In this tournament, strength was of paramount importance. Jun Wushuang currently stood at the 8th level of the Wuxiang realm, but this level of strength could only be compared to that of a yellow-level student within the Royal Martial Academy. It is essential to note that the Royal Martial Academy recruited only the most gifted individuals from various regions. Those below the Divine Sea realm were merely yellow-level students. Only exceptional talents like Ji Qingxin and Nangong Lei would be admitted as exceptions. The Xian-level students of the Royal Martial Academy were all formidable figures at the Divine Sea realm. As for the Earth-level students, they were all above the 6th level of the Divine Sea realm. The requirements for the Heaven-level students were even more stringent, necessitating strength at the Celestial realm. For Jun Wushuang to emerge victorious in the life and death tournament, he must at least break through to the Divine Sea realm. The Qingyun Martial Academy had long since declined, and its cultivation treasures have been lost. Xingyun's side. The Qingyun Martial Academy is but a shadow of its former self. It is barely standing, let alone cultivation treasures. Even this place is in disrepair. However, the prince has secured compensation for you, allowing you to train at the Royal Martial Academy. Within the Royal Martial Academy, there existed 4 major cultivation treasures, each a coveted location. The Spirit Vein Cave connected to the mid-grade Spirit Vein beneath the Imperial Capital, rich in spiritual energy and capable of aiding one in advancing their realm. The Thunder Fire Inferno contained the essence of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, which could assist in tempering one's physique. The Scripture Repository housed a vast collection of martial techniques, ranging from low-grade yellow to low-grade earth classifications, encompassing an extensive range. The final location, known as the Black and White Millstone, could aid individuals in honing their spiritual energy. The Spirit Vein Cave, the Thunder Fire Inferno, the Scripture Pavilion, and the Black and White Millstone. These are the 4 illustrious cultivation sanctuaries within the Royal Martial Academy, each capable of inciting envy among thousands. Even the students of the Academy must expend considerable contribution points to gain entry. Apart from the Scripture Pavilion, the other 3 places promise significant benefits for me. With a resolute decision in his heart, Jun Wushuang declared, "I shall accompany you." As he prepared to venture to the Royal Martial Academy, Mo Xingyun harbored concerns for his safety. In broad daylight, the Royal Martial Academy would not dare to harm me. The dean is still busy absorbing the medicinal power. Perhaps he might even achieve a breakthrough. Jun Wushuang exuded confidence. Very well, but do exercise caution. Mo Xingyun did not press the matter further, yet he crafted a sun and moon sword talisman for Jun Wushuang as protection. This talisman was forged at the cost of a year of Mo Xingyun's life, imbued with a sun and moon cycle / capable of withstanding even the mightiest of foes like Jiang Taishu. After stowing away the talisman, Jun Wushuang departed the academy, embarking alone towards the Royal Martial Academy. Traversing a significant portion of the imperial capital, he once again arrived at the Royal Martial Academy. The towering human-headed monument loomed majestically, a sight to behold. "Just a little longer. I will soon bring you all home." Jun Wushuang gazed at the monument, as a member of the Qingyun Martial Academy. He felt a profound obligation to return these ancestors to their rightful place. Of course, this was contingent upon his victory in the life-and-death duel. Crossing past the monument, Jun Wushuang strode purposefully towards the grand gates of the Royal Martial Academy. Soon, a resounding bell tolled, reverberating throughout the academy. Jun Wushuang has arrived. The very name of Jun Wushuang was a source of disgrace for the Royal Martial Academy. The crowd surged forth in a frenzy. Is this truly Jun Wushuang? A mere 8th layer of the manifestation realm, not even on par with the Shin-level students, yet he dares to brazenly provoke our Royal Martial Academy, a country bumpkin, destined for the likes of the Qingyun Martial Academy. How has he managed to survive this long, if not for the town South King's decree? Whispers of his audacity to proclaim the annihilation of the Nangong family within a year only added to the disbelief. Many were familiar with Jun Wushuang's name, yet this was their first encounter. Upon seeing him, they noted his ordinary prowess, appearance, and background. They could easily find someone stronger on the streets. Such a person was utterly unworthy of being their opponent, let alone deserving of their attention. Without the town South King's decree, any one of them could easily crush Jun Wushuang. Unfazed by the crowd's derisive mockery, Jun Wushuang remained calm, not allowing himself to be provoked. However, he realized that those gathered were merely yellow-level students, with not a single instructor present. It was evident they intended to intimidate him. Jun Wushuang narrowed his eyes, discerning the academy's intentions. "Step aside, and let me see what makes this Jun Wushuang so audacious as to provoke us." A brazen voice rang out. The crowd parted, revealing a young man in a yellow robe, his hawk-like nose and cold demeanor reminiscent of Dongfang Wuji from the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xianying, the 3rd young master of the Dongfang family and a yellow-level student at the Royal Martial Academy. Boasted mediocre talent and only a 9th layer cultivation in the manifestation realm. Yet backed by the Dongfang family, he acted with impunity and arrogance. Today, however, he was on a mission. "You are Jun Wushuang." Dongfang Xianying stepped forward, a sneer curling his lips, exuding arrogance. "Are you a dog of the Nangong family or the Dongfang family?" "I merely speak plainly," Jun Wushuang replied, unimpressed by the crude provocation. "It is but a poor attempt at incitement." Dongfang Xianying's irritation was palpable, revealing the orchestrated machinations behind him, though he was uncertain whether it was the Dongfang or Nangong family pulling the strings. "What? You dare to call me a dog?" Dongfang Xianying's fury swelled, wishing to strike Jun Wushuang down. Yet he feared the town South King's decree. "If you're not a dog, why bark here?" Jun Wushuang countered, turning the provocation back upon him, as anticipated. Dongfang Xianying's lack of composure led to his complete agitation. "Country bumpkin, were you to insult me? I am the esteemed 3rd young master of the Dongfang family, while you, merely a beggar, relying on the town's South King's decree." His anger peaked. Dongfang Xianying roared, "You're the town South King's dog, a loyal lapdog." Before he could react, Jun Wushuang's figure flickered, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across Dongfang Xianying's face. Blood gushed from Dongfang Xianying's mouth and nose, teeth scattering. Oh, what if I call you a dog? Jun Wushuang scoffed. You dare strike me? Dongfang Xianying stood frozen. He had not anticipated that Jun Wushuang would come alone and dare to strike him before the crowd. So arrogant, so brazen. With a swift follow-up, Jun Wushuang delivered another slap. And what of it? You are but a dog. Each word accompanied another strike, as Jun Wushuang's disdain for the Dongfang family became evident. Is your family filled with fools? Or merely you? You dare bark before me? With every utterance, he struck Dongfang Xianying, who staggered backward, dazed. The once arrogant visage of Dongfang Xianying soon bore the marks of defeat. Bloodied and swollen, a sight both shocking and pitiful. The crowd was left in stunned silence. In one had expected Jun Wushuang to storm into the Royal Martial Academy and audaciously strike Dongfang Xianying, the third young master of the Dongfang family. Having already offended the Nangong family, did he also wish to provoke the Dongfang family? Dongfang Xianying, now dazed from the blows, was consumed by anguish, frustration, and rage, yearning for retaliation. Yet, Jun Wushuang's strikes came like a tempest, leaving him unable to counter, only able to endure. Ultimately, Dongfang Xianying was left a pitiful mess, unrecognizable from his former self. Jun Wushuang, you dare strike me. I will end you, he shouted in a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with fury. Never had he experienced such humiliation. I could see that moment. He cast aside all thoughts of the town South King's decree and his mission. One thought consumed him: to kill Jun Wushuang. With a swift motion, Dongfang Xianying donned a set of steel claws, the Xian-level advanced martial technique. Kanjing Likshaw, with a surge of energy from his ninth layer of the manifestation realm. A massive spirit eagle coalesced behind him, stretching 100 meters in size. In the next instant, Dongfang Xianying charged forward, his claws sharp enough to shatter gold and sever iron, as the colossal eagle swooped down like a predator seeking its prey, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Though his talent was average, his abundant resources far surpassed those of typical warriors. Fueled by rage, he unleashed a strike that even a Divine Sea Realm expert would struggle to withstand. Ox Demon Great Strength Fist. Unfazed by Dongfang Xianying's furious assault, Jun Wushuang stood resolute, his fist clenched, and unleashed a powerful punch. The force was akin to a mountain collapsing, imbued with overwhelming momentum, as he struck. It seemed as if an ancient ox demon, colossal and unstoppable, charged forth, shattering mountains and rivers alike. The spirit eagle and the ancient ox collided, emitting a mournful cry as it shattered into fragments. Boom! The clash of fists resonated with a dull thud. A tempestuous force erupted from Jun Wushuang's fist. The injured steel claw of Dongfang Xianying shattered instantly, followed swiftly by the tearing of the fabric on his arm, which splintered apart with a crackle. His finger bones and arm bones fractured in an instant, leaving a bloody mess. Dongfang Xianying was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, emitting a piercing scream of agony. One punch, Dongfang Xianying's right hand was rendered useless. This outcome left those surrounding him in a state of shock, disbelief etched on their faces. How could it be possible for Dongfang Xianying, who stood at the 9th level of the Wuxiang realm, to be defeated by Jun Wushuang, who was merely at the 8th level? How is this even conceivable? Jun Wushuang, you wretched scoundrel, if you have the guts, kill me. If you don't finish me off today, I will ensure your entire family meets their demise tomorrow. You will pay a bloody price for this. Dongfang Xianying roared, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Jun Wushuang, overflowing with hatred. In a flash, his words were interrupted by the sight of a crimson blade. Bloody and sharp, a thud. Dongfang Xianying's body stiffened. His pig-like head slid from his neck, and blood gushed forth. He stared at Jun Wushuang with unblinking eyes, filled with disbelief. How dare you kill me? Dongfang Xianying was dead. The arena fell silent. Everyone felt as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. Dongfang Xianying was the third young master of the Dongfang family, a figure of noble status. Who dared to slay him? Moreover, this was the Royal Martial Institute. Jun Wushuang dared to publicly execute Dongfang Xianying. This was simply unfathomable. I am a man of reason. He begged me to kill him, and I'm merely obliged. Jun Wushuang wiped the residual blood from the blade's tip and stored the usurped demon blade in his bronze magic ring. A mere dog, dead is dead. Even if he were the third young master of the Dongfang family, he remains nothing more than a dog with a title that you've killed Dongfang Xianying. It's over. You're doomed. The atmosphere crackled with outrage. How audacious, to dare slay a student of the Royal Martial Institute right here. You shall not leave this place alive. You have gone too far, too unchecked. The crowd roared in fury, hurling accusations. Who else wishes to die? Jun Wushuang's cold gaze swept across the crowd, silencing their voices. If he could slay Dongfang Xianying, then these yellow tier students were no match for him, for a collective attack. With the decree of the Southern King in place, they were powerless to act. Jun Wushuang, how dare you kill my nephew? A voice filled with grief and rage pierced the air as a long rainbow-like figure descended. Landing before the crowd, was the long unseen Dongfang Ming. Not only was he a gold medal instructor at the Royal Martial Institute, but he was also Dongfang Xianying's uncle. This time, Dongfang Xianying had followed his instructions, deliberately seeking to provoke Jun Wushuang. Unfortunately, Dongfang Xianying's temperament was too poor, and he was ultimately incited to anger by Jun Wushuang's words, which led to his demise. Dead is dead. What can you do? Jun Wushuang spoke nonchalantly, as if he had merely swatted a bothersome fly. Dongfang Ming's eyes blazed with crimson fury, his breath wild, yearning for vengeance for Dongfang Xianying. Yet upon remembering the decree of the Southern King, he could only grit his teeth and relent. The Royal Martial Institute does not welcome you. Get out. Dongfang Ming, filled with hatred, roared in anger, attempting to drive Jun Wushuang away. However, Jun Wushuang remained unfazed, pushing through the crowd and walking deeper into the Royal Martial Institute. The Royal Martial Institute has promised me compensation. The 4 major cultivation grounds are open to me. Today, I have come to collect my due. That if you have objections, take them to the Southern King. The 4 major cultivation grounds are open. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, as they were unaware of this development. But upon witnessing Dongfang Ming's ashen face, they realized it was likely true, with a life-and-death competition approaching. The 4 major cultivation grounds being opened to Jun Wushuang was tantamount to providing him with resources. Yet considering the Southern King's recent formidable arrival and the severe punishment meted out to Su Wuyo and others, the crowd dared not voice their anger. Jun Wushuang is here to access the 4 major cultivation grounds. What? He actually dares to come. Cursed voices filled the air. Those 4 major cultivation grounds are treasures of our Royal Martial Institute. How can we allow him to cultivate there? As Jun Wushuang delved deeper, other students of the Royal Martial Institute became aware of this news. Instantly, tens of thousands of students converged from all directions. Dongfang Ming followed closely behind Jun Wushuang, his face a mask of fury. Though he longed to tear Jun Wushuang apart, he dared not act. Moreover, this matter had been agreed upon by Dongfang Lan with the Southern King, leaving him powerless to stop Jun Wushuang from entering the 4 major cultivation grounds. Dongfang Lan was not only the vice president of the Royal Martial Institute, but also the younger sister of Dongfang Wujian. By hierarchy, Dongfang Ming had to address her as Aunt. Thus, he could not intervene. This is the Spirit Pulse Cave. Jun Wushuang paid no heed to the hateful gazes of the crowd as he arrived at one of the 4 major cultivation sites. The Spirit Pulse Cave. The mid-grade Spirit Pulse lay underground, and thus the Spirit Pulse Cave was constructed accordingly. As he surveyed the surroundings, he saw houses standing tall. The Spirit Pulse Cave was established on the first branch of the mid-grade Spirit Pulse, and the concentration of spiritual energy here was second only to that of the main vein within the palace. The Spirit Pulse Cave was categorized into 4 types of rooms based on the density of spiritual energy: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Jun Wushuang stepped unceremoniously into the heaven grade room. Curse it, he actually went to the heaven grade room, which grants 1,000 contribution points per day. Contribution points in the Royal Martial Institute were exceedingly valuable. If converted to spirit stones, 1 contribution point equated to 10,000 spirit stones. The heaven grade room was the finest location in the Spirit Pulse Cave, requiring nearly 10 million spirit stones for just 1 day's cultivation. Jun Wushuang entered without spending a single coin, inciting extreme imbalance in the hearts of the crowd. deepening their hatred for him. This was precisely the result Dongfang Ming desired. You little beast, you choose not to walk the path to heaven and instead barge into hell. Since you have come here willingly, do not expect to leave alive. What of the Southern King's decree? As long as the crowd is enraged, our Royal Martial Institute boasts tens of thousands of disciples. Even if we kill you, the law does not punish the masses. The Southern King can do nothing. Dongfang Ming chuckled coldly to himself. Everything was as he had anticipated. The only miscalculation was Jun Wushuang's audacity to publicly slay Dongfang Xianying. However, this too was beneficial. Dongfang Xianying's death would ignite even greater fury in the hearts of the masses. The anger of tens of thousands of disciples would be sufficient to reduce Jun Wushuang to ashes. Dongfang Ming reveled in his triumph. This moment, Jun Wushuang remained unaware of Dongfang Ming's scheme. Yet, even if he did know, he would not care. After all, he had already forged an irreconcilable enmity with the Royal Martial Institute. An intensification of hatred mattered little. Indeed, this is a mid-grade spirit pulse. Too bad it is merely a branch, not the main vein. Inside the heaven-grade room, as soon as Jun Wushuang stepped in, he was enveloped by a dense, mist-like spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy here was 100 times greater than that of the outside world. However, to Jun Wushuang, it was nothing extraordinary. He had encountered numerous divine-level dragon veins before. I should not return here again. If that is the case, I shall not hold back and will drain this branch dry. Jun Wushuang's gaze was fervent, now at the 8th level of the Wuxiang realm. The potency of the swallowing heavenly demon art was far more formidable than during his time in Jiangning City. He decided to seize this opportunity to elevate his realm to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Wuxiang realm. Then, he would seek a way to open his sea of consciousness and break through to the divine sea realm. Swallowing heavenly demon art, Jun Wushuang paid no heed to the thousands of students outside. He sat cross-legged, channeling the swallowing heaven demon technique that, in an instant, a terrifying force of devouring energy erupted from within him. Waves of spiritual energy surged from all directions, drawn into his being, outside the spiritual vein cave. Countless onlookers were left dumbfounded, witnessing one of the most shocking spectacles of their lives. The entire spiritual energy of the cave flowed towards Room 1, as if rivers were converging into the sea. At that moment, the crowd was frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Why was all the spiritual energy rushing towards Room 1? Such a phenomenon had never been witnessed before. What had that scoundrel done? I knew he meant trouble. He should never have been allowed into the spiritual vein cave. This is disastrous. The extraordinary influx of spiritual energy left everyone aghast. Dongfang Ming's expression also reflected astonishment. Sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond his control, as time passed. The surging spiritual energy not only persisted but grew increasingly intense. Whoosh, a long rainbow streaked through the air, revealing Dongfang Lan, one of the 2 vice deans. What has transpired? She inquired, sensing the disturbance in the spiritual energy. Vice Dean, Jun Wushuang, is cultivating in Room 1, and this anomaly is caused by him, Dongfang Ming quickly explained. Jun Wushuang? Dongfang Lan's brow furrowed slightly. She had promised the Southern King compensation in the form of the 4 great cultivation sites. But she believed that even if Jun Wushuang entered Room 1, he would not be able to absorb a significant amount of spiritual energy. This unfolding scene was a slap in her face. Vice Dean, shall I intervene and disrupt his cultivation? A fierce glint flashed in Dongfang Ming's eyes. Should he take action, Jun Wushuang would undoubtedly suffer a backlash and fall into madness. Southern King, Dongfang Lan uttered 3 words, compelling Dongfang Ming to reluctantly withdraw his intentions. Let us observe for now. I find it hard to believe he can truly drain the spiritual vein. Dongfang Lan's gaze deepened as she fixed her eyes on Room 1. Although the cave connected only to a branch vein, the spiritual energy contained within was immensely powerful. Not to mention Jun Wushuang. Even a formidable warrior at the Heavenly King level could not completely absorb it. The onlookers fell silent, all eyes converging on Room 1, eager to discover just how much Jun Wushuang could devour. Half a day later, the expressions of everyone changed dramatically. for there was not a trace of spiritual energy left in the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy within the cave had been entirely consumed by Jun Wushuang. He had drained a branch vein completely. Dongfang Ming's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Even he would be overwhelmed by the energy of a single branch vein. How had Jun Wushuang accomplished this? Beside him, Dongfang Lan's countenance darkened considerably. Although the main vein would eventually replenish some energy, a drained branch vein would take a long time to recover, and with a life-and-death competition looming in just over 2 months. There was simply not enough time. Jun Wushuang was not here for compensation. He was here to plunder. This tactic of cutting off the source was undoubtedly a severe blow to the Royal Martial Academy. Inside the room, Jun Wushuang was regulating his breath, solidifying his realm. I could see this moment. He had successfully broken through to the 9th level of the myriad forms realm. Moreover, the amount of demonic liquid in his dantian had far exceeded 90 drops. Reaching as high as 300 drops, the IT is known that 100 drops of spiritual liquid equate to the 1st level of the Divine Sea Realm. 300 drops could rival a 3rd level Divine Sea Realm warrior. Furthermore, the demonic liquid Jun Wushuang had refined was 100 times more potent than ordinary spiritual liquid. In terms of energy alone, Jun Wushuang was unafraid of warriors at the 6th or 7th levels of the Divine Sea Realm. At this time, the only thing Jun Wushuang lacked was the ability to open his sea of consciousness and cultivate spiritual power. If only he had the chance to absorb the main vein. Jun Wushuang opened his eyes, feeling a lingering sense of satisfaction. His swallowing demon body could accommodate a vast amount of spiritual energy. While this branch vein was indeed rich in energy, it had not yet reached Jun Wushuang's limits. However, the main vein lay within the royal palace, and Jun Wushuang could not access it for now. It was time to proceed to the Thunderfire Purgatory. Concluding his cultivation, Jun Wushuang stepped out, immediately drawing countless gazes upon him. These stares, in addition to the familiar hatred and anger, were now laced with shock and confusion. They could not comprehend how Jun Wushuang could consume an entire branch vein without exploding. Furthermore, his strength seemed to have barely increased, only breaking through from the 8th to the 9th level of the myriad forms realm. What was going on? A massive question mark loomed over the heads of the crowd. Jun Wushuang offered no explanation. He recognized Dongfang Lan and surmised her identity, but chose to disregard it. He turned and made his way towards the Thunderfire Purgatory. How audacious! Not only had he drained the spiritual energy, but he also intended to enter the Thunderfire Purgatory. I truly wish to see him perish. Unlike the spiritual vein cave, the Thunderfire Purgatory, while beneficial for body tempering, was also excruciatingly painful that I doubt he can endure for long. Thousands of students, seething with anger, followed Jun Wushuang to the Thunderfire Purgatory. The Thunderfire Purgatory was situated at the mouth of a volcano, where molten earth surged, storing considerable lightning energy as well. Atop the mountain, there stood a unique grand hall, the site of cultivation. Jun Wushuang confidently stepped into the hall. "Oh God, send down your thunder and strike this country bumpkin dead." The Thunderfire Purgatory was unbearable. I cannot believe he can endure it this time. It would be best if he were severely injured by the heavenly thunder and earthly fire. That way, we would be spared the trouble. Upon witnessing Jun Wushuang enter the Thunderfire Purgatory, the crowd continued to curse him. Dongfang Ming and Dongfang Lan were also fixated on the scene, unwilling to face any more unexpected developments. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Soon, another surprise unfolded. The molten energy within the volcano began to diminish, ultimately vanishing entirely. The volcano had transformed into a dead volcano, and one knew when the molten energy would return. Creak! Jun Wushuang emerged from the Thunderfire Purgatory, completely unscathed. However, he had not broken through to the Divine Sea Realm, nor had his swallowing demon body reached the minor success stage. Although the Thunderfire Purgatory had body tempering effects, it was somewhat lackluster for Jun Wushuang's swallowing demon body. Nevertheless, Jun Wushuang had absorbed all the lightning and molten energy, significantly enhancing his fusion divine ability. The life and death competition, he would undoubtedly surprise the Royal Martial Academy. How is this possible? Upon witnessing Jun Wushuang emerge unscathed, everyone was left in shock. This boy harbors secrets. Dongfang Lan squinted, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. She could not fathom how a mere junior of the myriad forms realm could drain an entire branch vein and also absorb the thunderfire purgatory. The Southern King's authority still loomed large. She dared not take action to investigate. Yet, both the spiritual vein cave and the thunderfire purgatory had been rendered temporarily useless. It was uncertain how long it would take to restore them to their former state. Contemplating this, Dongfang Lan's gaze towards Jun Wushuang was filled with deeper animosity. The final destination, the black and white millstone. Jun Wushuang's eyes sparkled with determination. He intended to harness the power of the black and white millstone to open his sea of consciousness and break through to the divine sea realm. The crowd held a deep-seated hatred for Jun Wushuang, but could only watch helplessly as he departed from the thunderfire purgatory towards the black and white millstone. However, upon Jun Wushuang's arrival at the black and white millstone, a figure was already waiting there. Upon seeing Jun Wushuang approach, a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. Jun Wushuang, I have awaited you for quite some time. Dongfang Li, upon sighting this figure, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Dongfang Li, the scion of the illustrious Dongfang family, stood before them. Possessing the Thousand Illusions royal body and being a formidable being at the celestial realm, he was also a top-tier disciple of the Royal Martial Academy. With Nangong Tianxian still enduring punishment under house arrest, it fell upon Dongfang Li to confront Jun Wushuang. His hawkish nose and piercing gaze exuded an aura as chilling as that of a venomous serpent. His slitted pupils were fixated on Jun Wushuang, as if poised to open a gaping maw and swallow him whole. Dongfang Xianing is my cousin. You dare to slay him? That is a slap in the face to the Dongfang family. Tell me, how shall I see you dead? Dongfang Li's eyes, frigid as ice, bore into Jun Wushuang, his murderous intent unabashedly evident. Like many others, he believed Jun Wushuang merely boasted under the protection of the Southern King. Linghu Jaya, that a mere country bumpkin from a small place, dared to stir up a tempest in the imperial capital? Truly, he knew not the peril he courted. Moreover, having already established an irreconcilable feud with the Nangong family, he now audaciously sought to offend the Dongfang clan. Did he truly believe the Southern King's decree served as an inviolable shield? It seemed my suspicions were correct. The Dongfang family was indeed rife with fools. Jun Wushuang cast a glance at Dongfang Li and spoke with an air of indifference. The words sent shockwaves through the assembly. This statement not only insulted Dongfang Li, but also cast aspersions upon the entire Dongfang family. Furthermore, Dongfang Ming and Dongfang Lan were present, making this an affront akin to disturbing the very throne of Yama. You dare to insult the Dongfang family, Jun Wushuang. Dongfang Ming bellowed, rising in fury. Beside him, Dongfang Lan's countenance darkened further. This Jun Wushuang was indeed oblivious to his own precarious situation. You are every bit as arrogant as the rumors suggest. Young man, there are many in this world you cannot afford to provoke. Ants should know their place. While it may be exhilarating to ride on the coattails of Tiger, it invariably leads to one's own funeral. Such arrogance is a path to death. Dongfang Li's gaze remained fixed on Jun Wushuang, and his icy murderous intent was palpable to all present. This time, the Dongfang family had allied with the Nangong family, vowing to extinguish Jun Wushuang's life. Your prattle has grown tiresome. Jun Wushuang dismissed further discourse. Sidestepping Dongfang Li and striding directly towards the grand hall housing the black and white grinding wheel, he had come seeking a breakthrough, not engaging in verbal sparring. Jun Wushuang, I challenge you to a duel for your life. Dongfang Li's figure flickered, blocking Jun Wushuang's path to a duel for one's life. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Never anticipating Dongfang Li's audacity, it appeared the Dongfang family wished to resolve this troublesome matter before the life and death contest could unfold. I am afraid your life holds little value. Jun Wushuang flatly rejected the challenge. Dongfang Li's face darkened. He had not foreseen Jun Wushuang would be so obstinate. However, he had a contingency plan. With a swift motion, Dongfang Li produced a shimmering orb of ethereal light, dazzling and captivating those who beheld it. Yin Shan Jade. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Yin Shan Jade was an exceedingly rare treasure, its sole purpose being to nurture spiritual energy. For those warriors at the Divine Sea realm and beyond, it was an irresistible temptation. Valued at a fortune, even a piece the size of fingernail could fetch 100,000 spirit stones. The piece in Dongfang Li's hand was the size of an egg, worth over 10 million. I wager this Yunxian jade against your life. Dongfang Li's gaze bore into Jun Wushuang. What are the terms of the wager? Jun Wushuang inquired. The Yunxian jade was indeed a coveted prize. Given that it had been offered so readily, how could he refuse, since he wished to enter the black and white grinding wheel? Let us wager on who can endure longer within its confines. That if you win, the Yunxian jade is yours. But should you lose, you must take your own life as penance. Do you dare to gamble? Dongfang Li's eyes glinted with cold malice. His words slithered like a venomous serpent, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard them. A wager of life for the Yunxian jade. This was Dongfang Li's sinister scheme. You, a celestial realm warrior, wish to wager against me, a mere novice of the manifestation realm? Jun Wushuang regarded him with an expression of incredulity. The spiritual power of a celestial realm warrior was formidable. And given that the Dongfang family specialized in illusions, their spiritual prowess was far superior to that of ordinary warriors. Should Jun Wushuang agree, it would truly be folly. Fear not, I shall not exploit my advantage. Dongfang Li grinned. I have found you a worthy opponent. You shall not refuse. With a clap of his hands, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. Jun Wushuang's pupils constricted. The dagger lodged in his heart throbbed painfully. Ji Qingshun, the one Dongfang Li had summoned, was none other than Ji Qingshun. You are at the 9th level of the manifestation realm, as is she, and both hail from Jiangning City. Surely, you cannot claim I am taking advantage of you. Dongfang Li sneered repeatedly. Since learning he would confront Jun Wushuang, he had prepared meticulously. Not only had he gathered intelligence on Jun Wushuang's past, but he had also sought out Ji Qingshun, intending to leverage her to eliminate Jun Wushuang. Their enmity ran deep, irreconcilable. The only outcome would be one living and the other dead. Thus, he was confident Ji Qingshun would not hold back. Likewise, Jun Wushuang harbored an intense hatred for Ji Qingshun and would undoubtedly accept this deadly wager. All of this lay within Dongfang Li's meticulous calculations. Jun Wushuang, concede defeat. You stand no chance against the Dongfang heir. That if you kneel and plead for mercy, I believe he may show you clemency. Do not cling to your delusions. Your arrogance will only lead you further down the path toward the abyss of death. We were once husband and wife. It pains me to see you perish in such arrogance. Ji Qingshun's beautiful eyes trembled, devoid of malice, only feigning sorrow. She seemed reluctant to witness Jun Wushuang's downfall and demise. This fade garnered sympathy from many. Even Dongfang Ming and Dongfang Lan nodded in silent approval. Moved by Ji Qingshun's apparent loyalty, feigning emotion was Ji Qingshun's greatest skill. Years ago, she had ensnared Jun Wushuang in her web of deception. Alas, having suffered once, Jun Wushuang would not fall for her tricks again. His feelings for Ji Qingshun were now colored solely by hatred and the desire for vengeance. I accept this wager. Jun Wushuang's gaze shifted from Ji Qingshun back to Dongfang Li. With Ji Qingshun present, he could not refuse this challenge, for it presented an opportunity to exact retribution. Everyone has heard. Jun Wushuang has agreed to the wager. Thus, the terms are established and take effect immediately. Dongfang Li proclaimed with authority, ensuring all bore witness that, in doing so, he safeguarded against any potential deceit from Jun Wushuang. Oh, Ji Qingshun sighed, seemingly filled with regret over Jun Wushuang's obstinacy. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jun Wushuang and Ji Qingshun stepped into the grand hall of the black and white grinding wheel. As Dongfang Li observed Jun Wushuang's retreating figure, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. His scheme had come to fruition. Jun Wushuang, how naive you are. This time, I shall show you the true meaning of cruelty. What do you think? How long can that country bumpkin endure? The black and white grinding wheel was an exceedingly rare spiritual artifact capable of drawing in one's essence and spirit, erasing and reshaping it. Even a formidable warrior of the Divine Sea realm could not last long. A novice of the manifestation realm was entering for the first time. That I wager he won't last 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's too generous. I believe you will be gravely injured and defeated in under 3. Tens of thousands of disciples crowded around, creating an impenetrable barrier. They were all witnesses to the wager between Jun Wushuang and Dongfang Li. At this moment, each of them fixed their cold gazes upon the Grand Hall, fervently wishing for Jun Wushuang's defeat. The Royal Martial Arts Academy, once exalted and untouchable, had never before endured such humiliation. A mere country bumpkin ought to kneel and beg for mercy that we await your downfall and demise. As Jun Wushuang stepped into the Grand Hall, he felt an otherworldly sensation, as though his soul had momentarily departed from his body. In the next instant, he found himself within a peculiar mental space. His form appeared somewhat ethereal, not entirely real, for it was a manifestation of his essence and spirit. Had he opened his sea of consciousness and birthed his spiritual power, it would have materialized into a substantial spiritual entity. Boom! A colossal grinding wheel loomed overhead, its surface black above and white below, slowly rotating. An unusual force of attraction surged forth, seemingly intent on drawing Jun Wushuang's essence within, to obliterate it into nothingness. This was the black and white grinding wheel, capable of eradicating spiritual power and purging impurities. Should one endure its trials, their spiritual energy would become pure, akin to steel forged 100 times. Swish! Jun Wushuang's opponent, Ji Qingshun, also crystallized her essence and spirit. The two exchanged long-distance glances, their eyes clashing in the air, brimming with murderous intent. Jun Wushuang, your unexpected rise from the ashes has indeed taken me by surprise. I should never have shown mercy that day. If I had not spared your life, my father would not have perished. Before Jun Wushuang, Ji Qingshun cast aside all pretense, revealing her venomous true nature. Her cold stare bore into him, her beautiful eyes betraying no hint of her murderous intent. She had meticulously calculated every detail, yet failed to foresee Jun Wushuang's resurgence. Had she directly slain him in the Ji family's dungeon that day, the Jun family would have long since been devoured, and the Ji family would not face annihilation now that a moment of carelessness had led to endless repercussions. Ji Qingshun vowed never to grant Jun Wushuang another opportunity. Ji Qingshun, what can you do besides relying on men? Gazing at the woman he once cherished above all, Jun Wushuang felt an unbearable ache in his heart. In Jiangning City, you depended on me to acquire the Dragon Sparrow Emperor body. In the imperial capital, you ingratiated yourself with Nangong Lei, and now you obediently followed Dongfang Li's commands. You truly are a servant of 3 masters. Jun Wushuang spoke coldly. He loathed his past blindness, having failed to discern Ji Qingshun's treacherous heart. Yet, heaven had granted him the awakening of his past life's memories. Now he had returned to defiance, vowing to slay Ji Qingshun. Boom! Jun Wushuang ceased his words and charged forward. He dashed towards Ji Qingshun. Though her form was but a projection of her essence, destroying it would severely injure her soul, potentially rendering her an idiot. Jun Wushuang, you are far too arrogant. You have already fallen into Dongfang Li's trap. Today, I shall personally send you to hell. Ji Qingshun's face was frosty as she regarded Jun Wushuang, her gaze akin to that of one observing a corpse. Dongfang Li had meticulously orchestrated everything, having prepared Ji Qingshun with a backup plan. Swish! Ji Qingshun's aura surged dramatically, akin to a volcanic eruption, shaking the very heavens and earth. The young master of the Dongfang family bestowed upon me a sea-breaking elixir, which I have just consumed. I am about to break through to the divine sea realm. What will you use to contend with me? Ji Qingshun looked down upon Jun Wushuang from her lofty position, as she once did. Soon, under the elixir's potent effects, Ji Qingshun swiftly opened her sea of consciousness, refining her spiritual patterns and breaking into the first level of the divine sea realm. Her previously ethereal essence solidified rapidly, transforming into a formidable spiritual entity. Within this mental realm, the might of a spiritual entity far surpassed that of mere essence. Spiritual martial technique. Dragon Sparrow's cry. The moment Ji Qingshun broke through, she unleashed her spiritual martial technique, evidently having prepared in advance. In an instant, a phantom of a dragon sparrow soared from her back, releasing a terrifying shriek. The spiritual shockwaves cascaded down like a rain of arrows. aimed to pierce Jun Wushuang through, swallowing heaven's demonic art. A fierce glint flashed in Jun Wushuang's eyes. The swallowing heaven's demonic art could consume all under heaven that a dark, devouring force erupted from within him, obliterating the spiritual shock waves entirely. Impossible. You have yet to open your sea of consciousness. How can you possibly withstand my spiritual martial technique? Ji Qingqian's beautiful face morphed in shock. This situation surpassed her expectations. She believed that her spiritual martial technique would easily crush Jun Wushuang, annihilating him without effort. Whoosh! Jun Wushuang surged forward. Ji Qingqian hastily retreated, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Slap! A swift and forceful slap struck her, sending Ji Qingqian flying. Though she was but a spiritual entity, not her true self, the slap caused her spirit to tremble and distort. Jun Wushuang, you dare strike me? Ji Qingqian seethed with rage as the dragon sparrow phantom charged fiercely towards him. In the past, within the Ji family's dungeon, Jun Wushuang had been as insignificant as an ant, easily overpowered by the dragon sparrow phantom. But now, Jun Wushuang had the power to exact revenge. Bull Demon Power Punch. Jun Wushuang unleashed his essence and spirit. While he lacked the formidable spiritual power, this punch was like an ancient bull demon rampaging through. The dragon sparrow phantom stood no chance, instantly shattering under his blow. At that moment, Jun Wushuang was once again before Ji Qingqian. Smack! This slap is for my past blindness. Smack! This slap is for the loss of my Dragon King body. Smack! This slap is for my father and the Jun family. Jun Wushuang struck with overwhelming dominance, delivering consecutive slaps that Ji Qingqian's spiritual entity was forced back repeatedly, becoming increasingly insubstantial. Though Jun Wushuang had yet to break through to the Divine Sea realm, his essence and spirit were immensely powerful. Ji Qingqian's desire to battle him on a spiritual level was akin to seeking her own demise. Bang! Ji Qingqian was sent flying, her spiritual entity twisting, on the verge of collapse. Jun Wushuang, you worthless fool. How dare you strike my face? I swear I will tear you to pieces, leaving you with no place to rest. Ji Qingqian's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she unleashed a venomous roar. Though she was currently a spiritual entity, she could not tolerate being slapped by Jun Wushuang. This not only severely injured her spirit, but also inflicted profound humiliation. How could a worthless wretch, once beneath her heel, rise again? Jun Wushuang, I will see to your end. Ji Qingqian's spiritual power erupted, and in an instant, a special spiritual mark flew into the black and white grinding wheel in the next moment. The black and white grinding wheel was manipulated, descending upon Jun Wushuang with crushing force. Instantly, Jun Wushuang found himself in a perilous predicament. To eliminate Jun Wushuang, Dongfeng Li had prepared 2 lethal trump cards for Ji Qingqian. The sea-breaking elixir was merely one of them. The black and white grinding wheel was the true lethal weapon. The Dongfeng family primarily practiced illusion arts and possessed formidable spiritual abilities. Long before today, Dongfeng Li had entered this place, expending great effort to leave a one-time spiritual mark upon the black and white grinding wheel that Ji Qingqian merely needed to activate this mark to temporarily control the grinding wheel. Jun Wushuang, this time, I shall see how you escape. Ji Qingqian gritted her teeth, her hatred palpable. Under her command, the black and white grinding wheel descended like a mountain, pressing down upon Jun Wushuang. Within this mental realm, the grinding wheel was an invincible force. Jun Wushuang's essence and spirit had nowhere to flee. Drawn directly into the grinding wheel, destined to be crushed and obliterated, I will extinguish your essence and spirit, then shatter your corpse into pieces that I refuse to believe that you can rise again. Upon witnessing the successful absorption of Jun Wushuang's essence by the black and white grinding disc, Ji Qingqian's face was alight with satisfaction. The death of her father and the annihilation of the Ji family had long instilled in her a bone-deep hatred for Jun Wushuang. Coupled with the recent humiliation of being struck by Jun Wushuang, her animosity had reached a fever pitch. Above all, she could not fathom how a worthless individual, whom she had deemed beneath her, could achieve a triumphant reversal of fortune. Thus, she devised numerous schemes to deal with Jun Wushuang. This time, with the aid of Dongfeng Li's methods, she finally succeeded. Jun Wushuang, you should never have dared to rise again. You ought to have remained in Jiangning City as the useless wretch you are. Perhaps then you could have scraped by, for a lifetime. Ji Qingshun coldly regarded the black and white grinding disc, awaiting the complete demise of Jun Wushuang. Suddenly, a tempest of spiritual energy surged through the heavens and the earth. What is happening? Ji Qingshun gasped in astonishment. She observed as the spiritual energy within the entire space rushed frantically towards the black and white grinding disc. Jun Wushuang. Ji Qingshun lifted her gaze, spotting a familiar figure upon the grinding disc. However, was he not supposed to have been absorbed by it? How could he still exist? It must be noted that the annihilation capability of the black and white grinding disc was such that even those of transcendent realms could not withstand it. Jun Wushuang was merely at the 9th level of the myriad realms. Logically, he should have been obliterated instantaneously. What on earth was happening? She beheld Jun Wushuang seated cross-legged atop the grinding disc, as torrents of spiritual energy from all directions surged towards him, being devoured into his body. Before Ji Qingshun's astonished eyes, Jun Wushuang's essence gradually transitioned from ethereal to corporeal, transforming into a spiritual entity. This indicated the opening of his consciousness sea, a breakthrough into the divine sea realm. Jun Wushuang was actually breaking through to the divine sea. Ji Qingshun's complexion paled drastically as she frantically urged the spiritual imprint left by Dongfang Li, seeking to annihilate Jun Wushuang with the grinding disc. Yet this time, she had miscalculated, and no matter how she exerted her will, the grinding disc remained utterly still, completely beyond her control, in a moment of celestial clarity. Jun Wushuang rose to his full height. His spiritual entity was fully solidified at that moment. He had successfully opened his consciousness sea, advancing into the divine sea realm. Furthermore, having devoured all the spiritual energy within the space. The spiritual magic patterns he had formed were tenfold the size of those of an ordinary warrior. Ji Qingshun emitted a piercing scream upon merely glancing at the scene, at a landscape reminiscent of a hellscape unfolded before her. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A tableau of divine and demonic annihilation that Ji Qingshun's spiritual force could not bear the weight of it and was utterly shattered. Having consumed a vein of spiritual energy, Jun Wushuang's realm had already reached its pinnacle in the myriad realms. Now, having absorbed all the spiritual energy in this space, and breaking through to the divine sea realm occurred in the blink of an EYAS for the black and white grinding disc. How could such a mere artifact contend with Jun Wushuang? His innate divine ability, the purple extreme demon eye, was unleashed. Jun Wushuang's eyes opened, the violet hue rich and intense, akin to those of a demon, instilling dread in any who dared to meet his gaze. With the possession of spiritual force, the true might of the purple extreme demon eye could be unveiled. Purple extreme demon light. In an instant, 2 beams of purple demonic light shot forth from Jun Wushuang's eyes, akin to swords piercing the soul, slicing through the air towards Ji Qingshun. At that moment, Ji Qingshun, already gravely wounded spiritually, could not even hope to evade. With a sickening sound, the purple extreme demon light pierced through Ji Qingshun's spiritual entity. Instantly, her spiritual form collapsed and disintegrated, culminating in a thunderous explosion, utterly vanishing that Ji Qingshun's spiritual entity had been obliterated. Yet her physical body still remained intact. With special methods, she could potentially be revived. Jun Wushuang spoke once more. With Dongfang Li's illustrious identity, should this matter become public, it would undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to his reputation. Do you believe the world will side with you? Or will they be more inclined to trust me? Dongfang Li grinned, confidence radiating from him. Although thousands of students surrounded them, they were all members of the Royal Martial Academy, his allies. The only true outsider was Jun Wushuang. They harbored a hatred for Jun Wushuang. How could they possibly seek justice for him? The frigid gazes of the thousands of students spoke volumes, their silence signaling their stance. What an impressive Royal Martial Academy. Jun Wushuang chuckled. This academy, blind to right and wrong, had once again shattered his worldview. Enough of the pleasantries. Consider yourself fortunate today, but rest assured I shall not grant you another opportunity. Dongfang Li's eyes gleamed coldly, akin to the stare of a venomous serpent. This time he had orchestrated everything meticulously, yet he found himself facing defeat. Next time, he would plot even deeper, ensuring Jun Wushuang would have no chance to resist. Next time, Jun Wushuang's smile widened, chilling to the bone. You shall have no next time. With that, Jun Wushuang unleashed the purple extreme demon. A violet radiance enveloped his eyes, transforming them into orbs of vibrant purple, reminiscent of a demonic gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. You dare to engage a profound sense of shame has morphed into boundless hatred. The formidable presence of Dongfang Li erupts, his visage twisted with rage as he charges directly at Jun Wushuang with murderous intent. Both Dongfang Ming and Dongfang Lan possess the strength to intervene, yet they stand idly by at this moment. Should Dongfang Li manage to slay Jun Wushuang, it would be the most favorable outcome. Only with Jun Wushuang's blood can the disgrace of the Dongfang family and the Royal Martial Academy be cleansed. Seeking death, a fierce glint flashed in Jun Wushuang's eyes as he raised his right hand, delivering a powerful slap. This time, he did not hold back. 300 drops of demonic liquid from his dantian were unleashed, transforming into an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy. The devouring demon body was also activated, infused with thunder and fire, rendering his physical form formidable. This slap carried a terrifying force of 300,000 pounds, capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. The innate divine ability. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Moreover, Jun Wushuang employed the Purple Extreme Demon Eye to discern Dongfang Li's attack trajectory and all his vulnerabilities. Indeed, Dongfang Li was powerful, but in his current state of mental distress and fury, he was rife with openings. With a swift motion, Jun Wushuang's right hand elegantly traversed through Dongfang Li's assault, then landed a resounding strike upon his face. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Dongfang Li spun in mid-air, completing a full 360 degrees before crashing heavily several meters away. That a moment of silence ensued, followed by an uproar. Dongfang Li has been defeated? How could this be possible? What just transpired? Why do I feel as though I am hallucinating? Jun Wushuang has only just broken through to the Divine Sea Realm. How could he possibly defeat Dongfang Li? The Celestial Realm Dongfang Li has fallen to the Divine Sea Realm Jun Wushuang. This outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. The expressions of Dongfang Ming and Dongfang Lan were more ghastly than ever before. The previous slaps were self-inflicted by Dongfang Li, but this time, it was Jun Wushuang who struck. And the significance was entirely different. The Royal Martial Academy and the Dongfang family's dignity had been utterly shattered. Dongfang Li's cheekbone fractured, blood staining his face as his rage surged, wishing to devour Jun Wushuang whole. This slap serves as a lesson, a reminder that one must accept the consequences of their wagers, that I am a person who always repays grievances. If you play tricks on me, I shall retaliate. Remember, there are some individuals you cannot afford to provoke. Jun Wushuang's expression remained indifferent as he looked down upon Dongfang Li, trampling on his dignity. These words were a direct reflection of what Dongfang Li had once said, now thrown back at him. Poof! Dongfang Li's eyes widened, fixating on Jun Wushuang, and in a fit of rage he spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Young master. Dongfang Ming's complexion changed drastically as he rushed over. At this moment, Dongfang Li was not only physically injured but also mentally drained, his face twisted in agony. Even in unconsciousness, his fury was palpable, revealing the intensity of his wrath. All of this was due to Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang, you dare to harm the heir of the Dongfang family? The Dongfang family will not rest until we have settled this score. Dongfang Ming swiftly retrieved a healing pill and administered it to Dongfang Li while glaring fiercely at Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang had already become embroiled in a deadly feud with the Nangong family, and now he had also offended the Dongfang family, increasing the weight of the pressure upon him. Fool! Jun Wushuang sneered coldly. If he refrained from striking Dongfang Li, would the Dongfang family spare him? Clearly not, in that case. Why should he show any mercy? Jun Wushuang never entrusts his fate to the benevolence of others. Whether it be the Nangong family, the Dongfang family, or the Royal Martial Academy, those who stand against him shall face annihilation. Ignoring Dongfang Li and the furious glares of the crowd, Jun Wushuang turned to leave. He had just devoured the spiritual veins and the thunder of fire refining hell, breaking through to the divine sea realm and acquiring the spirit-nurturing jade, thus reaping bountiful rewards that it was time to return and properly digest these gains. Stop! At that moment, Dongfang Lan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Who allowed you to leave? In an instant, Dongfang Lan's formidable spiritual energy enveloped Jun Wushuang. Jun Wushuang furrowed his brow and turned to regard Dongfang Lan. Do you intend to bully the weak with your strength? Jun Wushuang had long since seen through the shameless facade of the Royal Martial Academy. Now, as the vice president, Dongfang Lan obstructed him. And Jun Wushuang did not expect any favorable outcomes. However, he still possessed a sun and moon sword talisman, rendering him unafraid of Dongfang Lan's lethal intent. The cultivation treasure land is a compensation I promised to the king of Zhennan. Thus, even if you drain the spiritual veins and the thunder fire, I have not sought trouble with you as for Dongfang Li. This matter was a wager between you and him. He was at fault from the start. Even if you gravely injured him, while I may harbor resentment, I would not obstruct you. But you should not be so greedy, taking the benefits of the Royal Martial Academy while attempting to seize the black and white millstone. This matter, I shall never agree to. Dongfang Lan's gaze was as sharp as lightning, fixed intently on Jun Wushuang. His words carried a palpable aura of hostility. He could tolerate Jun Wushuang draining the spiritual veins and thunderfire. But the black and white millstone was an exceedingly precious spiritual artifact, ranking just below the legendary sacred weapons that a single black and white millstone could transform into a cultivation treasure land for the Royal Martial Academy.